Song Yuan was an orphan, enamored with vanity. After orchestrating a hasty marriage with the influential Lin Yuxu, he indulged in a life of luxury akin to that of a canary. Perhaps due to his numerous misdeeds, 2 years later, he met with an accident that rendered him a motionless vegetable. His gentle and caring husband whispered sweet nothings in his ear every day. Later, by a stroke of fate, he unexpectedly bound to his system, granting him the opportunity for rebirth, transporting him back to his husband's youth. It dawned on him that he was within the realm of a novel, where his role as a mere passerby had disrupted the destined romance between the protagonists, leading to his punishment of becoming a vegetable. Chapter 1. My husband is a murderer. Darling, the doctor says your heart is beginning to fail. But fear not, I shall procure a new one for you. Why aren't you waking up? If you continue to sleep, I might just kill everyone you hold dear. Yesterday, Chun Xiangnan visited you. Perhaps I should start with him? Song Yuan lay in his hospital bed, listening to the chilling declarations from his husband, who had been married to him for 5 years. One could hardly call them sweet nothings. Each utterance was more terrifying than a horror film. It was indeed unfortunate that after being struck by a car, he had lain on this bed for 3 years. He could neither speak nor move, yet he could hear the sounds of the world outside. The man speaking to him was the very one Song Yuan had pursued relentlessly. Having grown up as an orphan, nourished by the kindness of others, he left his remote hometown for the opulent city. He held no grand ambitions. He merely wished to marry into a wealthy family or find a rich man to support him, thus securing a life of comfort. Get close to the affluent. He worked as a server at high society banquets. Fortune favored the diligent, and he encountered the powerful Lin Yuxu, instantly falling in love. More accurately, he fell for the allure of wealth. Confident in his looks, he pursued Lin Yuxu for 6 months with relentless determination. Initially, he intended to be merely a lover, yet inadvertently, he ended up marrying Lin Yuxu. Such good fortune felt like a dream, leaving Song Yuan dazed for several days. Thereafter, he exerted himself further in bed, eager to repay his husband, who occasionally showered him with riches. Aside from his insatiable desires and penchant for tormenting him, Lin Yuxu was commendable in other aspects. He was mature and considerate, generous with finances, and provided every luxury one could desire. Yet, after 2 blissful years, a single car accident thrust him back into despair. Song Yuan was infuriated. Losing limbs would have been preferable to being rendered a vegetable. He lamented, "Yet, I still have millions waiting to be spent." However, as time passed in this vegetative state, he found himself reluctant to recover. Particularly after Lin Yuxu had whispered his bizarre declarations of affection for the nth time, all Song Yuan wanted was to lie still and preserve his life. Indeed, men who come too easily are seldom of worth. If you do not reply, I shall assume you acquiesce. Song Yuan thought. That how could a vegetable respond? Madness. Lin Yuxu tenderly wiped Song Yuan's hand with a damp cloth, his gaze fathomless. Very well, continue to sleep. This way, you shall belong to me forever. Lin Yuxu paused and murmured, perhaps becoming a specimen wouldn't be so bad. Song Yuan was horrified. He merely wished to exist as an unambitious vegetable. At most, he could tolerate Lin Yuxu's inappropriate actions with his hands. All clean. Lin Yuxu lowered his head and kissed Song Yuan's pale, pink fingertips. You smell delightful. Song Yuan thought enough. His palms were nearly raw. He yearned to call for help. His husband was tormenting a patient. And oh, it was an infringement upon a patient. How infuriating. Even if he adorned his fingers with pigeon eggs, he would never forgive Lin Yuxu. After an indeterminate time, Song Yuan heard the sound of a door closing. Deducing that Lin Yuxu had departed, he silently prayed that he would not return the following day. He was no longer receiving funds, which meant he was being taken advantage of. Alas, how pitiable. Why meddle with the protagonist's partner? Such is the retribution. Song Yuan heard a strange mechanical voice, filled with schadenfreude. Fool, who do you think you are? Whose partner have I meddled with? You can hear my voice? Song Yuan was equally astonished. He had not anticipated a response to his internal exclamation. Having not conversed with anyone for so long, he felt a surge of excitement. Wow, you can actually respond. Regardless of whether you're human or ghost, let us be friends. Visit me often. I have several pigeon eggs in my room that I could offer you as a reward. Who would want your worthless trinkets? Song Yuan replied. It was indeed peculiar to encounter someone so unmaterialistic. I am a system that maintains the world of the novel. You are rather audacious, being a mere NPC and yet daring to entice the protagonist while tricking him into marriage. Song Yuan felt a surge of indignation and retorted, then your protagonist is quite worthless if he can be so easily swayed. What kind of protagonist is that? Now it was the system's turn to be speechless. Moreover, how could a protagonist be a murderer? He constantly threatens me, claiming he will eliminate all my friends. The system fell silent for a moment, because he has turned dark. Had he encountered a kind-hearted protagonist, he would surely have been healed, but he chanced upon someone as unscrupulous as you. Isn't it said that two negatives make a positive? Dare to retort? No wonder the author arranged for your accident. You deserve it. So, this system was the enemy obstructing his happiness. Song Yuan promptly lost interest in conversing with it. Very well, I have received my comeuppance. You may return to your duties. What can I report? Lin Yuxu's heart belongs to you. He scarcely glances at the protagonist. Song Yuan ignored it. Noticing his displeasure, the system pondered before proposing a suggestion. Would you like to be reborn? Return to 10 years ago. Not interested. 10 years ago, I would have been eating leftovers at a restaurant. I refuse to endure such misery. How could that be misery? You could seek out Lin Yuxu. He would care for you. At this, Song Yuan expressed skepticism. Aren't you opposed to my proximity to Lin Yuxu? There is no prohibition, as long as you do not marry him. Merely facilitating his union with the protagonist will suffice, and you can live to a ripe old age. And if I fail, you die. Song Yuan thought that I shall not engage in a losing endeavor. Find someone else. Refuse? Then I shall take my leave. I have heard your heart is failing. Lin Yuxu intends to turn you into a specimen. Oh no, it was true. I will do it. I shall do it. The system displayed a triumphant grin that is so easy to deceive. Remember, you have but two tasks. Prevent Lin Yuxu's descent into darkness and facilitate his marriage to the protagonist. The deadline is 10 years. Seize your opportunities wisely. After delivering this message, Song Yuan felt a beam of light envelop him before plunging into darkness. Chapter 2. Afraid to open his eyes. Hey, you little rascal, don't sleep here. Get lost. Song Yuan felt a sharp kick to his backside, rousing him from slumber. He groggily opened his eyes, only to be met by the menacing glare of a brutish man. Startled, he sprang to his feet, inadvertently colliding his head against the dining table. A sharp yelp escaped his lips as he cradled his head in pain. Don't play tricks on me, just scram. The man, with unyielding force, seized him by the collar and, disregarding Song Yuan's protests, hurled him out with a single motion. He nearly fell headlong, barely managing to protect his face. After all, this visage was his livelihood, and he could not afford to mar it. As he rose and dusted off his trousers, his gaze fell upon his worn, faded sneakers, eliciting a surge of disdain within him. This entire outfit must have cost less than 100. It had been ages since he had touched such coarse fabric. Surveying his surroundings, he took in the dilapidated and chaotic street, gradually regaining his bearings and realizing the gravity of his situation. He had indeed been reborn a decade into the past, to the most wretched age of 18. If memory served him correctly, he was then laboring tirelessly to save enough money to adorn himself, with aspirations of attracting a wealthy partner in the bustling capital of Jing City. The notion of eating frugally had led him to pilfer scraps from dining establishments after hours, consuming only discarded leftovers to avoid the risk of imprisonment. Even if caught by the proprietors, they would hardly take severe action against him. Last night, after satiating his hunger, fatigue had struck him unexpectedly, prompting him to rest against the table for just a moment. To his dismay, he had dozed off until dawn, only to be caught red-handed by the owner. It was likely that the entity claiming to be a system had transported him to this precise moment in time. Hello, system. Are you still there? Shouldn't you provide me with some seed money? He implored. My husband is in Jing City. Shouldn't you grant me sufficient funds for a first-class ticket to find him? Silence ensued. The onlookers regarded him with bemusement. With an awkward smile, Song Yuan retreated to a secluded corner, lowering his voice to call out to the system once more. Damn it, I've been played by this system. How am I supposed to approach my handsome, wealthy husband when I'm so impoverished and unattractive? Suddenly, A line of text materialized before his eyes. The protagonist, named Su Yuza, sole heir of the Su Corporation, a first-year art student at a university. Song Yuanan had never pursued formal education, but after marrying Lin Yuxu, he had attended numerous art exhibitions to elevate his social standing, often hearing others reference a university. It seemed to be one of the nation's premier institutions. A wealthy and academically accomplished individual indeed warranted the title of protagonist. No wonder the system looked down upon him, deeming him a mere bystander of no significance. How could he possibly compare? One was a phoenix, while the other was but a common chicken. What about my husband? Song Yuanan inquired excitedly. In an instant, another line of text appeared. The protagonist's partner, named Lin Yuxu, a repeat student residing near Fenghuan. Song Yuanan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was familiar with Fenghuan, where real estate prices soared to a staggering 15,000 per square meter. Given that it was a decade earlier, the cost would likely be lower, allowing Lin Yuxu to provide him with 2 properties as a matchmaking fee. The reason Song Yuan agreed to undertake such arduous tasks for the system was to facilitate a connection between 2 individuals and earn a handsome matchmaking fee. Given their wealth, offering him 2 apartments as a token of gratitude would hardly be excessive. Song Yuan had meticulously devised a plan to fulfill the system's requirements, and in his youth, he aimed to secure the company of another affluent man to support him. However, he insisted that this new companion must possess a semblance of normalcy, as he had no desire to become a mere specimen for someone else's whims. For the sake of financial gain, he could tolerate a lack of conventional attractiveness. Someone like Lin Yuxu, who was both handsome and wealthy, seemed to harbor a treacherous pitfall for him. Perhaps it was better to seek a new partner, one that could ensure a longer lifespan. However, what did repeat student mean? Song Yuan scratched his head, deeming it unimportant and disregarding it. The system had only provided him with these 2 pieces of information, leaving him no choice but to seek out Lin Yuxu on his own. Retracing his memories, he returned to his dormitory, rummaging through a rusted drawer to retrieve all his essential documents. The clothes he owned were outdated and unappealing, with a sense of disdain. He sifted through them for quite some time, ultimately selecting 2 relatively presentable outfits to stuff into his luggage. As he was about to leave, a close friend from the dormitory grasped his arm. "Where are you off to?" Song Yuan smiled warmly at him. To live a better life. While he longed to fly, the money in his account permitted only a train journey. Thus, he purchased the cheapest hard seat available and endured 2 days and nights of discomfort before the train finally arrived in the capital. At that moment, Song Yuan felt grimy and odorous, embarrassed to confront Lin Yuxu in such a state. He hurriedly disembarked and made his way to the most affordable inn, renting a room for 2 hours to cleanse himself and freshen up before heading to Fenghuan. Upon arriving at Fenghuan, he was taken aback by the unfinished construction. This was the location the system had indicated, yet it was evident that the project was far from completion, potentially taking several years before it was finished. Could it be that this development was spearheaded by Lin Yuxu? He had never heard Lin Yuxu mention it before while they were together in bed. Unsure of where to locate him, Song Yuan contemplated entering the construction site to inquire about the project manager. If he had misjudged, he would promptly head to Lin Yuxu's villa. However, he was uncertain if the villa they once inhabited a decade ago still existed. It was a gamble he had to take. Navigating around the security guard stationed outside, Song Yuan slipped into the site stealthily, reminiscent of a thief. Having been pampered for 2 years, the sudden entrance into a dusty construction zone caused him to furrow his brow and wear a pained expression. He was nearing his limit, exhausted from the train journey and the chaotic environment of the site. All he desired was to find Lin Yuxu swiftly, indulge in a luxurious bath in an oversized tub, and then recline on a soft, expensive bed for a restful sleep. With a strikingly beautiful face, Song Yuan's presence in such a place was akin to a lamb wandering into a den of wolves, drawing the ardent gazes of the laborers who were hauling bricks. He swallowed nervously, his timid eyes scanning the faces of the workers until he settled on a seemingly amiable individual. "Excuse me, good sir, do you happen to know who the contractor for this project is?" The man appeared friendly, yet his tone was anything but, As a mere worker, how could I possibly know who the contractor is?" The laborers scrutinized him, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "Are you looking for someone?" "Yes, I'm searching for Lin Yuxu." "Are you familiar with him?" Lin Yuxu's name sounded vaguely familiar. Another worker overheard and pointed in a particular direction. "Isn't that the new summer intern?" "Summer intern?" Song Yuanon followed the direction indicated by the worker and spotted a man not far away pouring cement, with sharp features and a cool demeanor. His broad shoulders and narrow waist were accentuated by a white t-shirt drenched in sweat, revealing hints of muscle beneath. Aside from his different skin tone, his appearance and aura were strikingly reminiscent of her husband. Song Yuanon glanced at Lin Yuxu's dust-covered trousers and the inexpensive sneakers he wore, instantly shutting her eyes in shock. This must be a figment of her imagination, right? Or was her husband, the one with the overflowing wealth? How had he suddenly transformed into a poor laborer on a construction site? Chapter 3. Are you a puppy? No matter how much Song Yuanon opened and closed her eyes, she could not alter the reality before her. The worker was indeed her wealthy husband. How could this be? Surely he was just experiencing life in a different manner. Come to think of it, Lin Yuxu had rarely mentioned his childhood, and she had naturally assumed he was a privileged young masterborn with a silver spoon in his mouth. "Hey, summer intern." The worker who had just asked for directions approached Lin Yuxu. "Is this kid your friend?" Lin Yuxu set down the small cart filled with cement and wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel draped over his shoulder. Song Yuanon thought to herself. This action was so practiced that it left her unable to deceive herself any longer. Lin Yuxu finally turned his attention to Song Yuanon, his gaze cold and penetrating, examining her with sharp scrutiny. For the first time, she saw such an expression on Lin Yuxu's face. From the moment she pursued him to their marriage, Lin Yuxu had always exuded warmth and generosity, rarely regarding her with such detached appraisal. Feeling somewhat awkward, Song Yuanon didn't know where to place her hands. "I don't know him," Lin Yuxu replied, retracting his gaze. "Oh, that's strange. This young fellow specifically asked for you." Lin Yuxu ignored them, pulling the cart to fetch more cement. "He said he doesn't know you. Could it be that you've mistaken him for someone else?" The worker teased. "You mentioned looking for the contractor, yet this kid clearly appears as poor as can be. How could he possibly be the contractor?" Song Yuanon couldn't help but grimace. "I don't need your commentary. I'm well aware." Another worker joined them, unable to suppress his curiosity. "I heard he is here to earn tuition, right? It must be quite tough for him, working everywhere and delaying his studies. I think you mentioned wanting to retake the year." Song Yuanon was taken aback. So that was the meaning behind being a repeat student. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Is he really that poor?" The workers looked at her with odd expressions, as if to say, at an age when one should be studying, how could he not be struggling? In that moment, she felt as if struck by lightning. This deceptive system had lured her here, claiming that Lin Yuxu could support her. Given Lin Yuxu's current state, it seemed she would be the one supporting him. Song Yuanon had no intention of engaging in such a losing venture. She shot Lin Yuxu a sharp glare and turned to leave. Since both protagonists are positioned as the dominant and submissive roles, his assistance is rendered unnecessary. Their bond is so profound that they are destined to be together. The system indicated that his marriage to Lin Yuxu caused the narrative to derail. Thus, refraining from marriage would suffice. He should consider marrying a wealthy individual instead, continuing his lavish lifestyle. Song Yuan departed from the construction site, intending to take a taxi to an upscale hotel for some rest before seeking employment in venues frequented by the affluent. However, upon checking his phone balance, he was utterly dismayed. Goodness, where's all his money gone? He was left with a mere 20 yuan. Suddenly, it dawned on him that all his funds had been spent on transportation, and this paltry sum was barely enough for a meal. No matter his prowess, he could not secure a new partner at this moment. Moreover, given his current appearance, he would require a decent outfit to attract suitors. Glancing back at the construction site, he resigned himself to the idea of staying at Lin Yuxu's residence for a few days. Defeated, Song Yuan scurried back to the site, finding a secure corner to crouch down while his eyes innocently fixated on Lin Yuxu, who was engrossed in his work. Lin Yuxu, irritated by the intense gaze, shot a glare in Song Yuan's direction. Song Yuan felt a pang of sorrow. He indeed did not appreciate the current version of Lin Yuxu. He was so intimidating. In hopes of securing a place to sleep that night, Song Yuan suppressed his feelings but dared not continue staring at Lin Yuxu. As evening approached, the workers received their boxed meals. Song Yuan's stomach growled in protest as he fixated on the box in one worker's hands, swallowing hard. He had only consumed instant noodles earlier in the day, which had long been digested. He was truly on the verge of starvation. After a moment of hesitation, he bravely approached Lin Yuxu's side. Lin Yuxu was seated, deftly eating his rice, and upon hearing a slight movement, he furrowed his brow in annoyance. Song Yuan crouched beside him, lifting his face with eyes full of longing. "I'm hungry." Lin Yuxu ignored him. The aroma of the food wafted towards Song Yuan, intensifying his hunger. "It smells so good. What are you eating?" Lin Yuxu, still unresponsive, prompted Song Yuan to be more direct. He pointed to the chicken leg in the box, which had already been bitten into. "I want to eat this." Finally, Lin Yuxu spoke, yet his expression remained stoic. "I've already bitten it. That's all right. I can eat it." After all, he had kissed Lin Yuxu numerous times and consumed far more outrageous things than a mere chicken leg that had been nibbled. "No, it's dirty." Song Yuan thought he was implying he was dirty and hastily clarified, "I'm not dirty. I took a shower before coming here, and my teeth are spotless. Just look." He immediately grinned widely, inviting Lin Yuxu to inspect his teeth. Lin Yuxu, feeling he was dealing with a lunatic, turned away from Song Yuan and finished the chicken leg in one go. As Song Yuan watched him discard the bone into the trash, his eyes welled with tears. So stingy. Clearly, Lin Yuxu had not been this frugal during their marriage. He would have unhesitatingly purchased any jewelry Song Yuan fancied while shopping, let alone a mere chicken leg. Indeed, poverty can breed bitterness. He has grown to detest Lin Yuxu. Song Yuan remains blissfully unaware that they are mere strangers to each other now, with their cause and effect relationship entirely inverted. He feels a sense of grievance and a gnawing hunger. Had he known that Lin Yuxu was so impoverished and miserly, he would have delayed his arrival in the capital, where he could have dined on the generous hospitality of his hometown. Now, having journeyed all this way to seek out Lin Yuxu, he finds himself financially drained and caught in a predicament. As Lin Yuxu nears the end of his meal, he suddenly hears a sound of weeping behind him. Lin Yuxu muses to himself. It seems he hasn't done anything at all. Why is he crying? How delicate. A worker notices Song Yuan's tears and waves him over. "Hey, little brother, don't cry. You can have my leftover lunch. I've barely touched it. Come and take it." Song Yuan's eyes brighten. He wipes his tears and rises to approach. Suddenly, he feels a firm grip on his wrist and turns to see Lin Yuxu's icy visage. "Are you a puppy, eating someone else's leftovers?" Lin Yuxu, visibly irritated, runs a hand through his hair. "Never mind, just wait here." With that, he discards his empty lunchbox into a nearby bin and strides away. Confused, Song Yuan stands still, waiting. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Yuxu returns carrying a bag. With a stern expression, he thrusts the bag into Song Yuan's hands. "Take this and eat it. Don't disturb me again." Opening the convenience store bag, Song Yuan peers inside to discover a curry bento, snacks, and milk. His heart swells with joy, akin to receiving exquisite jewels in a previous life. "Thank you, darling." Chapter 4. Will you shelter me? "Don't call me that," Lin Yuxu retorts, his expression sour, with a faint blush gracing his ears. "Who taught you to ingratiate yourself in such a manner? Just because I buy you a meal, you call me darling?" Song Yuan had anticipated Lin Yuxu's anger. In his previous life, Lin Yuxu relished hearing him utter those words, especially in intimate moments, often coercing him to speak them before teasing him into a state of weakness. "Fine, I want to say it," Song Yuan mumbles under his breath. "I was planning to find someone else anyway." Lin Yuxu, not catching the full meaning, dismisses it with, "Hurry up and leave me alone." He dons his safety helmet and some colleagues gather around, gossiping about him. "Is he really someone you know? That bag must have cost a fair bit. That convenience store across the street charges an arm and a leg. I usually avoid it. I can't afford their prices." Lin Yuxu is notoriously frugal on the construction site. When he first joined, it was customary to buy cigarettes for the seniors, or at the very least, provide each person with a bottle of water if funds were lacking. Yet, Lin Yuxu disregarded such social niceties entirely, refusing to part with even a dime. He never treated anyone, not even for a 50-cent popsicle, which resulted in his unpopularity, rendering him almost invisible over time. As now, when his colleagues gossip, Lin Yuxu remains indifferent, picking up his tools and continuing his work. Children these days have no manners. Indeed, as Lin Yuxu engaged in his work, he could not help but cast a glance towards Song Yuan. He had anticipated that once Song Yuan acquired his meal, he would take his leave. To his surprise, Song Yuan settled into the very chair Lin had recently vacated, picking up the curry bento and beginning to eat with his head bowed. Lin Yuxu furrowed his brow, but refrained from voicing any objections. It mattered little where one dined, provided they did not disturb him. The evening work at the construction site was rather effortless, with only the finishing touches remaining. Song Yuan ate slowly, and it was not until Lin Yuxu completed his tasks that he finally closed the lid of his bento, letting out a sigh of contentment and displaying a look of satisfaction. He rubbed his slightly protruding belly and lifted his gaze to locate Lin Yuxu, only to find him already shouldering his backpack, preparing to depart. In a hurry, Song Yuan rose and hurried after him, exclaiming, "Lin Yuxu, wait for me." Lin Yuxu's posture stiffened, and he quickened his pace. His long legs allowed him to stride swiftly, nearly leaving Song Yuan behind. Upon reaching the entrance of Lin Yuxu's rented apartment, Song Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly, and he found himself somewhat out of breath. "Why are you running so fast?" "I almost couldn't keep up," he panted. Lin Yuxu paused in his search for the key, turning his stiff neck to face Song Yuan. "Why are you still here?" he asked, his brow furrowed with evident displeasure. "Did I not tell you not to disturb me?" Song Yuan appeared oblivious to the impropriety of his actions. Tilting his head, he replied, "But I want to go home with you." Lin Yuxu quipped, "It feels akin to feeding a stray dog, only to have it cling to you. Do you not have a home of your own?" Song Yuan shook his head. Lin Yuxu, once again at a loss for words, regretted his earlier kindness. "You don't even know me. Just because I treated you to a meal, you decide to follow me home? Aren't you afraid I might be a villain?" Song Yuan was aware that Lin Yuxu was indeed a villain. During the years he spent in a comatose state, he had personally witnessed Lin Yuxu's disturbing inclinations. The thought caused a pang of pain to shoot through his hands. "But I have nowhere else to go," he lamented. "I have no money left. I spent it all searching for you." "Searching for me?" Lin Yuxu's demeanor shifted to one of wariness, his gaze turning sharp and icy as he scrutinized Song Yuan. "Were you sent by Lin Feiqing?" Song Yuan blinked in confusion. "Who are you talking about? What city?" Lin Yuxu concluded. "It must have nothing to do with the Lin family. Lin Feiqing would not send someone so foolish to approach him." "Leave." Lin Yuxu, unwilling to be pursued by Song Yuan, displayed a fierce expression, his tone laced with a hint of menace. "If you continue to follow me, I will resort to violence." Startled by his expression, Song Yuan stood frozen in place. Lin Yuxu hastily retrieved his key, entered his apartment, and coldly shut the door behind him. With tears welling in his eyes, Song Yuan pouted and found a relatively clean spot to sit down on the ground. Had the Lin Yuxu who had married and been possessed, he had once been considerate and gentlemanly, speaking with a gentle demeanor, not the type to lash out at him without provocation. "Well then, I shall spend the night on the streets," he resolved. "Tomorrow, I will seek employment at a high-end club. With a bit of proper grooming and donning clean, elegant attire, my look should suffice to sustain me." Upon returning home, Lin Yuxu immediately took a shower. As he emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, he instinctively glanced towards the window. It couldn't be possible, Lin Yuxu pondered. Yet he approached the window and looked down. Upon discerning the situation below, a vein throbbed violently at his temple. Song Yuan lay on the ground, covered by a piece of cardboard scavenged from who knows where, blissfully asleep, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Not far away, several middle-aged men had their gazes fixed upon him, restless with intent. "Fools!" Lin Yuxu muttered a curse under his breath before seizing his keys and stepping outside. The group of men had already surrounded Song Yuan, whispering amongst themselves as they scrutinized him. "Get away!" Lin Yuxu commanded with a fierce glare. "If you don't leave, I will call the police." The men glanced at Lin Yuxu, sensing his formidable demeanor, and reluctantly retreated. Startled by the commotion, Song Yuan awoke, sitting up and rubbing his eyes in confusion. "Who is calling the police?" Is it illegal for beggars to sleep on the streets of Jing City? Seeing Song Yuhan's bewildered expression, Lin Yuxu couldn't help but let out a laugh tinged with anger. He lifted his foot and nudged the cardboard covering Song Yuhan. Get up. Finally roused, Song Yuhan glared with wide eyes. I'm not following you. I'm just sleeping downstairs at your place. Is that a crime? Lin Yuxu found himself both exasperated and amused by Song Yuhan's antics. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't get up, I want to take you in. Song Yuhan's eyes brightened. You're taking me in? 3. Lin Yuxu began counting down. How long will you take me in? 2. Song Yuhan hurriedly scrambled to his feet, covering Lin Yuxu's mouth with his hand. Don't count. I'm up. Lin Yuxu promptly swatted Song Yuhan's hand away, his eyes filled with disdain. You're filthy. Don't touch my mouth with your hands. Song Yuhan scoffed internally, reflecting on who was truly filthy. After all, it was Lin Yuxu who had kissed his feet on their wedding night, repeatedly exclaiming how sweet he smelled. If it weren't for the desire to marry into a wealthy family, Song Yuhan would have called him a complete pervert. Chapter 5. My poor husband. As Song Yuhan followed Lin Yuxu into the rented room, he beheld the stark, unadorned single room and couldn't help but wrinkle his nose, his beautiful eyes betraying a clear disdain. Such a poor husband, he thought. No, it should be ex-husband. Lin Yuxu, catching the expression on his face, couldn't suppress a chuckle. You're the one sleeping on the street, yet you disdain this place? Song Yuhan, taken aback by Lin Yuxu's perceptiveness, quickly shook his head and waved his hands. I'm not disdainful. I actually like it here. Fearing that Lin Yuxu might throw him out, he plopped down onto the floor, adopting a stubborn posture. Having grown accustomed to Song Yuhan's inexplicable behavior, Lin Yuxu couldn't muster the energy to laugh and simply grabbed the back of Song Yuhan's collar, lifting him up. Startled, Song Yuhan wrapped his arms around Lin Yuxu's waist, his comical gesture resembling that of a sloth. You said you would take me in. You can't just play tricks on me. Lin Yuxu closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Let go. No. Fine. Then I'll just dunk you in the water for a bath. Song Yuhan paused, lifting his gaze to Lin Yuxu. A bath? Having just lain on the street, he was utterly filthy. I had only mopped the floor that morning, so I insisted he leave without taking a shower. Song Yuan comprehended his implication and immediately released his grip. I will wash. I'm going to do so now. As he approached the bathroom, his steps faltered, and he turned back. What is it now? Lin Yuxu pinched the bridge of his nose. With a flushed face, Song Yuan whispered, My luggage is stored at the train station. May I wear your clothes for the time being? Lin Yuxu regretted his meddling once more. He should have simply ignored it. How could someone of such age not take care of themselves? Having brought him back already, it would seem quite ungracious to cast him out again. After a moment of inner conflict, Lin Yuxu approached the wardrobe, retrieved a set of pajamas, and tossed them into Song Yuan's arms. You must return them washed once you leave. Song Yuan touched the fabric of the pajamas, feeling somewhat disdainful of the coarse material that would surely irritate his delicate skin. Since marrying Lin Yuxu, he had grown accustomed to a life of luxury and opulence. Having been reborn just 2 or 3 days ago, how could he adjust so swiftly? What are you still standing there for? With a moment's clarity, Song Yuan instinctively clutched the clothing tightly. I'm going now, just a little longer to endure. Tomorrow morning, he would attend an interview at a club, seeking a wealthy patron to continue his lavish lifestyle. While Song Yuan was bathing, Lin Yuxu's gaze fell upon the small handbag that Song Yuan had been carrying. Without a moment's hesitation, he unzipped the bag and rummaged through its contents. There was little inside: an identification card, a few crumpled 1-yuan bills, and an old phone with a cracked screen. It indeed painted a picture of poverty, making his stay on the streets seem far from exaggerated. Lin Yuxu picked up Song Yuan's ID, his dark eyes narrowing slightly. 18 years old, quite similar in age to himself. He doubted that Lin Feiqing had orchestrated this. If someone were to be arranged to approach him, it would be unlikely they would choose someone so young and seemingly devoid of cunning. Lin Yuxu recalled how Song Yuan had appeared while sleeping downstairs. If he were not genuinely simple-minded, he was quite the actor. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening, his expression darkening as he quickly reassembled the items. Song Yuan peeked out, glancing at Lin Yuxu, who was engrossed in his phone on the sofa. I don't have a towel. May I use yours? Lin Yuxu furrowed his brow and replied, Wait a moment. I will get you a new one. Once Song Yuan received the towel, he flashed a smile at Lin Yuxu before promptly closing the door behind him. Shortly after, he emerged, the tips of his hair damp, water droplets clinging to his eyelashes. Lin Yuxu, towering over him, found the clothing hung loosely on his frame, covering only just enough. Song Yuan decided against wearing pants, knowing they would only need constant adjustment, which would be quite bothersome. As Lin Yuxu tidied the sofa, he turned to see Song Yuan's pale, tender legs, their knees tinged with pink, nearly gritting his teeth in frustration. Where are your pants? In the bathroom, replied Song Yuan, unaware that he was doing anything wrong. He often wandered in front of Lin Yuxu without attire. However, each time he did this, Lin Yuxu would become frenzied, enveloping him in an embrace and subjecting him to a vigorous ordeal. Eventually, Song Yuan remembered the lesson. No matter how Lin Yuxu coaxed him, he dared not emerge from the bath in his natural state. Of course, if Lin Yuxu were to present him with jewelry, he might indulge himself a little. Yet, the current Lin Yuxu, always complaining about his unkempt appearance, would certainly refrain from any contact, alleviating any concerns. Why aren't you wearing pants? Song Yuan gazed at Lin Yuxu with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Isn't it your fault for being so large that I can't wear anything? Lin Yuxu assessed Song Yuan, momentarily at a loss for words. Never mind. You can sleep on the sofa. I've already prepared a blanket for you. Lin Yuxu paused, frowning as he looked at Song Yuan. You don't snore, do you? If I do, even if I were to break my word, I would have to send you away. I don't snore. Song Yuan bit his lip, mustering the courage to point at the bed. Can I sleep here? Lin Yuxu chuckled in exasperation. You a guest. Dare to make demands? I was just asking. If you say no, then so be it. Song Yuan approached the sofa and lay down, seemingly dissatisfied with its size, tossing and turning in search of a comfortable position. Lin Yuxu found this increasingly irritating. Just go sleep on the bed. All right. Song Yuan immediately sprang up from the sofa and dashed to the bed. Lin Yuxu had never encountered anyone as audacious as Song Yuan. With an early morning workday ahead, Lin Yuxu, who valued his sleep, swiftly extinguished the light and prepared for slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, he heard a faint voice. This bed is so hard. Lin Yuxu turned away, choosing to ignore Song Yuan as complaints. Doubt began to creep in. Such a pampered upbringing, this fool can't possibly have been sent by Lin Feiqing. Chapter 6. Then starved when Lin Yuxu awoke, Song Yuan was still fast asleep. He sat on the sofa for quite a while, then turned his gaze to the person on the bed. Song Yuan's sleeping posture left much to be desired. The blanket had been kicked to the floor, and his shirt had ridden up, exposing his pale and slender waist, along with two beautifully straight legs. Lin Yuxu felt a tightening in his chest and quickly rose to fetch some water from the kitchen. How reckless, lacking any sense of danger. I can't fathom how he grew up like this. After washing up, Lin Yuxu steamed 2 buns, leaving one for Song Yuan and taking the other with him as he departed. Before leaving, he glanced back at the person on the bed, furrowing his brow before stepping out of the apartment. Upon waking, Song Yuan rubbed his eyes, bewildered. What a hard bed, my back aches. Had he known that life after rebirth would be so arduous, he would have been content to remain a mere vegetable. The system had claimed that Lin Yuxu would turn him into a specimen, perhaps merely as a scare tactic. With a sigh, Song Yuan noticed the white buns on the table. He grimaced, climbed out of bed, and opened Lin Yuxu's wardrobe. How impoverished. Everything looked so worn. Song Yuan was selective in his choices and finally picked out a somewhat presentable outfit, which he donned with a belt to prevent his trousers from sagging. His luggage remained stored at the train station, as he planned to retrieve it after his interview at the upscale club he had specifically sought out in the city. With aspirations of transforming his fortunes and securing a wealthy partner to replace the impoverished laborer, he was taken aback when a supervisor, upon viewing his identification, shook his head regretfully. You have only just reached adulthood. We do not require someone so young, the supervisor remarked. Song Yuan was momentarily stunned, not anticipating the age restriction. Though I may appear youthful, my thoughts are quite mature, he protested. The supervisor scrutinized him with a peculiar gaze, returning his ID. Young lad, at your age, you should focus on your studies. This path is not as easy as you might imagine. Taking shortcuts will only lead to your detriment. The supervisor noted Song's frail appearance, resembling someone suffering from malnutrition, and mused that hiring him might suggest mistreatment. Dismissed from the club, Song lingered at the entrance for quite some time, disheartened by the absence of a more formidable benefactor than Lin Yuxu. He eventually made his way to the train station to collect his belongings before heading to the construction site to find Lin Yuxu. Lin Yuxu was in the midst of lifting heavy objects when he suddenly heard the teasing comments of his co-workers. "Look, your little wife has come to find you again." Frowning slightly, he glanced over to see Song Yuanan approaching with a sycophantic smile. "Hello," Song waved. Upon noticing that Lin Yuxu's clothing was being worn by someone else, the tension in Lin's temples began to throb. He dropped the load on his shoulders and strode towards Song with purpose. Before he could voice his concerns, Song wore an expression of feigned innocence. "I'm hungry," Song stated. Lin Yuxu replied curtly, "If you're hungry, go buy yourself something to eat." "I have no money," Song retorted boldly. Lin Yuxu nearly laughed in disbelief. "Then just stay hungry." He turned to resume his work, only to feel a tug on the hem of his shirt. "Darling, please take me out for a meal." Lin Yuxu shot a glare at Song. "Try calling me that again, and I'll make you regret it." Startled by the intensity of his gaze, Song gulped nervously but refused to release his grip on Lin's shirt. The two remained locked in a standoff for a considerable time, until Lin Yuxu finally relented. Resigning himself to the situation, he thought of it as merely taking in a stray dog. He pulled out his wallet, retrieving a 10 yuan note. But after a moment's contemplation, he exchanged it for a 20 and pressed it into Song's hands. "There are many eateries down the street. Take this and buy yourself something to eat." A smile broke across Song's face as he turned and dashed away without uttering a word of thanks. Lin Yuxu couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of it all. Half an hour later, Song Yuanan returned with a takeout box and found a chair to sit down. As he ate, he watched Lin Yuxu work. Lin had grown accustomed to Song's gaze and paid him no mind, acting as though he were invisible. During their staggered breaks, a worker wiped his brow and sat down beside Song. "What is your relationship with him?" In the eyes of the workers, gossip is an undeniable truth. Curiously, one remarked, "I see you constantly calling him your husband. Could it be that you two have truly tied the knot?" "He was my husband once." Song Yuan pondered for a moment before replying, "But I suppose we are now separated." The worker chuckled, "But you're both so young. How could you have even registered your marriage? They all say you're a little crazy. I didn't believe it at first, but now I'm convinced, haha." Presently, they were speculating that this foolish girl had some issues, having latched onto Lin Yuxu. Lin Yuxu, being exceedingly youthful, was unsure how to extricate himself from her clinginess, thus allowing her to persist. Yet, it was indeed peculiar. Lin Yuxu was notoriously frugal, so what could possibly entice him to support this foolish girl? Perhaps it was her looks that captivated him. The worker's gaze fixated on Song Yuhan's profile, inching closer with an increasingly greedy expression. "Why not come home with me? I can be far more generous than that guy. I wouldn't even let you eat a boxed meal." Having tidied up the trash and disposed of it, Song Yuhan replied, "That one do. I can be rather selective. You must either be wealthy or handsome, and you possess neither." The worker retorted, "Aren't you the one they call the little fool? How does he not seem foolish at all?" Lin Yuxu, noticing the commotion, adopted a cold demeanor. He set down what he was holding and approached Song Yuhan. "You've had your fill. Shouldn't you be returning now?" Song Yuhan nodded and extended his hand. "The keys." Lin Yuxu glanced at the luggage beside him, gritting his teeth. "I meant you should return to your own home." Song Yuhan blinked, "But I don't have a home. I'm an adult now and can't return to the orphanage. The matron works so hard. There's no reason for her to continue supporting me." Both Lin Yuxu and the worker, who was eavesdropping, heard his words. The worker couldn't help but slap himself in frustration. He truly was a fool. Lin Yuxu remained silent for a while, then retrieved a key from his pocket. "If you make my home a mess, you'll be in serious trouble." "Thank you, Brother Yuxu," Song Yuhan said as he accepted the key and stowed it in his pocket. He then pulled out a pack of rainbow candies he had just purchased and offered one. "Brother Yuxu, open your mouth." Lin Yuxu frowned tightly, his expression one of distaste. "Your hands are filthy. You can eat it yourself." However, he did not anticipate that Song Yuan would seize the opportunity while he was speaking and toss the candy into his mouth. Realizing Lin Yuxu was about to explode, Song Yuan grabbed his luggage and sprinted 10 meters away. "I'll wait for you at home," he called out. "Don't be too late. Remember to bring me dinner." Lin Yuxu, infuriated, bit into the candy, the sickly sweet flavor flooding his mouth. He should never have meddled. Chapter 7. Exhaustion and Fill for the first time. Lin Yuxu left work early, and on his way home, he bought a bowl of wonton noodles for the ravenous Song Yuan. As he reached the door and felt for the keys in his pocket, he glanced at the takeout box in his hand and let out a helpless chuckle. What was happening to him? There was no need to concern himself with that person. Just as Lin Yuxu took out the keys, the door swung open, revealing Song Yuan clad only in a white shirt. He glanced at Song Yuan's legs, instinctively using his body to shield the other from view, lest the neighbor across the way catch sight of him. "Why are you not wearing pants again? It's hot, and there's no air conditioning," Song Yuan pouted, sounding aggrieved. "Can't you turn on the fan?" "I did, but it was too noisy, so I turned it off." Song Yuan's eyes brightened as he looked at what Lin Yuxu was holding. "Did you bring me something delicious?" Lin Yuxu had already given up on arguing with him about this and handed the takeout to Song Yuan wonton noodles. "Thank you, Lao Song." Song Yuan almost forgot to address him properly, pausing before smiling and adding, "Yuxu." Lin Yuxu regarded him with a strange expression but did not correct him. Song Yuan seemed famished as he hurried to the dining table. He opened the packaging, scooped up a wonton with a spoon, and without letting it cool, took a big bite, only to flush red from the heat. Lin Yuxu chuckled softly, observing him with a bemused gaze. Truly, as the workers at the construction site had said, he was somewhat of a dimwit. After a moment, Lin Yuxu seemed to recollect something, his expression turning serious. "Have you considered your future?" With his mouth full, Song Yuan spoke somewhat indistinctly. "What about it?" Noticing Song Yuan's confusion, Lin Yuxu frowned. "You're not planning to just stay here indefinitely, are you?" Song Yuan tilted his head in bewilderment. "Is that not permissible?" They had been married in a previous life. It was only natural for him to be taken in until he found a new place. "Of course not," Lin Yuxu snapped, emphasizing his words. "I can only host you for a month at most. Beyond that, you'll need to find your own accommodation." Song Yuan immediately lost his appetite, asking softly, "A month is too short. Can be a bit longer? How long do you want?" Song Yuan pondered seriously before responding, "A year. This way, he would be of suitable age to enter a high-end club." "Lin Yuxu, you seem determined to stay here, don't you?" It wasn't that he couldn't afford to support Song Yuan, but he simply disliked having someone intrude upon his life, filling his space with unfamiliarity. Moreover, he couldn't be certain whether Song Yuan was truly sent by Lin Feiqing. "No, a month at most." Song Yuan opened his mouth to protest, but Lin Yuxu interrupted him. "If you keep whining, I'll throw you out right now." "You stingy miser," Song Yuan muttered, seeing him dejectedly hang his head. Lin Yuxu felt a pang in his heart, and his tone softened. "Are you planning to study or work?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yuxu scrutinized Song Yuan. "You didn't go to school, did you?" "No, I just don't like studying." Song Yuan sensed a peculiar tone in his voice and thought Lin Yuxu looked down on him, unable to resist a complaint. "You didn't study either. You went to the construction site to move bricks." Lin Yuxu chuckled in exasperation. "Can it be compared? I'm merely not studying for the time being." "Still moving bricks," Song Yuan replied, leaving Lin Yuxu a loss for words. Choosing not to engage him further on this topic. "You have just reached adulthood, and it seems unlikely that you will secure a decent job." Lin Yuxu paused, then remarked to Song Yuan, "I have a friend whose family runs a clothing store. I could introduce you. They provide meals and accommodation, and the monthly salary is approximately 2,500. "Only 2,500? Song Yuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment before shaking his head. "I would rather serve at high society banquets, where I could earn 600 to 700 a day. Unfortunately, I currently lack the connections to get in. In my past life, I was introduced by a certain boss, but it will take years before I encounter him again, and I have no idea where to find him now." "You think it is too little?" Lin Yuxu chuckled, incredulous. "I have never encountered someone so desperately impoverished yet so finicky. Having a job at all is quite remarkable. At your young age, it is uncertain whether anyone would be willing to hire you. Then why don't you take the job yourself?" Song Yuan countered. You think it's so little, Lin Yuxu retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he added, if you had the strength, you could also work at a construction site, where the pay is indeed higher than that of a clothing store. No, it's too exhausting and filthy, Song Yuan replied. Lin Yuxu was at a loss. With a stoic expression, he stood up and went to the wardrobe to retrieve his clothes. Why engage in such lengthy conversation with a stranger? What happens from here on is of no concern to him. As he passed by Song Yuan while holding his clothes, he paused, pointing at the white steamed buns on the table. If you waste food again, do not expect me to bring you anything to eat. Song Yuan. Thus, the two inexplicably embarked on a cohabitation journey. Song Yuan naturally claimed Lin Yuxu's bed, and over time, even his clothes. One morning, as Lin Yuxu changed his attire, he caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance lingering on the fabric, reminiscent of peaches, likely a residue of body lotion. He decided to remove his shirt entirely and stepped out of the bathroom to find Song Yuan, who had risen unusually early, seated at the dining table, enjoying the buns Lin Yuxu had steamed. Don't you have any clothes of your own? Lin Yuxu inquired, somewhat annoyed. Why are you always wearing mine? Song Yuan glanced up, momentarily captivated by Lin Yuxu's muscular physique. He had not anticipated that his husband had such a well-defined figure in his youth. Noticing Song Yuan's unabashed gaze lingering on his body, Lin Yuxu cursed under his breath and hastily donned his shirt. He observed Song Yuan's ears turn crimson and felt a wave of confusion. Could this truly be his peculiar husband? I'm asking you a question. Why are you wearing my clothes? Lin Yuxu said sternly. Song Yuan, sensing Lin Yuxu's displeasure, timidly shrank back. I won't tea with them anymore. There is no need to be so fierce. He was simply struggling to adjust to his rebirth and had unconsciously taken to wearing Lin Yuxu's clothing. Lin Yuxu paused, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Forget it. I have no time to lecture you. He picked up a bun from the table and said to Song Yuan, you can handle your own lunch. Don't keep coming to the construction site looking for me. Song Yuan's expression was hesitant, as if he had much to say. Lin Yuxu, perceiving his unspoken thoughts, pulled out 2 100 yuan bills from his pocket and placed them on the table. This is for the week. As he approached the door, Lin Yuxu felt that his actions were lacking in principle, prompting him to turn back towards Song Yuan. With less than half a month remaining, it is imperative that I find a place to stay and move out promptly. Song Yuan suddenly flashed him a smile. Rest assured, I have secured a job and will begin a trial next week. If all goes well, I will be moving out soon. Chapter 8. Do not be deceived upon witnessing the joy on his face. Lin Yuxu felt an inexplicable discomfort. What kind of job is it? Is it reliable? Lin Yuxu's expression was laden with skepticism. Don't be fooled. It's definitely reliable. Unaware of Lin Yuxu's disquiet, Song Yuan cheerfully continued. I searched for quite some time before finding this opportunity. Many wealthy individuals frequent that place. They certainly want to default on wages. Wealthy individuals? Lin Yuxu furrowed his brow, growing increasingly doubtful. What kind of wealthy individuals? Glancing at the clock on the wall, Song Yuan urged, aren't you leaving yet? You'll be late for work. Lin Yuxu also checked the time, pursed his lips, and replied, let us discuss this topic tonight. Remember to bring me some late-night snacks. A sense of discomfort washed over Lin Yuxu as he shot a glare at Song Yuan. You have a job now. You can buy your own. Shortly thereafter, the sound of a door slamming echoed through the air. Song Yuan was taken aback. What has happened? He truly is mentally unstable, making it difficult for ordinary people to comprehend him. It's best to return him to the protagonist soon. While working at the construction site, Lin Yuxu could not shake off Song Yuan's words from his mind. Many wealthy individuals. What kind of place could that be? The entire day passed with Lin Yuxu's thoughts wandering. As soon as work ended, he didn't even touch the meal provided by the site. Rushing back to his rented room, the room was enveloped in darkness, and Lin Yuxu paused, assuming Song Yuan had gone out. Upon turning on the light, he discovered Song Yuan sleeping soundly on the bed, clad in pajamas that were still Lin Yuxu's. They hung loosely, revealing a beautifully fair waist. Lin Yuxu let out a humorless chuckle, picking up the blanket that was nearly touching the floor and draping it over Song Yuan. A moment later, realizing he was meddling unnecessarily, Lin Yuxu immediately adopted a stern expression. Never mind. It's not my concern to worry about his job. even if he is deceived. That is his affair. His primary focus now was to ensure he no longer harbored any stray dogs or cats. With a cold snort, he proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. A week later, Song Yuan awoke early to prepare himself. Standing before the small mirror affixed to the wardrobe, he adjusted his new clothes. Lin Yuxu, munching on a steamed bun, fixed his gaze on Song Yuan. He bit into the bun with noticeable displeasure, inquiring, "Where did you get the money for those clothes?" Song Yuan smiled and turned his head to wink at Lin Yuxu. "You gave me 200 last time. I used 100 of it to buy clothes." Approaching Lin Yuxu, Song Yuan spun around and beamed. "How does this white shirt look? Isn't it quite alluring?" Song Yuan was indeed strikingly handsome, and everything suited him well. However, Lin Yuxu's expression darkened further, his brow furrowing. "Aren't you going for a trial? Aren't you worried about getting that white shirt dirty while working? TSK, TSK, TSK. You just don't understand. Dressing like this is precisely for ease of work." At that moment, he would unfasten 2 buttons, creating an alluring aura that could undoubtedly captivate the prey he had set his sights on. Lin Yuxu could not comprehend his meaning, yet sensed a hint of something amiss. "Why aren't you off to work yet?" Song Yuan glanced at Lin Yuxu, his exquisite features revealing a trace of confusion. "It seems you're growing increasingly late." He recalled that when he first moved in, Lin Yuxu would already be on his way to work before he had even risen. Song Yuan had now fully acclimated to the reality of having a wealthy husband reduced to a penniless state. Occasionally, he would urge Lin Yuxu to seek employment and earn money, thus providing an opportunity to meet the protagonist. With Lin Yuxu in such a destitute condition, it would be rather unappealing for the two of them to dine out, with the protagonist always footing the bill. That would certainly diminish their charm. Fortunately, in his past life, he had encountered the generous Lin Yuxu. "Why are you meddling so much?" Lin Yuxu finished the last of his white bun in one breath. "Speaking through gritted teeth, I know my own limits." "Very well then." Song Yuan slung his crossbody bag over his shoulder and remarked to Lin Yuxu, "No need to bring me supper tonight. Perhaps I can manage to eat my fill before returning." With that, Song Yuan left Lin Yuxu's modest rental unit. Humming a cheerful tune, Lin Yuxu's long, defined fingers tapped restlessly on the dining table, revealing his agitation. Within 2 minutes of Song Yuan's departure, he seized his keys and hurried towards the door. Fortunately, Song Yuan's leisurely demeanor allowed Lin Yuxu to catch up to him quickly, stealthily following behind. As Song Yuan ventured closer to the city center, Lin Yuxu's curiosity piqued when he saw Song Yuan turn a corner and enter an upscale club. Lin Yuxu thought to himself, "Song Yuan is broke. He certainly isn't here to spend money." Thus, he could only surmise that Song Yuan's so-called job was to act as a young master within these walls. He should have anticipated this. Given Song Yuan's penchant for easy gains, any work he found would surely lack legitimacy. Lin Yuxu chuckled in exasperation as he lengthened his stride, intending to enter and retrieve Song Yuan. However, the security guard at the entrance blocked his path, regarding Lin Yuxu with disdain. Clad in attire that cost no more than 100 yuan, with sneakers that were already peeling, Lin Yuxu felt out of place. "You must be in the wrong place." The guard scoffed. "The minimum spend here is in the thousands." Lin Yuxu's eyes darkened. Rather than force his way in, he retreated slightly and took out his phone to make a call. "How peculiar that you would call me," the man on the other end teased. "I thought once you left the Lin family, you would cease to contact us. Cut the chatter and do me a favor." Meanwhile, Song Yuan was in the manager's office for an interview. The manager was quite pleased with his appearance and prepared to sign a contract with him immediately. Just as the HR personnel finalized the contract, the manager received a call. Within a minute, his expression shifted dramatically. Seated opposite the manager, Song Yuan observed as the manager abruptly stood and bowed to thin air, speaking with utmost respect. It was likely someone of significant stature. He wondered if that individual would come here to spend money. It would certainly be fortuitous to encounter them. As Song Yuan's thoughts began to drift, he found himself daydreaming about a life of comfort. The manager, having finally ended a phone call, wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Sitting up straight, Song Yuan smiled and inquired, "Can we sign the contract now?" However, before he could grasp the pen, the manager abruptly snatched the contract off the table. Sorry. but we filled all positions and currently do not require new employees. Song Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief at the sudden reversal. But you just mentioned expanding the team. What was said earlier doesn't count, the manager replied. Frustrated, Song Yuan thought to himself, indeed, the tricks of big cities are manifold. Chapter 9. A stray cat found emerging from the upscale club with a disheveled appearance. Song Yuan cast a resentful glance back at the entrance, unable to fathom how the situation had turned so unexpectedly. Shouldn't such establishments always seek fresh faces? It was truly unfortunate. Had he known, he wouldn't have boasted about moving out so soon. Now, he found himself without a job and having spent 100 yuan on clothing. Dejected, he returned home, his stomach growling with hunger, but lacking the funds to remedy it. Lin Yuxu seldom cooked and rarely stocked food at home. Touching his belly, Song Yuan resolved to muster the courage to visit Lin Yuxu at the construction site. Half an hour later, he navigated the familiar grounds and spotted Lin Yuxu, who was lifting bags of cement. He hesitated, unsure how to approach, lingering at a distance. Lin Yuxu naturally noticed Song Yuan's presence, smirking momentarily before suppressing it. Intentionally ignoring him, he walked past. Fidgeting with his fingers, Song Yuan hesitated on how to broach the subject of seeking shelter once more. The deadline for their previous agreement loomed in just a couple of days, and given his current predicament, securing a job and moving out within that time frame seemed impossible. Oh, come see your husband? A worker paused beside him, teasingly remarking, Why are you dressed so nicely today? Are you going on a date? Song Yuan awkwardly forced a smile. A date was the last thing on his mind. Soon, he would be homeless. By the way, you mentioned before about taking me in. Is that still valid? Before he could finish, Lin Yuxu unexpectedly appeared behind him, grasping his collar. What are you doing here? He asked, casting a glance at the worker, who upon meeting Lin Yuxu's cold gaze, discreetly retreated. I'm here to see you. Song Yuan turned to Lin Yuxu, forcing a chuckle. Just checking to see if you're working diligently. Lin Yuxu raised an eyebrow. Since when have you been so concerned about me? Aren't you just here to ask for money for meals? Just a few times, Song Yuan replied. Only a few hundred yuan at most. Such a miser. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he donned a pitiful expression. I genuinely care about you. I worry that you might forget to eat when busy, so I came to supervise your meals. If only he could coax Lin Yuxu to eat a few bites. Observing Song Yuan's reluctance to voice the truth, Lin Yuxu sighed in resignation. Did you fail the trial work? Song Yuan pouted, feeling aggrieved, and said, I haven't even reached the trial work stage, yet they kicked me out. Lin Yuxu, upon hearing this, nearly laughed out of frustration. Going to such a place was one thing, but to still hope for a successful trial, unaware of the potential dangers posed by those within, was quite naive. Yuxu, could you possibly take me in for a while longer? Song Yuan cautiously negotiated with Lin Yuxu, adding, at the very least, once I receive my wages or become successful, I will repay you the money I owe. Lin Yuxu neither agreed nor disagreed. He merely gazed silently at Song Yuan, his eyes dark and deep like a mysterious abyss, leaving one somewhat bewildered. Feeling the weight of Lin Yuxu's stare, Song Yuan grew uneasy and averted his gaze. It seemed unlikely that he would be granted further assistance. Perhaps he should catch a ride back to his small county town and return to try his luck a few years later. While discreetly gathering information about the protagonist and Lin Yuxu's progression, suddenly, Lin Yuxu spoke. You must be hungry. Song Yuan paused for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Yes, I'm very hungry. Lin Yuxu rolled his eyes in exasperation. There is still half an hour until lunch break. Let us eat together. It became evident to him that Song Yuan had no real connections to the Lin family and was merely a stray cat that had wandered in. Having grown up an orphan without anyone to teach him right from wrong, he seemed to only think of shortcuts. Before casting him out, Lin Yuxu felt compelled to reshape Song Yuan's worldview, to prevent him from being ruined shortly after his departure. He was unsure why he felt the need to do this, as he had no obligation to look after Song Yuan. Even if he were to spiral into self-destruction, it would not concern him. Nevertheless, he resolved to care for this stray cat as best he could. Song Yuan found a small stool and sat in the corner, watching Lin Yuxu intently. When lunchtime arrived, Lin Yuxu returned from outside with food and handed it to Song Yuan. Eat up. and then hurry back, he instructed. This place is dangerous. Don't come here recklessly next time. Joyfully, Song Yuanin accepted the box lunch, nodding vigorously in response. I understand. Upon opening the box and seeing the large chicken leg within, his eyes lit up. Just as he was about to reach for his chopsticks, he suddenly remembered something crucial. He stared at the chicken leg for a while, swallowed hard, and, suppressing his desire, extended the box lunch towards Lin Yuxu. You work hard. This chicken leg is for you. Lin Yuxu regarded Song Yuanin's face with interest. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not share his delicious food and would eat it all himself first. It seemed he was still trying to win Lin Yuxu's favor after their earlier encounter. Amused by the prospect of teasing him, Lin Yuxu decided against discussing the potential for shelter and declined Song Yuanin's generosity. He turned slightly away, avoiding eye contact. You eat it yourself. It's unsanitary to share. Seeing that Lin Yuxu wasn't appreciative, Song Yuanin resigned himself to eating the entire chicken leg alone. After finishing his meal, he quickly took the empty box lunch from Lin Yuxu's hands. I'll take care of this. Lin Yuxu slightly curved his lips in a smile, allowing Song Yuanin to take it from him. When you return, don't disturb me here. Standing up, Lin Yuxu went back to his tasks, and Song Yuanin wisely refrained from provoking him further, tidying up before heading home. As night fell, Lin Yuxu returned home with a late-night snack, only to be taken aback by the immaculate condition of his rented room, momentarily believing he had entered the wrong dwelling. Song Yuhan had just finished mopping the floor and rushed out of the restroom upon hearing the door open. You're back, he exclaimed, retrieving a pair of slippers and crouching down to assist Lin Yuxu in changing into them. Lin Yuxu frowned slightly, disliking any form of physical contact, and deftly evaded Song Yuhan's hand. What trickery are you up to now? He inquired. Seeing Lin Yuxu retreat so far, Song Yuhan bit his lip in dismay. I merely wish to help with some household chores, so you can enjoy a comfortable bath and a good night's sleep after work. If you return my bed to me, I would be even more comfortable, Lin Yuxu retorted. Song Yuhan fell silent immediately. Lin Yuxu clicked his tongue in annoyance and changed his shoes himself. He placed a late-night snack on the table. Eat up, dear. Yuxu, you are truly wonderful, Song Yuhan responded, relieved that Lin Yuxu no longer referred to him as husband. Lin Yuxu felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking that Song Yuhan had finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. I shall not force you to leave until you secure a job, but once you receive your salary, you must repay all the expenses and rent incurred here. Song Yuhan's face brightened. How difficult could that be? The capital has so many establishments. Given a little time, there will surely be someone willing to hire me. Chapter 10. Your little wife has arrived. Initially brimming with confidence, Song Yuhan began to question his worth after being rejected by various establishments for half a month. The reasons for rejection were diverse and bizarre, culminating in one instance where he was deemed unattractive. This particular critique struck a harsh blow, leading him into a period of self-doubt, during which he hesitated to submit his resume to any more venues. Standing before the mirror, he gently caressed his face with both hands, muttering softly, "Am I really that ugly?" Although he was an orphan, throughout his life, people had consistently praised his appearance. Some had even claimed he was more handsome than celebrities on television, filling him with confidence in his looks. He had never imagined a day would come when he would be criticized for his appearance. Meanwhile, Lin Yuxu sat at the dining table, nibbling on a steamed bun, struggling to suppress a smirk as he observed Song Yuhan intently. Suddenly, Song Yuhan turned his head and met his gaze. Yuxu, do you have a penchant for the unattractive? This unexpected remark nearly caused Lin Yuxu to choke on his bun. He quickly pounded his chest and forced the morsel down. What nonsense are you spouting? Song Yuhan remained silent, redirecting his attention to the mirror. It shouldn't be so, he pondered. Lin Yuxu did not strike him as someone with poor taste. The fact that they had married indicated he genuinely appreciated Song Yuhan's appearance. Yet, when they first met, Lin Yuxu was already affluent, surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women, leaving no reason for him to choose to marry Song Yuhan. Was it possible that he had simply grown weary of the beautiful and had settled for him, the so-called ugly? As these thoughts consumed him, Song Yuhan's self-esteem dwindled further, and he glanced back at Lin Yuxu. Lin Yuxu's temples throbbed, and he replied with an impassive expression. What outrageous statement are you about to make now? What do you mean by outrageous? Song Yuan tilted his head in confusion. Lin Yuxu shrugged. It doesn't matter. Just speak your mind. Song Yuan nervously pointed at his own face and inquired, Do you think I am ugly? Lin Yuxu pondered for a moment, and in an effort to deter the young man from seeking interviews in unsavory places, he reluctantly remarked, Well, he is rather unattractive. No sooner had the words left his lips than Song Yuan found himself on the verge of tears. You truly have a penchant for the unappealing. Lin Yuxu grasped the underlying meaning, rendered speechless once again. When did I ever profess to have affections for you? He sighed. Regardless, it is indeed the case. Even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend. Lin Yuxu dismissed his ramblings, rising to his feet and heading towards the door. Make sure you finish the breakfast on the table. If you leave any, I shall withhold your meal allowance. Song Yuan gazed at the stiff steam bun, reluctantly nodding in acquiescence. Understood. Once Lin Yuxu departed, Song Yuan could not help but murmur in complaint. How can he be so indifferent? It's truly bizarre. Previously, he had been pressuring him to find a job and hastily move out. Yet recently, Lin Yuxu had ceased to mention it altogether, even inquiring about his interview results with a hint of schadenfreude, as if he had anticipated Song Yuan's failure. How infuriating! I must find a job quickly to deliver a resounding rebuttal to Lin Yuxu. After yet another unsuccessful interview, with little else to occupy his afternoon, Song Yuan ventured to the construction site in search of Lin Yuxu. By now, Lin Yuxu was accustomed to his unexpected appearances, occasionally assisting Song Yuan in moving chairs and finding a relatively safe spot for him to sit. Look, your little wife has come, several workers teased with laughter. Lin Yuxu ignored their remarks, though his ears had already turned crimson. With a stern expression, he set the chair in place. Stay put and don't wander around. Song Yuan complied, sitting obediently with his hands resting on his knees. As Lin Yuxu gazed at Song Yuan's face, a warmth spread through his heart, and a barely perceptible smile flickered in his eyes. The notion of being depended upon by a stray cat seemed quite delightful. Today, the construction site was particularly dusty, and noticing Song Yuan cough intermittently, Lin Yuxu hastened his pace. He completed his work early, skipping dinner, and took Song Yuan away. Aren't you going to have your dinner? Song Yuan inquired curiously. We shall go to the supermarket to buy some ready-to-eat meals. Joy surged through Song Yuan as he instinctively linked his arm with Lin Yuxu's, exclaiming, May I have roast duck? Lin Yuxu instinctively attempted to pull away, but, after a moment's consideration, chose to allow Song Yuan to cling to him. Very well. There is clothing between us. Let us see how you behave. Lin Yuxu stated, If you can help me carry things, I shall buy it for you. Song Yuan proudly patted his chest. It's all on me. An hour later, however, Song Yuan wore a dejected expression as his arms trembled incessantly. Lin Yuxu had not only purchased ready-to-eat meals, but also a plethora of household supplies. The large bottles of laundry detergent on sale were nearly the death of Song Yuan. He felt as though his arms might snap, his fingers painfully constricted by the plastic bags. Lin Yuxu, on the other hand, strolled ahead with his hands in his pockets, occasionally glancing back to urge him to hasten. If only he could turn back time by an hour, Song Yuan vowed never to mention his desire for roast duck again. Ultimately, he could bear it no longer and halted in his tracks. He desperately wanted to set the shopping bags down, but with food inside, he feared Lin Yuxu would scold him for soiling them. Lin Yuxu, oblivious to the footsteps behind him, turned around to find Song Yuan, biting his lip, on the verge of tears. Yuxu, I really can't carry it anymore. My arms ache. Lin Yuxu's eyes expressed disdain as he clicked his tongue, returning to take the two heavy shopping bags from Song Yuan's hands. You're utterly useless. Song Yuan rubbed his arms and quickened his pace to catch up with Lin Yuxu, feeling aggrieved. I can't compare to you. You frequently lift heavy things on the construction site, so of course, it feels easy for you. Lin Yuxu shot him a glance. You're a man too. Why is it that I can manage, but you cannot? There is still a bit of difference, Song Yuan murmured. You never mentioned this when we were in bed. What? Lin Yuxu didn't catch that. Nothing. Song Yuan perked up, smiling at Lin Yuxu. Did you get paid today? Why are you buying so many things all of a sudden? Yes, I did. How much? Lin Yuxu turned to look at him. Why are you asking so much? I won't give you any, you stingy miser. As they crossed the street, Song Yuan suddenly halted at a roadside stand, gazing longingly at the strawberries. Noticing the footsteps had ceased, Lin Yuxu turned back, exasperated. What now? He noticed Song Yuan's fixation and scoffed, walking over to make the purchase. Chapter 11. I forgive you. Upon witnessing Lin Yuxu buy strawberries from the fruit stand, Song Yuan's face lit up with joy. He quickly sidled up to Lin Yuxu, unabashedly selecting strawberries. You know, these red, pointed ones are exceptionally sweet and delicious. Lin Yuxu accepted the plastic bag handed to him by the vendor, spreading it open before Song Yuan. We can only buy 10. Anything more, you pay for yourself. Song Yuan's eyes widened. 10 strawberries were hardly enough for both of them. I won't eat them. Pouting, he took a long time to select 10 that satisfied him. Lin Yuxu, now with newfound wealth, was generous. He would buy not just 10 strawberries, but even 10 pigeon eggs without hesitation. This is light enough, you carry it. Lin Yuxu lifted the bag and offered it to Song Yuan. Naturally, Song Yuan was more than willing to accept it. Once home, Lin Yuxu immediately took his clothes to shower. By the time he emerged, Song Yuan had already begun eating the strawberries, specifically nibbling on the sweet tips and leaving the tart bottoms behind. Lin Yuxu paused, confusion flickering in his eyes. Although Song Yuan was an orphan and penniless, some of his behaviors were surprisingly delicate, as though he had been pampered for years, resulting in a plethora of bad habits. But who would have indulged this fellow? Lin Yuxu averted his gaze, continuing to towel dry his hair. At some point, Song Yuan appeared before him, holding a half-eaten strawberry, and without seeking permission, shoved it into Lin Yuxu's mouth. You're finally done. Eat up. Lin Yuxu, having grown accustomed to such behavior from Song Yuan, did not spit it out, but chewed a few bites and swallowed. It was indeed a bit sour. What else? Song Yuan turned to head towards the dining table. Lin Yuxu grabbed his arm, exasperated. Do you take me for garbage disposal? Song Yuan's expression momentarily faltered as he blinked, finally realizing the truth. All right. He was no longer with his husband. In the past, Lin Yuxu had always relished the food that Song had taken a bite of, often finding excuses to tease him otherwise. Now, having been reborn, Song Yuan struggled to adapt to the shift in their identities, instinctively leaving a portion of the strawberries uneaten. He chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, I forgot again. He then hurried back to the dining table, indulging in the strawberries, this time devouring them without restraint. Lin Yuxu frowned, but said nothing, continuing to dry his hair in front of the mirror. Yuxu, Song Yuan suddenly called out. Are you really going to keep working at the construction site? Lin Yuxu paused, turning his head to glance at Song Yuan, his expression shifting to one of guarded suspicion. Why do you ask that all of a sudden? Song Yuan, known for his overt emotionality, displayed his unmasked concern on his face. I heard from one of the workers at the site that it seems like you're neglecting your studies. Are you truly not going to continue your education? What if you become addicted to this labor? Song Yuan aspired to find a wealthy partner for a better life. Yet he was acutely aware of the ticking clock of life. The system had warned him that if Lin Yuxu did not end up with a protagonist, his life would be forfeit. He had only 10 years, and he certainly did not wish to lose the chance to enjoy his newfound fortune before it vanished. It would have been better had he not been reborn at all, remaining a mere vegetable or a specimen for Lin Yuxu. No, you cannot fall into the same abyss as I did. You must pursue your studies to be worthy of the outstanding protagonist. Ahem, wife. Lin Yuxu found no flaw in Song Yuan's face, and after processing his concern, his expression softened momentarily before he averted his gaze. You need not worry so much. I have my own plans. Seeing the conviction in Lin Yuxu's words, Song Yuan felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Indeed, fate could not be so easily altered. Lin Yuxu would undoubtedly become wealthy. It was merely a matter of time. As long as he ensured that Lin Yuxu fell in love with the protagonist, everything would be fine. You are aware that you're falling behind. Lin Yuxu finally grasped the implication of Song Yuan's earlier words, his brow furrowing deeper. What wife? Who told you I was getting married? Song Yuan misunderstood, his lovely face displaying a look of confusion for a long moment before responding. Are you getting married? Lin Yuxu laughed in exasperation, stepping closer to Song Yuanon and playfully flicking his forehead with his long finger. What sort of reasoning is that? I meant that I have no intention of marrying. Song Yuanon's delicate skin, already fair and tender, bore a red mark from the playful flick. No, you cannot avoid marriage. He insisted anxiously. Are you really concerned about me? Lin Yuxu retorted sarcastically, especially when you can't even find a job. Song Yuanon felt the sting of his words, shooting Lin Yuxu a glare before turning away in silence. Lin Yuxu raised an eyebrow. Are you upset? Song Yuanon huffed, refusing to respond. Lin Yuxu found the situation both infuriating and amusing. Go ahead and be angry. I'm going to heat up the leftovers now. Once I'm done, you want tea, get any. Song Yuanon, initially planning to engage in a silent treatment with Lin Yuxu for the entire evening. He found himself breaking that resolve in less than 2 minutes. He anxiously turned to Lin Yuxu, exclaiming, no way. I've already helped you carry things. How can you go back on your word? We haven't even covered half the distance. It doesn't count at all. Song Yuan was infuriated by Lin Yuxu, his eyes gradually turning red. You are truly insufferable. His tone was tinged with an unmistakable hint of tears. Upon seeing him on the verge of tears, Lin Yuxu couldn't help but feel a touch of regret. What is the point of being so stubborn? Now I have to endure this annoying sobbing. He couldn't comprehend why. Despite both being men, Song Yuan was so delicate and sensitive all day long. Lin Yuxu had expected Song Yuan to wail uncontrollably. But to his surprise, he remained unusually quiet, merely sniffling and wiping his tears. This made Lin Yuxu feel somewhat uncomfortable. He bit his lip and went to the kitchen to heat up some food. When he finally brought the dishes out, Song Yuan was still wiping his tears, not the least bit eager to cling to him like usual when food was present. Hey, aren't you coming over? Lin Yuxu's expression was awkward. If you don't come over soon, I'll finish it all by myself. Song Yuan ignored him, continuing to wipe his tears with a sense of grievance, planning to throw the tissues onto Lin Yuxu's sofa later as revenge. Come here quickly. I'm serving you the roasted duck leg. Song Yuan suddenly looked up. Really? Lin Yuxu appeared exasperated. Yes, really. Come here now. I was just teasing you. I didn't intend to let you go hungry. Finally, a smile broke across Song Yuan's face as he came to Lin Yuxu's side. All right, I forgive you. He then picked up his chopsticks and placed the duck leg into his bowl. Lin Yuxu was left speechless, unable to suppress a chuckle. I'm not raising a stray cat, but rather a little ancestor, one who cries and gets angry. Chapter 12. Encountering a stunning beauty after being rejected for the umpteenth time in interviews, Song Yuan dejectedly went to a nearby convenience store to buy himself a meal. Although he had yet to find a job, he was fortunate that Lin Yuxu had always treated him well, providing ample funds for his daily meals. He was even able to save a little each day to buy himself some clothes. Standing before the shelves, Song Yuan calculated the prices of the items, hoping to eat cheaply today, so he could save an extra 10 yuan. As he scanned the selections, his eyes suddenly landed on the discounted rice cakes. Just as he reached out to grab them, a slender hand intruded into his line of sight, seizing the very rice cakes he had been eyeing. Song Yuan's expression immediately fell as he looked up at the owner of the hand, wanting to inform them that he had spotted the rice cakes first. However, upon seeing the man's face, he froze, his words caught in his throat. He was extraordinarily handsome. The man had striking, cold features, skin as pale as snow, and light-colored eyes, exuding an air of cleanliness and elegance. With such beauty, Song Yuan felt no envy, only an appreciation for this fellow man. Do you want this? The man suddenly spoke, his voice melodious. Just as Song Yuan was about to nod, a few words flashed before his eyes. Protagonist. Su Yuza. Song Yuan's eyes widened in shock as he scrutinized the man before him. So this was the protagonist. He was simply too stunning. He recalled the system's words, which suggested that he had intruded upon the relationship between the protagonist and his love interest. Was he out of his mind? In the presence of such a stunning beauty, how could he possibly compete for Lin Yuxu? It seemed that Lin Yuxu indeed had a penchant for the unconventional. As Su Yuzhen noticed Song Yuan's silence, he found him staring intently. Frowning slightly, he extended the item in his hand towards the other. Here, take it. Snapping back to reality, Song Yuan mistook the rice cake in Su Yuzhen's hand for Lin Yuxu and hastily waved his hand. You keep it. You deserve it. How could he dare to compete with such a striking figure for Lin Yuxu? That would be nothing short of self-degradation. Song Yuan's behavior was rather peculiar, and Su Yuza, wishing to avoid unnecessary entanglements, merely thanked him before turning to settle the bill. Upon exiting the convenience store, he caught Song Yuan's gaze through the glass door. He had not anticipated that this strange individual would continue to watch him. Su Yuza pressed his lips together and quickly departed. With Su Yuza gone from sight, Song Yuan reluctantly withdrew his gaze. The protagonist's love interest was so remarkably handsome. What was the system truly worried about by imposing a 10-year deadline? Wasn't that excessive? Yet, how fortuitous it was to encounter the protagonist's love interest here. Consulting his cracked screen phone, he opened the map and confirmed that he was indeed near university. It seemed almost too easy to encounter the protagonist's love interest. He must bring Lin Yuxu along more often. After casually consuming a bowl of instant noodles, Song Yuan hurried to the construction site to find Lin Yuxu. Lin Yuxu was busy moving items, perspiration glistening on his skin, his white shirt dampened, revealing hints of his abdominal muscles. "Yuxu, guess who I ran into?" Song Yuan excitedly rushed towards him, nearly colliding with the equipment Lin Yuxu was handling. Lin Yuxu quickly sidestepped to prevent any sharp object from harming Song Yuan, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Haven't I told you to come here less often?" After sizing up Song Yuan and noticing the new shirt he was wearing, Lin Yuxu scoffed. "Out looking for jobs again? Truly relentless. Why not seek a proper position?" While Lin Yuxu had previously looked down on Song Yuan, he now felt an unexpected admiration. "Yes, I was rejected." Surprisingly, Song Yuan displayed no signs of disappointment, quickly exclaiming, "I met a stunning beauty. You must come see for yourself." Lin Yuxu's smile faded, his brow furrowing. "What stunning beauty? You'll find out if you come with me." "I can't. I still have work to do." "When do you ever take a break? Let me take you to meet him." Lin Yuxu felt a twinge of discomfort, his voice cold. "Aren't you supposed to be looking for a job and repaying me? How do you have time for such frivolities?" Song Yuan wilted slightly, mumbling under his breath, "I'm helping you find a wife, after all." The construction site was noisy, and Lin Yuxu couldn't quite catch his words. "Well, you continue moving bricks. I'm leaving." Song Yuan waved goodbye. Lin Yuxu paused, calling after his retreating figure, "Don't wander about aimlessly. Stay home if you have nothing to do." As Song Yuan walked further away, a nearby worker couldn't help but tease, "You say you don't know him, yet you watch him so closely, afraid of losing him." Lin Yuxu glanced at the worker with an impassive expression. The worker choked momentarily, offered an awkward smile, and resumed his tasks. The unexpected visit from Song Yuan had cast a shadow over Lin Yuxu's mood throughout the afternoon. What a stunning beauty. Surely, he must have encountered her at the club. Such trivial matters were utterly confounding him. Lin Yuxu felt as if he might shatter his teeth in frustration, an unfamiliar emotion swelling within him, unbeknownst to him. Meanwhile, Song Yuan had temporarily set aside his job search, choosing instead to linger at the convenience store near a university daily. After a week of waiting, he finally spotted Su Yuza. He watched as Su Yuza entered the store with a backpack, browsing the beverage aisle. A smile crept across Song Yuan's lips as he hurried inside, approaching Su Yuza and feigning interest in the products on display. Initially oblivious to Song Yuan's presence, Su Yuza only noticed him when a hand inadvertently rested on his own as he reached for a bottle of milk. "Oh, my apologies." Song Yuan quickly withdrew his hand. "You go ahead." Su Yuza lowered his gaze, meeting Song Yuan's eyes with a hint of surprise. "It's the peculiar person I encountered last week." "Oh, what a coincidence!" Song Yuan exclaimed. "Are you a student around here?" His acting skills were rather lacking, prompting a resigned sigh from Su Yuza. "Do you know me? Do you need something?" "I don't know you," Song Yuan replied, shaking his head. "And I don't need anything." Su Yuza averted his gaze, picking up the bottle of milk he had been eyeing and proceeding to the checkout. Song Yuan quickly grabbed a bottle identical to Su Yuza's and followed him. "There's a discount for 2 bottles. Let us split the bill. I could transfer you later." "No," Su Yuza began, but before he could finish, Song Yuan had already placed the milk on the counter, smiling at the cashier. "We're together." The cashier scanned the items, totaling 15 yuan. Song Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why is it so expensive? That's nearly 750 per bottle." He had only noticed the discount for purchasing 2. never anticipating such a high price. Regret washed over him. He merely intended to connect with the protagonist to introduce him to Lin Yuxu. Having been married to Lin Yuxu for several years, he recognized the brand of shirt Su Yuza was wearing. It was priced upwards of 10,000. His wealth undoubtedly rivaled that of the newly affluent Lin Yuxu. If he could orchestrate a match between them, he would soon receive a generous matchmaking fee. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the milk on the counter. Just buy it. After all, it's Lin Yuxu's money. I want to feel a twinge of regret. Chapter 13. Everything is stolen. Su Yuza glanced at Song Yuanan, a look of resigned beauty crossing his features as he took out his phone to pay. Here, he said, handing one of the bottles to Song Yuanan. Enjoy it. You don't need to pay me back. Song Yuanan exclaimed internally. Indeed, stunning beauties tend to be generous, unlike Lin Yuxu, who had been increasingly stingy with living expenses, even requiring daily itineraries to dispense funds. Although Song Yuanan was tempted, he ultimately shook his head in refusal. He had not forgotten his purpose of lurking around Su Yuza. He must obtain his WeChat. No, how could I casually take your belongings? Song Yuanan hurriedly extended his phone towards Su Yuza, stating that he would transfer his WeChat. Su Yuza glanced down at the cracked screen of the phone, slightly furrowing his brow. Noticing his gaze, Song Yuanan felt a flush rise to his ears and shyly remarked, "It can still be scanned." Song Yuanan was unsure of what was happening to him. He had never felt a shred of embarrassment about his poverty in front of Lin Yuxu. Yet before such a striking beauty, he felt a sense of inferiority and discomfort. Perhaps it was because he shamelessly snatched the other's partner. Realizing how perfect and outstanding the legitimate partner was, a star in the sky and mud beneath the earth, making him feel as though everything he possessed was stolen. Just as Song Yuanan was about to retract his phone, Su Yuza scanned the QR code on his screen, requesting to add him as a friend. Song Yuanan blinked, seemingly caught off guard. "I have a class. I'll take my leave now." Su Yuza slipped the phone into his pocket, unscrewed the cap of a milk bottle, and took a sip, advising him to return to the classroom early, as they had been cracking down on truancy lately. After uttering this, Su Yuza departed, leaving Song Yuanan in a state of bewilderment. Su Yuza thought he was a student. Did that indicate he possessed a scholarly aura? For some reason, being praised by the legitimate partner brought unexpected joy to Song Yuanan's heart. His steps felt remarkably light on the way back. Upon unlocking the door, he was taken aback to find the lights inside were on, momentarily suspecting a burglary. No, Lin Yuxu was too poor. What kind of thief would be unfortunate enough to rob this place? The enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, prompting him to glance towards the kitchen, where he spotted Lin Yuxu emerging with a dish. Lin Yuxu's expression was stern as he cast a fleeting glance at him. "So you knew to come back." Lin Yuxu scoffed, timing your return well. "One can only see your shadow during mealtime." "What nonsense!" After changing his shoes, Song Yuanan dashed to Lin Yuxu's side, and upon seeing the food on the plate, his eyes lit up. It was roasted chicken. Lin Yuxu quickly moved the plate away, frowning as he said, "It's filthy. Hurry and wash your hands." "I didn't even reach for it." Song Yun mumbled under his breath, turning to rush to the restroom to wash his hands. Upon returning, he saw that Lin Yuxu had already begun eating, and there were no utensils prepared for him at the table. Fearing that Lin Yuxu would consume the chicken leg, he hurried to the kitchen to grab a bowl. After sitting down, he picked up his chopsticks to grab the chicken leg. But Lin Yuxu suddenly tapped his chopsticks with his own, causing Song Yuanan to miss the chicken leg and look up at Lin Yuxu in surprise. "Where did you go today?" Lin Yuxu's voice was somewhat low, demanding a complete account before he would be satisfied enough to allow Song Yuanan to eat the chicken leg. Song Yuanan stared at the chicken leg in dismay. But it would get cold, and cold food is unappetizing. It can be reheated. Lin Yuxu's tone was imperious. "If you don't speak, you'll have nothing to eat." Reluctantly, Song Yuanan set down his chopsticks and truthfully confessed, "I went to the convenience store near university." Lin Yuxu's expression froze. "Where did you go, and for what purpose?" Before Song Yuanan could respond, Lin Yuxu's demeanor softened somewhat as he moved his chopsticks away from the roast chicken. "Are you planning to work at the convenience store?" Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yuan shook his head and replied, "I have no intention of being a store clerk. I'm going to see this stunning beauty. I had wanted to take you to see her, but since you were unwilling, I shall go alone." He remained oblivious to Lin Yuxu's increasingly cold expression and continued, "I have never encountered anyone more beautiful than her. She has a delightful fragrance about her, not like perfume, but something more natural." Lin Yuxu, with a heavy clatter, placed his chopsticks down on the table. Startled, Song Yuan looked up at him. "What's wrong?" Lin Yuxu narrowed his eyes, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "It seems you have plenty of leisure time to admire beauties. Have you forgotten that you still owe me money?" Embarrassed, Song Yuan lowered his head, feeling guilty. He had been diligently searching for a job, yet it seemed he was cursed. Every interview resulted in rejection, and he felt utterly unlucky. Effort? Lin Yuxu's eyes glimmered with derision. "You were so selective about jobs. Unwilling here and there. I failed to see your effort." Song Yuan felt humiliated by his words, too ashamed to even reach for his chopsticks. What had changed all of a sudden? In the past, Lin Yuxu had never displayed such anger at his failed interviews. Moreover, he hadn't been idle. He had facilitated connections. In this sweltering heat, he had loitered outside the convenience store for quite a while, only to finally encounter Lin Yuxu's true love. Feeling wronged, Song Yuan dared not voice his grievances. He indeed had the audacity to linger, but if Lin Yuxu truly intended to expel him, he would be left homeless. It was wiser not to offend him unnecessarily. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Yuxu resumed eating with his chopsticks, engrossed in his meal. Song Yuan, head bowed, nervously fidgeted with the hem of his clothing. "You should eat quickly," Lin Yuxu remarked without glancing at him, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. "I have no intention of reheating your food." Understanding the implication in Lin Yuxu's words, Song Yuan smiled and began to eat. He refrained from touching the chicken leg. But moments later, Lin Yuxu picked it up and placed it in his bowl. Surprised, Song Yuan looked at him, rice grains adorning the corners of his mouth, which elicited a laugh from Lin Yuxu. When Lin Yuxu smiled, his features softened, making him seem less forbidding. "Let today slide. But you must not indulge in such frivolities in the future," Lin Yuxu warned. "If you continue to wander off to gaze at beauties, I shall suspend your allowance." Song Yuan quickly nodded. "I understand." After all, he had already added Lin Yuxu on WeChat, and there was no need to chance upon Su Yuza at the convenience store. The two ate in silence, and just as Song Yuan set down his bowl after finishing, he heard Lin Yuxu say, "I have resigned from my part-time job at the construction site." "Huh?" Song Yuan was taken aback. "Why?" Lin Yuxu reached out, amusement flickering in his eyes as he playfully flicked Song Yuan's forehead. "I am still a student. Classes are resuming, so I had to resign." "What about us?" Song Yuan's tone betrayed his unease. "Will we not have money for food anymore?" "Not at all. I will work part-time after classes," Lin Yuxu replied, momentarily taken aback. Then added with a hint of annoyance, "Are you really planning to rely on me indefinitely?" Song Yuan, aware that Lin Yuxu was urging him to leave, retorted, "Humph. Once I find a job, I will leave immediately. I promise not to impose on you." Lin Yuxu pressed his lips together, feeling an indescribable restlessness within. "Suit yourself." Chapter 14. You are not worthless. As Song Yuan waited for Lin Yuxu to shower, he hurriedly took out his phone to check WeChat. He suddenly remembered that in his excitement, he had forgotten to accept Su Yuza's friend request, concerned that Su Yuza might be displeased by the wait. Song Yuan quickly approved the request and reluctantly transferred $750. "Song Yuan, apologies, I was delayed by some matters. I'm sending the money now. Please receive it." After sending the message, he fixated on the screen, lying on his bed with his legs swinging playfully. His shorts shifted upward with his movements, exposing more skin. When Lin Yuxu emerged from the bathroom with a towel in hand, he caught sight of this moment and found it difficult to look away, his throat tightening. It was only when Song Yuan suddenly let out a soft laugh that his thoughts returned to him, and he quickly averted his gaze, his face betraying a hint of fluster. Su Yuza had yet to confirm the receipt, but he had inquired whether Song Yuan would safely return to the classroom in the afternoon. This delighted Song Yuan immensely. In his previous life, colleagues who envied his entry into a wealthy family had whispered behind his back about his lack of education and foolishness, predicting that he would eventually be discarded by Lin Yuxu. Yet now, it seemed they were the ones lacking vision. Just look at the beautiful and kind-hearted protagonist who had mistakenly taken him for a student of a university upon their first meeting. A university reputed to be a gathering place for the academically gifted. Overjoyed, Song Yuan's legs swung even more vigorously, a smile gracing his face as his fingers danced across the screen, sending messages to Su Yuza. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his hips and turned to see Lin Yuxu covering him with a blanket. Could you be more mindful of your image? Lin Yuxu's expression was stern, though his ears were flushed as if they might bleed. It was one thing to be often without pants, it was another to elevate his legs so high. He needed to make time to buy Song Yuan a pair of long pants. After all, he was a young man full of vigor, and there were moments he found it hard to contain himself. He couldn't fathom what was on Song Yuan's mind, nor why he didn't take precautions. What's wrong with me? Song Yuan looked at Lin Yuxu, puzzled. I'm resting at home. Why should I be concerned about my image? This is my house. I'm a master here. Lin Yuxu was hinting that Song Yuan should be wary of him, but Song Yuan misinterpreted, thinking he was once again being asked to leave. I understand. I will move out as soon as possible. Song Yuan's mood soured, and in a fit of pique, he pulled the blanket away and turned to continue chatting with Su Yuza. Lin Yuxu realized that Song Yuan had misunderstood him and opened his mouth to explain. But before he could articulate his thoughts, he felt it unnecessary to offer so much clarification. After all, Song Yuan was not anyone to him. Why bother explaining so much? It would be better to instill in Song Yuan the notion of leaving, to prevent him from lingering indefinitely. Convinced of his reasoning, Lin Yuxu decided against further explanation. Yet, his gaze couldn't help but drift downward, lingering in a certain area. He muttered under his breath and went to the kitchen for a large glass of cold water. Once he had shaken off his unwelcome thoughts and returned to the bedside, he found Song Yuan still engrossed in a conversation on his phone. Who are you chatting with? Lin Yuxu furrowed his brows and remarked, You seem to be having quite the delightful conversation. Ever since he emerged from the shower, the smile on Song Yuan's face had remained unwavering. A friend, Song Yuan responded with feigned mystery. He certainly could not mention Su Yuza to Lin Yuxu at this moment, as he was still uncertain of Su Yuza's preferences and the type of men he favored. Currently, Lin Yuxu was in dire straits, and his peculiar disposition was such that even his former wife found him distasteful. Thus, he could not recklessly introduce him to Su Yuza, lest he inadvertently create complications. What friend? Lin Yuxu inquired. Just someone I met while job hunting, Song Yuan replied. With arms crossed, Lin Yuxu scoffed. Is it the beauty you've been raving about these past few days? Song Yuan was about to nod in affirmation, but recalled Lin Yuxu's warning against admiring beauties. So he swallowed his words. He's just an ordinary friend. We met recently, Song Yuan continued, oblivious to Lin Yuxu's growing displeasure. He nodded and laid the groundwork for a future introduction. Indeed, I must tell you, he is genuinely a good person. Lin Yuxu's brows knitted together, and with gritted teeth, he retorted, If he is such a good person, why don't you seek refuge with him instead of lingering here with me? Song Yuan cast a peculiar glance his way. I'm not well acquainted with him. Lin Yuxu chuckled in exasperation. So, you're just taking advantage of him, are you? However, upon hearing Song Yuan's words, Lin Yuxu's mood lightened somewhat. He resumed, drying his hair, and cautioned Song Yuan, Be wary of whom you befriend. You might end up being sold by a nefarious individual without even realizing it. Once he do that, Song Yuan replied confidently. He is kind-hearted and would never engage in such treachery. Besides, he is the heir of a wealthy family. What would he gain from selling me? The labor costs wouldn't even cover the expenses. Lin Yuxu's good mood was swiftly dampened by Song Yuan's comments. He maintained a stern expression as he dried his hair and then switched off the lights in the room. It's still quite early. Why are you turning off the lights? Song Yuan exclaimed. His phone screen was quite shattered, and without the light, reading would strain his eyes. Lin Yuxu lay on the sofa, his tone cold as he stated, I have school tomorrow. All right, Song Yuan conceded. Usually unreliable, he understood the gravity of the situation. For Lin Yuxu, academics were paramount. If he wished to be with the protagonist in the future, he must gain admission to a university. He switched off his phone screen and closed his eyes, seeking the embrace of slumber. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at Lin Yuxu on the sofa. Lin Yuxu, you must study diligently. Lin Yuxu, "Not yet asleep," retorted with sarcasm. "You have the audacity to lecture me when you yourself do not study." "I'm serious," Song Yuanan exclaimed, emphasizing each word. "You cannot be a worthless layabout like me. You must strive for excellence, gain admission to a prestigious university, and seize opportunities to earn well. You do not belong on a construction site, nor in a rented room." He felt he had little future ahead. Clumsy and impoverished, he could only rely on his looks to survive. Upon hearing Song Yuanan's words, a look of surprise crossed Lin Yuxu's face. He had not anticipated this young man would express concern for him. Clearing his throat, Lin Yuxu replied, "I understand." Finally, Song Yuanan could rest easy, but after an indeterminate amount of time, he heard Lin Yuxu's stiff voice declare, "You are not worthless." "Huh?" Lin Yuxu paused for a moment and remarked, "You simply have not encountered the right person to guide you." Chapter 15. It must be delicious. After Lin Yuxu commenced his studies at school, he found himself exceedingly busy, only returning home in the evenings. His days were consumed with classes, while nights were dedicated to part-time work. Yet, he never forgot about Song Yuanan, who was eagerly awaiting his support at home. Each week, he would send financial aid to Song Yuanan, and even after a long day at work, he would bring back a late-night snack. As time passed, this routine became habitual, and he seldom mentioned the notion of Song Yuanan leaving, nearly forgetting that he had no obligation to support him. Lin Yuxu had little time to concern himself with Song Yuanan's affairs, even neglecting to inquire about his job interviews. He was well aware that the positions Song Yuanan sought were rather dubious, perhaps even worse than having no job at all. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Song Yuanan had developed a lively rapport with Su Yuza from a university, and they had begun dining together. Su Yuza possessed a remarkably amiable disposition, perhaps a testament to his upbringing, as he would respond to Song Yuanan's messages irrespective of their content, albeit with a slight delay. Employing the charming tactics he had learned in nightclubs in his previous life, Song Yuanan continuously introduced new topics, delighting Su Yuza and inadvertently narrowing the distance between them. Initially, Su Yuza had mistakenly believed that Song Yuanan was a student at a university, but Song Yuanan clarified the misunderstanding that very evening. As their relationship progressed, Song Yuanan felt no desire to feign the identity of a high-achieving scholar out of vanity, lest he forfeit the substantial rewards of matchmaking. He crafted a half-true narrative of his identity, an orphan seeking a livelihood in Beijing, fortuitously encountering a brother who shared a similarly tragic background. And now they relied on one another. Far from despising him, Su Yuza treated him with kindness, offering assistance whenever needed. Upon hearing such sentiments, Song Yuanan found himself increasingly enamored with Su Yuza, devoid of any jealousy, only admiration and respect. Who could resist a charming, affluent beauty like him? Had it been his past self, he might have employed seductive tactics to fervently pursue Su Yuza. Su Yuza appeared gentle and kind, certainly not like Lin Yuxu, who was unyielding and opportunistic, even taking advantage of him in a state of vulnerability. Alas, he lamented that he could not pursue Su Yuza. No matter how attractive a beauty may be, it was not worth risking his life for. Casually mentioning his fatigue with convenience store meals, Song Yuanan found Su Yuza generously inviting him to dine together. They decided to meet at a restaurant near a university. Song Yuanan consciously donned a newly purchased shirt and took a moment to check his reflection in the glass before entering, ensuring he looked presentable. Su Yuza had arrived early and waved at him. Song Yuanan offered a shy smile, adjusting his collar as he hurried over. "Is your home far from here? I should have suggested a place closer to you," Su Yuza said, summoning a waiter with a wave of his hand. "It's not far," Song Yuanan replied, straightening his posture, "but there isn't much worth eating near my place." Lin Yuxu's rented accommodation was situated in a rather secluded area, devoid of decent restaurants, though there were plenty of street vendors in the evenings. "You can order whatever you like," Su Yuza said, handing the menu to Song Yuanan. Song Yuanan perused the menu, filled with dishes he could scarcely afford. After swallowing hard and hesitating, he opted for a moderately priced set meal. Had Lin Yuxu been the one to treat him, Song Yuanan would undoubtedly have indulged extravagantly. Strictly speaking, he was not well acquainted with Su Yuza and did not wish for this meal to be their last encounter. "Would you care for a drink?" Su Yuza inquired again. Song Yuanin grasped the lemon water on the table and replied, "No, this will suffice." Su Yuza nodded and returned the menu to the waiter. Once the waiter had departed, Su Yuza scrutinized Song Yuanin with a curious gaze. Feeling a surge of nervousness, Song Yuanin wondered if he had neglected some aspect of his appearance and instinctively reached to smooth his hair. "Have you reached adulthood?" Su Yuza asked. "I've just turned 18, Song Yuanin replied. "You look quite youthful," Su Yuza chuckled, adding, "I thought you might be a year or two younger than me." Upon hearing this, Song Yuanin pondered whether the clubs had rejected him solely because of his youthful appearance, perhaps mistaking him for a minor with a fake ID. "It's likely my youthful looks that hinder my job search," he mused. Su Yuza furrowed his brow slightly. "Are you facing difficulties? Can you afford meals?" he asked, noting Song Yuanin's frail appearance, likely a result of hardship. Seizing the opportunity to praise Lin Yuxu, Song Yuanin quickly responded, "Although I am currently unemployed, my brother, who has taken me in, ensures I'm never hungry." Su Yuza's expression softened. "It seems you have encountered a kind soul. Is he already working?" "He is still studying." Song Yuanin eagerly continued to extol Lin Yuxu's virtues. "He excels academically and will undoubtedly attend the same university as you." Upon hearing this, Su Yuza's expression turned serious. "Is he also an orphan?" Song Yuanin paused, taken aback by the question. He recalled that Lin Yuxu had never mentioned his family. In their past life, during their wedding, only business associates attended. No family members were present. At such a young age, working to support his studies suggested he might indeed be an orphan. No wonder he was willing to marry him in their previous life. Perhaps it was a case of shared sorrow. Since meeting Su Yuza, Song Yuanin had found himself belittling his own worth, convinced that his prior acquaintance with Lin Yuxu had allowed him to benefit. He had not mentioned his family, so he must be an orphan. Fearing that Su Yuza might look down on Lin Yuxu, he fervently emphasized his brother's other merits. "My brother is kind-hearted and intelligent. He will surely achieve great success." In this regard, Song Yuanin was not exaggerating. He had indeed witnessed Lin Yuxu's brilliance. He will surpass even the Su family in wealth one day. Su Yuza Saif. "It seems you have had quite a journey." Just as Song Yuanin was about to respond, their dishes arrived. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he swallowed hard. It had been ages since he had feasted on such exquisite cuisine, adorned with seafood that looked utterly delectable. Noticing the glimmer of wonder in Song Yuanin's eyes, Su Yuza could not help but smile. Upon hearing Su Yuza's laughter, Song Yuanin became acutely aware of his unguarded reaction, his ears flushing crimson as he hurriedly averted his gaze. Upon witnessing this, Su Yuza found him even more endearing and gently pushed the plate towards Song Yuanin. "Do eat quickly. It won't taste good when it gets cold." Song Yuanin nodded, lifting his chopsticks. He glanced at Su Yuza and then placed the largest shrimp into his bowl. "Hee, it must be delicious." Su Yuza, not feeling particularly hungry, took only a few bites before setting down his chopsticks. Resting his chin on his hand, he hesitated briefly before saying to Song Yuanin, "I come here to dine from Monday to Friday. If you find yourself without lunch, feel free to seek me out. I am usually here around this time." Chapter 16. Am I going to die? That evening, after finishing his shift at the barbecue restaurant, Lin Yuxu remembered the little glutton, Song Yuanin. He turned back to the restaurant and requested a portion of fried noodles from the owner. Just as he was about to pull out his phone to make the payment, the owner waved him off, treating him to a late-night snack. Lin Yuxu's strength and swift movements, coupled with his quick wit, made him particularly favored by the owner. Were it not for the fact that Lin Yuxu was still a student, the owner would have considered hiring him as a permanent worker. Carrying the fried noodles, Lin Yuxu stopped by a small shop to purchase a bottle of cola, intending to compliment the noodles for Song Yuanin. As he ascended the stairs toward his rented room, he deliberately stomped a few times and slowly fished out his keys. Unfortunately, unlike usual, Song Yuanin did not open the door before he could do so. Fearing something might have happened to Song Yuanin, Lin Yuxu hastened his movements and flung the door open. "Song Yuanin." His voice abruptly halted as he beheld Song Yuanin reclining on the bed, arms raised, engrossed in typing on his phone with a smile. Lin Yuxu's expression darkened instantly. He turned and forcefully shut the door, startling Song Yuanin. Immediately, Song Yuanin sat up. "You're back." Lin Yuxu, feeling disgruntled, chose to ignore him and placed the fried noodles on the dining table. He then pulled out a chair, waiting for Song Yuanan to come to him. Yet, Song Yuanan lay back down, redirecting his attention to his phone. After 5 minutes of sitting silently, Lin Yuxu could no longer contain himself and approached the bedside. A shadow fell across Song Yuanan's face, causing his eyelashes to flutter slightly as he looked up. Lin Yuxu, backlit, rendered his expression indecipherable. "What's wrong?" Song Yuanan paused briefly, scrunching his nose. "You smell strongly of barbecue. Hurry and take a shower." He had just washed the bed linens and did not wish for the lingering scent of barbecue from Lin Yuxu to taint them. This rented room had a balcony, but its position was poor, receiving no sunlight whatsoever. Drying the bedding without leaving any unusual odors was quite a challenge. Lin Yuxu detected the disdain in Song Yuanan's words and let out a cold laugh. "If you find it so distasteful, then don't spend the money I gave you." Taken aback, Song Yuanan could not comprehend Lin Yuxu's sudden anger. He had previously mentioned the barbecue smell, but Lin Yuxu had said nothing and promptly headed to the shower. What on earth was wrong with him today? Had he eaten explosives? Song Yuan sat up again, lifting his chin and gazing at Lin Yuxu with a seemingly innocent expression. "Have you been owed your salary?" he inquired, setting his phone down cautiously. He turned the screen face down to prevent Lin Yuxu from seeing the chat content, then continued, "Or has someone been bullying you?" Lin Yuxu noticed his subtle actions and fixated his dark gaze upon Yuan Tian's phone. After a moment of silence, he asked in a low tone, "Who have you been chatting with lately?" Yuan Tian's eyes darted away. "Just a friend." "A friend?" Lin Yuxu's tone dripped with sarcasm. "What kind of friend requires you to stare at your phone daily, grinning like a fool?" Yuan Tian looked at Lin Yuxu in shock, taken aback by the sudden harshness. Why was he resorting to such vulgarity? It was as if he were taking out his frustrations on him after being bullied outside. Yet, Yuan Tian found himself in a position of dependence, unable to retaliate. Noticing Yuan Tian's lowered head and his hands helplessly gripping the hem of his shirt, Lin Yuxu took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. "I brought you some late-night snacks. You should eat." Yuan Tian hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Lin Yuxu, assuming he was still frightened, gently urged, "I'm not angry anymore. Go ahead and eat. I even included your favorite grilled wings." Cautiously, Yuan Tian lifted his gaze. "I'm not hungry. I ate too much at noon." During lunch, Yuan Tian had devoured his meal, while Su Yuza, seemingly sympathetic to his plight, barely touched his own food, wanting Yuan Tian to fill himself up, having forgotten moderation after not having good food for so long. Yuan Tian finished everything in one go and even ordered a small cake before leaving. Now, his stomach was still full, and the mere scent of food made him feel nauseous. "Full?" Lin Yuxu tilted his head, puzzled. "What did you eat for lunch?" He calculated the weekly allowance he provided for Yuan Tian meticulously. Concerned that Yuan Tian's vanity might lead him to waste money, he distributed the funds gradually. Divided by day, it was just enough to sustain him, certainly not enough to overindulge. Unless he had purchased only steamed buns, but having spent time with Yuan Tian, he knew well how discerning he was. He would rather starve than eat plain buns. Previously, when Lin Yuxu worked part-time on the construction site, he would wake up to steam buns, even leaving 2 for Yuan Tian. Yet upon returning home after his shift, the buns remained untouched on the kitchen counter. Instinctively, Yuan Tian considered lying, but when he met Lin Yuxu's piercing gaze, he ultimately confessed, "A friend took me out to eat, and I thought it foolish not to take advantage, so I overindulged." In truth, Lin Yuxu likely had an inkling of the situation, but hearing it from Yuan Tian made him feel a mix of anger and absurdity. Your friend is so generous. Why not let him support you? After leaving that remark, Lin Yuxu turned away, uninterested in further interaction with Yuan Tian, and returned to the dining table, opening the late-night snack bag to eat by himself. Yuan Tian sat on the bed for a while, feeling increasingly restless. Eventually, he got up and approached Lin Yuxu. "You are the best." Lin Yuxu ignored him, turning his face away, deliberately avoiding Yuan Tian's gaze. Song Yuan pressed his lips together, reaching out to tug at Lin Yuxu's clothing. "You will understand in due time that my actions are all for your sake." Lin Yuxu scoffed, continuing to ignore Song Yuan. After standing for a minute, seeing that Lin Yuxu had no intention of acknowledging him, he resigned himself and returned to the bed. He refrained from playing on his phone, tucked himself under the covers, and closed his eyes to cultivate sleepiness. Lin Yuxu, hearing no sounds, turned to look and discovered that Song Yuan had already fallen asleep, letting out a resigned sigh. Why was he even bothered? Song Yuan was merely a stranger he had taken in temporarily. What right did he have to concern himself so deeply? Making new friends was all well and good, but he wished Song Yuan would leave soon and stop bothering him. Lin Yuxu attempted to convince himself, yet his mood did not improve. Losing his appetite, he abandoned his meal, tidied up the dining table, and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Once he had finished and lay down, he suddenly heard faint sobbing. Lin Yuxu thought he must have misheard and held his breath, listening intently. Confirming the sound came from Song Yuan's direction, he immediately rose from the sofa and walked to the bedside. Rubbing the back of his head, he spoke awkwardly. "Why are you crying? I haven't kicked you out." After about half a minute, through his cries, Song Yuan replied, "My stomach hurts so much. Am I going to die?" Chapter 17. Could you help me rub my stomach? Lin Yuxu found himself at a loss for words, genuinely admiring the logic of this fellow. "What did you expect after eating so much?" "Serves you right," he retorted mercilessly, then returned to lie on the sofa. Song Yuan continued to cry, though it wasn't particularly loud, almost inaudible, really, and he could have fallen asleep regardless. However, Lin Yuxu, in a moment of compromise, sat up again, thinking that he must have owed Song Yuan in a past life, resulting in this debt he now had to repay. It was merely overreading. He wouldn't die so easily. Through his sobs, Song Yuan lamented, "But it hurts so much. I feel like I might vomit, but can't. My stomach is really uncomfortable." Lin Yuxu sighed again. Rising to turn on the lights in the room, he noticed the covers on the bed had formed a small mound, and he approached to tug at them. "If you're uncomfortable, sit up. Don't suffocate yourself like this. I really can't help it. I'm afraid of disturbing you," Song Yuan said, eliciting a chuckle from Lin Yuxu. "You've already disturbed me. Get up. How long are you going to suffer like this? I have class early tomorrow." Slowly, Song Yuan peeled back the covers and sat up. Perhaps it was from being stifled for too long or from crying, but his eyes glistened with tears, and the corners were red, making him look exceedingly pitiful. Lin Yuxu instinctively swallowed, his gaze fixated on the delicate features of Song Yuan. "I'm sorry, just go to sleep. I'll sit in the bathroom for a bit. Maybe I'll feel better after throwing up." Song Yuan's voice pulled Lin Yuxu back from wandering thoughts, and realizing he was thinking inappropriately, he awkwardly cleared his throat. "Never mind, I can't sleep anyway. You can sit here." Lin Yuxu paused for a moment, then turned to fetch the trash can, placing it as close to Song Yuan as possible. "Should you feel nauseous, do not hesitate to relieve yourself in the trash bin. I shall dispose of it in the morning." Song Yuan gazed at Lin Yuxu with reddened eyes, finally discovering a semblance of familiarity within him. In his previous life, he often overindulged, and it was Lin Yuxu who tended to him in such moments, albeit with a gentler tone than now, often using his warm palm to soothe his stomach in an attempt to alleviate his discomfort. Song Yuan bit his lip and addressed Lin Yuxu. "My stomach feels quite unwell. Could you assist me by rubbing it?" Lin Yuxu paused, momentarily taken aback by his request. It was tea until Song Yuan lifted his nightgown, revealing his pale abdomen. That a rare fluster crossed Lin Yuxu's typically stoic visage, his ears tinged with crimson. Just as he was about to scold Song Yuan for his indiscretion, the latter boldly grasped his hand, placing it upon his own belly. "Feel it." Lin Yuxu froze, his hand resting lightly against Song Yuan's cool skin. Unsure of how to withdraw, Song Yuan sniffed and uttered a phrase reminiscent of his former life. "I shall not overindulge again." Yet true to his nature, Song Yuan was the epitome of forgetting pain once the wound had healed, and it wouldn't be long before he disregarded this moment. Lin Yuxu's gaze remained fixated on Song Yuan's abdomen, his silence deafening. Song Yuan, feeling dissatisfied, looked at Lin Yuxu with a hint of grievance. "Why won't you help me?" Upon seeing the slight flush at the corners of Song Yuan's eyes, Lin Yuxu succumbed, sitting at the edge of the bed and awkwardly beginning to knead his stomach. Does this truly help? Song Yuan knelt on the bed, naturally leaning towards Lin Yuxu, his slight frame pressing against him as he wrapped his delicate arms around Lin Yuxu's neck. Yes, it helps, he murmured softly. Lin Yuxu, unusually patient, gently continued to massage Song Yuhan's belly. The clock was nearing midnight, and he still had to rise early for class. While he accepted the responsibility of financially supporting Song Yuhan, he found it exasperating that this fellow dared to venture out and indulge in excess, only to seek his assistance when discomfort arose. With a sigh of irritation, Lin Yuxu inadvertently pressed harder, prompting Song Yuhan to exclaim, "That hurts." Taken aback, Lin Yuxu chuckled in disbelief. "Little ancestor, who else but me would indulge you so?" Song Yuhan remained silent, nuzzling Lin Yuxu's neck in a gesture of endearment, which softened Lin Yuxu's heart. He ceased his complaints and continued to massage Song Yuhan's abdomen with patience. Time slipped away, and before long, Song Yuhan had drifted off to sleep. Lin Yuxu, shaking his weary hands, carefully laid him down on the bed, switching off the room's light, his palm still warm to the touch. Clenching his fist, Lin Yuxu turned over, muttering to himself. Life continued in its unremarkable rhythm, and unbeknownst to him, Song Yuhan had resided in this rented space for nearly a year. Employment remained elusive, yet with Lin Yuxu's willingness to support him, Song Yuhan felt no urgent need to seek interviews, focusing instead on nurturing his relationship with Su Yuza. Su Yuza is indeed the epitome of excellence in every aspect, as the system has indicated. Sometimes, when Song Yuan stands beside Su Yuza, he cannot help but feel a pang of inferiority. Often, Song Yuan speaks highly of university in front of Lin Yuxu, extolling its virtues, and eventually, Lin Yuxu succeeded in gaining admission, enrolling in an economics program. Just before the summer break, as he prepared to report to a university, Lin Yuxu took a job at a construction site. The tuition fees for university are substantial, and now he must support 2 individuals, a rather heavy burden indeed. As summer arrived, Su Yuza traveled extensively, leaving Song Yuan with little opportunity to see him, and thus unable to share meals. Nevertheless, he maintained contact with Su Yuza, sending a morning greeting every day like clockwork, fearful that Su Yuza might forget him after the summer. Unable to enjoy meals with Su Yuza and reluctant to spend the living allowance given to him by Lin Yuxu, Song Yuan would visit the construction site to find Lin Yuxu. The workers there had come to recognize Song Yuan, greeting him warmly upon his arrival. Sitting on a small stool, Song Yuan savored the fruit candies gifted to him by the workers. After finishing his tasks, Lin Yuxu noticed Song Yuan, engrossed in peeling the wrapper of a candy, and couldn't help but frown as he strode over. "Are you eating what others have given you again?" With candy in his mouth, Song Yuan gazed vacantly at Lin Yuxu before eventually nodding. "Yes." Lin Yuxu's temples throbbed. "Did I not instruct you to refrain from accepting food from strangers? They are your colleagues, not strangers." Mumbling through the candy, Song Yuan replied, "They are very nice." "Nice my foot," Lin Yuxu retorted, recalling the incident where an older man had suggested he might take Song Yuan under his wing. Only someone as naive as Song Yuan could remain oblivious to such dangers. "No more eating," he declared, swatting the remaining candies from Song Yuan's hand. Startled, Song Yuan rose in anger, exclaiming, "I dislike you the most." He stormed off, ignoring Lin Yuxu's calls to return. Once Lin Yuxu could no longer see him, he ran a frustrated hand through his hair. Why was he even upset with the boy? The more time he spent with Song Yuan, the more inexplicable emotions surfaced, prompting him to act in ways he deemed inappropriate. Perhaps it was time to send Song Yuan away. He had cared for him for a year. That should suffice. Chapter 18. Are you going to send me away? Upon returning home, Song Yuan's anger dissipated. But the thought of returning to the construction site to find Lin Yuxu felt rather embarrassing. He resorted to purchasing a bucket of instant noodles from the convenience store and, after satisfying his hunger, took the initiative to tidy up the house. Regardless of his earlier outburst, Lin Yuxu had always treated him well. Uttering the words "I dislike you" the most felt unjustified in retrospect. At 9 o'clock that evening, upon hearing footsteps outside, Song Yuan eagerly dashed to open the door for Lin Yuxu. Upon seeing Song Yuan's face, Lin Yuxu's gaze faltered momentarily. "You were quite quick today," he remarked, putting away his keys. As he bent down to change his shoes, Song Yuan had already prepared a pair of slippers for him. "I have always been quick," Song Yuan replied, his tone tinged with displeasure. "When have I not opened the door for you? There is much to discuss." Whenever Song Yuan becomes engrossed in chatting on WeChat, he tends to forget to open the door. Lin Yuxu, harboring his own concerns, refrained from correcting him. "What did you have for lunch?" Lin Yuxu, well acquainted with Song Yuan, often visited the construction site primarily to encourage him to spend money on meals. "Instant noodles." Song Yuan gestured towards the empty noodle boxes in the trash, hoping to elicit sympathy from Lin Yuxu. Lin Yuxu glanced at the trash can and then inquired, "Are you out of money again?" "I have money. I just want to save it," Song Yuan replied. "Save it for what?" Lin Yuxu probed. "To buy clothes." Song Yuan answered candidly. Lin Yuxu nodded, surprisingly refraining from mocking him. "Hurry and take a shower. You need to go to the construction site tomorrow morning." Lin Yuxu remained still, and Song Yuan finally sensed something amiss, cautiously regarding him. "Yuxu, what's wrong?" "In a month, I will be attending a university, and I intend to terminate my lease here," Lin Yuxu declared. Song Yuan's face brightened. "Does that mean you'll be moving closer to a university?" "That is splendid. Once relocated, they will be even nearer to the main character." "When will you start house hunting? Do you want me to assist you?" Lin Yuxu scrutinized Song Yuan's face for a long moment, as if making a resolute decision. He took a deep breath and retrieved 3,000 yuan in cash from his wallet. He hesitated, feeling it insufficient, and added 500 more. "Here." Lin Yuxu pressed the money into Song Yuan's hands. Startled, Song Yuan exclaimed, "Why are you suddenly giving me so much money? Have you struck it rich?" "This should suffice for your transition until you secure a job," Lin Yuxu replied. Song Yuan, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean?" "I have inquired about the prices of nearby hostels. They are no more than 30 yuan per night," Lin Yuxu said, avoiding Song Yuan's gaze, fearing he might soften. His tone grew firm. "You are nearly 20 now. Finding a proper job should not be difficult." Comprehending the implication behind Lin Yuxu's words, Song Yuan, in disbelief, responded, "Are you asking me to leave?" "Yes," Lin Yuxu affirmed. "When I took you in, I made it clear it was only a temporary arrangement. I have supported you for over a year. It is time for you to move on." Song Yuan had never considered that Lin Yuxu would truly expel him, and tears instantly welled in his eyes, his voice trembling. "Are you still upset about what I said at noon?" "No, this decision has long been made. I simply hadn't found the time to discuss it with you." Lowering his head, Song Yuan nervously clutched the cash in his hands. After a prolonged silence, he heard his own voice choked with emotion. "But jobs are hard to come by, and there are many bad people outside. I can't take care of myself. Before you met me, you managed just fine on your own," Lin Yuxu replied, furrowing his brow. "If you weren't so selective about jobs, you wouldn't find it so difficult. I previously suggested a position at a clothing store, but you chose not to pursue it." Song Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixed downward, lost in thought. Lin Yuxu observed his soft hair, a wave of inexplicable restlessness stirring within him. "How about this? I will consult with a friend of mine to see if he is willing to hire you." "No need. I will find something myself." Song Yuan turned to retrieve his luggage, setting aside the cash Lin Yuxu had given him, and tossed his clothes into the bag first. Lin Yuxu glanced at the clock on the wall, approached, and grasped Song Yuan's arm. "It's too late now. Let's leave tomorrow. I wouldn't throw you out at this hour. I wish to return your bed to you sooner." Observing Song Yuan's demeanor stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Lin Yuxu, yet he knew he could not soften his resolve. Otherwise, this fellow would linger indefinitely. "You've occupied my space for so long. Would one more night truly matter?" Lin Yuxu assisted in placing his belongings back next to the cabinet. "Tomorrow is a better option. Heading to a youth hostel at this hour would be unwise, as they only begin charging at noon." Song Yuan, swayed by his words, ceased his insistence on packing. "I'm going to take a shower. You should rest early too," Song Yuan replied in a muffled tone. Lin Yuxu deliberately took a cold shower, attempting to cool his emotions and avoid impulsively retaining Song Yuan. Their relationship was not particularly close. He held no obligation to support the other indefinitely. He preferred his solitary existence from before. It was high time to restore his life to its original course. After showering, Lin Yuxu emerged to find the room dimly lit. He approached and saw that Song Yuan had closed his eyes, likely asleep. Discovering that Song Yuan was not as troublesome as he had imagined relieved Lin Yuxu, yet an inexplicable emotion surged within him, leaving him restless. He consumed half a pack of cigarettes to compel himself to sleep. The following morning, Lin Yuxu rose at 6, as was his custom. Song Yuhan remained in slumber. The blanket that had been draped over him now fallen to the floor. Lin Yuxu went over to cover him once more. Perhaps out of guilt, he descended to purchase rice rolls, placing them on the dining table before heading to work at the construction site. While laboring, Lin Yuxu found himself distracted, his thoughts incessantly returning to Song Yuhan. He should have departed by now. I wonder if he ate the rice rolls I bought. Song Yuhan was nearly 20. He ought to be capable of fending for himself. Although he had enlisted a friend to sever Song Yuhan's connection to the club, he had not intervened in other job prospects. As long as Song Yuhan approached interviews earnestly, opportunities would surely present themselves. Lin Yuxu shook his head, striving to dismiss thoughts of Song Yuhan. However, upon finishing work that evening, he skipped dinner and rushed back to the rental. As he had surmised, the room was enveloped in darkness, and the luggage that had been beside the cabinet was gone. Song Yuhan had fully departed. Lin Yuxu turned his gaze to the dining table, his expression darkening. The rice rolls were devoured, yet the money he had set aside for Song Yuhan remained on the table. Assuming Song Yuhan had merely forgotten to take it, he quickly grabbed his phone to message him. But as he unlocked his device, he remembered he had never added Song Yuhan on WeChat, nor had he obtained his number. Cursing himself for his folly, Lin Yuxu counted the money, realizing he was short by 500. His expression soured further. Song Yuhan had not forgotten to take it. He had intended to only claim that 500. This fellow was deliberately provoking him. Chapter 19. It really is you. After leaving Lin Yuxu's residence, Song Yuhan checked into a youth hostel. He had booked the most economical room, a dormitory with bunk beds accommodating 10 individuals. Song Yuan arrived rather late and could only secure a spot on the lower bunk. Above him lay a corpulent man, seemingly in his 30s, who struggled considerably each time he climbed up, causing the iron bed to sway incessantly and emit creaking sounds. Song Yuan, filled with trepidation, fixated on the man, fearing that the bed might collapse under his weight, potentially crushing him in the process. That would be a most unfortunate fate, far worse than being rendered a vegetable after a car accident in his previous life. He regretted his quarrel with Lin Yuxu, departing with merely 500. Had he taken the entire sum, he would not have been relegated to such squalid accommodations. He contemplated seeking refuge with Su Yuza, yet he was still traversing the globe. Moreover, even if Su Yuza were available, Song Yuan hesitated to impose upon him for assistance. The kindness Su Yuza had shown was tinged with a certain reserved aloofness, distinctly different from Lin Yuxu's. With a sigh, Song Yuan closed his eyes to rest, intending to rejuvenate himself for job hunting the following morning. On his first day, undeterred, he sought an interview at a club, only to be met with an array of peculiar rejections, as he had anticipated. After attempting at 2 more establishments, he received further refusals. Observing the dwindling funds in his pocket, he relinquished his fixation on the club job and began perusing recruitment notices outside various shops. His paramount concern was to secure employment that included accommodation. His funds could not sustain his stay at the youth hostel indefinitely, and he harbored a genuine fear of the upper bunk collapsing. After 2 days of interviews, he finally found a restaurant willing to hire him with provisions for meals and lodging. On his first day at work, Song Yuan was nearly exhausted to the point of nausea. The restaurant was bustling, and he found himself darting about, balancing several plates. By the end of his shift, his arms felt nearly incapacitated, and his fingers trembled violently. Fearing dismissal from his boss, he endured the discomfort, retreating to the restroom only to weep when the strain became unbearable. Had he known that his reincarnation would be so arduous, he might have preferred to remain in a vegetative state. Even being turned into a specimen by the darkened Lin Yuxu would have been more tolerable. He refrained from crying for too long, concerned that his boss might suspect him of idleness. After a brief respite, he would emerge from the restroom, donning a characteristic forced smile to serve the patrons. After enduring for over half a month, he gradually adapted, and his clandestine tears in the restroom became less frequent. One afternoon, while serving dishes as usual, his boss instructed him to dispose of the kitchen refuse. Holding his breath, he tied up all the garbage bags and carried them toward the alley. Upon tossing the refuse into the recycling bin and turning around, he was met with the visage of Lin Yuxu. Song Yuan stood frozen, blinking in disbelief. He thought he had misidentified the figure and rubbed his eyes. Lin Yuxu promptly approached and grasped his arm, exclaiming, "How filthy!" Recognizing the familiar voice, Song Yuan realized he had not been mistaken and broke into a joyous smile. "Lin Yuxu, it truly is you. I thought I was dreaming." Lin Yuxu assumed that upon seeing him, Song Yuan would immediately unleash a torrent of insults. To his surprise, he was greeted only by a radiant smile on Song Yuan's face. This unexpected reaction left Lin Yuxu feeling rather unsettled. How could someone be so foolish and harbor no grudges? Ever since Song Yuan had departed, Lin Yuxu had donned a perpetually stern expression, his temper akin to a lit fuse, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. His colleagues at the construction site kept their distance, wary of provoking this volatile individual. Each evening, as Lin Yuxu returned home, he instinctively slowed his actions while retrieving his keys. It was only upon opening the door and confronting the chilling emptiness of his abode that the reality struck him. Song Yuan was indeed gone, driven away by his own actions. This melancholic and irritable state persisted for over a week, and unable to endure it any longer, Lin Yuxu began to seek out Song Yuan's whereabouts. He scoured nearby hostels, but to no avail, regretting his earlier decision to withhold his contact information. Previously, Song Yuan had expressed a desire to connect via WeChat, but Lin Yuxu had stubbornly refused to engage. Now, deprived of any means of communication, he found himself at a loss. In desperation, he turned to old acquaintances for assistance. After several days of inquiries, he finally discovered that Song Yuan was employed at a local restaurant. This revelation astonished Lin Yuxu. He had presumed that Song Yuan would shy away from hardship, preferring hunger over working in such an establishment. Seeing Song Yuan in such a disheveled state, even more emaciated than when he had first arrived at Lin Yuxu's home, caused a pang of pain in Lin Yuxu's heart. "You are utterly foolish. I suggested you work at a clothing store, yet you chose to endure this hardship instead. What suffering is there here?" Song Yuan, displeased with Lin Yuxu's immediate jabs, retorted, "The food here is quite good. The owner is generous and allows us to enjoy dishes from the menu. Haven't you noticed I've gained some weight?" Lin Yuxu scrutinized him closely. "Gain weight? Not a chance. The uniform hangs loosely on you, and your arms have grown alarmingly thin, nearly devoid of any flesh." "How did you find me here?" Song Yuan inquired, curiosity piqued. Lin Yuxu, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted his gaze and replied, "I happened to pass by and noticed." Song Yuan did not question his explanation. "Shouldn't you be at the construction site at this hour? What brings you out for a leisurely stroll?" "I resigned. It's nearly time for me to head to a university," Lin Yuxu replied. Song Yuan paused for a moment, then murmured, "Does that mean Su Yuza is also returning?" Since starting work at the restaurant, he had been exceedingly busy, and after each shift, he was too exhausted to chat with Su Yuza. He wondered if, after all this time, Su Yuza still remembered him. "Who are you referring to?" Lin Yuxu asked, slightly confused. Song Yuan shook his head, about to change the subject when a voice called out from nearby. "Song Yuan, where have you been slacking off this time?" Startled, Song Yuan jumped slightly and quickly turned to Lin Yuxu. "I can't chat any longer. I must return to work. Do come by often to see me. However, the meals here are a bit pricey, so I can't offer you a discount. Just wait until I finish my shift to chat." Hearing Song Yuan's invitation to visit frequently, a subtle smile crept onto Lin Yuxu's lips. Without waiting for his response, Song Yuan had already departed. Lin Yuxu gazed at Song Yuan's flustered figure, his brow furrowing once more. He needed to find an excuse to take Song Yuan back in. Chapter 20. Who allowed you to touch him upon encountering an acquaintance? Song Yuan's mood brightened considerably, and he energetically balanced a tray. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt compelled to demonstrate to Lin Yuxu that he was not without merit, even capable of handling menial tasks with aplomb. This would put an end to Lin Yuxu's incessant insinuations that he merely sought unearned rewards. While taking shortcuts was indeed his ultimate aspiration, it did not imply he was incapable of hard work. As Song Yuan internally praised himself, he warmly smiled at the guests. clearing away the remnants of meals from table after table. By the end of his shift, he rubbed his sore shoulders and exited the restaurant. Whereupon he spotted a familiar figure, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. Leaning against the railing and smoking, Lin Yuxu raised his eyes to see Song Yuanan jogging towards him. His smoking momentarily halted, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. "What are you still doing here?" Song Yuanan inquired, lifting his head with a joyful smile. "Were you waiting for me to finish work?" Lin Yuxu extinguished his cigarette, turning his face away to conceal his flushed cheeks. "Yes, I'm taking you out for a late-night snack." "Great!" Song Yuanan exclaimed, feeling a pang of hunger. He stepped forward and linked his arm with Lin Yuxu's. "What are you going to treat me to?" Lin Yuxu allowed him to cling on, the long-lost intimacy providing a sense of reassurance. "What would you like to eat?" Song Yuanan tilted his head in thought. At such a late hour, only a barbecue joint was feasible. "Let us have barbecue," he suggested, his eyes sparkling as they reflected Lin Yuxu's handsome visage. "I want grilled chicken wings. Is that okay?" "Ah, the familiar little glutton." Lin Yuxu playfully tapped his nose, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Sure, but you must come to keep me company after work every day." Song Yuanan seized the opportunity to push his luck. "So you're inviting me for late-night snacks, right?" Lin Yuxu replied with mock irritation. "You're quite audacious." With unabashed confidence, Song Yuanan nodded. "Yes, tomorrow I want wonton noodles." "You're just using me to satisfy your cravings." "Who told you to be my old Lin?" Song Yuanan paused, recalling that in this life, Lin Yuxu was now the protagonist's beloved, and thus amended, Lin Yuxu. Lin Yuxu chuckled lightly, dismissing his words as nonsense. "Let us go. We shouldn't delay any longer." Song Yuanan tugged him towards the food street. Lin Yuxu, having approached Song Yuanan with an apology in mind, decided to be generous this time, without restricting the budget, allowing Song Yuanan to order freely. However, Song Yuanan began to exhibit restraint, only ordering grilled chicken wings and grilled rice cakes. "Is this all you want?" Lin Yuxu raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to Song Yuanan's stomach, which seemed inadequate for his usual appetite. Song Yuanan rolled his eyes. "I'm not a glutton. Have you grown modest since we haven't seen each other for a while?" Song Yuanan scoffed, "Modest my foot." Lin Yuxu ceased teasing him and ordered additional skewers and a serving of fried rice noodles. As soon as the owner brought the freshly grilled food to their table, Song Yuanan eagerly dug in. Concerned he might choke, Lin Yuxu hurried to a nearby convenience store to fetch him a bottle of water. "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you." Lin Yuxu unscrewed the bottle cap and handed it to him. Song Yuanan took a sip of water and then continued eating. "Where are you staying now?" he asked. After swallowing his food, Song Yuanan replied, "In the dormitory. This restaurant provides accommodation." Lin Yuxu frowned slightly. "How many people?" "4 in a room." Song Yuanan paused, revealing a smile, and added with a hint of pride, "This time I got the upper bunk, so no one will step on my bed." Lin Yuxu couldn't comprehend why this was a matter of joy. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and his expression darkened. "You're not wandering around without pants again, are you?" Song Yan nearly choked on the rice noodles and quickly gulped down several mouthfuls of water, indignantly retorting, "I'm not a pervert." "You are. You started not wearing pants on the first day you came to my house." Song Yuanan protested, "Is it the same? I only do that in front of you." He paused and muttered softly, "Forget it. You wouldn't understand." In their previous life, they had been like an old married couple, having seen and experienced everything together. Thus, Song Yuanan felt entirely at ease walking around in front of Lin Yuxu with bare legs. In the communal dormitory, he would never behave that way, always dressing properly. Though Song Yuanan only spoke half of his thoughts, Lin Yuxu could roughly guess the rest, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. "Little pervert, hurry up and eat. If you don't, it'll get cold." Song Yuanan shot Lin Yuxu a glare. If he was the little pervert, then Lin Yuxu was the bigger one. In their previous life, he had done the most absurd things in front of a comatose person. Just thinking about it made Song Yuanan's hand ache slightly. After their late-night meal, Lin Yuxu accompanied Song Yuanan to the foot of the dormitory. "Go on up, get some rest, and don't stay up late chatting with others," Lin Yuxu said softly. Song Yuanan stood still, cautiously glancing at Lin Yuxu. "Will you come again tomorrow?" Lin Yuxu's previously sharp brows softened into an almost tender expression. I will. He ruffled Song Yuanan's hair and asked, Aren't you mad at me anymore? Song Yuanan blinked in confusion. Why would I be mad? Lin Yuxu, slightly embarrassed, averted his gaze. I push you away. I'm not mad. I was going to leave eventually. Lin Yuxu did not appreciate such sentiments, and his brow furrowed deeply. All right, let us not discuss this anymore. Go on up. Okay. Song Yuanan waved at him, good night. Lin Yuxu could not help but smile good night. Once Song Yuanan departed, Lin Yuxu began to miss this little glutton. He had to bring him back quickly. After that night, Song Yuanan saw Lin Yuxu every day. Lin Yuxu would wait for him at the entrance of the restaurant, never leaving, no matter how late Song Yuanan worked. When Song Yuanan finished his shift, Lin Yuxu would take him out for late-night snacks. Even after university had commenced, Lin Yuxu remained steadfast. One afternoon, having just finished class, Lin Yuxu hurriedly made his way to where Song Yuanan was working. Leaning against a pole outside, he lit a cigarette. Just as he took a puff, he raised his eyes and witnessed an inappropriate scene involving Song Yuanan. As he bent down to clear plates for a customer, a man sitting closest to him suddenly reached out and slapped his backside. Song Yuan looked over in astonishment. It said nothing, merely offering him a faint smile. This infuriated Lin Yuxu. He tossed aside the cigarette in his hand and strode into the dining area, delivering a kick to the man. You filthy hand, who permitted you to touch him? Chapter 21. You're going to jail. The restaurant descended into chaos as Lin Yuxu subdued the man, delivering several blows until he lost consciousness. Amidst the screams, Song Yuan snapped back to reality, hurriedly embracing Lin Yuxu's broad back. Stop. If you continue, someone might die. Only then did Lin Yuxu relent, shaking out his swollen and reddened hand. Before long, both an ambulance and police car arrived. Lin Yuxu and Song Yuan were escorted into the police vehicle, taken to the station for questioning. Having never witnessed such a scene in either of his two lives, Song Yuan felt his eyes welling up with tears, overwhelmed by fear. Lin Yuxu was still fuming at Song Yuan, unwilling to offer any comfort at that moment. The man's family soon arrived, claiming the injuries were severe and refusing to settle. Seeing that Lin Yuxu was still a university student, the police attempted to persuade the man's family on his behalf, hoping to prevent him from acquiring a criminal record at such a young age. What should we do, Lin Yuxu? Song Yuan asked, trailing closely behind him, tugging at the hem of Lin Yuxu's shirt. They seem unwilling to negotiate. Will you end up in jail? Lin Yuxu shot a glare at Song Yuan. Startled by his fierce gaze, Song Yuan immediately withdrew his hand. Yet, despite his fear, he steadfastly remained by Lin Yuxu's side. With a heavy sigh, Lin Yuxu sought the officer's permission, stepped away, and dialed a number on his phone. Song Yuan watched him intently, unable to discern the conversation. Lin Yuxu soon hung up and returned to his spot. Were you calling a lawyer? Song Yuan inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxu felt a mix of anger and amusement. Do you think I have the money to hire a lawyer? Song Yuan's complexion turned pale. Then it's over. You will go to jail, and I will be doomed. Uncertain of how long Lin Yuxu might be imprisoned, he recalled their agreement with the system, which had only 8 years left. He certainly did not wish to face an untimely demise before he had the chance to enjoy life. How could you die? The mere thought of Song Yuan being taken advantage of ignited Lin Yuxu's fury. He scoffed, how foolish of me. If you can tolerate being groped, how could you possibly not take care of yourself? I worry about your well-being daily. Yeah, I'm the real fool here. Song Yuan might not have been well-educated, but he was no fool. He understood the underlying meaning in Lin Yuxu's words. Indeed, if mere groping could lead to a good life, I would gladly welcome it daily. Lin Yuxu, enveloped in a low-pressure aura, gritted his teeth. Song Yuan, do you have so little self-respect? Song Yuan moved his lips, but no words emerged. He turned away, presenting his back to Lin Yuxu, and began to weep. This left Lin Yuxu utterly bewildered, and the pent-up anger within him dissipated in an instant. Why are you crying? I haven't even cursed at you. Song Yuan did not respond, lowering his head and wiping away tears while emitting soft sobs. Lin Yuxu found himself at a loss, letting out a helpless sigh. All right, stop crying. I shall no longer be fierce with you. Yet, Song Yuan continued to weep. Lin Yuxu softened his tone, attempting to soothe him. I shall be fine. Soon we will depart from the police station. Song Yuan remained unresponsive. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yuxu reached out and grasped Song Yuan's hand. Stop rubbing your eyes. It will be uncomfortable if bacteria get in. I was in the wrong. I should not have spoken to you that way. Upon hearing Lin Yuxu's apology, Song Yuan's spirits lifted somewhat. I am too poor. Anyone can easily crush me. He choked back tears and continued. It was merely a slight touch, and a clean wash will suffice. It is nothing of great consequence. If I offend someone over such a trivial matter, it would truly be my undoing. Hearing these words, Lin Yuxu felt a slight pang in his heart. It was clear that Song Yuan harbored such fears. He had chosen to endure rather than provoke trouble. Lin Yuxu had previously misinterpreted Song Yuan's seemingly carefree demeanor, mistakenly believing he was amenable to anyone's advances. Lin Yuxu squeezed Song Yuan's palm, emphasizing his assurance. From now on, you have me. No one shall bully you at will. And you shall not bully me either. Song Yuan's voice still carried a sob. Lin Yuxu chuckled helplessly, his gaze reflecting a tenderness he was unaware of. Very well. I shall not bully you either. Satisfied, Song Yuan leaned back slightly, lifting his head to affectionately rub his cheek against Lin Yuxu's chin. This pose resembled an embrace, prompting the officer overseeing their case to clear his throat. All right, this is a public space. Please exhibit a modicum of restraint. Realizing he had overstepped, Lin Yuxu's ears flushed crimson, and he quickly released his hold on Song Yuan. They had reached an understanding. Sitting up straight, Song Yuan exclaimed in surprise, Really? They are willing to forgive us? The officer nodded, a look of curiosity crossing his face. They are prepared to compensate for your losses. They simply hope you can put tonight's events behind you. It struck the officer as peculiar that, in such a short span, the other party was eager to reconcile, even taking full blame upon themselves and offering compensation for all losses incurred. Nevertheless, the officers stood by the students, preferring to see the matter resolved amicably. No need for compensation, Lin Yuxu asserted, rising and pulling Song Yuan up, clasping his hand. Can we leave now? Yes, let us go, the officer replied hesitantly, unable to resist adding. I see you are a student from university. Your future is bright. Do temper your temper and do not ruin yourself. I understand. Thank you. After bidding farewell to the officer, Lin Yuxu led Song Yuan out of the police station. Song Yuan frequently glanced back. What are you looking at? Lin Yuxu teased him. Do you wish to go back inside? Of course. Song Yuan did not wish to return, yet he had heard that the group was willing to offer compensation, which felt somewhat unfair. Lin Yuxu, do you not want their compensation? No. Lin Yuxu replied without hesitation. Compensation is too lenient for him. That man must face punishment. What punishment? Lin Yuxu glanced down at Song Yuan and did not respond to his question. Are you going back to the restaurant? Lin Yuxu smiled slightly. Before we got into the police car, your boss threatened to fire you. Song Yuan's expression darkened, and he angrily slapped Lin Yuxu's arm. It's all your fault. You should have waited until he left the restaurant to confront him. Now look, I've been dismissed. He bullied you, and I could just stand by. Song Yuan understood that Lin Yuxu acted to protect him, so he refrained from further complaints. But I still haven't received last month's salary. Lin Yuxu put his arm around Song Yuan's shoulders, adopting a protective demeanor. Come, I will help you get it back. Without hesitation, Lin Yuxu took Song Yuan back to the restaurant. The boss, having witnessed Lin Yuxu's temper, dared not provoke him further and promptly settled both last month's and this month's wages for Song Yuan. Joyfully counting the money, Song Yuan exclaimed, Lin Yuxu, it's truly wonderful to have you. Chapter 22. Why aren't you sleeping on the sofa? Song Yuan's joy was short-lived as he immediately fell sullen, his lips pouting. What's wrong? Lin Yuxu frowned, thinking perhaps there was a discrepancy in the payment, and immediately rolled up his sleeves. Did he deduct your wages? I'll go help you retrieve it. Song Yuan quickly pressed Lin Yuxu's arm down. No, my salary is intact. Then why the sudden gloom? I have nowhere to stay. Song Yuan cautiously tucked the money into his pocket and added, I can't stay in the dormitory anymore. I'll have to find a youth hostel to hide out. I was wondering what the matter was. Lin Yuxu chuckled, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. Come stay with me. I'll take you in. Song Yuan's expression brightened. You didn't cancel that apartment, did you? I did, Lin Yuxu said, seemingly concealing something. Averting his gaze and speaking in a stiff tone, I rented a place near the school before the semester started. Initially, Lin Yuxu had planned to stay on campus. But upon finding Song Yuan, he altered his decision and opted for an apartment of his own. Is renting near a university very expensive? Song Yuan remarked disapprovingly. You don't have a part-time job now. How can you afford to spend recklessly? Why so many questions? If you don't want to stay, then don't. Lin Yuxu feigned intimidation. Song Yuan immediately changed his expression, smiling brightly as he wrapped his arms around Lin Yuxu's waist. Of course, I want to stay. He had no desire to return to a cramped 9-person dormitory, where every day was filled with unpleasant odors. If he was unlucky enough to get the bottom bunk, he would be greeted daily by the sight of a large footprint on the sheets, utterly distasteful. Song Yuan smiled sheepishly at Lin Yuxu. You treat me the best. Lin Yuxu's lips curled upward slightly. Glad you know that. Just wait for me a moment. I need to grab my luggage from the dorm. I'll accompany you. Lin Yuxu intended to follow him upstairs to ensure no unsavory characters had their eyes on this foolish boy. If there were, they would deal with them together. Unbeknownst to himself, Lin Yuxu had unconsciously begun to consider Song Yuan as his own. With a free laborer to help move his belongings, Song Yuan certainly wouldn't he refuse. Pulling him toward the staff dormitory. It was better than a youth hostel, but not by much. The cacophony of sounds was relentless, even at 2 in the morning, with employees engaged in games. On one occasion, Song Yuan awoke in the dead of night and descended from his bed to use the bathroom. In the darkness, he beheld a bed shaking violently, accompanied by strained, suppressed gasps. This sight startled Song Yuan, prompting him to limit his water intake in the evenings to avoid awakening at night and causing embarrassment. Although he had previously resided in a communal dormitory, the pampering he received from Lin Yuxu in his past life had made him forget the hardships of yesteryears. Please wait for me here. I don't have much to gather, and I shall be quick, he urged Lin Yuxu, wishing to spare his colleagues any discomfort. Lin Yuxu's brows furrowed in displeasure, yet he did not insist. Standing resolutely at the doorway like a guardian, his towering height of nearly 2 meters effectively obstructed the entrance, instilling a sense of intimidation that deterred anyone inside from daring to exit. As Song Yuan retrieved his belongings, he patted Lin Yuxu on the shoulder, announcing, I am ready. Lin Yuxu nodded and dutifully assisted in carrying Song Yuan's luggage. The workplace of Song Yuan was a considerable distance from university, and Lin Yuxu generously hailed a taxi. Upon arriving at Lin Yuxu's residence, Song Yuan was pleasantly surprised, surveying his surroundings. The spacious room was indeed an improvement from his last visit, boasting better decor and even a television. The rent here must be exorbitant, he mused. Not too bad, Lin Yuxu replied, placing his luggage down and fetching a pair of slippers. I just mopped the floor yesterday. Please change into these. All right, Song Yuan complied, but soon realized something was amiss. You live alone. Why are there 2 pairs of slippers? Lin Yuxu's eyes darted away, his voice rising in an attempt to mask his unease. What of it? Can't I invite friends over? He retorted. In such a cramped space, how do you expect to entertain? Sensing the potential for further inquiry, Lin Yuxu playfully flicked Song Yuan's forehead. Why so inquisitive? Hurry and shower. I don't want you to jump in before I do. As anticipated, Song Yuan's attention was swiftly diverted, and he scurried to rummage through his belongings. It has been ages since I've enjoyed a hot shower. The water heater in the dormitory is perpetually malfunctioning. The landlord is exceedingly stingy. Whenever I request repairs, he promises but never follows through. With so many residents, I can never manage to shower without waiting until nearly dawn, leaving me nearly frozen. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxu's heart ached. He regretted having sent Song Yuan away. After finally managing to nourish him a bit, he had suffered outside and reverted to a frail state. I'm going to shower now, Song Yuan declared, emptying his pockets and tucking his money deep within his luggage. Meeting Lin Yuxu's gaze, he swallowed hard and whispered, Please don't think of taking my wages. This is all my hard-earned money. Lin Yuxu retorted, When you were working on a construction site, you never uttered such sentiments. Is your salary blood and sweat while mine is not? Lin Yuxu was nearly driven to exasperation by Song Yuan's words. Inhaling deeply and pinching the bridge of his nose, You certainly know how to provoke me, he gritted through clenched teeth. You little greedy creature. I have no interest in your money. Now go wash up. After receiving Lin Yuxu's assurance, Song Yuanan felt a sense of relief and made his way to the bathroom with his clothes. Once both had finished their showers, Song Yuanan cautiously inquired, "Where shall I sleep?" Noticing Song Yuanan's gaze repeatedly drifting toward the bed, Lin Yuxu, with an exasperated tone, replied, "You will sleep on the bed." A smile blossomed on Song Yuanan's face, and within a minute, he was already lying on the bed. Lin Yuxu turned off the lights and joined him. Sensing his presence, Song Yuanan quickly sat up. "Why don't you sleep on the sofa?" Lin Yuxu shut his eyes and retorted, "This is my house. Why should I sleep on the sofa?" "But that's how it used to be," Song Yuanan protested. "That was because the bed was too small. This time I specifically chose a double." Lin Yuxu realized he had let something slip and quickly amended his statement. "Keep talking, and I might just kick you out of bed." "Such a bully," Song Yuanan murmured, returning to his reclined position. Exhaustion soon overtook him, and he fell asleep, his breathing steady. Lin Yuxu turned to his side and wrapped an arm around Song Yuanan's waist, finding him quite fragrant. Chapter 23. He is not a bad person. It had been ages since Song Yuanan had the luxury of waking up naturally when he finally rose. It was well past noon, and Lin Yuxu had already left for class. He stretched luxuriously, relishing the comfort of the bed. So delightful, he thought. Suddenly, he remembered something, sat up, and pressed down on the mattress. It was quite plush, far softer than the last place Lin Yuxu had rented, which explained why he had slept so well. Song Yuanan lay back down, unable to suppress a sigh. "I wish I could stay here forever." Yet, he was acutely aware of the impossibility of this dream. Once Lin Yuxu became acquainted with Su Yuza, he would likely be shown the door. He hoped that before that happened, he might encounter a wealthy benefactor willing to support him. Finally recalling Su Yuza, Song Yuanan hastily took out his phone and sent a WeChat message. "Sorry for the delay. I've been caught up with work and haven't had the time to reply. How have you been lately?" After waiting a while with no response, he stopped checking his phone and got up to wash up. His stomach growled in hunger, prompting him to open the refrigerator in search of something to eat. To his astonishment, the fridge was brimming with food, milk, small cakes, and more. Puzzled, he scratched his head. "Wait a minute. I remember Lin Yuxu peeking into the fridge while showering last night. There were only a few bottles of mineral water. Had he misremembered?" Not dwelling on the matter, he happily retrieved his favorite foods and placed them on the dining table. As he ate, he checked his phone, only to find that Su Yuza still hadn't replied, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. Could it be that I've taken too long to reach out, and he has forgotten me? He pondered, feeling quite aggrieved. If only I had made it a point to chat with Su Yuza at least once a day, the protagonist wouldn't have forgotten me. With a sigh, Song Yuanan focused on his meal. Just as he was preparing to venture out in search of work, Su Yuza finally sent him a message. "Su Yuza, it's quite good. I've returned to school for classes. I initially wanted to invite you out for a meal, but I hesitated, fearing you might be busy." Song Yuhan's face brightened, momentarily casting aside thoughts of job hunting. "Song Yuhan, can we meet today?" "Su Yuza, we can, but don't you have work today?" Song Yuhan, "No. I resigned due to some issues." "Su Yuza, is it serious? Do you need my help?" Song Yuhan, "No, it's already resolved." "Su Yuza, that's good to hear. I finished class at 4:30. Shall we meet at the school gate around 5? Song Yuhan, sounds good. After sending the message, Song Yuhan returned to his room and changed into a more presentable outfit. With over 2 hours until their meeting, he decided to watch television to pass the time. The show was captivating, yet his mind remained occupied with thoughts of Su Yuza and Lin Yuxu. Now that Lin Yuxu had entered a university, should he be introduced to Su Yuza? It occurred to him that he had yet to inquire whether Su Yuza was seeing anyone. Surely not, since they were both protagonists. All precious first experiences should belong to Lin Yuxu. Nevertheless, it might be prudent to broach the topic today. Before 5 o'clock, Song Yuhan positioned himself at the entrance. His overall demeanor soft and amiable, attracting the attention of several passing students. As he stared at his shoes in boredom, he pondered why Su Yuza had not yet arrived. Just as he was about to lose patience, he finally heard Su Yuza's voice. Xiao and Song Yuhan looked up and upon seeing Su Yuza's face, he smiled and waved. Yuza-go, have you been waiting long? Su Yuza appeared apologetic, saying a teacher needed to see me, which delayed me a bit. No worries, I just got here myself. Song Yuhan fibbed. Shall we go? Are you starving? Song Yuhan shyly nodded. He was indeed a bit hungry. Is that restaurant we went to before still okay? Absolutely. As they turned, Lin Yuxu spotted them from a distance, his brow furrowing. Isn't that Song Yuhan? Why is he walking so closely with a stranger? Lin Yuxu's expression soured as he quietly trailed behind them. Inside the restaurant, Song Yuhan ordered several of his favorite dishes. Is this enough? More than enough, Song Yuhan replied, then hesitated before asking, if we can't finish, can I take some home? Is it for your brother? Song Yuhan nodded cautiously, worried that Su Yuza might think him greedy. Su Yuza chuckled lightly. Go ahead and eat. I ordered something different. Yuza-go, you are truly wonderful. Su Yuza shrugged with a slight smile. To him, it was merely a small gesture, and the expense was inconsequential. In pursuit of such satisfaction, he had previously aided many underprivileged students, but this was his first experience with someone like Song Yuhan. By the way, you mentioned your brother was applying to university. Did he get in? He did. Upon the mention of this topic, Song Yuhan inexplicably felt a swell of pride, exclaiming, I am currently studying at a university, and I believe my major is something related to economics. Su Yuza furrowed his brow, pondering why he would choose such a field, which typically requires a substantial background for employment. Song Yuhan assumed that Su Yuza was disparaging Lin Yuxu, and hurriedly added, my brother may be a bit financially challenged at the moment, but he is exceptionally intelligent and will undoubtedly achieve great success in the future. Su Yuza smiled slightly, not taking Song Yuhan's words to heart. In his perspective, given the circumstances of families like Song Yuhan's, securing a stable job was already commendable. When the opportunity arises, I can introduce you, he suggested with a mild smile, which seemed to convey a lack of interest. Sound good. Their ordered dishes finally arrived, and upon seeing the food, Song Yuhan's attention was entirely captivated. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, completely forgetting his earlier mission to inquire whether Su Yuza had a partner. The dishes were quite appetizing, and Song Yuhan's bowl of rice was nearly empty. Concerned that he might not have enough to eat, Su Yuza proposed, shall I order another bowl of rice? With rice in his mouth, Song Yuhan could only nod in response. Noticing the grains of rice at the corner of Song Yuhan's mouth, Su Yuza couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to wipe it away. Just as his fingertips were about to brush against Song Yuhan's skin, a strong arm appeared within their line of sight, firmly grasping Su Yuza's wrist. What do you think you're doing? Lin Yuxu glared coldly at Su Yuza. Taken aback, Su Yuza inquired, and who might you be? Song Yuhan abruptly stood up, gazing at Lin Yuxu in astonishment. Lin Yuxu, what are you doing here? It was only then that Lin Yuxu turned his attention to Song Yuhan, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. If I weren't here, would you two be about to kiss? Song Yuhan exclaimed. What on earth are you talking about? Lin Yuxu's grip was quite forceful, causing Su Yuza's wrist to ache, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Sir, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. Could you please release your grip? Su Yuza managed to say through the pain. Before Lin Yuxu could respond, Song Yuhan hurriedly interjected, Brother Yuza, please don't misunderstand. He is not a bad person. He is simply the brother I mentioned. Chapter 24. How many good brothers do you have? Su Yuza's smile was somewhat strained, the pain from Lin Yuxu's grip evident. Nonetheless, he maintained the poise befitting a wealthy air and spoke in a calm, unhurried tone. Ah, so you are Shaoen's brother. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Su Yuza. Brother? Lin Yuxu's smile took on a sinister edge as he turned to fixate on Song Yuhan. Since when did I become your brother? Observing the flush of discomfort on Su Yuza's face, Song Yuhan realized they could not afford to offend him. He quickly intervened before the Su family heir could become truly angered. Lin Yuxu, please let go. You are hurting him. Lin Yuxu chuckled. Are you concerned for him? Seeing that he was unwilling to release his hold, Song Yuhan resorted to another tactic to compel him to relent. You pervert. Taking advantage of a beauty at the first sight. Upon hearing this, both Lin Yuxu and Su Yuza's expressions shifted, particularly Lin Yuxu, who promptly released Su Yuza's hand and hastily wiped it on his trousers. I apologize for my brother's typically rude behavior. Please do not hold it against him. Song Yuan was quite apprehensive about Su Yuza causing them trouble, hastily taking hold of Su Yuza's hand to examine it closely. His wrist was already red. It must have hurt quite a bit. It's fine, it doesn't hurt, Su Yuza replied with a slight smirk, then turned his gaze towards Lin Yuxu. Haven't we met before? This name seems particularly familiar to me. I believe I heard it at some banquet. Lin Yuxu met Su Yuza's gaze with an icy stare. A poor person like me would never have the opportunity to meet a young masterborn with a silver spoon. Su Yuza was perplexed by Lin Yuxu's hostility towards him and glanced at Song Yuan, who was continuously blowing on the back of his hand. Is it because of him? Song Yuan, try holding his hand one more time. Lin Yuxu snapped, unable to contain his irritation. Startled by the outburst, Song Yuan immediately released his grip. Noticing the attention of those around them, Su Yuza wished to avoid any gossip at school and spoke up to ease the tension. Shaoan, I'm fine. He then turned to Lin Yuxu. Please do not take your anger out on Shaoan. We merely came out for a meal. There's no need to be overly concerned. Lin Yuxu refused to acknowledge Su Yuza, instead pulling Song Yuan's arm and leading him away. I haven't finished eating yet. If you say one more word, I'll throw your luggage out, Lin Yuxu threatened. Song Yuan promptly fell silent, turning back to offer an apologetic expression to Su Yuza. Once the two had departed, Su Yuza too felt disinclined to linger and rose to settle the bill. On his way back to school, he kept replaying Lin Yuxu's face in his mind. Surely, he must have mistaken the identity. There are many with similar names, and it couldn't possibly be that enigmatic young master from the Lin family. Upon returning home, Song Yuan was unceremoniously tossed onto the bed by Lin Yuxu. Rubbing his sore behind, he looked up at Lin Yuxu with a wronged expression. Why are you being so fierce? Now, because of your commotion, Brother Yuza will certainly dislike us. Standing before Song Yuan, Lin Yuxu towered over him, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Brother? Lin Yuxu narrowed his eyes, half smiling. How many brothers do you actually have? You call everyone brother. Just how desperate are you for siblings? Misunderstanding Lin Yuxu's intent, Song Yuan pouted and quietly replied, If you don't want me to, I won't call you that. Is that the issue at hand? Lin Yuxu leaned closer, gripping Song Yuan's chin to force him to meet his gaze. Tell me the truth. What is your relationship with him, and when did you meet? A barrage of questions left Song Yuan utterly bewildered. Lin Yuxu, having already lost his temper, now patiently awaited his response. Just a brother I know. Song Yuan's voice was muffled as he spoke with his chin still held. Lin Yuxu released him, crossing his arms while signaling with his eyes for him to continue. Yes, just a friend, as I mentioned earlier. Lin Yuxu recalled the incident and frowned. Is he the one who made you overeat? Remembering that episode made Song Yuan's ears flush red as he nodded slowly. You truly have a short memory. After just a few days of being gentle, you're back to your old ways, trying to overeat again, then crying and begging me to rub your stomach? Song Yuan widened his eyes in protest, insisting, absolutely not. I have memorized it. Your recent gluttonous behavior hardly suggests that you have. I haven't. Lin Yuxu, not wishing to divert the conversation further, recognized that this fellow was oblivious to his own faults. Isn't it enough that I support you? Lin Yuxu himself was unaware of the jealousy lacing his tone. So, when someone else treats you, you choose to run after them. I have no such intentions. Song Yuan felt aggrieved, his eyes reddening slightly. I merely wanted to improve our meals. I even had him pack some for you. If I truly intended to leave with him, I would have introduced you as my brother. Lin Yuxu was, after all, his husband in a previous life. Did he truly believe that pushing his husband onto someone else wouldn't cause pain? All the hardships of this lifetime were shared with Lin Yuxu, while the protagonist merely reaped the rewards. The thought filled him with a sense of injustice. Observing Song Yuan's almost tearful demeanor, Lin Yuxu assumed he had been too harsh and softened his tone. We do not need to improve our meals. You won't go hungry with me. Please refrain from accepting food from others. I find it quite displeasing. Song Yuan interpreted this as a matter of pride, unwilling to accept charity from the protagonist. All right, I understand. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxu's anger dissipated, and he settled beside Song Yuan. Suddenly recalling something, he adopted a serious expression and said, Do not call me brother in public again. Why not? Are you my brother? Lin Yuxu poked Song Yuan's cheek with his finger. If you call me that, others will misunderstand. He was perplexed as to why Song Yuan no longer called him husband. They had met only recently, and he had shamelessly referred to him in such a manner in public. He had no desire to play the role of an older brother. If he were to support Song Yuan indefinitely, it would be far more appropriate to be a husband. The mere thought startled Lin Yuxu. He abruptly stood up, taking 2 steps back, his expression awkward. I broke a sweat. I'll go take a shower. Without waiting for Song Yuan's response, he retrieved his sleepwear from the wardrobe and headed towards the bathroom. An hour later, having finished a shower, Lin Yuxu encountered Song Yuan waiting by the door. Clutching his sleepwear, Song Yuan complained, "You took forever. It's not like there's a bathtub. Does it really take that long?" With that, he sidled past Lin Yuxu. 5 minutes later, a sharp scream erupted from the bathroom. "Lin Yuxu, are you insane? Why is the water cold?" Song Yuan, naked, dashed out of the bathroom and scrambled onto the bed, burying himself under the covers. "Quickly, go heat the water." Lin Yuxu stood frozen in place. The fleeting glimpse of Song Yuan's exquisite form reignited desires he had struggled to suppress. He turned his head, eyes darkened, fixating on the trembling figure beneath the covers. Chapter 25. What are you doing, kissing me? Just one night away from the communal dormitory, Song Yuan had reverted to his pampered self, unable to endure even a drop of cold water. Ignoring the droplets on his skin, he wrapped himself in a blanket, revealing half his face as he glared at Lin Yuxu. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and turn on the water heater." Lin Yuxu was once again ignited by his irritation, his expression a blend of anger and helplessness. "You just went in? Why don't you turn it on?" "It's too cold. I forgot," Song Yuan murmured in complaint. "If you had taken care of it from the start, well, I've had to rush out in the cold." He couldn't comprehend what was troubling Lin Yuxu. With hot water available, he insisted on washing with cold. Perhaps he was accustomed to the rigors of labor, his physique robust and sturdy. No wonder he was incessantly restless in his previous life, nearly exhausting his own body. "Hurry up and turn it on." Song Yuan softened his tone. "If I don't take a hot shower soon, I'll catch cold." Lin Yuxu scrutinized Song Yuan for a long moment before uttering a reluctant troublesome and turned towards the bathroom. After activating the water heater, he returned to the bedside, holding the clothes Song Yuan had just discarded. "Song Yuan, put your clothes on." "What for? I'm about to take a shower anyway." Lin Yuxu pinched the bridge of his nose, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. "Song Yuan, this is quite dangerous. Do you understand? Dangerous?" Song Yuan blinked in confusion, pulling down the blanket to reveal his delicate collarbone. "Why is it dangerous?" Lin Yuxu's gaze fell upon Song Yuan's chest, his throat tightening as desire simmered in his eyes. "Do you not see me as a man?" Song Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the question. "What do you mean? If I don't see you as a man, should I see you as a woman?" "Well, yes," he replied, believing it to be a frivolous remark. "Then why?" Lin Yuxu paused, his gaze drifting to Song Yuan's soft pink lips. "Do you always appear before me in such a state of undress?" "That is not true. I wore pants to sleep last night." Song Yuan remained oblivious to the precarious edge he was flirting with. "What are you even saying? I haven't read much. Could you be more straightforward?" Seeing that Song Yuan was still not grasping the situation, Lin Yuxu's suppressed agitation resurfaced. He leaned down closer. "You want it straightforward? Very well. Let me show you." With that, Lin Yuxu kissed Song Yuan's lips, deepening the kiss as they became entwined. Song Yuan stared wide-eyed, and once he regained his senses, he struggled fiercely, pushing Lin Yuxu's shoulders away. Let go." Lin Yuxu's hand slipped beneath the blanket, resting on Song Yuan's thigh, slowly caressing upwards. In a flurry of urgency, Song Yuan bit Lin Yuxu's lip. The sudden pain snapped Lin Yuxu back to reality, and he immediately released Song Yuan. What was he doing? He shouldn't have feelings for men. How could he harbor such desires for Song Yuan? "Lin Yuxu, why did you kiss me? You can't just kiss me like that." At that moment, Lin Yuxu was in turmoil, barely registering Song Yuan's words. He muttered an apology and hurried to the balcony to smoke, seeking a moment of clarity. Song Yuan wiped his lips with the back of his hand. "It was just a kiss. It should be fine, right?" He worried that the system wouldn't send a vehicle to turn him into a vegetable, as that would be exceedingly unfortunate. With his and Lin Yuxu's current financial struggles, affording a hospital stay was out of the question. He feared they might remove his oxygen tube, hastening his demise. Oh no, I don't want to die so young. When Lin Yuxu returned after finishing half a pack of cigarettes, Song Yuanan was still buried beneath the covers, lost in tumultuous thoughts. Perhaps it was the recent forceful kiss that weighed heavily on Lin Yuxu's conscience, causing his tone to soften considerably. He paused momentarily and inquired, "Do you wish to eat something? I can go buy it for you." This snapped Song Yuanan back to reality, and she glared at him in anger. "You cannot kiss me again. It will be detrimental to my well-being." Hearing this, Lin Yuxu felt a pang of discomfort, yet reason dictated that he had indeed erred, prompting him to suppress his discontent. "I understand," he replied. With Lin Yuxu's assurance, Song Yuanan finally relaxed. A fair, delicate arm emerged from the blanket. "Hand me my clothes." Lin Yuxu passed her the garment. "Please turn around." He bit his lip and turned his back to her. The rustle of fabric filled the air. Now, Song Yuanan was willing to maintain decorum, yet Lin Yuxu felt an unsettling sensation creeping in. He regretted his earlier words. As Song Yuanan took a shower, Lin Yuxu changed the damp sheets. When she finished, he instinctively glanced over, noting she was now clad in long pants. He furrowed his brow but refrained from commenting. That night, as they prepared for sleep, Song Yuanan did not snuggle close as usual. Instead, she positioned herself far away, nearly against the wall. Lin Yuxu inhaled deeply and remarked, "There's no need for such distance. It was merely a kiss, not a calamity." Song Yuanan shot him a glare, replying, "A kiss is indeed significant. I am now too afraid to step outside, fearing repercussions from the system." She lamented the suddenness of Lin Yuxu's forceful kiss. Surely, he was a pervert. Despite being younger, his twisted nature could not be concealed. If he could act so brazenly towards someone incapacitated, what innocence could one expect from a younger version of Lin Yuxu? It would be better to seek employment elsewhere. She would rather endure hardship than risk becoming a victim without cause. Oh, how she cherished this bed! Lin Yuxu remained oblivious to Song Yuanan's thoughts as he awaited her slumber. At 1 a.m, she finally succumbed to sleep, prompting him to turn and embrace her. He gazed at her ear, unable to resist planting a soft kiss upon it. Holding her like this was undeniably comforting. During the weekend, while Lin Yuxu was out working a part-time job, Song Yuanan clandestinely arranged to meet Su Yuza. At the milk tea shop, she sipped the pearl milk tea he had purchased and said, "I truly apologize for that day. He is not usually like that. He must have encountered something distressing at school." Song Yuanan endeavored to salvage Lin Yuxu's reputation. Su Yuza maintained a polite smile, his tone neither warm nor cold. "Your brother exhibits a strong protective instinct. He seems quite fearful of you conversing with strangers." Song Yuanan quickly retorted, "Yuza is not a stranger." Su Yuza chuckled lightly, refraining from correcting her. By the way, Song Yuanan swallowed the pearls in her mouth and, with earnestness, asked, "Do you have any friends looking to hire?" Chapter 26. A desire to confine Su Yuza was momentarily taken aback. "What kind of job are you seeking?" Song Yuan realized the potential of the situation and swiftly articulated his needs. "I desire accommodation." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "It will be preferable if it does not solely rely on physical labor. I fear I may not excel at that." "You seek accommodation?" Su Yuza's eyes widened with surprise. "Will your brother consent to this?" When Song Yuan was expelled by Lin Yuxu, he had not mentioned this matter to Su Yuza. "He is not my biological brother. His approval is irrelevant. What mattered most was securing a job and moving out. Otherwise, the two of them sharing a bed would inevitably lead to complications." As of now, the system had not penalized him. It seemed that a mere kiss did not fall within the realm of punishment, thus it had not pursued the matter. Grateful for the system's leniency, Song Yuan resolved to maintain a respectful distance from his former spouse. He had already devised a plan to transition through legitimate employment while subtly orchestrating a connection between Lin Yuxu and Su Yuza. When the time was right, he intended to seek out a new affluent patron, just as he had in his past life. "That seems rather inappropriate." Su Yuza smiled gently, a hint of regret in his tone. "Your brother is quite protective of you. Should I find you a job with accommodation, he may take issue with me." Su Yuza was eager to assist the less fortunate, but he was not inclined to invite trouble upon himself. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately shook his head. Discuss it with your brother first. If he agrees, I shall make the introductions. Song Yuan felt a surge of urgency within. He could not possibly consult Lin Yuxu. That individual never heeded his words. I can forego accommodation. Song Yuan quickly revised his stance. As long as I have a job, that suffices. My brother and I are both in dire need of money. He cannot possibly disallow me from working. Worst case, once he's saved enough, he could rent a place of his own. That would be even more comfortable. Su Yuza's demeanor softened slightly. Very well. I will inquire on your behalf and provide a response in a few days. Thank you, Song Yuan replied cheerfully. Would you care for a snack? I would like to treat you. This marked the first time Song Yuan had proactively offered to buy something for him since their acquaintance. Su Yuza smiled without affirming or declining. He was more preoccupied with another matter. How did you come to know your brother? Song Yuan had already regarded Su Yuza as an ally and did not question his inquiry, responding candidly. When I first arrived in the capital, I encountered Lin Yuxu at a construction site. He took pity on me and offered me shelter. He conveniently omitted the unpleasant details, steadfastly refusing to admit that he had clung to Lin Yuxu persistently. What did you do at the construction site? I moved bricks, he replied, once again obliquely praising Lin Yuxu. He possesses extraordinary strength. No one at the site can compare to him. Being with him guarantees fortune. Su Yuza did not grasp Song Yuan's subtle insinuation, as his focus lay elsewhere. So, he has never mentioned his family circumstances? No, he hasn't. Song Yuan tilted his head, striving to recall details from his past life. But I believe he is an orphan. In our time of acquaintance, I have never met his family. I see. Su Yuza lifted his cup of coffee, taking a sip before smirking. So, upon your first encounter, he willingly took you in? Pretty much, Song Yuan replied, absently touching his nose. Su Yuza fell into silence, finding it inconsistent with the rumors he had heard about the young master of the Lin family. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Even if one were to engage in a game of poverty, there would be no reason to take in a complete stranger. Those raised within affluent circles were most wary of unwarranted attachments. Furthermore, from Song Yuan's description of Lin Yu, their relationship appeared to be quite pure, merely a brotherly bond. It seemed they had simply coincidentally shared a name. My brother is quite amiable, with a good temperament. He is the type who appears tough but is soft-hearted. Recalling the events of that day, Song Yuan feared that the protagonist might come to dislike Lin Yu. If they were not together, time would inevitably lead to his demise. He continued, once you both have some leisure, I shall reintroduce you. Although Su Yuza initially intended to decline, he reconsidered the opportunity for further verification and nodded. All right. Lin Yu's part-time job this time was tutoring. When a student's parent invited him to dinner, he politely declined, considering that Song Yuan awaited his return at home. A visit to the supermarket ensued, where he procured ingredients solely of Song Yuan's favorite foods. As he passed the snack aisle, he could not resist tossing 2 bags of chips in his cart. In the past, he would have never indulged in such items, but now, with Song Yuan's presence, he found himself altering his consumer habits. Upon returning home with a bag of groceries, he discovered the lights were dim. The smile on Lin Yu's face vanished as he scoffed, turning on the lights and storing the ingredients in the freezer. He had worried about Song Yuan going hungry, only to realize that he needed not fret. There was always food available for him. Lin Yu could not comprehend how it was that Song Yuan attracted so many who were willing to care for him. How vexing. He longed to chase those people away, to confine Song Yuan so that he could only gaze upon him. Yet, just as this thought surfaced, Lin Yu suppressed it. He pinched the bridge of his nose, pondering what was amiss with him. Why did such chaotic thoughts occasionally invade his mind? Could he be unwell and in need of a psychologist? At that moment, Song Yuan returned, humming a soft tune. Why is the door open? Aren't you afraid of thieves? He remarked, turning to close the door before kneeling to change his shoes. Lin Yu glanced at him, noticing his cheerful demeanor, and slightly squinted his eyes. Where have you been? He inquired, laughing lightly. Did someone invite you for a meal again? Song Yuan hesitated in his actions. He hadn't eaten, but he had enjoyed some milk tea. No, I just went out to look for work, he replied, regaining his composure as he continued to change his shoes. Oh, How'd that go? Lin Yu asked, half skeptically. I didn't find anything suitable. Song Yuanon lied without a change in expression. After walking for so long, I'm starving. Was it truly just job hunting? Lin Yu probed. Indeed, Song Yuanon responded, having changed his shoes and lying back on the sofa, looking at him with a feigned sense of grievance. You don't believe me? Not at all, Lin Yu replied. Lin Yuxu's expression softened as he retrieved the ingredients he had intended to place in the refrigerator. I shall prepare a meal for you now. Please occupy yourself with some television for a while. Just as he entered the kitchen, he turned back and handed a bag of chips to Song Yuanon. Have this to tide you over. Surprised, Song Yuanon accepted the offering. You are so kind to me, Lin Yuxu. A smile graced Lin Yuxu's lips as he affectionately ruffled his hair. I will begin cooking now. All right, replied Song Yuanon. Lin Yuxu turned on the tap, meticulously washing the vegetables. Behind him, the sound of light footsteps approached. Song Yuanon had come to his side, holding the chips. Lin Yuxu, open your mouth. Lin Yuxu glanced over, opened his mouth, and accepted the chip that Song Yuanon pinched between his fingers. He gently kissed Song Yuanon's fingers, while Song Yuanon, oblivious, gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Is it delicious? Lin Yuxu swallowed the chip, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. It is indeed. Chapter 27. The Vicious Ex-Husband During Dinner. Song Yuanon's thoughts drifted back to the idea of moving out. He bit down on his chopsticks, lifting his gaze to scrutinize Lin Yuxu's face. His intense stare prompted Lin Yuxu to meet his gaze with annoyance. What is it? Do you wish to speak with me? Song Yuanon shook his head, taking a few bites of rice instead. After a minute, he glanced at Lin Yuxu again and could not resist dropping hints. Today, I looked around for work and found a position that suits me quite well. Noticing that Song Yuanon was solely focused on his meal, Lin Yuxu frowned and placed a piece of rib into his bowl. What job is it? Song Yuanon tightened his grip on the chopsticks and fabricated a response. It's a restaurant server position, but it includes accommodation. Lin Yuxu interrupted. Another restaurant server position? Song Yuanon was taken aback, assuming Lin Yuxu looked down upon such jobs. What is wrong with being a restaurant server? You used to work at a barbecue place. I'm different, Lin Yuxu retorted, adding another piece of rib to his bowl. No one dares to touch my backside. Song Yuanon was caught off guard by Lin Yuxu's focus on that particular detail, nearly choking on his rice. There aren't that many wolves out there, he muttered softly. Compared to the clubs, it's nothing. What? Lin Yuxu did not catch that last part. Song Yuanon cleared his throat. It's nothing. The two fell into silence, continuing their meal. After a moment, Song Yuanon ventured again. There's also a sales assistant position, which includes accommodation. Lin Yuxu immediately grasped what Song Yuanon was hinting at, putting down his chopsticks and fixing his dark gaze upon him like a wolf lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce. You wish to move out? Just as Song Yuanon was about to nod, he sensed something was amiss in Lin Yuxu's expression. Having interacted with the unmasked Lin Yuxu since his rebirth, he had learned to read his moods. He quickly backtracked. Of course, I don't want to move out. The bed here is so comfortable. But I can't rely on you forever. Sooner or later, you will seek a partner and sharing a bed with you every day. Does that make sense? Upon hearing this, the coldness in Lin Yuxu's expression dissipated, replaced by a smile. What is wrong with relying on me for a lifetime? Who said I was looking for a partner? Song Yuan was taken aback, fearing that Lin Yuxu truly intended to remain a lifelong bachelor. No, you must find a partner. Why? Lin Yuxu gazed seriously at Song Yuan. What else with all the questions? You simply must find someone. Being alone can be quite lonely, and I do not wish for you to endure such solitude. Lin Yuxu's expression softened as he added with a smile. Isn't it enough to have you by my side? Song Yuan thought to herself, it's over. Lin Yuxu truly has no plans to marry. It was one thing for him to remain single, but to drag her into that fate was wicked. This won't do. I must hasten to match Lin Yuxu with Su Yuza. After they finished their meal, Lin Yuxu stood to clear the table while Song Yuan remained seated, her gaze fixed on his face. What do you think of Yuza? She asked anxiously. Do you find him handsome? Upon hearing Su Yuza's name, Lin Yuxu's brow furrowed deeply, as if he had swallowed a fly. Utterly unattractive. He says you have a penchant for the ugly, Song Yuan retorted. Anyone with a normal aesthetic could see that Su Yuza was undeniably a striking beauty, yet Lin Yuxu dismissed him without a second thought. If only I were wealthy, I would take Lin Yuxu to get his eyes examined. Lin Yuxu set down his dishes with a clatter. Have you been seeing him again? Song Yuan's eyes darted around. Betraying her guilt. Lin Yuxu chuckled, exasperated by her. Did I not tell you to stop meeting him? Why should I? He's such a good person. Song Yuan defended herself. Can I make friends? Making friends is fine, but you ought to choose normal ones. What's wrong with him? Song Yuan murmured. I think you're the one who is not normal. Lin Yuxu was nearly driven to the brink by her persistence, the veins on his forehead throbbing. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, for he feared that if he lost his temper, this ungrateful person might flee, leaving him uncertain of where to find her again. Lin Yuxu chose to remain silent, sulking as he washed the dishes alone in the kitchen. By the time he finished, Song Yuan had already gone to bed, the quilt kicked beneath the bed, her limbs sprawled in a starfish position. Lin Yuxu felt a mix of irritation and amusement, resignedly. He approached and tucked her in. He gazed at her sleeping face and couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Such an ungrateful soul. Su Yu's friends were all affluent young masters, lacking any job openings to offer Song Yuan. Even if there were, her lack of education disqualified her from consideration. Ultimately, Su Yuza managed to find her some temporary work, likely running errands for the young masters or serving at gatherings. He thought she would refuse, finding it difficult to broach the subject. However, upon hearing about the generous tips, Song Yuan cheerfully agreed and even expressed her gratitude to Su Yuza. Su Yuza mailda apologetically. For now, take this job, and I will keep an eye out for something better. All right, Song Yuan nodded happily, realizing the protagonist had both beauty and kindness. No wonder the system insisted on bringing them together. By the way, how is your brother? He is doing quite well. Recently, he secured a tutoring job that seems to be quite lucrative. The exact amount remains unclear to Song Yuan, but Lin Yuxu's sudden generosity suggests he must be earning a considerable sum. Su Yuza, however, was not particularly curious about this. He continued, I wish to inquire about something else, specifically the introduction between us. He had encountered Lin Yuxu at school, but upon seeing him, Lin Yuxu displayed a disdainful expression and did not greet him at all. Su Yuza contemplated letting it go, yet he hesitated. For if Lin Yuxu were indeed the young master of the Lin family, he did not wish to miss the opportunity to forge a connection. Therefore, he asked, Is your brother available? Song Yuan bit his lip in hesitation, appearing somewhat preoccupied. It was not that he was unwilling to introduce them. Rather, the mere mention of Su Yuza caused Lin Yuxu to glare at him as though he had consumed gunpowder, sulking all alone. Song Yuan could not fathom where Lin Yuxu's temper stemmed from, resembling a resentful spouse, perpetually wearing a scowl as if burdened by an enormous debt. Indeed, poverty breeds discontent, while wealth tends to stabilize one's emotions. In his previous life, Lin Yuxu exhibited none of this temper. He was gentle in speech and demeanor. Even if he had truly offended Lin Yuxu, the worst consequence will be a lesson in bed. However, for Song Yuan, shedding a few tears could yield luxurious rewards, making it feel less like punishment and more like a reward. Sigh, he found himself missing the Lin Yuxu of his past life. What are you busy with? Su Yuza maintained his cheerful demeanor, unaffected by Song Yuan's shortcomings. Let me see if I can assist. Song Yuan indeed wished for Su Yuza's help, but given Lin Yuxu's volatile temper, he feared it might frighten Su Yuza away. It's about a part-time job, Song Yuan fabricated, wanting to delay until Lin Yuxu was in a better mood to arrange their meeting. Both my brother and I are in need of money, so after this busy period, I will introduce you. Su Yuza's expression turned slightly regretful, yet he refrained from pressing further, nodding before shifting the topic. Song Yuan now dared not dine out, meeting Su Yuza only for tea that the latter treated him to. He could not comprehend why Lin Yuxu exhibited such possessiveness over feeding him. Could it be that he regarded him as a stray dog in need of care? Having grasped Lin Yuxu's class schedule, Song Yuan arrived home before Lin Yuxu returned. After removing his shoes, he let out a hurried laugh, amused by his own absurd behavior. Here he was, attempting to play matchmaker for the protagonists. Yet it felt as though he were engaged in an illicit affair. Just as he settled onto the sofa, Lin Yuxu returned. His first instinct was to survey the surroundings. And upon spotting Song Yuan, the tension in his jaw relaxed slightly. Lin Yuxu placed the groceries he had purchased on the nearest cabinet before bending down to change his shoes. "Did you not go out today?" Lin Yuxu asked casually, his tone reminiscent of an interrogator. Song Yuan instinctively lied, replying no. Lin Yuxu paused mid-motion, having noticed the fresh mud on the tips of Song Yuan's shoes. Song Yuan was particularly vain, often sighing about his lack of fine clothes and shoes. Lin Yuxu, currently lacking the funds to provide him with expensive attire, nonetheless endeavored to brighten his spirits. Each night, after Song Yuan had fallen asleep, Lin Yuxu would delicately wipe the dust from his shoes with a cloth, ensuring that even without new garments, he could present himself neatly and attractively in the details. "Have you really not gone out?" Lin Yuxu inquired once more. With the words already spoken, there was no turning back. Song Yuan's gaze flitted nervously around the room. "No, I haven't tea," he replied. Lin Yuxu scrutinized him intently, nearly compelling him to confess the truth. Fortunately, the moment did not linger, and Lin Yuxu returned to his task. Song Yuan exhaled in relief and flashed a charming smile, initiating a conversation with Lin Yuxu. "How was school today?" he asked. "Were you able to adapt?" Lin Yuxu remained silent, retreating into the kitchen without a word. "See?" "He asked, sulking again," Song Yuan remarked, more ridiculous than a man going through menopause. Hesitating, he rose and followed Lin Yuxu into the kitchen. Lin Yuxu had just placed the cutting board down, preparing to chop the ribs he had purchased. "Do you need any help?" Song Yuan offered, rolling up his sleeves. Perhaps encouraged by Song Yuan's overtures, Lin Yuxu finally spoke. "Don't create a ruckus here. Go watch television outside like a good boy." "I'm not causing any trouble," Song Yuan retorted defiantly, raising his chin. "Before I met you, I was quite the culinary whiz of the club." He quickly clamped his mouth shut, nearly disclosing too much. In his previous life, he often cooked for his esteemed colleagues at the club, learning from them how to attract wealthy men. However, those were tales of a past life. In this existence, he had no opportunity to enter such establishments. Regrettably, his lips had not sealed fast enough, and Lin Yuxu had caught wind of his slip. He set down the knife and turned to regard Song Yuan with scrutiny. "What club?" Lin Yuxu's expression darkened, his words nearly ground between clenched teeth. "You were in such places at a young age?" Though his tone bore an edge of anger, it was overshadowed by concern. No wonder Song Yuan was fixated on such places. It turned out he had been exposed to them before. The thought of Song Yuan possibly having encountered unsavory characters ignited a fierce blaze of protectiveness within Lin Yuxu, almost consuming his reason. "No, I haven't tea." Song Yuan quickly waved his hands. "I've never been to a club. No one would hire me." "You misheard. I'm at my former colleagues." His explanation was clumsy, only deepening Lin Yuxu's discomfort. Yet, unwilling to unleash his frustration on Song Yuan, he redirected his ire towards the ribs on the cutting board. Each strike of the knife was heavy, reminiscent of a butcheress work. Song Yuan observed his movements, recalling the whispered words Lin Yuxu had shared when he was in a vegetative state. Goodness, he showed signs of being a killer at such a young age, he mused. Perhaps it's best to push Lin Yuxu towards Su Yuza. I'm not destined to enjoy this. Song Yuan swallowed hard and continued. "What do you think about Su Yuza?" Suddenly a loud banging echoed. In less than a minute, Song Yuan retreated to the sofa, refraining from provoking Lin Yuxu further. That was terrifying. At night, he once again slept pressed against the wall. Lin Yuxu stared at the back of his head and sighed helplessly after a while. "Just sleep," he said. He was still somewhat apprehensive about the way Song Yuan had chopped the ribs, his voice trembling. "It's uncomfortable to be so cramped together." "Isn't it too cold for you without a blanket?" "Not at all. It's just the right opportunity to improve my physical endurance." As soon as Song Yuan finished speaking, he inadvertently sneezed. Lin Yuxu furrowed his brow and spoke in a low tone. "Song Yuan, come here and don't provoke my anger." Song Yuan obediently moved closer, but maintained a half-arm's distance. Lin Yuxu turned to his side, extending his arm to pull him into his embrace. He held him tightly, and after a few futile attempts to escape, Song Yuan surrendered. Resting his face against Lin Yuxu's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his strong heartbeat, he slowly said, Lin Yuxu. If one day I fail to do well or accidentally become a vegetable, would you kill me? The moment those words left his lips, Lin Yuxu flicked his forehead with his finger, his tone laced with a hint of irritation. Stop talking nonsense. Don't curse yourself like that. From now on, when I'm not home, avoid watching gory movies. Song Yuanon chuckled at his words, looking up at him. Can you watch them when you're home then? Even then, you should watch less, he retorted. Humph. Song Yuanon pressed his face back against Lin Yuxu's chest, muttering, You're such a miser. Lin Yuxu gently patted his back, much like one would soothe a child to sleep. As Song Yuanon finally began to feel drowsy, he heard Lin Yuxu softly murmur, I will not hurt you. That's a lie, Song Yuanon thought to himself before succumbing to sleep. Chapter 29. Don't scold me to facilitate Song Yuanon's part-time work. Su Yuza decided to create a group chat consisting solely of his friends, where he would call upon them whenever help was needed. His first job involved setting up a birthday party for a wealthy young master, where Song Yuanon donned a servant's attire and scurried about the villa. Unfamiliar with the other servants already working there, he found himself intentionally made a target for their mischief, with all the arduous and unpleasant tasks being assigned to him. Having been pampered for so many years by Lin Yuxu in his previous life, he initially thought he would struggle to adapt to such hard labor. However, after a single day of working at the restaurant, Song Yuanon rediscovered his resilience and willingness to endure hardship. He dutifully completed whatever tasks were assigned to him without a hint of complaint. As he diligently scrubbed the toilet, he reflected on his tenacity, feeling like an indestructible cockroach, capable of adapting to any environment. It was no wonder the system encouraged his rebirth. It likely recognized this trait. After finishing the restroom, he placed his hands on his hips, reassuring himself that the wealthy had clean toilets, and that this task was a blessing. Far easier than the work of the other servants setting up the birthday party. But less than an hour after comforting himself, Song Yuanon was dispatched to prune the flowers and plants in the garden, with no sun protection provided, forced to toil under the scorching sun. The birthday party had long since concluded, and his cheeks were flushed from the midday heat. The host of the birthday party approached him privately, handing him an envelope filled with cash. On the way home, Song Yuanon discreetly counted the money hidden in her bag and discovered she had been given an extra 300 yuan, presumably as a tip in consideration of Su Yuza. This unexpected windfall washed away the grievances she had endured throughout the day, replacing her distress with a radiant smile as she joyfully embraced her bag. Anticipating it would be around 7 o'clock upon her arrival, Song Yuanon feared Lin Yuxu might be in a foul mood again. So she purchased a roasted chicken en route to placate him with food. Lin Yuxu, I'm back, she called out as soon as she entered the house. Come and see what I brought you. Lin Yuxu emerged from the kitchen, clad in an apron, exuding an unusual blend of allure and charm. Where have you been out so late? He paused, noticing her flushed cheeks. Are you feeling unwell? For reasons unknown. Song Yuanon felt a pang of apprehension about revealing the truth to Lin Yuxu, fearing it might incite his anger. No, perhaps I just got sunburned while job hunting. Lin Yuxu regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze. The sun isn't particularly harsh today, and you weren't outside all the time while job searching. Fearing further inquiry might unveil the truth, she hastily shifted the topic. Look, I bought roasted chicken. We can have a feast tonight, she exclaimed, shaking the bag in her hand with a grin. Where did you get the money? He asked. I used the living expenses you gave me. Ever since Song Yuanon was dismissed by the restaurant owner, Lin Yuxu resumed his previous routine of providing her with weekly allowances. Are you truly this generous? Lin Yuxu pressed on. Song Yuanon felt a surge of frustration towards Lin Yuxu's incessant questioning, wishing he would refrain from being so inquisitive at his age. Are you going to eat or not? Enough with the chatter. Lin Yuxu shot her a glance, but refrained from further inquiries. Just place it on the dining table. I'll take care of it. After saying this, he returned to the kitchen. Hearing the sounds of cooking from inside, Song Yuanon breathed a sigh of relief, setting the roasted chicken down before retreating to the bathroom to count her money. I'm so happy. If I could find odd jobs every day, I could soon move out and live independently. However, this joy was short-lived. When it was time to take a shower, Song Yuanon realized that the skin on her neck and back had been sunburned, and the hot water caused unbearable pain. While she could endure hardship, She found it challenging to cope with pain, leading her to weep uncontrollably. Having spent what seemed like an eternity in the bathroom, Lin Yuxu grew concerned that she might have fainted and approached the door to knock. Just as he raised his hand, he heard faint sobs from within. Lin Yuxu's expression shifted, and he hurriedly pounded on the bathroom door. Song Yuanan, what's wrong? Why are you crying? I'm fine, really, she managed to say through her tears. Yet, Lin Yuxu could tell from the sound of her crying that all was not well. Open the door, he urged, his voice deepening with anxiety. Did you hurt yourself? I'm really okay, she sobbed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuxu endeavored to suppress his rising anger to avoid alarming her further. Song Yuanan, if you don't open the door, I will kick it down, he warned. Repairs are costly, and the landlord might evict us. Seeing that Song Yuanan still did not open the door, he began to count. 3, 2. At last, the door creaked open slightly. Song Yuhan cautiously peeked out, his eyes rimmed with red and streaked with tears, presenting a sorrowful sight. You must promise me. Once you enter, you won't scold me. Lin Yuxu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, nodded to ensure a smooth entry. All right, I won't scold. Only then did Song Yuhan relax, taking a step back to beckon Lin Yuxu inside. Upon entering the bathroom, Lin Yuxu immediately glanced at his knees, relieved to find no visible bruises. What made you cry? He inquired patiently. Song Yuhan bit his lip and turned his back to Lin Yuxu. Upon seeing the raw skin on his back, Lin Yuxu's pupils dilated, and his voice involuntarily rose. What happened to you? Song Yuhan's shoulders trembled slightly as he replied. Feeling aggrieved, you promised not to scold me. Lin Yuxu clenched his fists, forcing himself to remain calm. His tone softened considerably as he asked, how did this happen? I got sunburned, Song Yuhan admitted. Lin Yuxu's expression darkened as he recalled Song Yuhan's flushed face when he returned. How did you get sunburned from a job? Song Yuhan cautiously responded, I actually took on a part-time job. What kind of part-time job would leave you so sunburned? Fearing Lin Yuxu would think him inept and bullied by the servants, Song Yuhan replied, half truthfully, as a gardener. Lin Yuxu fell silent, discerning that Song Yuhan was indeed lying. A gardener would not require an inexperienced part-timer. The prolonged silence in the bathroom made Song Yuhan uneasy. Lin Yuxu, it hurts, he murmured. Lin Yuxu sighed silently, taking a bath towel to wrap around his body. Don't wash anymore, just stay in bed. I'll go out and get you some medicine. Chapter 30. Reward. It was quite late. Lin Yuxu ran several streets before finding a pharmacy that was about to close. After purchasing the medicine, he hurried home, anxious that the little one might be in greater pain if he delayed. Upon finally returning home, he found Song Yuhan curled under the covers, softly sobbing. Lin Yuxu felt both helpless and heartbroken as he approached and sat on the edge of the bed. Uncover the blanket. Let me apply the medicine. Song Yuhan pulled down the covers to reveal his already swollen eyes and timidly asked, Will it hurt when you apply the medicine? Yes. Lin Yuxu was still angry about the state in which Song Yuhan had returned, and he intentionally tried to frighten him, thinking it might deter him from such behavior in the future. It will hurt, so just endure it. Tears brimmed in Song Yuhan's eyes again, his lips quivering in a sorrowful frown, making him appear even more pitiable. Then I want to have it applied. He pulled the covers over his head, reasoning that he would feel better in a few days. Lin Yuxu regretted his harshness, wondering why he had to argue with this fool, who now needed comforting. I was just joking. It really doesn't hurt. The person under the blanket remained silent, seemingly unconvinced. Lin Yuxu gently patted the covers, soothingly assuring him, It truly doesn't hurt. If it does, just bite me. He expected this would prompt Song Yuhan to obediently uncover himself, but instead, Song Yuhan replied, Isn't that rewarding you? Lin Yuxu, are you out of your mind? How can biting someone be considered a reward? What on earth was going on in Song Yuhan's head? Always so absurd. Come out quickly. Lin Yuxu paused for a moment, contemplating an alternative method to coax Song Yuanan out. How about this? If it hurts, I shall leave your fate in your hands. In less than a minute, Song Yuanan pulled down the covers. Really? Lin Yuxu raised an eyebrow, realizing that this was indeed how he intended to handle the situation. Quite young, yet rather bold. He mused. Yes, indeed. Lin Yuxu swallowed hard, his voice dropping to a lower tone. Whatever you choose to do is acceptable, but let it not be too unpleasant. I have a slight obsession with cleanliness. Unbeknownst to Song Yuanan, who remained oblivious to Lin Yuxu's implications, his thoughts were solely occupied with uniting the protagonist and their counterpart. If it's too severe, let us consider it a deal. You agree to one thing for me, all right? Lin Yuxu curled his lips into a smile, amusement dancing in his eyes. Ah, so you can feign modesty after all. Very well, I shall agree. Lin Yuxu patted the bed, urging him quickly lie down properly. Apply the ointment and get some rest. You shall feel no pain by morning. All right. Song Yuanan obediently positioned himself, then turned his head to Lin Yuxu, requesting be gentle. Please. Understood. Gripping the blanket nervously, Song Yuanan felt no discomfort when the ointment was applied to his sunburned skin. Instead, a soothing coolness enveloped him, providing a sense of comfort. He released the blanket, half closing his eyes to savor Lin Yuxu's ministrations. Moments later, Lin Yuxu returned the ointment to its container. All done, see? I did not deceive you. It doesn't hurt, does it? Just as Song Yuanan was about to nod in agreement. He suddenly recalled Lin Yuxu's earlier promise and feigned an agonized expression. Ouch, it hurts terribly. His expression was exaggerated as he pounded the bed with his fist. You're lying. You must fulfill your promise. Lin Yuxu retorted. If you were to act, at least do so convincingly. This is rather deserving of a lesson. Unable to contain himself, Lin Yuxu raised his hand and playfully smacked Song Yuanan on the backside. Song Yuan turned to him, bewildered. Why did you hit me? He exclaimed, both indignant and aggrieved. Did you not hear me say it hurts? Noticing that tears were on the verge of spilling, Lin Yuxu quickly consoled him. I promise you. Do not cry, my little ancestor. You're not made of water. Why weep so easily? Song Yuanan was already fabricating his pain. Upon hearing Lin Yuxu's assurance, he ceased his theatrics and held back his tears. Do not expose yourself to the sun again. Lin Yuxu gazed at him with an unrecognized tenderness. I would never let you go hungry. Avoid exhausting tasks. Staying at home is perfectly fine. Song Yuanan regarded him with suspicion. You were never like this before. You would rather I go off to work. That was when we were not well acquainted. Who would wish to support a vagabond every day? Song Yuanan softly protested. I am no vagabond. I am merely experiencing a temporary misfortune. He vowed that one day, should he encounter someone wealthier, he would flaunt his success before Lin Yuxu. Lin Yuxu reached out to ruffle his hair. You are not. You have me now. Song Yuanan shot him a sidelong glance, but remained silent. One day, when he inevitably fell for the protagonist, he might just wish to send him far away, just as the seniors at the club advised him. Never trust the promises of wealthy men. Business is conducted with money, and compassion is to be eschewed. Behold his commendable efforts, diligently laboring in bed, while simultaneously exhausting Lin Yuxu's credit card. Once Lin Yuxu tires of this mundane individual, he shall swiftly vacate the position of Madame Lin, taking with him the wealth accumulated over the years. It is all the fault of that foolish system, which did not consult him beforehand, leading to his unfortunate state of being a vegetable. Had they conferred with him earlier, perhaps he could have played matchmaker, and the two would have been together long ago. He was not unwilling to relinquish his position. It was a notion of reincarnation that he sought. Do not wear pajamas when you sleep at night. Lin Yuxu remarked upon, noticing his silence. It is best to sleep on your stomach. Your back is covered in ointment, and I fear the sheets will be stained. Understood. Song Yuanan replied, waving his hand in annoyance. You indeed, Lin Yuxu said, pinching his cheek playfully. You only exhibit a pleasant demeanor when you require me. Why else would I? Song Yuanan retorted. That night, Lin Yuxu continued to embrace Song Yuanan as they slept. After crying for so long, Song Yuanan was utterly exhausted and succumbed to slumber shortly after the lights were turned off. In contrast, Lin Yuxu was quite alert, despite being of the same gender. How was it that Song Yuanan's skin was so smooth and delicate? Lin Yuxu gently caressed Song Yuanan's waist, and unable to resist, he leaned in and nibbled at Song Yuanan's shoulder. Startled, Lin Yuxu thought Song Yuanan had awakened and quickly released his grip. Upon lifting his gaze, he saw that Song Yuanan's eyes remained tightly shut. It was likely just a murmured dream. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yuxu pulled him closer once more and tenderly kissed the spot he had just bitten. This evening, he acknowledged the truth. Biting was indeed a form of reward. Chapter 31. Are you sleeping together? After suffering from sunburn, Song Yuanan was apprehensive about the task of arranging the villa. Even upon seeing someone in the group offering to assist at the villa, he would outright decline. After numerous refusals, Su Yuza expressed his discontent and arranged to meet Song Yuanan a few days later. However, he did not display his feelings on his face. His lips remained curled in a smile as he politely inquired, "Shaoan, I noticed you have been declining their offers in the group. Have you found a job and no longer require a part-time position?" While sipping his milk tea, Song Yuanan quickly set his drink down upon hearing this, vigorously shaking his head. "No, I do need a part-time job," he mumbled, his words somewhat garbled due to the tapioca pearls in his mouth. Su Yuza patiently waited for him to finish chewing, then resumed the conversation. Then why the refusals? In truth, Song Yuanan hesitated, unsure whether to confide in Su Yuza about the events from that day. "It is all right. You can share anything with me," Su Yuza encouraged, his eyes crinkling with a smile. "Consider me your older brother. You can discuss any difficulties you face with me." Song Yuanan's eyes glimmered with gratitude. "You see, you are truly wonderful." Su Yuza chuckled softly. "As an only child, I have always yearned for siblings, so when I saw you, I couldn't help but want to take care of you." Upon hearing this, Song Yuanan began to comprehend the reason the system had chosen Su Yuza. Such kindness is universally cherished. With a slight bite of his lip, he recounted all that had transpired at the villa that day. Su Yuza's brow furrowed deeper with each revelation. Did they truly treat you that way? Though the occasion is a birthday celebration, I have yet to lay hands on any decorations. Instead, I find myself engaged in rather menial tasks. At this juncture, Song Yuanan, concerned that Su Yuja might misconstrue his capabilities, hurriedly added, "I am more than willing to undertake these chores, even scrubbing the restroom. However, I cannot bear to be exposed to the sun any longer, as my back is still aching." Su Yuza immediately straightened his posture, his tone laced with concern. "Have you suffered a sunburn? Have you sought medical attention?" "I have," replied Song Yuanan with a smile. "There is no need for a hospital. My brother tends to my wounds every night." "Your brother?" A peculiar expression crossed Su Yuza's face. "You mean Lin Yuxu?" "Indeed." Song Yuanan found this exchange somewhat odd. Aside from Lin Yuxu, who else could it be? He was not one to indiscriminately claim siblings. "Your brother seems to treat you quite well." Su Yuza paused, then cautiously inquired, "Has he mentioned anything?" He was rather upset. Song Yuanan candidly responded, placing the blame on Lin Yuxu. "It is not that I am unwilling to take on those tasks. He simply forbids me from basking in the sun, finding the application of ointment bothersome." "Is that so?" Su Yuza appeared somewhat distracted, pondering the complexity of their relationship, which seemed to transcend mere appearances. If indeed this was the young master of the Lin family, would he genuinely take in a stranger and treat him with such kindness? Was it possible he was feigning poverty to draw closer to Song Yuanan? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Su Yuza lifted his gaze, surveying Song Yuanan. Yet, what was it about this young man that warranted Lin Yuxu's attention? Noticing Su's silence, Song Yuanan lowered his head, continuing to sip his milk tea. Halfway through, Su Yuza finally broke the silence. "Mind if I come to your home for a visit?" Song Yuanan nearly choked on his tea, astonished as he looked at him. "You wish to come to my house?" "Yes, is that convenient?" Su Yuza's smile was perfectly timed, rendering refusal difficult. "If it is inconvenient, then forget I mentioned it." It wasn't that it was inconvenient. Rather, the space was rather small, and he feared Su Yuza might look down upon Lin Yuxu's modest living conditions. There was little of worth to offer in hospitality. "No waities." I was being too forward. Su Yuza's eyes held an apologetic glimmer. "There's no need to feel awkward. Just decline if it doesn't suit you." Song Yuanan pondered that he would eventually need to invite Su Yuza over. They were destined to be together, after all. He couldn't let Lin Yuxu's financial status impede Su Yuza's visits to their home. "Very well, can we go now?" Su Yuza's smile deepened. "Of course. I have finished my classes for the day, so I have ample time." Song Yuanan nodded, leading Su Yuza back to his rental apartment. Before opening the door, he felt compelled to issue a warning. "The space is quite small, perhaps even smaller than your bathroom." Su Yuza chuckled at his words. unable to contain his mirth. A smaller area is delightful. It fosters a sense of warmth. Seeing that he did not mind, Song Yuan felt reassured and unlocked the door. The apartment was indeed small. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted them was a double bed. Su Yuza surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the bed. Is this a studio? Yes, but it includes a kitchen and a bathroom, so it is quite functional. Su Yuza raised his hand, pointing at the bed. Do you share it? Song Yuan. It is perplexing how he could have forgotten such a matter. Song Yuan hastily clarified for the time being, we are sharing a bed because I have yet to secure a formal job, and thus lack the funds to move into a larger space. We are simply making do for now. Fearing that Su Yuza might not believe him, he raised 3 fingers in a vow, insisting, I assure you, my relationship with Lin Yuxu is entirely innocent. We sleep soundly without crossing any boundaries, you can rest assured. Su Yuza gazed intently at Song Yuan's face, leaving it uncertain whether he was convinced or not. As Song Yuan contemplated whether to swear an oath to assure the protagonist of Lin Yuxu's innocence, he was suddenly interrupted by Su Yuza's laughter. Why are you explaining all this to me? Su Yuza pressed down on his 3 fingers, cautioning him against making rash vows. But do you believe me? Song Yuan persisted with his inquiry. Su Yuza's smile bore a hint of resignation. If you say it didn't happen, then I believe you. A weight lifted from Song Yuan's heart, relieved that he had not muddled things up. Although it was somewhat heartwarming, living together as 2 boys could indeed feel a bit cramped. Song Yuan nodded in agreement. Exactly, which is why I am working hard to earn money to move out. I see. Then I suppose I should help you find some more part-time work, Su Yuza responded. Song Yuan's face lit up with joy. That sounds great. I can assure you, as long as I'm not exposed to the sun for extended periods, I'm up for anything. Excellent. Su Yuza seemed to recall something, by the way. Regarding the bullying you encountered at work, I will have a word with that person and ensure he dismisses those cowardly servants. That might not be the best idea. Song Yuan hesitated, shaking his head. They have families to support as well. Perhaps it's best to let it be. Su Yuza regarded Song Yuan thoughtfully. Could it be that he was merely innocent? Was it this child's simplicity and lack of guile that allowed the young master of the Lin family to indulge in such petty games? However, this was merely Su Yuza's speculation. He could not ascertain whether Lin Yuxu was indeed the young master of the Lin family. Later that evening, Lin Yuxu returned home carrying groceries. Why are you so late today? Song Yuan, sprawled on the sofa, lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at him. I'm starving. Lin Yuxu fixed his gaze on his slippers, and after a moment, his tone turned somewhat dark. Who did you let in? Startled, Song Yuan shot upright, a cold sweat beating on his back. What the hell? Is Lin Yuxu some sort of detective? Chapter 32. Why are you crying again? Confronted with Lin Yuxu's inquiry, Song Yuan instinctively opted to feign ignorance. What are you talking about? He blinked, his expression bewildered. I didn't let anyone in. Don't falsely accuse the innocent. Lin Yuxu did not bother changing his shoes. Instead, he turned around, crossed his arms, and fixed a cold, piercing gaze on Song Yuan. Feeling guilty, Song Yuan gradually lowered his head, unable to meet Lin Yuxu's eyes. False accusation? Lin Yuxu let out a laugh, pointing to his slippers. Someone has worn my slippers. Song Yuan's heart sank. Is it that impressive? When Su Yuza visited in the afternoon, Song Yuan, wary of dirtying the floor, had indeed asked Su Yuza to change in his slippers. He rationalized that since Lin Yuxu would eventually be Su Yuza's partner, it should not be an issue for Su Yuza to wear Lin Yuxu's shoes. However, after Su Yuza departed, feeling guilty, Song Yuan ultimately decided to wash the slippers. He feared that Lin Yuxu would discover his actions, so he meticulously wiped everything dry and rearranged it. Each step was taken with great caution, as he truly could not fathom how Lin Yuxu had uncovered the truth. No one is wearing your slippers, Song Yuan retorted defiantly. Stop being paranoid. Do you have any evidence? Still unwilling to admit it. Are you? Lin Yuxu was genuinely furious now. Initially, he had hoped that Song Yuan would confess early on, allowing him to overlook the incident, but Song Yuan's stubborn denial only led Lin Yuxu to suspect that this fellow had brought an unsavory character into their home. This was, after all, a shared sanctuary for both of them. Though modest in size, He kept it impeccably clean and occasionally adorned it with decor to create a warm atmosphere for Song Yuanon. How could he allow another man inside? The more Lin Yuxu pondered, the angrier he became, a shadow casting over his handsome features. If you don't tell the truth, I will contact the landlord to review the surveillance footage, Lin Yuxu said in a chilling tone. If I catch you with someone, you can expect to face the consequences. Of course, Lin Yuxu had no intention of resorting to violence, but would find another method of punishment. Song Yuanon, genuinely frightened by Lin Yuxu's words, confessed everything. I'm sorry, I did bring someone. He sat up, wrapping his arms around his knees, pressing his back against the sofa, his voice trembling. A friend wanted to see where I live, so I brought him over. I swear he only stayed for a little while. Which friend? Lin Yuxu frowned. Is it that ugly brother of yours? Song Yuanon. Seeing Song Yuanon fall silent, Lin Yuxu assumed he was racking his brain to concoct another lie and snapped, "Speak the truth." Startled, Song Yuanon nodded vigorously. It was him, just as he suspected. It was that bothersome eyesore again. Lin Yuxu gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. What exactly did he do when he came up? He just looked around the house. Song Yuanon replied timidly. He only stayed for about an hour. You can check the surveillance if you don't believe me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxu's expression darkened. Do you realize how much can happen in an hour? This statement seemed rather absurd to Song Yuanon, who tilted his head in confusion. What can happen? It wouldn't even be enough time to take someone out for a meal. Observing the bewildered look on Song Yuanon's face, Lin Yuxu felt his pent-up anger dissipate somewhat. It seemed they had not done anything inappropriate. However, even if nothing untoward had transpired, Lin Yuxu remained irate. He shot a fierce glare at Song Yuanon, tossing the slippers into the trash, presumably disgusted by the dirt on his hands, before heading to the bathroom to wash them. He uttered not a single word during the entire ordeal, leaving Song Yuanon feeling somewhat anxious. When Lin Yuxu returned from downstairs with a new pair of slippers, he found Song Yuanon, who had initially been waiting on the sofa for attention, now busying himself in the kitchen. A cold smile crept onto Lin Yuxu's lips. It seemed he was perceptive enough to read the room. Lin Yuxu entered the kitchen and snatched the knife from Song Yuanon's hands. Get out, he said expressionlessly. You're too clumsy. After having the knife taken from him, Song Yuanon stood helplessly to the side. How is he clumsy? Had he cut the pork belly quite well? In a previous life, after marrying Lin Yuxu, he was meticulously cared for by servants, living a life as pampered as a canary, with everything handed to him on a silver platter. Each day required him to fulfill but one task, to attend to Lin Yuxu in bed. Upon his rebirth, he had hardly set foot in the kitchen. Although his culinary skills had dulled considerably, he had not entirely forgotten his roots and still knew how to prepare a decent meal. Song Yuan bit his lip and softly suggested, Lin Yuxu, let me wash the vegetables for you. No need, Lin Yuxu replied, his voice cold and unyielding. After lingering in the kitchen corner for a while, Song Yuan, sensing Lin Yuxu's indifference, discreetly departed. He had anticipated that Lin Yuxu would behave as he had in the past, deliberately withholding food until Song Yuan apologized. He had even rehearsed how to charm Lin Yuxu into forgiveness. However, after Lin Yuxu finished cooking and brought the dishes out, he served Song Yuan a portion of rice, placing it before his usual seat. Taken aback, Song Yuan approached and flashed a grin at Lin Yuxu. Yet, Lin Yuxu ignored him, focused intently on his meal. Reluctantly, Song Yuan took a seat and cautiously observed Lin Yuxu's expression. It seemed devoid of emotion. Perhaps the anger had dissipated. He picked up his chopsticks and sampled Lin Yuxu's stir-fried pork with bell peppers, his face lighting up in surprise. This is delicious, he exclaimed, beaming up at Lin Yuxu. Your cooking skills have improved tremendously. It's never bland. Lin Yuxu continued to pay him no mind, not even sparing him a glance. Song Yuan pressed his lips together and continued, I heard there's another part-time job for a gardener today, but I turned it down. Aren't I being good? After a minute of silence from Lin Yuxu, Song Yuan felt deflated and ceased his attempts at conversation, quietly finishing his meal. Once they had eaten, Song Yuan sprang to his feet, eagerly offering to help clear the dishes. I'll wash the dishes today, he smiled. You should go take a shower. You must be tired after such a long day of lessons. He had expected Lin Yuxu to praise him or perhaps soften his demeanor, But Lin Yuxu remained unresponsive, merely stating, "Do as you wish," before turning to fetch his clothes. Song Yuhan stared at him in disbelief until Lin Yuxu entered the bathroom, at which point he snapped back to reality. "Lin Yuxu is such a fool," he muttered, his voice thick with emotion. "If you choose to ignore me, then so be it. I'll be moving out anyway." That night, sleep eluded Song Yuhan. He turned over, pressing himself against Lin Yuxu's body, tugging at the hem of his shirt. "Please don't be angry anymore," he pleaded, his voice heavy with sadness. "I promise I won't do it again. Just don't ignore me." Never before had he experienced such emotional coldness in their marriage. It had always been he who neglected Lin Yuxu. Little did he know that his rebirth would thrust him into this unfamiliar territory. Oh, how cruel, he lamented, realizing Lin Yuxu was no longer the gentle husband he once knew, showing him no tenderness whatsoever. Hearing the quiver in Song Yuhan's voice, Lin Yuxu sighed, ultimately unable to maintain his resolve to punish him. "Why are you still crying?" he asked, pulling Song Yuhan into his embrace, resting his chin atop his head. "You brought other men into our home without my consent, and yet I didn't cry. Why do you cry first?" Chapter 33. So sweet Song Yuhan, lost in his sorrow, failed to detect the underlying warmth in Lin Yuxu's words. He buried his face in Lin Yuxu's muscular chest, like a small animal, unable to resist nuzzling against him. "How can you deliberately ignore me? You've never treated me like this before." Lin Yuxu, unaware that Song Yuan was referring to his past life, could only chuckle with a mix of helplessness and affection. "Now you realize how well I usually treat you, right?" He pinched the back of Song Yuan's neck, adding, "And you, my friend, are taking advantage of my kindness, constantly finding new ways to break my heart." Song Yuan retorted defiantly, "I hardly do that." Each day, he dedicated his efforts to help Lin Yuxu get closer to his wife. Not only did he receive no gratitude, but he also had to endure such neglect. Was it easy for him? "Do you now recognize your mistake?" Lin Yuxu's smile faded as he spoke seriously. "Will you dare to bring someone in again?" "I won't," Song Yuan muttered gloomily. He decided it was better for Lin Yuxu to invite Su Yuza in himself, rather than taking matters into his own hands. In hindsight, Song Yuan realized his error. Inviting someone into the house was an intimate act. If Lin Yuxu were to develop feelings for Su Yuza and recall these past incidents, he would surely see him as a thorn in his side. The wealthier Lin Yuxu became, the more formidable he appeared, his emotions concealed, and he might resort to extreme measures against him. He certainly did not wish to evade the system's punishment only to face assassination from his ex-husband. That would be exceedingly unfortunate. "I truly won't do it again," Song Yuan said, pressing himself against Lin Yuxu's chest, adopting a conciliatory demeanor. Lin Yuxu's expression softened, and suddenly, he seemed to have an idea as he gently pushed Song Yuan away. "But I'm still not calm." Lin Yuxu feigned a stern face. Song Yuan, unwilling to endure further cold treatment, quickly implored, "Please don't be angry." Lin Yuxu scrutinized his face, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. "I can refrain from being upset, but you must do something for me." "What is it?" Lin Yuxu cleared his throat lightly and pointed to his lips. "Kiss me." Song Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Yuxu. "You want me to kiss you?" "Yes," Lin Yuxu affirmed with a nod. "If you kiss me, I will overlook today's events." Song Yuan hesitated, asking, "Can I kiss somewhere else?" "No, it must be here." After a moment of inner turmoil, Song Yuan finally lifted his head and quickly pressed his lips against Lin Yuxu's. Blushing, he retreated slightly. "Is that acceptable?" Lin Yuxu frowned. "No, it was too quick. I didn't feel anything." Taking a deep breath, Song Yuan leaned in again, this time lingering a bit longer. "Oh, I'm so sorry, protagonist," he thought. It was Lin Yuxu who compelled him to do this. "System, you witnessed that, right?" It was Lin Yuxu who was reckless. I certainly did not intentionally seduce him. He fervently hoped the system would not orchestrate an accident that would leave him in a vegetative state once more. Feeling it was sufficient, he prepared to part. But Lin Yuxu pressed the back of his head with his palm, deepening their kiss. As if that were not enough, Lin Yuxu turned over, pinning Song Yuan beneath him, claiming the air from his mouth with the kiss. Breathless and overwhelmed, Song Yuan emitted helpless whimpers, tears pooling in the corners of his eyes. Just as Song Yuan thought he was on the verge of suffocation, Lin Yuxu finally released him, gently brushing his fingertip against the corner of his lips. Lin Yuxu sat up, his eyes sparkling as they locked onto Song Yuan's face, and he licked his lips. How sweet. Had he known earlier, he would not have restrained his feelings. What was wrong with liking a man? After all, he had no obligation to continue the Lin family's lineage. Gazing at Song Yuan's slightly flushed cheeks, Lin Yuxu could not help but nip at his face. It stung. Song Yuan quickly pushed against Lin Yuxu's chest. Lin Yuxu ceased his teasing, instead tenderly caressing the side of Song Yuan's face. Do you understand? Song Yuan's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, and he grasped nothing. Yet fearing Lin Yuxu's ire and subsequent neglect, he nodded dazedly. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuxu believed the little one finally comprehended his intentions and joyfully pressed a kiss to his cheek. Unsatisfied, he continued with kisses on his eyes, nose, and chin. Song Yuan, feeling overwhelmed by the affection, furrowed his brow, albeit with a soft voice. Lin Yuxu, that's enough. Lin Yuxu ceased his playful torment and held him tightly in his embrace. It was fortunate they had left the Lin family behind and opted to work at the construction site. Had he not gone there, would Song Yuan have been entangled with other workers? Perhaps at this very moment, someone else would be holding him. The thought of the older man he had previously mentioned about keeping could not escape Lin Yuxu's mind, igniting a surge of jealousy within him. He tightened his embrace, wishing to fuse Song Yuan into his very being, never allowing him to escape. Lin Yuxu, I can hardly breathe, Song Yuan complained. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxu loosened his grip slightly. He lowered his head, inhaling the scent of the shampoo in Song Yuan's hair, his voice deepening. Song Yuan, once you are with me, you cannot seek others. Song Yuan had heard this before. In his previous life, he had spent 6 months entangling himself with the powerful figure Lin Yuxu of the capital. Back then, Lin Yuxu had spoken similar words to him, and in adherence to professional ethics, Song Yuan had raised 3 fingers to swear an oath to him. Before long, Lin Yuxu had taken him to register their union, transforming him from a mere bed partner into the lady of the Lin family. Yet, that had all been predicated on a transaction. Now, with no established relationship, the same words held a different weight. Surely he was not expecting him to sell himself after merely a few months of support? Song Yuan raised his gaze to Lin Yuxu's handsome face, wondering if he could truly be so miserly. The current Lin Yuxu was merely a struggling student. Did he truly wish to emulate the role of a benefactor? How could he even support himself, let alone someone else? After a prolonged silence, Lin Yuxu, unable to contain himself, playfully pinched Song Yuan's backside. Did you hear that? Song Yuan, it seems to be true. Is it permissible to decline? He asked softly. Lin Yuxu narrowed his eyes, his tone turning menacing. If you wish to perish, then you may refuse. How dare he contemplate others while being with him? He would not grant Song Yuan the opportunity to entertain such thoughts. Song Yuan, always timid, nodded quickly at Lin Yuxu's threat. I agree to your terms. That's more like it. Lin Yuxu's expression softened, patting his back gently. It's getting late. Let us rest. After a moment, Song Yuan could not help but inquire, how did you notice that the slippers have been worn? Their position is different, Lin Yuxu replied. I placed them on the far right of the shoe rack this morning. Song Yuan countered. Could it not be that I cleaned the shoe rack and inadvertently moved the shoes? You are not that diligent. Lin Yuxu lazily lifted his eyelids. You only engage in chores when you have done something wrong. Such a frightening person, Song Yuan remarked. No wonder he later turned into a deranged murderer, threatening him daily after he became a vegetative state. Fortunately, he had just agreed quickly, saving his own life. Chapter 34. You no longer have a wife, fortunately. After that kiss, Lin Yuxu refrained from any further inappropriate actions towards him. This allowed Song Yuan to breathe a sigh of relief. Nearly at a loss for how to proceed with his task, he needed to quickly save enough money to move out before Lin Yuxu formally proposed to support him, and then find a way to bring Su Yuza and Lin Yuxu together. He wondered what Lin Yuxu had consumed during his upbringing, as he was as robust as an ox, never having witnessed him fall ill. Initially, Song Yuan had contemplated taking advantage of Lin Yuxu's potential illness to bring Su Yuza to care for him. believing that in such circumstances, their relationship might blossom rapidly. Speaking of which, in his previous life, he had seldom seen Lin Yuxu unwell. No, there had been one instance. At that time, Lin Yuxu had caught a chill outside, his fever soaring to 39 degrees. Rather than seeking immediate medical attention, he shamelessly pulled Song Yuan to bed, coaxing him that this would expedite his recovery, ultimately exhausting Song Yuan to the brink of collapse. Recalling this, Song Yuan could not help but mutter a curse, calling him a pervert. To amass money quickly, Song Yuan began to accept tasks from a group chat. A wealthy young master had recently been indulging excessively with his companion, neglecting classes for several days. Yet fearing his family's disapproval, he had his card suspended. Thus, he enlisted Song Yuan to attend classes on his behalf. Of course, it would be more convenient for a student from the same school to handle this. In truth, the young master was merely extending this effortless task to Song Yuan out of consideration for Su Yuza. Timid and greedy, Song Yuan feared being caught, yet was unwilling to forego the money. He adorned himself, donning a hat and mask. Arriving at the entrance of a university, he was uncertain how to gain entry. Having never attended school, he was unaware of how the security guard would inspect incoming students. Song Yuan lingered at the entrance for a considerable time, and as time dwindled, he had no choice but to seek assistance from Su Yuza. He dared not approach Lin Yuxu, fearing rebuke. Su Yuza arrived promptly, and upon seeing Song Yuan's attire, he burst into laughter. "You stand out even more like this. It would be difficult for a teacher not to notice you." Song Yuan, a picture of panic, exclaimed, "What should I do then?" Seeing his genuine fear, Su Yuza ceased his teasing, and with a serious demeanor, he lifted Song Yuan's hat and mask. "Just go like this." As Song Yuan rearranged his hair, which had been disheveled by the hat, he questioned, "If I don't conceal my face, won't I be exposed immediately?" Every university professor is responsible for multiple classes. They cannot possibly remember every student's face unless it belongs to an outstanding scholar who frequently participates in class. The young master in question was clearly indifferent, often engrossed in his own affairs. Yet, his classmates were perceptive enough to notice, though they were reluctant to offend him. Su Yuza returned the hat and mask, reassuring him, "You need not worry. When the teacher calls the roll, just assist by answering. You may use your phone afterward. No one will mind." Song Yuan had never experienced such a life, and listened bewildered, with admiration for Su Yuza gleaming in his eyes. "How do I get in?" he asked, pointing towards the school gate. "Follow me," Su Yuza replied. As they reached the entrance, Song Yuan couldn't help but grasp the sleeve of Su Yuza's shirt tightly. The security guard glanced their way, smiled, and did not approach to stop them. Su Yuza frequently greeted the guards, so they recognized his face and had no suspicions about Song Yuan, who appeared obedient and youthful, easily mistaken for a student of the school. Once inside, Song Yuan still felt incredulous and turned back for a moment. "You're unfamiliar with this place. Let me show you around," Su Yuza offered. No, you have class." "Don't you?" Song Yuan quickly waved his hand. "I only have class at 4 this afternoon." Gratitude illuminated Song Yuan's eyes as he replied, "Thank you." Su Yuza smiled slightly. "It's nothing." After 10 minutes, Su Yuza escorted Song Yuan to the classroom and retrieved a book from his backpack. "We are in the same major. I have the textbook for this course as well." He handed the book and a pen to Song Yuan. "If you feel uncomfortable or scared, just flip through the book. Feel free to doodle. I won't mind." This kindness only deepened Song Yuan's sense of guilt towards Su Yuza. Unable to restrain himself, he hugged Su Yuza, murmuring, "I'm sorry." He resolved to move out of Lin Yuxu's residence soon, returning Lin Yuxu to his rightful place. Why the sudden apology? Su Yuza chuckled. "Shouldn't it be thank you instead?" Song Yuan could not divulge the details of his predicament, nor could he confess that he had been kissed by Lin Yuxu. "It's just, I'm sorry." The sight of the two men embracing inevitably drew the attention of passersby. Su Yuza frowned slightly and patted his shoulder. "All right, let us go inside now. You can choose any seat." "Okay." Upon entering the classroom, Song Yuan surveyed the room and chose a quiet corner to sit. When the teacher arrived, the first order of business was to take attendance. Upon hearing the young master's name called, Song Yuan's body trembled as he quickly responded with a loud "here." To his surprise, the teacher glanced in his direction and he instinctively lowered his head, beads of sweat forming on his back. Fortunately, the teacher merely glanced before continuing with the roll call. With a sigh of relief, Song Yuan patted his chest to calm himself. Once the roll was taken and the lesson commenced, he followed the student next to him and opened the book. Although the text was incomprehensible, he diligently noted the information written on the blackboard. Song Yuan seldom used a pen, writing each character with painstaking precision, reminiscent of a primary school student. Working for the young masters certainly had its benefits. It granted him the opportunity to experience the world of academia. Song Yuan cherished this opportunity greatly, attending the class with utmost seriousness, albeit struggling with comprehension, particularly when it came to specialized terminology. When the bell rang, he was momentarily taken aback, wondering how time had passed so swiftly. "Are you here to substitute?" a curious boy seated beside him inquired. Fearing trouble, Song Yuan hastily shook his head. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." He quickly gathered his belongings and dashed out of the classroom. Following the crowd out of the teaching building, he took out his phone, preparing to send a message to Su Yuza. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated beside him. "Song Yuan, what brings you here?" His heart skipped a beat as he turned to face the stern expression of Lin Yuxu. Lin Yuxu's gaze fell upon the items in his hands. "Whose book do you have there?" "I came to return a book." Song Yuan instinctively lied. "I found it outside." Lin Yuxu raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Then how did you manage to get in?" "The security let me in to return the book." Noticing Song Yuan's evasive eyes, Lin Yuxu seized the collar at the back of his neck. "Have you forgotten everything I taught you in just a few days? Are you lying to me again?" "I'm not." Song Yuan murmured softly. "Very well. I shall take you to see the security," Lin Yuxu threatened with a stern expression. Panicking, Song Yuan blurted out the truth. "I came here for a part-time job, to substitute for someone." Lin Yuxu paused, frowning. "Where did you get such a connection?" He was aware of students substituting for each other, but such arrangements typically remained internal and rarely extended beyond the school. "Is it that grotesque individual again?" Song Yuan retorted. "He has a sharp tongue, and he has single." Chapter 35. Protecting one's interests. "Didn't I tell you not to keep in contact with him?" Lin Yuxu released his grip on the collar, instead pinching the nape of his neck, his tone taking on a dangerous edge. "What made you promise me that?" Song Yuan was willing to agree to many of Lin Yuxu's requests, but distancing himself from Su Yuza was a matter of life and death. "I never promised to cut ties with Brother Yuza." He pouted, his voice laced with grievance. "Is it wrong for me to make friends? Is this what you call normal friendship?" Lin Yuxu's brows knitted tightly, a line forming on his forehead. "You've already brought him to our place. I cannot fathom your thought process." Feeling increasingly aggrieved, Song Yuan stepped forcefully on Lin Yuxu's foot. Lin Yuxu winced in pain, releasing him, and Song Yuan seized the opportunity to turn and leave. "You're meddling too much. I won't live with you anymore." Lin Yuxu clenched his teeth, then swiftly caught hold of his arm. "If you're not living with me, where do you intend to go? Are you moving in with him?" Song Yuan gazed at him with confusion. "Am I not allowed to live independently?" After finally moving away from the main character's dominance, he certainly was going to turn around and move in with the other lead. He must be out of his mind. All Song Yuan desired was to preserve his life, collect a sum for his intermediary services, and distance himself as far away as possible, living a carefree life. Observing Song Yuan's earnest demeanor, Lin Yuxu realized he needed to avoid pushing him too hard and reluctantly compromised. "Fine, I want to interfere with your friendships, as long as you promise me not to get involved with him." Song Yuan was indeed inclined to agree. Su Yuza is gentle, kind, and affluent. Were it not for his established pairing with Lin Yuxu, he would indeed consider pursuing Su Yuza, entangling him in a relationship of support. "I swear it, I truly do." Song Yuan raised 3 fingers, declaring, "If I ever dare to covet your dear brother Yuza, may lightning strike me down." Lin Yuxu, irritated, covered Song Yuan's mouth with his hand, exclaiming, "Why do you persist in making such oaths? Are you not afraid of invoking something truly supernatural?" It was not that Lin Yuxu was superstitious. He had never placed faith in such matters. The Buddhist beads, specially consecrated for the Lin family, have been cast aside without a second glance, tossed into a drawer. Yet, what if there was truth to it? He could not wager Song Yuan'an's life on such uncertainties. Song Yuan'an blinked innocently at Lin Yuxu, who let out a resigned sigh and lowered his hand from Song Yuan'an's mouth. Clearly, this fellow harbored no romantic intentions towards Su Yuza. The issue lay entirely with that individual. He needed to find an opportunity to converse with Su Yuza. When will you be substituting for classes? Lin Yuxu shifted the topic. I have already finished, and I am preparing to return books. Return them later, Lin Yuxu replied, glancing at the time on his phone. It was noon, and he added, I will take you to the dining hall for lunch. Can I really go? I'm not a student here, Song Yuan'an exclaimed with delight. Lin Yuxu shot him a sidelong glance. Unable to suppress a smile, you may not be a student here, but you have substituted for classes. What's the harm in having a meal at the dining hall? Song Yuan'an joyfully linked his arm with Lin Yuxu's, declaring, I want to go. Lin Yuxu's eyes sparkled with amusement. Next time you substitute, remember to message me when you're done. As long as I'm not busy, I will take you to eat. You're not angry anymore? Not at all. You're merely trying to earn some money, not engaging in any wrongdoing. Song Yuan'an chuckled. Lin Yuxu, you are truly wonderful. Lin Yuxu playfully pinched his nose. You certainly didn't think that way earlier. You even threatened to move out. At the mention of this, Song Yuan'an dared not meet his gaze, fearful of revealing his intentions. Of course, he intended to move out. He just needed to save enough money first. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Song Yuan'an was thrilled by the array of delectable dishes, eagerly pointing at several stalls. I want to try all of these. Lin Yuxu, with an expression of both exasperation and fondness, responded, You have but one stomach. Do you think you can finish them all? I can. Song Yuan'an quickly retorted, If I can't finish, I can always take some home. Be careful not to overindulge. Lin Yuxu cautioned, It's not as if there won't be other opportunities. Next time you substitute again, I will bring you back to eat. With this reassurance, Song Yuan'an curbed his earlier enthusiasm and, after a moment's deliberation, settled on a chicken hot pot. Lin Yuxu, not particularly hungry and concerned that overeating might make him drowsy in the afternoon, opted for a rice ball from a convenience store nearby. Observing this, Song Yuan'an guarded his chicken hot pot protectively with his arms. If you're not full, you cannot take any of mine. Lin Yuxu could not help but laugh at his antics, pondering how Song Yuan'an had developed such an extreme habit of guarding his food. I want to eat it. The chicken hot pot was freshly served, steaming and aromatic, and Lin Yuxu, wary of Song Yuan'an, burning himself in his fervor to protect his meal, emphasized his point once more. Do indulge yourself, for I have numerous classes this afternoon and prefer not to overeat. Song Yuan regarded Lin Yuxu with a hint of disbelief. But upon observing Lin Yuxu devouring his rice ball without a glance at his chicken casserole, he felt reassured and joyfully picked up his chopsticks. How fragrant! Can it possibly surpass the aroma of my own cooking? Of course, Lin Yuxu replied, lifting his gaze to meet Song Yuan's, responding earnestly. Sensing Lin Yuxu's displeasure, Song Yuan reluctantly conceded, Yours is delicious. So obedient, Lin Yuxu remarked. Am I training a dog? Halfway through their meal, an idea suddenly struck Song Yuan, prompting him to discreetly text Su Yuza. He then looked up, feigning difficulty as he addressed Lin Yuxu. Lin Yuxu, Su Yuza is in urgent need of his book. Watching Lin Yuxu's reaction, he continued, May I ask him to come by now to collect it? Song Yuan's lie was poorly constructed, yet Lin Yuxu noticed it entirely. Since he had something to discuss with Su Yuza as well, he unexpectedly nodded in agreement. All right, that works. A look of delight crossed Song Yuan's face as he quickly captured some photos of their surroundings and sent them to Su Yuza. Within 20 minutes, Su Yuza arrived just as Song Yuan finished his meal. He immediately stood up and greeted, Su Yuza, have you eaten yet? Allow me to treat you. Lin Yuxu felt a vein in his temple throb. He was protective over his food, but generous towards Su Yuza. No need, Su Yuza replied with a gentle smile. I just had a meal with some classmates. Aren't you supposed to return the book to him? Lin Yuxu's tone was laced with evident jealousy as he glared at the ungrateful fellow. Gritting his teeth, hurry and hand it over. Don't delay his class. Noticing the odd tone in Lin Yuxu's voice, Su Yuza looked up with an amused expression. No rush. I still have an hour before my class. Then why are you here? Lin Yuxu's bluntness nearly undermined Su Yu's smile. Song Yuan could not stand idly by while Lin Yuxu bullied Su Yuza and interjected with a displeased expression. Lin Yuxu, must you speak so harshly? It feels as if everyone owes you a fortune. Lin Yuxu, infuriated by Song Yuan's defense of an outsider, couldn't help but grind his teeth in frustration. He needed to suppress his anger, for he knew that if he lost his temper, this ungrateful one would surely feel wronged and cause a scene. With a huff, he turned away, avoiding Song Yuan's gaze to keep his irritation at bay. Forget it, it's fine, Su Yuza said, gently tugging at Song Yuan's arm. His smile warm as a jade. Would you like something to drink? It's on me. No thanks. Sure. The responses from Lin Yuxu and Song Yuan were starkly contrasting. Yet in the end, it was Lin Yuxu who yielded. Ignoring his reluctance, Song Yuan pulled him up and followed Su Yuza. Your gluttony will surely lead to trouble one day, Lin Yuxu warned angrily. Let it be, Song Yuan shrugged, as long as I'm enjoying myself now. You truly are a fool, Lin Yuxu retorted. Upon arriving at the milk tea shop, Su Yuza generously offered, order whatever you like. I highly recommend the matcha milk cap. It's a bestseller here. I don't drink. You can offer it to this glutton, Lin Yuxu remarked with a tone of indifference. You're the real glutton. Song Yuan shot Lin Yuxu a glare. He had deliberately created this opportunity to bring them together, and this cup of milk tea was his reward for the effort. Then I shall have the matcha milk cap, Song Yuan said, casting a sweet glance at Su Yuza. Su Yuza couldn't help but chuckle, all right. Lin Yuxu had no desire to partake, and Su Yuza did not insist, merely ordering 2 cups. Once Song Yuan received his milk tea, he took a sip and his expression lit up with astonishment. This is delicious. Song Yuan looked up at Su Yuza and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Lin Yuxu scoffed. Not very ambitious, are you? Having grown accustomed to his jibes, Song Yuan ignored him entirely. As long as you like it. I'll treat you again when you come to school next time. Before Song Yuan could respond, Lin Yuxu, adopting a possessive demeanor, spoke with an air of dominance. No need. I will buy it for him. Really? Will you be so generous? Song Yuan queried with skepticism. Lin Yuxu shot him a glare. This cup of milk tea won't silence you, will it? He always managed to utter words that infuriated him. They must have been enemies in their past life. So fierce. Song Yuan muttered under his breath. The protagonist is much kinder. He is always gentle with him. With his thought, Song Yuan immediately stood up. It is time for me to repay the protagonist. Lin Yuxu furrowed his brow and looked at him. What are you up to now? It's my first time at university, and I want to explore a bit, Song Yuan replied. You all can rest here. I'll return once I finish my tour. It was a lie. He was heading straight home to sleep. Lin Yuxu found his behavior somewhat perplexing, but chose not to comment, as he needed to discuss matters with Su Yuza, thereby avoiding the necessity to find excuses to divert Song Yuan. Go ahead, Lin Yuxu paused, but don't wander too far. You'll end up lost and crying. Song Yuan thought Lin Yuxu was deliberately tarnishing his image in front of Su Yuza and, in anger, kicked him before storming off with the milk tea in hand. You two seem to have a good relationship, Su Yuza remarked. Lin Yuxu, displeased with this assertion, corrected him coldly. We share no blood relation. Do not refer to us as brothers. Su Yuza took a sip of his milk tea, then chuckled. What should I call you then? He raised his eyes. His gaze sharp, lovers? Lin Yuxu's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? My apologies. It was presumptuous of me, Su Yuza replied, his demeanor softening again. Little one is so charming. Anyone would be fond of him. Lin Yuxu clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with caution. What are you planning? Su Yuza did not answer the question, instead shifting the topic. The heir of the Lin group shares your name. What a coincidence. Lin Yuxu recognized that Su Yuza was probing him and relaxed slightly, a hint of a smile curving his lips. It seemed his interest lay not with Song Yuan, but rather with the title of Lin family heir. However, he wondered whether it was related to Lin Feiqing. If Lin Feiqing had sent him, he could not allow him to uncover his connection with Song Yuan. Song Yuan was rather naive and might endanger himself. The same name? So what? Lin Yuxu chuckled, his tone laced with a barely perceptible hint of sarcasm. You don't seriously think I am that young master, do you? Don't be foolish. If I were that wealthy, would I need to toil away at various jobs? as long as Su Yuza did not confront him. He would not concede. Su Yuza gazed at Lin Yuxu's face, and his suspicions found resolution. There was a 99% chance that Lin Yuxu was indeed the scion of the Lin family. Su Yuza was not naive enough to press Lin Yuxu for an admission. He was uncertain of Lin Yuxu's reasons for feigning poverty. Perhaps it was for the sake of that boy, or perhaps for other, undisclosed reasons. He merely wished to cultivate a relationship with the Lin family, and thus had no intention of offending him. Perhaps I am overthinking this. An expression of regret flitted across Su Yuza's face, an apologetic demeanor. Lin Yuxu stared at him impassively, offering no response. I am quite good friends with Shaoan. Su Yuza continued. So if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. When the time comes for him to return to the Lin family, he ought not to forget the assistance he provided. Are you truly just friends? Lin Yuxu inquired, his eyes filled with skepticism. Indeed, Su Yuza replied with a gentle smile. I would never covet someone else's affections. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxu became even more convinced that Su Yuza had been sent by Lin Feiqing. Do not misunderstand. Song Yuan and I are merely friends as well. That may change in the future. Chapter 37. Not tasty at all upon returning home. Song Yuan guzzled down the milk tea in one go, rubbing his belly in satisfaction before collapsing onto his bed and drifting off to sleep. When Lin Yuxu returned from class, he found Song Yuan soundly asleep, which elicited a bemused chuckle from him. He approached and playfully bit Song Yuan's cheek. Song Yuan wrinkled his brow and swatted at him, inadvertently landing a hit on Lin Yuxu's cheek. What kind of mosquito is that? Song Yuan mumbled. Lin Yuxu covered his face, his expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. Even in slumber, his swatting strength was considerable. After receiving such a slap, Lin Yuxu chose not to disturb him further and headed straight to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After an indeterminate time had passed, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, rousing Song Yuan from his dreams. He sat up, bleary-eyed, and glanced toward the kitchen. Lin Yuxu is back. Suddenly recalling something, excitement danced across his features as he jumped up and raced toward the kitchen. Lin Yuxu, how did your conversation go? Lin Yuxu turned off the stove and faced Song Yuan, noticing he hadn't even bothered to put on slippers, which made him frown deeply. If you don't wear slippers, I will throw them away. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan quickly dashed out to put them on before returning to the kitchen. How'd it go? What are you referring to? Lin Yuxu asked, dishing out the stir-fried vegetables onto a plate. You and Yuzagu, of course, Song Yuan exclaimed, his face alight with curiosity. Did you discover that he is quite a good person? It was fine, I suppose. Song Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Your attitude has changed. It's finally progressing in a positive direction. He added, so, upon closer inspection, do you not find him rather handsome? Lin Yuxu shot him a sidelong glance. Your inquiries are becoming increasingly peculiar. Not all, Song Yuan retorted quietly. I'm simply curious. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yuxu replied, he is acceptable. Since Lin Yuxu discerned that Su Yuza was merely pursuing a connection with the Lin family, he immediately lowered his guard, no longer viewing this individual as a rival. However, he still felt compelled to prevent Song Yuan from associating with Su Yuza. Should Su Yuza indeed be Lin Feiqing's, then Song Yuan's situation would become precarious. This fellow cannot even fabricate a lie. With a mere morsel of food, he could divulge anything. It would be wise for you to limit your encounters with Su Yuza. Lin Yuxu set down the items he was holding, his expression grave as he gazed intently at Song Yuan. If you wish to earn money, I can introduce you to a job. My friend's clothing store is hiring. Song Yuan clicked his tongue in disapproval. So, once someone catches his eye, he begins to display possessiveness, does he? For reasons unbeknownst to him. A pang of jealousy stirred within Song Yuan, perhaps due to Lin Yuxu's head start in achieving wealth through marriage. I have no intention of working in a clothing store. He is determined to seek affluent men at a club and surpass Lin Yuxu in wealth. Song Yuan turned away from Lin Yuxu. I will take care of serving the dishes. You need to hurry, I am famished. Lin Yuxu, recognizing this fellow's fixation on wealth, chose not to press too hard, opting instead to gently persuade him over time. Alternatively, he He could earn more and provide Song Yuanan with the means to remain comfortably at home without venturing out. Just one more dish is needed. Lin Yuxu continued to pour oil into the pan. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat. Don't come in. It's filled with smoke. Fine. Song Yuanan refrained from being overly polite. After all, Lin Yuxu had already found a wife, so he could indulge him today. Once Song Yuanan had served all the dishes, he picked up his chopsticks to taste his favorite dish. Immediately, he frowned, an expression of bitterness crossing his face. Today, it was far from delectable. That night, as usual, Lin Yuxu attempted to pull him into an embrace for sleep. However, the moment he touched him, Song Yuanan sat up abruptly. If you wish to marry in the future, you cannot do this. Lin Yuxu was taken aback, and once he regained his composure, he couldn't help but chuckle. Have you already thought about marriage? More eager than me, it seems. What else? Song Yuanan regarded him with a peculiar expression, pondering how frivolous his ex-husband had been in his youth. It made sense. In his previous life, while being supported, Lin Yuxu had indulged in all manner of extravagance, perhaps learning from others' experiences. Lin Yuxu, if you wish to marry, you must refrain from such actions. Lin Yuxu discerned that Song Yuanan was displeased. Could it be that their lack of formal recognition was causing Song Yuanan to feel insecure? He had not considered advancing their relationship too rapidly, at the very least. He intended to wait until after graduation and establishing his career before contemplating marriage with Song Yuanan, and then proceeding to the next step. Given that Song Yuanan was seriously considering their future, Lin Yuxu felt compelled to demonstrate respect for his feelings. After some contemplation, he nodded. I understand. I won't hold you. Song Yuanan finally felt at ease enough to lie back down. Moments later, Lin Yuxu took his hand, their fingers interlocking. Upon feeling the other begin to resist, Lin Yuxu's tone turned firm. If you refuse again, I shall kiss you. Song Yuanan pressed his lips together, ceasing his movements. Holding hands should pose no issue. To prevent Lin Yuxu from losing control and becoming enamored with someone so unrefined, he needed to expedite his plans to move out. The following day, Song Yuanan sought out Su Yuza once more. Is there truly no long-term work available? Song Yuanan, undeterred, inquired again. I am willing to do anything, even serve as a maid. Song Yuhan adjusted himself and emphasized, it must be the kind that includes accommodation. Upon hearing his words, Su Yuza couldn't help but feel curious and asked, does your brother treat you poorly? Why do you want to move out? It's not that he's unkind. Song Yuhan gazed into Su Yuza's gentle eyes, feeling increasingly guilty, and quickly averted his gaze. It's just that I dislike him controlling me. It's quite bothersome. A glimmer of inquiry flickered in Su Yuza's eyes. Are you truly brothers? It doesn't seem so. Believing that Su Yuza might be feeling jealous, Song Yuhan hurried to clarify. Really, I'm not deceiving you. Lin Yuxu is quite clean-minded. Su Yuza had always found Song Yuhan's speech peculiar, so he refrained from probing further into the latter part of his statement. Observing Song Yuhan's expression, he did not appear to be lying. And Lin Yuxu had also emphasized that they were merely ordinary friends. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Then I shall inquire further for you. Gratitude shone in Song Yuhan's eyes as he replied, thank you. However, it may not be a particularly good job. Su Yuza wore a somewhat troubled expression. After all, you lack formal education. I understand, Song Yuhan said. I can handle manual labor as well. He was solely focused on moving out of Lin Yuxu's home and becoming self-sufficient. In his spare time, he intended to continue interviewing at the club. Once he secured a position, he would resign from his current job and return to his former profession. If Lin Yuxu and Su Yuza ended up together, he would demand a matchmaking fee, which would be a delightful turn of events for all. All right, I will keep an eye out for you. A smile brightened Song Yuhan's face as he eagerly handed the menu to Su Yuza. Today, it's my treat. My brother gave me a generous amount of living expenses yesterday. Oh, I couldn't possibly accept that. Su Yuza replied politely. Don't worry, it's rightfully yours. After saying this, Song Yuhan shoved the menu into Su Yuza's hands. With no choice, Su Yuza reluctantly opened the menu and ordered some of the less expensive dishes. A week later, Su Yuza brought good news. I have a friend whose family is in need of a live-in maid. Su Yuza inquired, the salary is 5,000 a month. Would you be interested? That's considerably more than selling clothes, as Lin Yuxu suggested, and it comes with room and board. Song Yuhan nodded eagerly. I'm in. Okay, I will inform him. Just as Su Yuza picked up his phone, he suddenly felt a twinge of unease and looked up at Song Yuhan. Should you discuss this with your brother? No need for discussion. Let's finalize it. Song Yuhan exclaimed happily. I will start tomorrow. Chapter 38. It is I who do not want you. Song Yuhan had initially intended to start packing his belongings that evening, but fearing that Lin Yuxu might sabotage his plans, he hesitated. After much deliberation, he decided to wait until Lin Yuxu left for class in the morning before gathering his things and departing. On the way home, he reflected on the fact that this was his last day living in Lin Yuxu's house and felt it deserved a small celebration to create a pleasant memory for both parties. Thus, the typically frugal Song Yuhan made an uncommon trip to the supermarket, returning home with 2 bags of snacks. He first placed the snacks in the cupboard and then carried the groceries into the kitchen. Tonight, he aimed to showcase his culinary skills and reclaim the talents of his past life, so Lin Yuxu would no longer underestimate him. As soon as Lin Yuxu returned, he heard the sizzling sounds coming from the kitchen and the delightful aroma of food wafted through the air. With a surprised expression, he raised his eyebrows and, after changing his shoes, went to check on Song Yuhan in the kitchen. Song Yuhan was busy preparing braised fish, having added an excessive amount of chili, causing him to sneeze repeatedly, utterly oblivious to Lin Yuxu's return. Upon entering the kitchen, Lin Yuxu was also caught off guard by the pungent spices, unable to suppress a cough. Cough, cough, what are you cooking that is so overwhelming? Hearing Lin Yuxu's voice, Song Yuhan turned to him, his face lighting up with a joyful smile. You're back. Isn't it incredibly fragrant? It's even better than what you make. Let us see if you dare to call me clumsy again. As her words lingered in the air, Song Yuhan abruptly remembered that there would be no after for them. Her smile faltered, and she redirected her gaze, returning to her cooking. Yes, yes, you're the best. Lin Yuxu approached, noticing the slight redness around Song Yuhan's eyes, mistaking it for a reaction to the chili. He reached out, taking the spatula from her hands, gently pushing her aside as he took over her task, stirring the dish with ease. Song Yuhan widened her eyes in disbelief. What are you doing? I can't underestimate you anymore. Your cooking is far superior to mine. Lin Yuxu replied, continuing to saute. You should step outside. You look unwell. Don't push yourself. I'm not unwell, Song Yuhan protested, extending her hand for the spatula. Give it back to me. Today, I'm a chef. Lin Yuxu shot her a sidelong glance, refusing to relent. After several attempts to reclaim the spatula, and seeing Lin Yuxu's indifference, she stomped her foot in frustration and exited the kitchen. Lin Yuxu winced, his expression a mix of helplessness and resignation. Every day, your temper seems to escalate. Before Lin Yuxu's arrival, Song Yuhan had nearly finished, with only the braised fish left to prepare. Lin Yuxu worked swiftly, completing the dish in a matter of moments and setting it on the dining table. Song Yuhan had already arranged the chopsticks and rice, patiently sitting at her designated spot, waiting for Lin Yuxu to join her. Her overly compliant demeanor began to raise Lin Yuxu's suspicions. His expression turned serious. Did you do something wrong? Song Yuhan's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly shook her head. No, why do you say that? You're acting particularly unusual today. I'm not, she replied, lowering her head as she picked up her chopsticks to eat. Are you a masochist? Just because I treat you well, you start to suspect me? Lin Yuxu scanned the room with his gaze, finding no signs of anything amiss. He assumed no one else had entered. As long as it wasn't tea that matter, he cared little for any mistakes Song Yuhan might have made. He sat down, first taking a shrimp, meticulously peeling the shell before placing the tender meat in his Song Yuhan's bowl. With a frown, she tossed the shrimp back into his bowl. Peel it for yourself. I have hands too. Don't you usually complain about the trouble and ask me to help? Not today, she replied, reaching for shrimp. I want to do it myself. Lin Yuxu scrutinized her for a long moment, unable to discern anything unusual. So he ceased his insistence and finished the shrimp he had just peeled. How much did all this cost? He asked, chewing thoughtfully. Why the sudden generosity? Is it wrong to celebrate after you so unexpectedly increase my allowance? Song Yuhan responded, a hint of guilt in her tone as she raised her voice slightly to mask her unease. What is it? Have you taken to monitoring my spending habits? Lin Yuxu chuckled softly. Not at all. If you wish to spend, then go ahead. After all, I can earn more. Suddenly, he added, by the way, you must refrain from taking in any more vagrants in the future. Song Yuan set down his chopsticks, his gaze serious as he locked eyes with him. Such a habit is detrimental. It may lead to a lack of a wife. Lin Yuxu couldn't help but laugh. Are you finally admitting that you are a vagrant? If it weren't for the shrimp he had just peeled, he would have reached out to pinch Song Yunan's cheek. He was simply too adorable. Answer me seriously. Why do you keep changing the topic? Lin Yuxu smiled, his previously stern features softening. All right, I assure you that you are the only vagrant I will take in. Shameless. Lin Yuxu teased, his eyes curving with amusement. Upon hearing his assurance, Song Yunan felt a sense of relief and resumed eating. You're the one lacking shame, he retorted softly. In his past life, he had been quite the lecher. Daily, he would either call him baby or wife. He had lured him into the office under the pretense of gifts, but in reality, nothing was prepared. The moment he entered, the door would be locked, and his clothes would be stripped away. Song Yunan, terrified that the employees outside might hear, covered his mouth, stifling any cries. This pitiful display only spurred Lin Yuxu to torment him further, rendering him unable to even cry, merely emitting faint whimpers. Realizing he was once again lost in thoughts of his past life, Song Yunan bit his lip hard, using the pain to expel those memories from his mind. After finishing their meal, Song Yunan took the initiative to wash the dishes. Lin Yuxu approached from behind, leaning slightly and resting his chin on Song Yunan's shoulder, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Did you really do nothing wrong? Lin Yuxu chuckled. You're being unusually well-behaved today. Do you enjoy seeing me misbehave that much? Song Yunan replied with a hint of annoyance. I just wanted to reward you. So, you might be more generous with your money in the future. Such a little miser. Lin Yuxu teased, pinching his cheek. Holding a plate, Song Yunan could only nudge him with his elbow. Hurry and take a shower, otherwise, you'll be competing with me for the bathroom again. I'm not competing with you. I'm always letting you go first, Song Yunan said, glaring up at him. Lin Yuxu, exasperated, ruffled Song Yunan's hair. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Your temper is quite foul. He paused, deliberately alarming Song Yunan. Be careful how you treat me. I might just decide not to have you anymore. Once Lin Yuxu left the kitchen, Song Yunan muttered softly, Humph. It's I who doesn't want you. He resolved to seek out a richer and gentler man. Of course, a wealthy woman would suffice as well. Chapter 39. Wife that night. No matter what, Song Yunan couldn't find sleep, tossing and turning restlessly, as he tossed away Lin Yuxu's hand for the nth time. Changing positions, Lin Yuxu finally could no longer endure it. He opened his eyes and gazed at him. Are you intentionally avoiding holding my hand by turning about like this? Lin Yuxu's voice was low, tinged with displeasure. If you continue, I might just break our previous agreement and embrace you directly. Song Yunan looked at him with a wronged expression. It's not intentional. I truly cannot sleep. How could you not sleep when everything is perfectly fine? Lin Yuxu was skeptical, knowing that this fellow would fall into a deep slumber the moment he touched the bed. You're not sneaking off to have coffee with that Su Yuza again, are you? Since the day Lin Yuxu had a private conversation with Su Yuza, he refrained from giving Su Yuza any nicknames. After all, such behavior would portray him as petty. They'd share a meal together. Could it be that you treated him? Lin Yuxu's expression suddenly enlightened, his words tinged with a hint of jealousy. No wonder he was eager to return to the kitchen, treating him to a lavish meal while casually brushing him off afterward. The groceries I bought weren't inexpensive either. That was my money too. Song Yuan sighed, forget it. Lin Yuxu once more took Song Yuan's hand, saying, if you choose to treat him, so be it, but don't keep it from me in the future, understood? Got it. You stingy person. Tomorrow, he would be leaving, and once his salary was disbursed, he would treat Su Yuza himself. A few minutes later, Lin Yuxu turned on his side to sleep. Can't you fall asleep? He asked. Song Yuan nodded, overwhelmed by an anxiety about the future, uncertain whether he could take care of himself after leaving Lin Yuxu. Close your eyes and stop thinking about all sorts of things. Lin Yuxu gently patted Song Yuan's back with his free hand. There is no need to rush into finding a job. I'll take care of you. With Lin Yuxu's understanding of Song Yuan, It was evident that the only thing troubling him to the point of insomnia was financial concerns. Rest assured, we will not remain in poverty forever. Lin Yuxu, eyes closed, whispered, once I graduate, I'll earn a great deal of money, all of it for you to spend. After hearing this, Song Yuan pursed his lips and replied, no need for that. Just a red envelope will suffice. Lin Yuxu chuckled. You don't mean a red envelope that would bankrupt me, do you? If you wish for it, it's not impossible. So greedy, Lin Yuxu remarked with a smile. Perhaps it was the thought of a matchmaker's red envelope, or perhaps Lin Yuxu's gentle patting had lulled him to sleep, but within 5 minutes, Song Yuan's breathing became soft and steady. Lin Yuxu ceased his patting, opened his eyes, and leaned in to kiss Song Yuan's soft lips. Good night, my dear. When Song Yuan awoke, it was already 10 in the morning, and Lin Yuxu was long gone. He sat up, casting a reluctant glance around the room before getting out of bed to freshen up. After tidying himself, he retrieved the bag he had brought when he first arrived in the capital. He would leave as he had come, without taking even the clothes Lin Yuxu had bought for him. Su Yuza had already sent the location of the villa the previous afternoon. It was somewhat far from Lin Yuxu's rented apartment, and it took Song Yuan several bus transfers to reach his destination. Upon arrival, a butler was already waiting at the entrance. Song Yuan, smoothing his somewhat disheveled bangs, mimicked the manner in which servants had attended to him in his past life. Bowing deeply to the butler, I apologize, am I late? Song Yuan smiled apologetically. The place I came from is a bit far, and the bus transfers made it impossible to arrive on time, so I was delayed by a few minutes. The butler scrutinized Song Yuan with a piercing gaze, and upon finding him somewhat respectful, softened his demeanor. Please come in. Song Yuan quickly followed, carefully observing his surroundings as he walked. The villa was quite spacious, yet it could not compare to the grandeur of Lin Yuxu's villa from his previous life. It seemed to belong to a typical affluent family. He wondered whether this young master was single. If he could win over this young master, perhaps he would no longer need to interview at the club. Even being a lover is acceptable. Not everyone is as captivated by Lin Yuxu's physique as to desire a marriage certificate with him. This is a work uniform. The butler took the clothing from a nearby servant and presented it to Song Yuan. Here, one must don the work uniform, and your responsibilities will involve maintaining the cleanliness of the villa. Xiao Chun will provide you with further details. Xiao Chun, the young maid standing beside the butler, appeared quite youthful. Cradling the work uniform, Song Yuan hesitated and inquired, where will I be sleeping? Can you show me the way? I have luggage that I wish to settle before commencing work. The butler glanced at the slightly faded luggage bag at Song Yuan's feet. Xiao Chun. He addressed the nearby maid. Please escort him to Su Jie's room. All right, the maid replied, gesturing for Song Yuan to follow her. Nodding, Song Yuan grasped the work uniform in one hand and lifted the luggage bag with the other, trailing behind the maid. How old are you? The maid turned back. Her curiosity piqued. You look quite young. You're not still a minor, are you? Fearing a similar rejection as he experienced at the club, Song Yuan quickly responded. Not at all. I'm in my early 20s and capable of handling anything. If you doubt me, I can show you my ID right now. The maid chuckled. No need. Uncle Chun will bring you in, so you must be of age. Uncle Chun? You mean the butler? Yes, we all refer to him as Uncle Chun. The maid pointed to herself. I was originally the youngest here, and they called me Xiao Chun. Now that you've arrived, you can call me Chun Jie. How old are you? Song Yuan continued the conversation. 25, she replied. I've been here for just a year. Perhaps sensing Song Yuan's youth and fearing he might feel intimidated in a new environment, the maid added, the lady and the master are often abroad and only return during holidays, so we primarily attend to the young master. Understood, Song Yuan replied, tentatively asking, does the young master have a partner? It seems not, though he frequently brings various women home, she said, observing Song Yuan's expression of disappointment. Ah, a heterosexual, he lamented. Then I have no chance. The maid led him to the basement where the servants' quarters were located, opening one of the rooms. Song Yuan peered inside and immediately felt disheartened. Another bunk bed. However, it was slightly better than before. This was a quad room, and it appeared quite spacious. You'll sleep here, Xiao Chun pointed to the upper bunk. Only the top bunk is available. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan perked up. I prefer the top bunk. That way, no one will step on my sheets. How lucky. Seeing him so pleased, The maid couldn't help but smile. Take your time to settle in. I'll return in half an hour to help you get acquainted with the villa. All right, Song Yuhan replied cheerfully. Thank you, Qinjia. Chapter 40. Unanswered calls. Song Yuhan ran his fingers over the work uniform provided by the butler. It was quite thick, and wearing it while working daily would help him endure the winter. Song Yuhan had very few decent warm clothes, especially since he had intentionally left behind the items purchased by Lin Yuxu when he moved out. Without a hint of nostalgia, he walked away. However, his financial situation was dire. He was exceedingly poor. If he left without any money and lost this job, he would surely face starvation on streets. Song Yuan had little to pack, so he carelessly tossed his clothes into the empty wardrobe. After changing into his work uniform, he awaited Xiao Chun at the door. Why aren't you studying? Xiao Chun inquired curiously as she showed Song Yuan around the villa. At your age, you should be in university, just like our young master. With an awkward expression, Song Yuan replied, I have never been to school. Xiao Chun turned in surprise. What about your parents? Don't they care? This question made Song Yuan even more uncomfortable. He hesitated, clutching the hem of his shirt for quite some time before softly admitting, They abandoned me. I am an orphan. Xiao Chen's eyes widened in shock, her expression a mix of shame and anger. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. How could they do this? How could a parent just discard their own child? That's simply cruel. The director of the orphanage said I was slow as a child, that I wouldn't speak until I was 5. They probably thought I was mute and feared they couldn't care for me. So they left me on the street when I was 3. Even if you were mute, they shouldn't have done that, Xiao Chun exclaimed indignantly. Such parents deserve a thunderbolt. After uttering that, Xiao Chun felt an immediate twinge of regret for cursing his parents in front of him. She composed herself and approached him, linking her arm with his. I've always wanted a younger brother. From now on, consider me your sister. You can always come to me if you face any difficulties. As she gazed at Song Yuan's face, Xiao Chun thought about how those heartless parents would regret abandoning a child who not only wasn't mute, but had grown up to be so handsome. All right, Song Yuan replied, offering a sweet smile. Thank you, Sister Chun. Xiao Chen's heart fluttered. Oh my, how adorable. If not for the differences between genders, she would have loved to plant a big kiss on his cheek. How can there be such a well-behaved and charming boy? After their tour of the villa, Xiao Chun introduced Song Yuan to the colleagues working there. They chatted amiably along the way. Song Yuan learned that Xiao Chun was a university graduate, but her aspiration was to secure a stable job, so she kept taking exams. However, her family was in urgent need of money, prompting her to take this transitional job. Although working as a servant might carry a stigma, the position provided meals, accommodation, and comprehensive social insurance. Xiao Chun felt there was little to complain about, and, before she knew it, had been working there for a year while also preparing for exams. Upon meeting the other servants in the villa, Song Yuan confirmed Xiao Chen's words. Before his arrival, she had been the youngest there. The others were generally aged between 30 and 50. After having been bullied by a servant previously, Song Yuan felt a tinge of fear towards them, his gaze cautious. Thankfully, this group was quite welcoming, and upon learning of his youth and tragic background, they spoke to him in gentle tones. In truth, the villa was quite clean, making the cleaning tasks manageable. Xiao Chen lowered his voice and said, It's just that the young master often brings women here, and the room can get rather chaotic. You need to wait until they leave to clean it up. Fearing that Song Yuan might not fully grasp the implications, Xiao Chun had been rather discreet in his explanation, hoping not to frighten the boy. However, Song Yuan immediately understood the underlying message, and in contrast to the blushing Xiao Chun, he nodded calmly. Having experienced many trials in his previous life, he could well imagine the level of disorder that might ensue. There's nothing more to say, Xiao Chun continued. You should head to the first floor to tidy up. Uncle Chun takes his duties seriously and may come a check, so just be attentive. All right, I understand, Song Yuan replied. After retrieving a mop and bucket from the supply room, he went to the restroom to fill the bucket with water and then proceeded to clean the hall on the first floor. It appeared quite clean. A casual sweep would likely suffice. However, as it was his first day on the job and unaware of Uncle Chen's temperament, he dared not be negligent and scrubbed every corner meticulously. By the time he finished cleaning the entire first floor, his back was aching, and the sky outside had grown dim. Not daring to rest on the sofa, he settled on the floor, instead massaging his sore back. I can't continue like this. Once my day off arrives, I'll return to the club for an interview, he thought. He feared that if he worked any longer, his back would give out, leaving him without the means to attract wealthy men in the future. After a brief rest, he stood up to wash his tools in the restroom. At that moment, Xiao Chun came looking for him. Dinner is ready, he smiled. The dishes tonight are quite good. Hearing this, Song Yuan's previously gloomy expression brightened, and he quickly jogged over to Xiao Chun. Where are we eating? There's a special room in the basement for the servants, Xiao Chun replied, linking his arm with Song Yuan's. Let us hurry. They eat quickly, and if we're late, there might not be any food left. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan quickened his pace, soon finding himself leading Xiao Chun along. The meal was indeed delightful, featuring meat, vegetables, and soup. Whether it was the fatigue from work or the deliciousness of the food, Song Yuan devoured 3 bowls of rice in one go. Leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his satisfied belly. You're quite the eater, chuckled the older man sitting beside him, who happened to be the chef. We'll need to prepare more rice in the future, lest it be insufficient for everyone. Song Yuan recognized the chef and thought he was being advised to eat less. He quickly straightened up. I was just really hungry. I skipped breakfast and lunch before coming. I want to eat this much tomorrow. Noticing the timid expression on Song Yuan's face, the chef regretted his jest and waved his hand dismissively. No worries. Eat as much as you like. At your age, you should be eating plenty to grow strong. Song Yuan whispered, if I eat this much, will the boss fire me? The other servants in the room laughed at his words. Silly boy, it's stated in the job listing that meals are provided. How could they possibly let you go for eating too much? The chef reassured him. Don't worry. Eat as much as you need. Just don't starve yourself. With those comforting words, Song Yuan finally felt at ease. The well-rested servants gradually departed, and it was time for Song Yuan to return to his dormitory to queue for a shower. Just as he rose from his chair, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. He glanced at it and saw that it was a call from Lin Yuxu. A wave of anxiety washed over him, prompting him to swiftly turn off the device. At this hour, it was likely that Lin Yuxu had discovered his departure. It was best not to answer. Chapter 41. Are you still adjusting? After finishing his shower, Song Yuan dared to power on his phone while lying on his bed. His phone, being quite outdated, took an inordinate amount of time to boot up. Exhausted as he was, he found himself dozing off while staring at the screen until an avalanche of missed calls and messages startled him awake. Goodness, knowing it wouldn't connect. How could he have received so many calls? Didn't he tire of it? Song Yuan hesitated to return the call and instead cautiously perused the messages from Lin Yuxu. The most recent one read, Song Yuan, why did you suddenly leave me? Upon reading it, an inexplicable sadness welled up in his eyes. He continued scrolling through the messages. Song Yuan, if you don't answer the phone, just wait until I find you. You'll regret it. Call me back. Where have you been? How long have you been planning this? No wonder you were so kind to cook for me. I didn't even upset you yesterday. Why did you leave without a word? The messages were essentially variations of the same sentiment, and Song Yuan could vividly imagine how furious Lin Yuxu must be at that moment. He did not wish to leave, but he was not Lin Yuxu's spouse. Now that he had found a job to support himself, why linger around? Song Yuan could not comprehend why Lin Yuxu was so angry, especially since he had begun to develop feelings for Su Yuza. Why still cling to him? How fickle! Just as Song Yuan finished his internal complaint, a sudden ring startled him, and he hurriedly cut the call. Presumably sensing his reaction, Lin Yuxu immediately sent another message. Answer the phone. Daring not to pick up, Song Yuan hesitated but ultimately decided to block Lin Yuxu's number. Now he should be untraceable. He contemplated the situation. It appeared that Lin Yuxu had indeed developed feelings for Su Yuza while still yearning for him, attempting to play both sides. Thus, he resolved to disappear for a while. After all, the protagonists were already smitten with each other, leaving no need for his matchmaking. Once Lin Yuxu was entirely enamored with Su Yuza, he could demand a red envelope from either of them. Of course, if he truly managed to attract a wealthy man and found himself financially secure, he would have no need to solicit any matchmaking fees. He could simply consider it a gift for Lin Yuxu and Su Yuza. After blocking Lin Yuxu's number, his phone finally fell silent. allowing Song Yuan to rest peacefully. The following day, Song Yuan finally encountered the young master residing in the villa. His appearance was quite ordinary, with somewhat small eyes that squinted into mere slits when he smiled. His physique was unremarkable, and despite his youth, he had already developed a noticeable belly. Song Yuan sighed, thinking that even if he were not heterosexual, he couldn't bring himself to pursue such an individual. It was somewhat repulsive. Indeed, in his previous life, when he pursued Lin Yuxu, it was not merely her financial prowess that captivated him. He was equally enamored by her beauty. His desires were insatiable. As he savored his breakfast, the young master suddenly lifted his gaze towards Song Yuan, inquiring, "Are you a friend of Yuza?" Coming back to his senses, Song Yuan nodded and replied, "Indeed, he was the one who introduced me." The man scrutinized him with a puzzled expression, as if questioning how someone of his stature could possibly know someone like Song Yuan. Unsure of how to respond, Song Yuan could only manage an awkward smile. Noticing the young master's milk had been fully consumed, he quickly offered to refill it. "Young master, allow me," he said. The man did not refuse. His gaze fixed intently on Song Yuan. Once the milk was poured, he slowly remarked, "Please refrain from calling me young master, since you're a friend of Yuza. Simply call me by my name." "That would be inappropriate." Song Yuan hastily gestured. "If you continue to call me young master, Yuza might think I am bullying you." Upon hearing this, Song Yuan appeared somewhat hesitant. The young master's name was Lin Yuxu, and given his employment here, Song Yuan felt reluctant to address him by his full name. After some internal deliberation, he tentatively suggested, "How about I call you Lin Yuxu?" Lin Yuxu chuckled softly. "That works." A few minutes later, having finished his breakfast, Lin Yuxu rose and promptly began to clear the table, transporting the dishes to the kitchen for the other servants to wash. Once he completed this task, he encountered Su Yuza in the grand hall on the first floor. "Yuza-go, what brings you here?" Song Yuan exclaimed with surprise. "Are you here to see the young master, or to spend time with Lin Yuxu?" "I came to see you," Su Yuza responded with a gentle smile. "Are you adjusting well here?" In truth, he was not merely inquiring about Song Yuan's well-being. Earlier that morning, Lin Yuxu had approached Su Yuza, threatening him to divulge Song Yuan's whereabouts. Naturally, Su Yuza had kept silent. This was an unparalleled opportunity for him to ensure that Lin Yuxu owed him a favor. "I'm quite accustomed," Song Yuan replied cheerfully. "I genuinely enjoy this job. Thank you for recommending it to me." "I'm glad to hear that," Su Yuza said, pausing momentarily, concern flickering in his eyes. "Have they been treating you well?" Understanding that he referred to the other servants, Song Yuan reassured him, "Not at all. They have been very kind and attentive." "That puts me at ease," Su Yuza replied. Before Song Yuan could add anything further, Lin Yuxu, who had been upstairs, suddenly descended. Upon spotting Su Yuza, a look of surprise crossed his face. "Don't you have classes today?" Lin Yuxu teased with a smile. "I took a leave of absence," Su Yuza replied, glancing pointedly at Song Yuan. "I came to check on how my friend is faring." "A friend who warrants a special leave. I suppose I cannot treat him casually in the future," Lin Yuxu remarked. Hearing this, Song Yuan quickly interjected, "You may treat me as you wish. I'm here to work after all." Lin Yuxu seemed to disregard Song Yuan, appearing displeased with his presence and interjections. Having learned a modicum of social awareness in this life, Song Yuan promptly excused himself from the conversation. He moved to the study to dust the books, and just as he finished, a servant named Xiao Chen approached him. "The young master is looking for you." Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Yuan hurried downstairs to find Su Yuza still seated on the sofa. "Come here and brew some tea for us," Lin Yuxu beckoned. Song Yuan complied, finding a spot to sit, pouring tea leaves into the teapot, and then adding freshly boiled water. Although he had never prepared tea for anyone before, he had observed Lin Yuxu's assistant do so in the past. "Brother Lin, your tea," Song Yuan said, extending the cup towards Lin Yuxu. However, Lin Yuxu did not accept it, stating, "You have it all wrong. It should be offered to the guest first." Apologizing quickly, Song Yuan redirected the cup towards Su Yuza. "Thank you," Su Yuza replied, accepting it. Song Yuan poured another cup and placed it in front of Lin Yuxu. With a light cough, Lin Yuxu reached out for it, but, perhaps intentionally or not, he suddenly lost his grip and the cup tipped, spilling several drops of scalding tea on his Song Yuanan's hand. A sharp cry escaped Song Yuanan's lips as he clutched his right hand. "Are you all right? Where did it burn?" Su Yuza immediately rose from the sofa, grasping Song Yuanan's wrist to inspect the injury on the back of his hand. Song Yuanan's face turned pale from the pain, devoid of color, his fingers trembling involuntarily. "It hurts so much," he gasped. "My hand is burning. It feels unbearable." The servants, hearing the commotion, hurried over to see what had transpired. Upon discovering that it was Song Yuanan who was injured, their hearts ached for him, yet they refrained from approaching due to Lin Haoyu's presence. Particularly, Xiao Chun bit his lip, his fists clenched, glaring at Lin Haoyu with a mix of reproach and concern. "I didn't mean to." Lin Haoyu seemed taken aback by the severity of the situation, hastily distancing himself from blame. "It was just too hot. My fingers got burned, and I couldn't hold it properly." Su Yuza glanced at Lin Haoyu, understanding that he was an old friend and that their families were business partners. He knew it would be unbecoming to reprimand him for Song Yuanan's sake. In matters of self-interest, Su Yuza remained clear-headed. "Shaoan, don't be afraid. I'll take you to the hospital now." Song Yuanan was in such agony that he could barely speak, only nodding slowly in response. At that moment, a brave servant suggested, "We should first rinse it with cold water for about half an hour. The hospital is far, and he'll suffer terribly on the way." Su Yuza found this suggestion reasonable and immediately took hold of Song Yuanan's wrist, intending to head to the restroom on the first floor. Lin Haoyu suddenly called out, "You don't know how to treat a burn. Let the servant take him. Don't get your hands dirty." Su Yuza frowned, disliking Lin Haoyu's carelessness. Yet he could appreciate the rationale behind it. After all, Song Yuanan was a servant of the Lin family, and societal hierarchies often dictated such interactions. Xiao Qin stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Young Master Su, allow me to take Anan. Your clothes are too valuable. It would be a hassle if they got wet." After a moment's hesitation, recognizing he could be of no assistance, Su Yuza released his grip. Xiao Chun didn't linger, quickly leading Song Yuanan to the restroom. Seeing Song Yuanan's formerly fair hand now burned, Xiao Qin's eyes brimmed with tears as he choked out, "It hurts, doesn't it?" Song Yuan nodded slightly, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed. "It hurts so much that I don't want to live anymore." Xiao Qin was taken aback and quickly offered comfort. "Don't be afraid, Anan. After half an hour of rinsing, the pain will subside." He lamented, "It's my fault. Had I known, I would have just said you were in the bathroom and made tea instead." With a pained whimper, Song Yuan replied, "But then it would be Sister Chun who got burned. It hurts so badly. Girls shouldn't have scars. Oh, it hurts so much. I feel like I'm dying." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qin's eyes reflected a complex emotion. What a foolish child. It was evident that Lin Haoyu had intended to make things difficult for him, but had inadvertently gone too far, resulting in Song Yuan's genuine injury. After a sigh, Xiao Qin chose not to say anything further. After rinsing with cold water for half an hour, she finally led Song Yuan out of the restroom. Though he continued to cry, his voice was now hoarse, barely making a sound. Su Yuza and Lin Haoyu were no longer in the living room. Only the butler stood by the sofa. Upon seeing Song Yuan emerge, he strode towards them. "The young master has arranged for a car to take you to the hospital, waiting at the villa entrance. He will cover the medical expenses. You should go get checked out and then reimburse him later." I don't have much money," Song Yuan stammered, his throat aching. "I'll accompany him." Xiao Qin offered. "He can't pay with his hand injured." "That's fine," the butler replied. "After you return, just bring me the bill for reimbursement." All right. For the first time since his rebirth, Song Yuan found himself in a luxury car worth millions, yet he lacked the heart to appreciate it. Resting his head on Xiao Qin's shoulder, he softly whimpered. He felt doomed. If a scar remained on the back of his hand, how could he ever attract wealthy men? Just extending his hand might scare them away. Let alone being a lover, he wouldn't even be worthy of a one-night affair. The club would be even less inclined to hire him. Despite being reborn, he was still so unfortunate. Perhaps it would be better to just remain a specimen of Lin Yu's from his past life. The tea was made with freshly boiled water, and the burns were severe. After applying ointment, the nurse wrapped his hand in multiple layers of gauze. With eyes swollen from crying, Song Yuan stared at his hand, now resembling a mummy, and weakly inquired, "Will it leave a scar?" The nurse could not guarantee anything, providing a standard response. It depends on the healing process. In severe cases, scarring is possible. Song Yuan was horrified and hung his head, tears continuing to fall. Seeing this, Xiao Chen hurried to reassure him. Don't be afraid. The nurse only said it's a possibility. If we take good care of it and apply the ointment, it will surely return to its fair and tender state. With a weeping tone, Song Yuan responded with a soft "Mm. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Xiao Chen patiently coaxed him. Now that we're out, let us grab a meal together. It's on me. But my hand. Song Yuan glanced at his bandaged right hand. I'm right-handed. That's all right. I'll feed you. Xiao Chen said, affectionately ruffling his hair. Until you're better, I'll take on the responsibility of feeding you. That would trouble you too much, Song Yuan replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sai, you got burned, and I share the responsibility, so let me make it up to you. Song Yuan, wishing to avoid dampening the other's spirits, ceased his reluctance and followed Xiao Chen to a nearby Hunan restaurant. In a public setting, being fed by a girl made Song Yuan feel rather shy. A rosy hue coloring his cheeks as he obediently opened his mouth to accept the morsels offered by Xiao Chen. Perhaps it was the cold water that had been poured over him, or perhaps the medication he had applied, but he had nearly forgotten the pain in the back of his hand. Upon tasting the delectable ribs, a smile, tinged with a hint of foolishness, graced his features as he bent his brows in delight. This is so delicious, Song Yuan exclaimed joyfully. I want to eat this again next time. Xiao Chen shot him a reproachful glare, exclaiming, Pooh, pooh, pooh. One visit to the hospital is enough. Let us not speak of such things again. If you like it, I'll have the kitchen staff include it in the employee meals. That sounds great. The happiness radiating from Song Yuan at that moment would soon turn to tears as the night descended. Later that night, his burned hand suddenly throbbed with excruciating pain, a fiery sensation that rendered him unable to sleep. With other employees slumbering in the room, Song Yuan, fearing to disturb them, tiptoed out and hid in the cramped restroom, where he began to weep. Oh, it hurts so much. Lin Yuxu, it hurts. My dear, I feel like I might perish from this pain. Whoa, I miss you so much. In an effort to sever all ties, Song Yuan had already blocked and deleted all means of contacting Lin Yuxu, erasing every text and call record. He had never been adept at memorizing numbers, and now, even if he wished to reach out, he found himself utterly lost. How had he become so unfortunate since his rebirth? Perhaps it was the kiss he shared with Lin Yuxu that had incited the system to quietly punish him. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I no longer desire the husband of the protagonist. I will not dare again. Chapter 43. His means of survival before the morning shift began. Xiao Chen made a special trip to Song Yuan's room to apply ointment to his burn and replace the old bandage. The other servants, who shared the same quarters, had offered to assist, but none could compare to Xiao Chen's meticulousness. Concerned about causing Song Yuan further pain, they relinquished the task to her. As she applied the ointment, Xiao Chen discreetly observed Song Yuan's eyes, noting that they were even more swollen than the previous night. Did you suffer again while you slept? She asked with concern. Your eyes are so red and puffy. You must not have rested well at all. I should have come to keep you company. Song Yuan, wishing to avoid being a burden, quickly shook his head in denial. It didn't hurt. I just kept worrying about the scar, and that frightened me into sleeplessness. You won't be left with a scar, Xiao Chen reassured him. I looked it up online last night. You'll shed a layer of skin, and new skin will gradually grow in. While she wasn't entirely sure, she couldn't bear to see him so troubled every day. Is that true? A smile finally broke across Song Yuan's face. Then I must apply the ointment diligently. I will help you with that. With gratitude shining in his eyes, Song Yuan replied. Thank you, Sister Chen. He felt fortunate to have encountered so many kind souls willing to care for him in this new life. After breakfast, the butler approached Song Yuan, handing him an envelope. This is compensation from the young master. Xiao Chen happened to be beside Song Yuan, and as the butler departed, she urged him to open the envelope and see how much it contained. As Song Yuan opened the door, it was inconvenient for him to count the money, prompting Xiao Chen to immediately take over and assist him. 2,000? Xiao Chen exclaimed in anger. Is this all you offer after burning him like this? If it were an accident, we could chalk it up to bad luck for Song Yuan. But this is clearly a deliberate act to make things difficult for him. resulting in his injury. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiao Chun grasped Song Yuan's wrist and declared, "Let us go seek justice for you." However, Song Yuan remained rooted to the spot. Being a man, he was not easily moved by Xiao Chen's strength. "And then what is wrong?" Xiao Chen asked, perplexed. "Sister Chun, it's all right. If you stand up for me, you might lose your job." "So what if I do?" Xiao Chun retorted, her temper flaring. "If they fire me over this, I would want to stay here anyway." Yet, Song Yuan still refused to budge, lowering his head and murmuring, "The young master is quite wealthy. If we act against him, we may offend him. What if he gets angry and uses his influence to expel us from the capital?" Xiao Chan was taken aback, biting her lip as she gradually calmed her emotions. She had acted impulsively, failing to consider the ramifications. She thought that changing jobs would be easy, especially since she didn't intend to stay long. Once she passed her exams, she planned to resign and leave. But she forgot that Song Yuan was an orphan, with no relatives to support him. He lacked a proper education, and merely surviving in the capital was a remarkable feat. How could she let him lose his job? "Sigh. You are right," Xiao Chun said, pursing her lips and looking at Song Yuan. "But in that case, you will be very wronged." Song Yuan smiled, reassured. "I am not wronged. 2,000 is quite a sum. I had thought I would receive nothing at all. Now, I can buy some good food to replenish my health. Sister Chun, when it's our turn to rest, let us go out for a meal. I will treat you with this money." Xiao Chun forced a bitter smile and shook her head. "This is your compensation. It's not much, so keep it for yourself." On their way to the tool room, noticing Xiao Chen's silence, Song Yuan worried that she might not like him anymore and cautiously asked, "Sister Chun, do you think I am cowardly and weak?" Xiao Chen shook her head and offered him a comforting smile. "You are far more capable than I am, although I am older than you. My behavior is even more immature, and I fail to consider these matters." Upon hearing this, Song Yuan shyly touched his nose. "It's really nothing. It's just the survival skills I learned in my past life." He merely applied what he had learned. In his previous existence, while working at a club, a colleague had pursued a married man, believing in a love that would lead her to marry into wealth and replace the legitimate wife. Even when the original wife confronted her, she showed no fear, assuming that the husband would side with her. Her attitude was exceptionally arrogant. However, that colleague not only failed to marry into wealth, but was also expelled from the capital due to offending the original wife. It was said that one night she encountered several thugs who not only assaulted her, but also disfigured her face. They all speculated that it was a lesson taught by the original wife. After that incident, they all learned to act discreetly, abandoning aspirations for what was not theirs and focusing solely on performing their duties. When Song Yuan married Lin Yuxu, everyone envied his fortune, proclaiming him fortunate indeed. Lin Yuxu was not only wealthy, but also single, sparing him from any potential troubles. It could be said that in his previous life, Song Yuan had scarcely endured hardships. Under Lin Yuxu's adoration, he became increasingly arrogant and gradually lost sight of his roots. Unexpectedly, in this rebirth, he found himself utilizing the knowledge he had acquired, leading a more prudent life. Thus, the luck that belonged to Su Yuza in his past life had been usurped by this petty thief. Due to an injury to his hand, the steward forbade him from engaging in strenuous work, relegating him to fetching supplies for the kitchen, occasionally wheeling a cart to the supermarket for ingredients. As Song Yuan sat on the bus, gazing out at the scenery, he reflected on how delightful it was to run errands for groceries. He hoped the steward would show him some mercy, allowing him to spend more time outside. In the supermarket, Song Yuan clutched a small note from the servant, diligently filling his cart with the listed items. Just as he completed his shopping and prepared to approach the checkout, he suddenly heard a voice behind him, one he had frequently encountered in his dreams over the past few days. "Song Yuan, I have finally found you." Lin Yuxu exclaimed through gritted teeth, "You certainly know how to hide. I've been searching for you for over half a month." Initially, Song Yuan thought it was a figment of his imagination, but upon hearing the latter part of Lin Yuxu's furious tone, he realized the reality of the situation and abandoned his cart in flight. However, Lin Yuxu's long legs swiftly caught up to him, blocking his path. "Do you still intend to escape?" Lin Yuxu's eyes were bloodshot, revealing his lack of restful nights. Song Yuan managed an awkward smile. "It's been a while." He intended to raise his hand in greeting, but suddenly remembered his right hand was wrapped in bandages and discreetly concealed it behind his back. This subtle action did not escape Lin Yuxu's notice. "What are you hiding?" Chapter 44. Do not harm me. Any further Lin Yuxu's inquiry made Song Yuan even more reluctant to reveal his hand. He retreated slowly, his expression flustered, unable to meet Lin Yuxu's gaze. "I'm just very happy to see you. I have things to attend to. I'll be leaving now." With that, he attempted to turn and flee while Lin Yuxu was distracted. Lin Yuxu's gaze turned icy, and leveraging his height, he swiftly caught up with Song Yuan. To prevent another escape, he reached out and grabbed Song Yuan's right hand. However, this pull inadvertently aggravated Song Yuan's injury, eliciting a pale gasp from him. Lin Yuxu paused, quickly releasing his grip and lowering his gaze, finally noticing the bandaged hand. His expression shifted abruptly, darkening with concern. "What happened to your hand? Who did this to you?" As Lin Yuxu withdrew his hand, Song Yuan instinctively recoiled, lowering his head to blow gently on his injured hand, hoping to alleviate the pain. It had been on the mend, but Lin Yuxu's force had likely delayed its recovery. Song Yuan continued to blow on the wound, overwhelmed by the recent pain, and tears brimmed in his eyes, glistening on his thick lashes. He appeared pitiable and disheveled, resembling a wounded kitten that, unable to grasp its claws, could only lower its head to lick its wounds. This sight tugged at Lin Yuxu's heartstrings. After much effort, he had nurtured Song Yuan to a robust state. Yet within merely half a month, he had reduced himself to this pitiful condition. How could Lin Yuxu not feel anguish? "Allow me to see," he urged, striving to temper his temper and speak as gently as possible to avoid frightening him away. "Show me how your wound is faring." Upon noticing Lin Yuxu approaching, Song Yuan hastily concealed his hand behind his back. "I'm fine," he stammered, his voice trembling. "It doesn't hurt anymore." Regardless of Lin Yuxu's coaxing, Song Yuan refused to reveal his hand, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, his eyes filled with trepidation as they fixated on him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuxu ceased his insistence. "How did this happen?" His expression turned severe as he threatened, "If you do not speak, I shall call the police to investigate." Naturally, such trivial matters were not worthy of troubling the police. He intended to intimidate Song Yuan, considering he had not received a proper education and lacked the necessary common sense. This method had proven effective in the past. Sure enough, Song Yuan's complexion paled, and he quickly divulged, "I was scalded by hot tea while working." Anxiously, he continued, "I went to the hospital. The nurse said it would heal if I kept applying the ointment." "Scalded?" Lin Yuxu's expression darkened. "Where are you working that requires contact with such scalding tea? It cannot possibly be at a restaurant serving piping hot beverages." "Not as a server," Song Yuan murmured, his gaze cast downward. "I work as a servant in a wealthy household. The pay is decent and includes meals and accommodation." Lin Yuxu's brow furrowed, his anger intensifying. Unable to remain any longer, he seized Song Yuan's uninjured hand and half-dragged, half-pulled him out of the supermarket. "Let go of me," Song Yuan protested vehemently. Lin Yuxu, concerned about causing him further pain, released him only upon reaching the entrance. "Did you leave without a word just to suffer outside?" Lin Yuxu scanned him with a piercing gaze, gritting his teeth. "Look at what you've done to yourself. During your first attempt to run away, you were taken advantage of. During your second, you burned your hand. How much suffering do you require?" Song Yuan met Lin Yuxu's furious gaze but quickly averted his eyes. "The first time was because you forced me out," he retorted softly. Lin Yuxu mused that one day he would be driven to a heart attack by Song Yuan's antics. "I shall not argue with you. Let us return home." He reached for Song Yuan's arm, but the latter recoiled, leaving Lin Yuxu grasping at air. "That is not my home." "What?" Song Yuan bit his lip, replying in a feeble voice, "I am merely a transient wanderer in your home. Now that I've found a place to stay, I must leave." "A wanderer?" Lin Yuxu chuckled bitterly, exasperated by Song Yuan's self-perception. "Is this truly how you see yourself? Did you not already promise me? What game are you playing now?" Silently, Song Yuan hung his head, offering no response. Lin Yuxu gazed at Song Yuan's head, and after a moment, he managed to compose his emotions. "Have I done something wrong to upset you?" he murmured softly. I have never been in a relationship before, and I am utterly clueless in this regard. If my words or actions have made you uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize. Please give me some time. I will make gradual improvements. Yet, Song Yuanan remained silent. Let's return home, Lin Yuxu said, pinching the bridge of his nose, his tone laden with evident fatigue. We can discuss everything later. He was uncertain about the severity of Song Yuanan's burn and felt it necessary to conduct a thorough examination once they returned. He feared that Song Yuanan might neglect seeking medical attention due to financial concerns and hastily treat himself. Let's go. Lin Yuxu reached out to drape his arm over Song Yuanan's shoulder, but Song Yuanan recoiled. Losing patience, Lin Yuxu's voice turned sharp as he reprimanded. Song Yuanan, how long do you intend to carry on like this? I won't go back with you, Lin Yuxu, Song Yuanan replied, his voice trembling with fear of Lin Yuxu's temper. Yet he pressed on for his own safety. Please stop bothering me. I'm doing well right now, so leave me alone. A mere kiss had led to his punishment of burns, and he feared that continued cohabitation might endanger his life. Even if he survived, he would likely be left in a state of ruin. Is this truly considered well? Lin Yuxu, perplexed, observed the resolute expression on Song Yuanan's face. His tone grew increasingly anxious. Do you have any idea how long I searched for you? I didn't even attend school, running around like a madman looking for you. I was terrified you would encounter danger. I was so anxious that I couldn't sleep well, often waking in the middle of the night. Song Yuanan struggled to understand Lin Yuxu's fixation on him. Wasn't it better to be in a relationship with Su Yuza? Why entangle himself with someone like him, who seemed beneath notice? Song Yuanan, please come back with me and stop provoking my anger. I will not return to that wretched place. Lin Yuxu's expression froze in disbelief as he stared at Song Yuanan's face. Realizing that gentle words would not sway Lin Yuxu, Song Yuanan met his gaze defiantly. Do you think your support suffices? You give me just a little money each week, enough for basic sustenance, not for stylish clothing. I now work for a wealthy family, enjoying exquisite meals daily, food you cannot afford, and I can even save money for beautiful clothes. With so many advantages, why should I return to you? Lin Yuxu pressed his lips together, soothingly responding, we won't always be poor. Once I start my business, I will provide you with everything you desire. I don't want to wait, Song Yuanan countered, fearfully taunting him. What if you fail? Wouldn't I be wasting my youth? Please, stop trying to ensnare me. After saying this, Song Yuanan dared not look at the darkened expression on Lin Yuxu's face, fearing that he might lash out. He quickly returned to the supermarket to retrieve the shopping cart he had abandoned. As he queued to pay, Lin Yuxu reappeared, trailing closely behind him. Song Yuanan sensed his piercing gaze and refrained from looking back, pretending to be engrossed in his phone. Finally, after completing his purchase, he hastily retrieved his small cart from the locker, loading his items inside and scampering away from the supermarket. After walking a short distance, he arrived at the bus stop. Cautiously, he turned his head back and then suddenly held his breath. To his dismay, he realized he was still being followed. Chapter 45. Are you bitten? Lin Yuxu, noticing his halt, also paused, maintaining a small distance between them. Being followed was one thing, but the most unsettling aspect was Lin Yuxu's gaze, which was menacing, reminiscent of a murderer. Song Yuanan glanced at him and immediately turned away, unable to continue meeting Lin Yuxu's eyes. Could it be that his harsh words had wounded Lin Yuxu's pride, inciting thoughts of violence? Surely not. That would be unnecessary. Taking a life would require one to pay dearly. It was not worth sacrificing his own life over a few harsh words. Song Yunan's remarks had been insincere. Having been reborn, he was aware that Lin Yuxu would eventually succeed and become a figure of great respect in the capital circle. Perhaps he should return and clarify to Lin Yuxu that his words were merely a provocation, urging him not to hold a grudge. After much hesitation, he ultimately decided against approaching Lin Yuxu for an explanation. His intention had been to dissuade Lin Yuxu with those words, and explaining himself now would be a futile exercise. Song Yunan gambled on Lin Yuxu not being so petty and forced himself to disregard the penetrating gaze behind him. When the bus arrived, he hurriedly boarded, tossing 2 coins into the fare box from his pocket. He then found a seat by the window, and just as he was about to sit down, he looked up to see Lin Yuxu had also entered the bus. Song Yunan's face paled, and his breath quickened. Why had he followed him onto the bus? Did he intend to wait until he disembarked, then stealthily eliminate him when no one was around? No, he wasn't ready to die. He didn't want to perish at Lin Yuxu's hands. Lin Yuxu swiped his transit card and began searching for Song Yunan's figure. Spotting him, his gaze locked onto Song Yunan's anxious face. The moment their eyes met, Song Yunan's complexion grew even paler, and he quickly averted his gaze. Lin Yuxu, noticing this, curved his lips into a sardonic smile. If he was so fearful, why utter such words? Lin Yuxu did not approach. He remained a meter away, gripping the handrail. He ceased to gaze at Song Yunan's face, instead focusing on the scenery whizzing past the bus window. Song Yunan fidgeted in his seat, nervously clutching the hem of his clothing. As the bus drew closer to their destination, his anxiety intensified. Should he disembark? What if he didn't get off here? Where could he possibly go? If he ended up in an unfamiliar place, he might meet a worse fate. If all else failed, he could drag his small cart and run quickly. There were occasionally servants working outside the villa. Should Lin Yuxu truly wish to harm him, he could seek help from his staff. With 50 meters remaining, Song Yunan sprang to his feet, dragging his cart to the bus door, ready to make a sprint. The bus finally approached the nearest stop to the villa area, and the driver leisurely brought the vehicle to a halt. Song Yunan anxiously stared at the closed doors, which eventually opened, prompting him to swiftly lower his cart. He ran towards the villa, not daring to glance back, propelling himself forward with urgency. In truth, Lin Yuxu was not pursuing Song Yuhan. Given his physical prowess, he could easily catch up in no time. His primary concern was that Song Yuhan might be carrying something that could cause him to stumble. Thus he refrained from recklessly closing the distance. Instead, he quickened his pace, and as he observed Song Yuhan about to turn a corner, he sprinted ahead just enough to glimpse him again, instinctively slowing down upon sighting him. At last, he saw Song Yuhan dart into a villa. He halted, took out his phone, captured an image of the villa, and promptly sent it to a friend, requesting assistance in identifying the owner of the property. Meanwhile, Xiao Chan was sweeping the fallen leaves in the yard when she noticed Song Yuhan rush in, evidently shaken. She hurried over, and then, "Why are you running so fast?" Upon seeing the beads of sweat on his forehead, she exclaimed, "In this cold weather, how can you be sweating so much? You didn't run all the way back, did you?" Breathless and bent over, Song Yuhan could hardly respond. Noticing his distress, Xiao Chun gently patted his back to help him catch his breath. "Is someone chasing you?" As Song Yuhan finally regained his composure, he handed the trailer to Xiao Chun, saying, "Please hold this for me. I need to check at the door." "Check for what?" she inquired, but he did not answer, instead cautiously peeking outside. He saw no sign of Lin Yuxu. Still feeling uneasy, he glanced in another direction, and once he confirmed that Lin Yuxu had not followed him, his anxious heart finally settled. Goodness, it felt like I was in a horror movie. Terrifying. Xiao Chen approached from behind and patted his shoulder. Startled, Song Yuhan turned around to see her face, and he instinctively placed a hand over his heart. Curious, Xiao Chen asked, "Who is it?" Song Yuhan parted his lips to speak, but then hesitated. Ultimately, he decided against sharing the details of Lin Yuxu, believing it would only complicate matters further. "A stray dog was chasing me," he fabricated. "It was quite fierce, and I feared it might bite me, so I ran back in a frenzy." "Stray dogs? Here?" Xiao Chun seemed skeptical, for this was an affluent neighborhood with exorbitant property fees, making it improbable for a stray dog to wander in. Song Yuhan chuckled awkwardly. "Perhaps I'm just having a streak of bad luck." Xiao Chun, however, eventually accepted his explanation, promptly kneeling to check his knees. "Did you hurt yourself running that fast? Did the stray dog bite you?" At her words, the image of Lin Yuxu flashed through Song Yuhan's mind, causing his ears to flush a deep crimson. He felt a bit uneasy. No. In the days that followed, Song Yuhan preferred to engage in menial tasks around the villa rather than assist in the kitchen with errands to the supermarket. He dreaded the possibility of encountering Lin Yuxu again. Last time, he had been fortunate enough to elude him due to his stamina. Yet, should a similar situation arise, he feared his luck might not hold. It also seemed, perhaps due to a mere illusion, that since his hand had been burned, the housekeeper had refrained from assigning him much work. Song Yuanin expressed his gratitude towards the steward for his care, yet he felt the need to remain industrious, fearing that if Lin Haoyu discovered his idleness, it might result in a deduction from his wages. Consequently, he sought out tasks for himself, diligently cleaning the handrails and sweeping the floors, ensuring that any area in disarray was promptly attended to. A week later, the steward unexpectedly approached him. "From now on, you need to concern yourself with cleaning duties," he stated. Startled, Song Yuanin feared he was about to be dismissed. In an anxious tone, he implored, "Is my cleaning unsatisfactory? I apologize. I will be more meticulous and diligent next time. Please do not fire me." The steward, momentarily taken aback, realized a misunderstanding and patiently clarified, "Not at all. The young master commended your procurement efforts. Henceforth, you shall be responsible for sourcing supplies for the kitchen." The steward continued, "You will go shopping at 6 each afternoon. Since you will be handling this task alone, your return time is flexible. You may dine out for dinner, and both transportation and meal expenses will be reimbursed." Upon hearing this, Song Yuanin was momentarily stunned, taking some time to process the information. "I have only gone a few times. Is my performance truly commendable?" he questioned, his expression revealing confusion. "Isn't 6 o'clock rather late? What shall I occupy myself with during the day?" The steward frowned, his gaze tinged with a hint of disappointment. "To have such a splendid opportunity and hesitate to embrace it. Are you not being a touch overly naive? During the day, you may assist in the kitchen." After a brief pause, he added, "Your working hours will be slightly adjusted, allowing you to start later." "Will my wages be reduced?" Song Yuanin inquired. "No, and depending on your performance, bonuses may be awarded in the future." Joy illuminated Song Yuanin's face, and he was about to agree when he suddenly recalled Lin Yuxu's expression. His demeanor fell as he sorrowfully remarked, "Perhaps it would be best to leave this to someone else. I'm still new here and may not be capable of handling such responsibilities." The steward's frown deepened, his tone growing firmer. "If that is your stance, I will have no choice but to terminate your employment, as we currently have an oversupply of cleaning staff." "Wait, I accept. Song Yuanin exclaimed, realizing he was out of options. He hastily nodded. "I misspoke in a moment of folly. I am indeed capable of fulfilling this role." The steward's stern expression softened slightly upon hearing this. He glanced at his watch, noting that it would soon be 6 o'clock. "Prepare yourself," he instructed, fearing that any displeasure from the steward might lead to his dismissal. Song Yuanin refrained from further commentary and promptly went to the kitchen to inquire about the ingredients needed for procurement that day. Little Chun, having overheard the news, approached him with curiosity. "I heard you no longer need to clean, just procure supplies for the kitchen. Is that true?" "Yes," Song Yuanin affirmed, nodding. "It's quite sudden." Little Chun clicked her tongue. "Not at all sudden. I suspect the young master feels remorse over the incident with your burn, thus assigning you a more manageable position. It shows a shred of conscience." With no one else around, Little Chun felt emboldened to voice her opinions about their employer. She patted Song Yuanin on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Do not feel pressured. Accept what he offers is rightfully yours." "All right, I understand," Song Yuanin replied. In truth, he found it hard to believe, yet he recognized that there were no other possibilities available. The housekeeper was far from being overwhelmed with work. Just a few days ago, he overheard discussions about hiring another one. Song Yuan received a list from the head chef and lingered in the kitchen until nearly 6 o'clock before dragging a small cart out. On his way, he anxiously glanced around, hoping he wouldn't run into Lin Yuxu again, as it had been a few days since his last visit to the supermarket. With Lin Yuxu occupied with studies and work, he likely lacked the energy to search for him daily. Reassuring himself, Song Yuan boarded the bus and took out his phone to play a game to pass the time. As the familiar location was announced over the intercom, he put away his phone, picked up the cart, and exited the bus. By sheer coincidence, his gaze locked with Lin Yuxu's. Song Yuan's pupils dilated, and in that moment, it felt as if his blood had turned to ice, leaving his feet rooted to the spot, unable to move. His heart raced violently within his chest, breath quickened, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "Oh no, oh no, oh no. Run, feet, run." Lin Yuxu seemed to sense his thoughts and immediately approached, grasping his arm. Being at the roadside with cars all around, Lin Yuxu feared that Song Yuan might recklessly dart away and get hurt, which would complicate matters. Lin Yuxu. I was wrong, Song Yuan stammered, his face paling, nearly frozen in fear. Lin Yuxu, already annoyed, had no intention of soothing him first. What did you do wrong? He raised an eyebrow. You seemed quite brazen that day. You didn't appear to think you were at fault at all. No. I truly was wrong. Song Yuan pleaded with a pitiable expression, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Lin Yuxu found his demeanor both amusing and endearing. Speak properly, don't stutter. Song Yuan thought to himself that he was not stuttering on purpose. Lin Yuxu glanced down at the small cart beside him. Going grocery shopping again? Song Yuan nodded slightly. All right, I'll help you. Without waiting for Song Yuan's consent, Lin Yuxu snatched the cart from his hands. Seeing that Lin Yuxu had no intention of harming him, Song Yuan's stutter vanished. It's no trouble for you. He chuckled awkwardly. I can manage myself. Lin Yuxu, displeased, flicked his forehead. What do you mean you? I'm not your elder. If you call me you again, I'll bully you right here. Song Yuan quickly corrected himself. I misspoke. It's you, not you. What do we need to buy today? Lin Yuxu extended his hand toward him. Do you have a list or something? Song Yuan hesitated, contemplating whether to share it. The next moment, Lin Yuxu's expression darkened, prompting him to quickly comply. Just this. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, offering it to Lin Yuxu with both hands. There's a bit too much on the list. It might take up your time. Perhaps I should shop alone. Lin Yuxu took the list, then grasped the cart with one hand while draping an arm around Song Yuan's shoulder to prevent him from escaping again. It's all right. I have plenty of time today. With no reason to refuse, Song Yuan could only follow him towards the supermarket, feeling utterly unfortunate. How could he encounter Lin Yuxu again? Chapter 47. I no longer love you. Lin Yuxu appeared to be in high spirits as he meticulously selected vegetables. His expression serious, as if he were purchasing them for himself. Song Yuan stole glances at Lin Yuxu's face several times, finding no trace of displeasure. If you enjoy gazing at my face so much, why not accompany me back? Lin Yuxu suddenly spoke up. Caught off guard, Song Yuan hastily turned away, pretending to inspect a vegetable. How was he looking at you? Stop talking nonsense. Lin Yuxu chuckled, a sound that seemed to mock him, yet also conveyed a sense of exasperation. Song Yuan's cheeks flushed, and he felt too shy to look at Lin Yuxu again. As they arrived at the fruit section, Lin Yuxu picked up a box of strawberries. Song Yuan paused, quickly grasping Lin Yuxu's arm. I remember strawberries aren't on the list. Lin Yuxu didn't even raise an eyebrow, calmly replying, I bought these for you. I recall how much you enjoy them. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan was momentarily stunned, his thoughts drifting back to when they first met in this lifetime. Lin Yuxu had been notoriously stingy, yet under his persistent influence, he would still spend money on strawberries for him. What are you thinking? Lin Yuxu turned back to look at him. How long are you going to take? We have other items to purchase. Regaining his senses, Song Yuan hurriedly removed the strawberries from the shopping cart and returned them to their original place. Lin Yuxu frowned, but did not stop him. It's unnecessary. Song Yuan's gaze dimmed slightly, a peculiar ache swelling in his heart. I don't like them anymore. He would not be swayed by a mere box of strawberries. Once he survived and married a new husband, he would have an abundance of strawberries to enjoy. After gathering a few more items, they checked the list together to ensure nothing was overlooked before heading to the checkout. Perhaps due to the evening hour, a long queue had formed with many office workers coming from their jobs to buy groceries. Song Yuan debated whether to play a game on his phone when Lin Yuxu's voice broke through his thoughts. Are they treating you well? Lin Yuxu looked down at Song Yuan's brows, inquiring if anyone bullied him at work. No, they're very considerate since I appear younger. Lin Yuxu nodded slightly, and they fell into silence again. In the end, Song Yuan chose not to play games. Instead, he stared blankly at another line. Before he knew it, they had reached the front of their line, and Lin Yuxu immediately stepped in front, leaning down to take the items out of the shopping cart. Seeing this, Song Yuan followed suit. Once everything was out, he retrieved the bank card given by the steward, which contained funds specifically allocated for purchases. Initially, he was worried about losing the card, even clutching it while sleeping, fearing that if he lost it, the steward would demand he repay the money within. However, he still harbored concerns about losing it, so he would deliberately carry a crossbody bag whenever he went out, occasionally checking to ensure the card was still there. After completing the payment, Lin Yuxu had just finished placing everything into a shopping bag. He was about to reach for the bag when Lin Yuxu stepped back. "I'll help you carry it to the cart." In reality, he had a shopping cart. Lin Yuxu cast him a blank stare, prompting Song Yuanan to swallow his words back. Forget it. If Lin Yuxu enjoys hardship, then let him indulge. Placing the shopping bag into the cart, Song Yuanan thought she could finally rid herself of Lin Yuxu. But to her surprise, he was being persistent. "It's the number 21 bus, right?" Realizing that Lin Yuxu intended to accompany her to the villa, Song Yuanan quickly shook her head in refusal. "Not in a hurry. I still need to grab a bite to eat." At her reminder, Lin Yuxu felt hunger pangs as well. "All right, I'll treat you." Song Yuanan waved her hand dismissively. "No need. I can reimburse it. Then I'll join you for a meal." "Reimbursement doesn't include you?" Lin Yuxu retorted. "I'll pay for myself." "How troublesome. Let us just eat separately. Hurry home. Aren't you not fond of dining out?" Lin Yuxu scoffed. "What? After accompanying you through the supermarket for so long, you can't even treat me to a meal?" Song Yuanan thought to herself that she had not asked Lin Yuxu to accompany her to the supermarket. Seeing her continued refusal, Lin Yuxu glared at her in irritation. Song Yuanan immediately relented and obediently followed him. Reimbursable dinners had a price limit, so they settled on an affordable Hunan restaurant. After contemplating the menu for a while, Song Yuanan opted for stir-fried pork with green peppers over mapo tofu. Lin Yuxu, who did not enjoy spicy food, scanned the menu and chose a dish that was mildly spiced. While waiting for their meals, Lin Yuxu suddenly extended his hand toward her. "Put your hand over here." "What for?" Song Yuanan asked, her eyes wary. "I got some scar cream from a purchasing agent. Let me apply it for you." Song Yuanan's expression revealed her surprise. "You actually had someone buy this kind of thing? Didn't you get burned?" "I asked a friend to buy it that night." Seeing her skepticism, Lin Yuxu took the scar cream from his bag and placed it on the table. Song Yuanan looked over. The packaging was still new and unopened, covered in foreign text that she couldn't decipher. "Is it really effective?" she inquired. Lin Yuxu frowned. "Stop being so tedious. Do you want to use it or not? If you don't, just wait until you're left with scars and then cry about it." Naturally, Song Yuanan wanted to use it, but was eager to distance herself from Lin Yuxu. "It must be quite expensive. How much is it?" "I'll transfer you the money." "It's very costly." Lin Yuxu feigned several hundred, but it requires multiple cycles. You'll need at least 5 or 6 bottles. "So, do you prefer a bank transfer or cash?" Song Yuanan felt utterly deflated. How little was her salary? She couldn't afford such an expensive ointment. Observing her reluctance to use it despite wanting to, Lin Yuxu was at a loss for words. "Why are you so adamant about keeping things separate? I'm willing to give it to you for free, yet you insist on transferring money to annoy me." Unwilling to remain scarred, Song Yuanan ultimately capitulated. "Thank you." She reached for it, but just as her fingers were about to touch the cream, Lin Yuxu suddenly pressed his hand on the tube. Song Yuanan froze. Looking up at him, her expression one of confusion. "I can give it to you, but there's a condition." Song Yuanan immediately withdrew her hand. "See? There's no such thing as a free lunch. You're not going to force me to go back, are you?" Song Yuanan said. Lin Yuxu certainly contemplated the situation, yet he understood that such an approach would prove futile. Pressuring Song Yuhan would only compel him to retreat even further. "Whether you return or not is entirely up to you. I can hardly be bothered to persuade you," he declared. "The condition is that I will assist you with the ointment." "Huh? When?" "Now." Lin Yuxu produced a wet wipe from his backpack, as though he had prepared for this moment. "Quickly extend your hand. I must apply it before the dishes arrive." After a brief internal struggle, Song Yuhan slowly extended his hand. Finding the position awkward, Lin Yuxu shifted to sit beside him. He took hold of Song Yuhan's right hand, cautiously unwrapping the gauze. Upon revealing the injury, the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. If it were not against the law, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate the owner of that villa. Chapter 48. "You cannot afford to keep me that day." Song Yuhan resolutely refused to show him the wound. Now, as he finally unveiled the gauze and beheld the horrifying marks beneath, Lin Yuxu felt as though an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart, inflicting such pain that his breathing slowed. He couldn't fathom the agony Song Yuhan must have endured during the burn. He recalled how this individual had an aversion to pain. Even a minor bump on the knee could bring him to tears. Even the discomfort of overeating would lead to tears, as he lamented that he might perish. Lin Yuxu could hardly imagine the extent of Song Yuhan's cries at the moment he was scalded, especially as he wasn't there to comfort him. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of anger. Despite sustaining such a severe injury, why was he still not home? It was clear that Song Yuhan knew how to return, yet he stubbornly refused to do so. Your wound appears to be healing nicely. Why is it still wrapped in gauze? Isn't it suffocating? Lin Yuxu's voice carried a slight quaver, barely perceptible upon closer inspection. Song Yuhan glanced at the unsightly mark on the back of his hand before immediately averting his gaze. It looks terrible. I fear others might disdain me if they see it. Fool! Lin Yuxu scolded, exasperated. Is it necessary to make yourself miserable just to feel at ease? Song Yuhan bit his lip, remaining silent. Even if he refrained from working, the system would impose punishment upon him. It was merely a matter of time. Contemplating this, he instinctively retracted his hand. Lin Yuxu quickly raised his gaze, anxiety creeping into his voice. Does it hurt? Hoping Lin Yuxu would release his grip, Song Yuhan lied. Yes. Please be quicker. Reluctantly, Lin Yuxu hastened his movements, gently applying the ointment while blowing softly on the area, likely the most tender he had ever been. All done. The moment Lin Yuxu released his hand, Song Yuhan promptly withdrew, adopting a defensive posture. Lin Yuxu's expression shifted slightly, but he refrained from displaying his displeasure. Do not wrap it up again. Doing so will hinder the healing process. At this point, are you still concerned about others seeing it? Lin Yuxu placed the ointment back into its container and assisted Song Yuhan in unzipping his crossbody bag, tossing the ointment inside. If you wish to avoid scarring, you must apply it daily. Once it nears its end, just let me know, and I will procure more for you. Song Yuhan raised his eyes to gauge Lin Yuxu's expression, stammering a response. I have already blocked you. The mere thought of this infuriated Lin Yuxu, who gritted his teeth and exclaimed, So you still remember this matter? How can you be so heartless? Leaving home was one thing, but you went ahead and blocked me. When you were homeless, I took you in. Not only did you fail to repay my kindness, but you also treated me so coldly. Don't you think that is rather excessive? Song Yuan listened, wide-eyed, as Lin Yuxu unleashed a torrent of words. He could not comprehend when it was that Lin Yuxu transformed from a stoic and aloof figure into a loquacious individual, resembling a chattering parrot. Reflecting on their past life, Lin Yuxu had been indifferent, but never this verbose. Such a drastic shift in character mustn't matter too much, right? However, the system only required him to facilitate the union of the protagonist and his counterpart. The intricacies of character development were likely beyond his purview. Remember to add me back. Lin Yuxu stressed, emphasizing the necessity of his phone number. I didn't team memorize your number, Song Yuan replied. Lin Yuxu took a deep breath and relented. Fine. I will add you back, but do remember to remove me from your blacklist. Yet, Song Yuan remained reluctant, swallowing hard before weakly saying, I think this should suffice. You need not spend any more. Lin Yuxu's expression soured. This was already the umpteenth time Song Yuan had rebuffed him, seemingly prepared for a complete severance of their relationship. Lin Yuxu recalled Song Yuan's words from that day, narrowing his eyes slightly, emanating a dangerous aura as he darkly inquired, Have you developed feelings for your employer? Startled, Song Yuan retorted without a second thought. How is that possible? He is so unattractive. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxu's demeanor softened somewhat. The quick denial suggested that there was indeed nothing between them. Yet, if that were the case, why did he insist on distancing himself? Just as Song Yuan was about to respond, their dishes arrived. Let us eat first, Lin Yuxu said, handing him chopsticks. We can discuss matters after the meal. Not wishing to spoil the appetite of either, Song Yuan nodded and began to eat, disliking the dishes they had ordered. Lin Yuxu simply moved his portion to Song Yuan's side and opted for some free pickled radish, which he enjoyed with his rice. Observing Lin Yuxu ignore his chosen dishes, Song Yuan felt a pang of guilt about wasting food and decided not to be polite, taking everything for himself. After finishing their meal, Song Yuan rubbed his stomach, preparing to return to the villa. It's getting late. I shall escort you, Lin Yuxu declared, rising to follow him. Song Yuan shot him a wary glance. No need. I will take the bus. Don't waste your money. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yuxu took hold of Song Yuan's little cart. Let me take you to the bus station. Your hand has just been treated, and it would be best not to handle the cart for now. Song Yuan was somewhat speechless. The injury was on the back of his hand, not the palm, and even if it were, he still had another hand. Lin Yuxu seemed to anticipate his refusal and had already begun to walk away. Song Yuan bit his lip and hurried after him. Lin Yuxu's long legs allowed him to stride ahead, even while pulling the cart, leaving Song Yuan struggling to keep pace. By the time Song Yuan caught up, they had arrived at the bus station. This should suffice, he panted, having rushed too quickly. Well, I will stop here. After Lin Yuxu finished speaking, he stood still. Why haven't you left yet? I'll only leave once I see you get on the bus, Song Yuan replied, half in disbelief. You're not planning to follow me onto the bus the moment it arrives, are you? Lin Yuxu lowered his gaze and asked, Do you have no trust in me at all? None, Song Yuan replied swiftly. Lin Yuxu was nearly infuriated. Even if I wanted to follow you, what could you do about it? Lin Yuxu said, Stop asking so many questions and just quietly let me accompany you for a while. Reluctantly, Song Yuan fell silent, focusing on the buttons of his clothing. 10 minutes later, the bus he intended to take arrived. Song Yuan turned to Lin Yuxu, noticing that he honorably released his grip and returned the cart. Call me when you arrive. Lin Yuxu paused, recalling he was still on Song Yuan's blacklist, and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Never mind, don't linger around. Just hurry back after you get off. Song Yuan softly replied with an and just as he grabbed the cart, he suddenly turned back, casting a complex look at Lin Yuxu. The answer is what I told you that day, Song Yuan spoke softly, seemingly afraid that raising his voice might hurt the other party. You can't provide for me or give me a good life, so please don't burden me. As the words fell, he dared not look at Lin Yuxu's face any longer and hurriedly boarded the bus with his belongings. Once he found a seat, he immediately gazed out the window, searching for the spot where they had just stood. Lin Yuxu slightly bowed his head, unable to discern the expression on the other's face. The bus began to move, and Lin Yuxu's figure gradually shrank until he was no longer visible. Song Yuan withdrew his gaze and placed a hand over his chest. How strange. Why does it feel so heavy in my chest? It's quite uncomfortable. Chapter 49. No matter how I rush, I can't drive him away. He thought this would drive Lin Yuxu away and that he would no longer cling to him. However, the next day, as he disembarked from the bus, he lifted his eyes to see that familiar face once more. Lin Yuxu, appearing unfazed, greeted him with a smile and a wave. What a coincidence, we meet again. Is this really a coincidence? It was evident he was waiting for him here. Song Yuan felt a surge of anger, his beautiful eyes glaring at Lin Yuxu. Lin Yuxu's smile faded, and with a concerned tone, he asked, What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Who else could it be? Song Yuan retorted, Only this big blockhead before me. You wait here every day. Do you really have no intention of going to school? Song Yuan was both angry and regretful. He longed to study, but had no access to education. Yet Lin Yuxu chose to forego attending a top university just to wait for him to appear. Have you forgotten how you got into university? Song Yuan's anger intensified. Did you carry all those bricks at the construction site for nothing? Realizing that Song Yuan was genuinely concerned for him, Lin Yuxu's eyes sparkled with evident amusement. I did go. I just happened to run into you here. Song Yuan was unconvinced. Fine, goodbye. Lin Yuxu thought to himself, how can this guy be so stubborn? He immediately approached, using sheer strength to reclaim the cart. I really did go to school. If you don't believe me, you can ask Suyuza. Really? Song Yuan paused. What would I gain from lying to you? Lin Yuxu tilted his head slightly, a bold smile gracing his lips. I could never jest with my future. Once assured that Lin Yuxu was not deceiving him, Song Yuan's anger subsided somewhat. So, you deleted me, but not Suyuza, did you? It was now Lin Yuxu's turn to feel irked. Song Yuan stared at him in confusion, retorting, Why would I delete Brother Yuza? The protagonist wouldn't randomly kiss him or constantly think about supporting him. Very well. Lin Yuxu gritted his teeth, convincing himself. I shall assume I hold a special place in your heart. Song Yuan scoffed, adamantly denying it. No, I do not. He wished to ignore Lin Yuxu and strode ahead until they reached the supermarket entrance. when he suddenly remembered the most crucial matter. No, Song Yuan halted once more. Did you not understand what I made abundantly clear yesterday? I do understand. Then why are you still following me? Like an adhesive plaster that cannot be shaken off. Song Yuan was nearly at his wit's end, hoping the system would manifest and whisk Lin Yuxu away. It's not as if they couldn't be friends. Lin Yuxu said, I never intended to persuade you to return home. I respect your choice. However, I wish to befriend you. Having taken so much of my living expenses, is this request too much? He aimed to secure Song Yuan's friendship through a strategic retreat. Of course, Song Yuan's perspective held merit. After leaving the Lin family, he was left with nothing and was indeed quite impoverished, appearing to have little future ahead. His reckless insistence on dragging Song Yuan into hardship was undeniably selfish and irresponsible. They could wait until graduation. After all, they were still young and not in a hurry. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. He had already saved a bit of money, intending to invest in something. Once he succeeded, he would cherish Song Yuan to the best of his ability, granting him anything he desired, ensuring that Song Yuan would no longer contemplate leaving him. Lin Yuxu lowered his gaze, noticing Song Yuan still hesitating, and continued, If you can be friends with Su Yuza, why not with me? I have contributed far more than he has. Your stance is rather ungrateful. Really? Song Yuan sought confirmation repeatedly. Merely friends? I'm not even trying to persuade you to come back with me. Is that not genuine? Song Yuan found this reasoning compelling and chose to believe Lin Yuxu's words. He smiled, stating, It is truly wonderful that you can think this through. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxu found it difficult to reassure himself, his expression growing somewhat cold and solemn. Let us enter. Do not linger at the entrance and hinder others' business. Lin Yuxu, out of spite, stepped inside first. Song Yuan immediately followed, pulling out the list from his pocket and handing it to Lin Yuxu. We need to buy these items today. Lin Yuxu, infuriated to the point of laughter, remarked, As you wish, we are friends now. You can command me without hesitation, right? Song Yuan frowned slightly. What? Clearly, it was Lin Yuxu who wanted to be friends. He hadn't even considered him a friend before. Forget it. It's futile trying to reason with you. Lin Yuxu snatched the note from him and walked ahead. Song Yuan mumbled quietly, utterly perplexed. In the following days, Song Yuan noticed that he encountered Lin Yuxu every time he got off the bus. Such coincidences can be rather peculiar. Unable to conceal his thoughts, he couldn't resist questioning whether the other party had someone following him. Lin Yuxu couldn't help but chuckle, regarding him with an expression of incredulity. He claimed he lacked the funds to hire a stalker, and moreover, Song Yuan's appearances were so regular that avoiding a meeting would be quite difficult. Song Yuan found himself believing his words. When the weekend arrived, Su Yuza, who had not been seen for a long time, appeared to challenge Lin Haoyu to a game of chess. By chance, Song Yuan encountered him on the first floor and took the initiative to greet him. Lin Gu is upstairs. You may go find him. Su Yuza hesitated to ascend, shifting his gaze to Song Yuan's hands. Noticing the brown mark, he slightly furrowed his brow. How is your hand? Does it still hurt? It no longer hurts. In the presence of such beauty, Song Yuan felt a twinge of inferiority and discreetly concealed his hand behind his back. Su Yuza naturally perceived his action, but refrained from commenting. Well, I must attend to my affairs now, Song Yuan said, bowing his head slightly. Shaoan, Su Yuza called out hastily. I sincerely apologize for that day. I had an unexpected matter and could not take you to the hospital. That's all right, Song Yuan replied with a smile. Linga had a car sent to take me to the hospital. It was all the same. Su Yuza nodded. However, I truly should have been more responsible that day. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Yuza-gu. After Song Yuan departed, the smile on Su Yuza's face faded somewhat. Song Yuan's injury had nearly left him unable to provide an explanation to Lin Yuxu. He had originally intended to utilize Song Yuan to do Lin Yuxu a favor, but the unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Fearing Lin Yuxu's inquiries, he continued to feign ignorance regarding Song Yuan's whereabouts. Yet, Lin Yuxu managed to locate Song Yuan and even discovered who had employed him. With the unfolding events, Su Yuza was now entirely certain of Lin Yuxu's identity. With a sigh, Su Yuza ascended the stairs and found Lin Haoyu in the gaming room. He had not genuinely come to challenge Lin Haoyu to a game of chess. Lin Haoyu's restless nature was ill-suited for such a pursuit. Upon seeing Su Yuza, Lin Haoyu immediately set down the game controller. Is that person truly the Lin family's young masteress lover? What brings him to my home as a servant? Lin Haoyu inquired, his expression filled with curiosity. Su Yuza cast a glance at Lin Haoyu. With the same surname of Lin, how is it that you're not the young master of the Lin family? Lin Haoyu replied, it is not something he could choose. His father is simply formidable. What can he do about it? However, why must you associate with the young master of the Lin Corporation? Given our disparity in status, you would have to bow and scrape before him, which must be exhausting. Upon hearing this, Su Yuza found his earlier remarks somewhat absurd. If Lin Haoyu were indeed the young master of the Lin family, the Lin Corporation would inevitably face ruin. No, a person of Lin Feiqing's caliber, a titan in the business world, could not possibly raise a thoughtless scion like Lin Haoyu. Thus, I urge you not to indulge solely in frivolities. Consider your parents' company as well. Observing Lin Haoyu's lackadaisical demeanor, Su Yuza felt compelled to offer counsel. If you continue this way, you will eventually deplete your family's resources. Lin Haoyu chuckled softly, a hint of pride evident on his face. How could that be? My parents have assured me that as long as I refrain from entrepreneurship or investments, I will be free from financial worries for life. Su Yuza, perplexed, could not fathom what Lin Haoyu had to be proud of. Was he truly oblivious to the fact that his parents were implying he was foolish? By the way, have you taken care of the matter I entrusted to you? Su Yuza shifted the conversation. Over a week ago, Lin Yuxu, the employer he had investigated, had approached him. Lin Yuxu had abandoned any pretense of mystery and revealed his identity, requesting that he look after Song Yuhan and prevent him from performing menial tasks. He also asked Su Yuza to arrange for Song Yuhan to go out for supplies, emphasizing that it must be at 6 in the evening, allowing Lin Yuxu time to meet with him after school. At that time, Song Yuhan had only recently been injured, and fearing repercussions, Su Yuza had vehemently denied any acquaintance with Lin Haoyu. However, he had underestimated Lin Yuxu's capabilities. To this day, he recalled the contempt in Lin Yuxu's gaze. Stop pretending. If I can uncover the identity of my family's and his employer, I can certainly gather all pertinent information about him, including his history with women, his near misses with the law, and all his so-called friends. After hearing this, Su Yuza felt a wave of discomfort. He had worked diligently to gain admission to a university, forming connections with numerous influential figures and engaging in charitable acts, establishing himself as an impeccable individual. Yet, Lin Yuxu had audaciously placed him in the same category as Lin Haoyu, even branding him as part of the latter's entourage. Lin Yuxu had further remarked, I understand your motivations. You wish to gain something from me, don't you? Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Take good care of my Anin. Su Yuza felt utterly disheartened, yet he could not reject such an opportunity. So be it. One day, the Su family will surpass the Lin family in wealth. To achieve that ultimate goal, this momentary humiliation was inconsequential. Of course, I've done it well, Lin Haoyu replied, lifting his chin with a smile. Since it is known that he is the lover of the young master of the Lin family, how could I not take proper care of him? I've arranged everything as you instructed, ensuring he goes out every evening. Why do I see him still cleaning? Su Yuza's expression darkened slightly. Lin Haoyu's smile faltered, his brow furrowing. Hasn't the old butler arranged things properly? I shall have a word with that old fellow. As he ages, he seems incapable of fulfilling his duties. If he weren't recruited by my parents, I would have considered dismissing him. All he does is report back to them. Enough. Sudyuse interjected, preventing Lin Haoyu from making another foolish decision. Don't act so recklessly. Your actions may lead to Xiao being ostracized by the servants. If he goes to Lin Yuxu to complain, it will be you who suffers. At this point, Su Yuza couldn't help but recall the incident involving the burns, casting a reproachful glance at Lin Haoyu. If Xiao were not so innocent, oblivious to your intentional difficulties, and had not reported you to Lin Yuxu, given your actions, he would surely harbor resentment against you. After Su Yuza's admonition, Lin Haoyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The Lin Group was a colossal entity. His family possesses a modest fortune, yet it pales in comparison to Lin Yuxu's wealth. To obliterate his company from the capital entirely, it is likely that a mere phone call from Lin Yuxu would suffice. My goodness, the more I contemplate this, the more I feel a sense of dread. I did not intend for this to happen. Lin Yuxu appeared genuinely frightened, his complexion wan and his voice trembling. I merely wished to assert my authority over him. However, I had no intention of causing him harm. At that moment, my finger got burned, and I lost my grip. I did not anticipate that he would falter as well. Thus it was a shared responsibility between us. Su Yuza looked somewhat exasperated, questioning why I felt the need to intimidate him. Observing Lin Yuxu's face, it was clear he was not a person of modest temperament. Lin Yuxu spoke with evident disdain, having encountered numerous women seeking to ascend socially, leading me to develop a keen sense of judgment. Indeed, I was not mistaken. He had attached himself to the young master of the Lin family, even becoming his lover. Although Lin Yuxu still struggled to comprehend why he had come to their household as a servant, it nearly resulted in his offense towards Lin Yuxu. His behavior seemed irrelevant to you, didn't it? Su Yuza cast a sweeping glance over Lin Yuxu, his smile faltering, his expression difficult to articulate. Did you truly believe he would cling to you? Lin Yuxu had always been rather arrogant. Otherwise, he would not have let himself go like this, without considering a weight loss regimen. Thus, he completely missed the sarcasm in Su Yuza's tone and replied with a chuckle, "Of course not. I fear he may not recognize his own worth and come to entice you." He was not homosexual, yet his friend was, necessitating the need to assist in dealing with some vain young men. However, I had underestimated this fellow's ambition. It turned out he had an even grander patron. Lin Yuxu lamented, "What good is it for our parents to be affluent? Ultimately, we cannot rival those who sell themselves." His language was typically crude, a fact Su Yuza had grown accustomed to. "Nonetheless, I appreciate your assistance," Su Yuza stated. "I shall cover his monthly wages." "That is not acceptable," Lin Yuxu interjected hastily. "It's not a substantial amount. I notice you are quite familiar with Lin Yuxu. Please speak favorably of me before him, so he does not harbor any resentment." Su Yuza smiled slightly. "Very well, I shall assist you." After a brief silence, Lin Yuxu spoke again. "Do you think he is serious?" He frowned, a hint of disdain in his demeanor. That fellow named in, could he possibly become the future mistress of the Lin family? It's hard to say. Su Yuza paused before responding nonchalantly. "However, I suspect Lin Feiqing would not accept a daughter-in-law of dubious origins. At most, she could be a mistress. That seems reasonable." Su Yuza lingered in the arcade for a while before descending to prepare to return to school. Upon reaching the courtyard, he spotted Song Yuan, happily chatting with Xiao Chun. "Xiao," and Su Yuza called out to Song Yuan, waving him over. "Come here for a moment." Song Yuan joyfully ran towards him. "Yuza-go, what's up?" "Xiao, and I just went up to confront my friend again. How could he only offer you 2,000 yuan as compensation?" Su Yuza raised his hand to brush aside the stray hairs clinging to his cheek. "I will transfer you some additional funds. Use it to take care of yourself." 2,000 yuan is already quite a lot. Song Yuan felt immense gratitude towards Su Yuza for his kindness, believing that he would feel indebted if he did not reciprocate. In his previous life, he had taken Su Yuza's partner, yet Su Yuza continued to treat him with such warmth. He truly felt he deserved the harshest of fates. It was no wonder the system could no longer tolerate him, punishing him by scalding his hand. "If you ever find yourself in trouble again, remember to inform me at once. I will stand up for you." Su Yuza spoke gently. "I understand," Song Yuan replied, his expression obedient and voice soft. "Thank you, Brother Yuza. I shall return now. Do not hesitate to message me if you need anything. I am always here." "All right." Once Su Yuza left the courtyard, Xiaochen approached Song Yuan with a curious expression. "It seems this young master treats you rather well. Could it be that he has feelings for you?" Song Yuan's eyes widened in shock. "That cannot be possible, right? If Lin Yuxu were to find out, it would spell disaster." Chapter 51. It truly feels warm in the evening. As Song Yuan alighted from the bus, he unexpectedly encountered Lin Yuxu. The words of Xiao Chun echoed in his mind, causing him to feel inexplicably guilty, and he averted his gaze. As he maneuvered the car down, Lin Yuxu strode over effortlessly taking it from him with his long arms. In good spirits, Lin Yuxu inquired with a grin, "Why do you look so shifty? Have you done something you regret?" Song Yuhan shot him a glare and retorted, "You are the one who looks shifty. I detest being likened to a thief." It was merely a figure of speech. Lin Yuxu paused, recalling that Song Yuhan had not received much education, and felt a pang of sympathy. He immediately offered a sincere apology. "I'm sorry. I want to say that again." Only then did Song Yuhan feel satisfied. He glanced at the shopping bag Lin Yuxu was holding and could not contain his curiosity. "Did you go shopping today?" Following Song Yuhan's gaze, Lin Yuxu smiled slightly. Indeed, he handed the shopping bag to Song Yuhan. "Take a look." "Huh? Why should I inspect what you bought?" "It might come off as flaunting your wealth in front of a poor person like me, which wouldn't reflect well on you," Lin Yuxu remarked. Song Yuhan is simply not one to accept surprises. How utterly unromantic. He felt a tinge of concern about how they would celebrate anniversaries in the future. "Enough with the chatter. Just look at it already," Lin Yuxu urged. With an exasperated huff, Song Yuhan slowly opened the bag, revealing a white men's down jacket. After his rebirth, he had resumed the habit of scrutinizing price tags. 1,000 yuan. Song Yuhan gasped. "Have you struck it rich? Why are you suddenly so generous with yourself? 1,000 yuan for a down jacket is nothing," Lin Yuxu scoffed. "Let's not forget, you once spent 100 yuan on a shirt that you wore only a few times and didn't even take with you when you ran away. There is still a significant difference between 1,000 and 100. At least a down jacket provides warmth." Seeing Lin Yuxu's extravagant demeanor, Song Yuhan pouted. He recalled that shortly after his rebirth, Lin Yuxu wore clothes that were cheaper than what a homeless person would wear. Were it not for Lin Yuxu's obsession with cleanliness, he might have suspected that these clothes were scavenged from a recycling bin. Could it be that after developing feelings for the protagonist, he has begun to learn how to adorn himself? Indeed, some embellishment is in order. Otherwise, he appears rather destitute. Even if Su Yuza harbors affection, his parents may not approve of Lin Yuxu, this impoverished youth. He has certainly seen his fair share of similar dramas. "Very well, you do possess a point." Song Yuan carefully tucked the down jacket into the bag, and then returned it to Lin Yuxu. Lin Yuxu paused, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Do you not like it?" "What does it matter if I like it? You purchased the clothing." Song Yuan hesitated, lifting his gaze to Lin Yuxu, astonished. "Did you buy it for me?" "Indeed," Lin Yuxu nodded. "That won't do. I cannot accept it." Song Yuan hastily attempted to press the jacket into Lin Yuxu's hands. But Lin Yuxu refused to take it, tightly pursing his lips, seemingly displeased. "What is there that you cannot accept?" Lin Yuxu retorted angrily. "You are nearly freezing to death, yet you still wish to be polite? In the dead of winter, you are wearing that horrendous servant's outfit, and I have yet to see you change. It is so cold. Are you not intent on surviving this winter?" "That's an exaggeration," Song Yuan replied. "The worst that might happen is that I could be mistaken for a janitor. However, given the nature of my work, there isn't much difference. I'm not cold." "Please take it back," Song Yuan insisted. "I am not homeless. The villa has heating, and I will not freeze to death." "Then dispose of it. I originally bought it for you. If you do not want it, simply throw it away." Lin Yuxu's expression turned cold and stern, starkly contrasting with the playful demeanor he had displayed moments prior. "You can wear it yourself." Lin Yuxu fell silent, yet a palpable tension surrounded him. Whenever he held Song Yuan's hand, it felt as if he were touching ice. He knew that Song Yuan was already freezing, and while waiting for the bus at night, he would shiver uncontrollably while speaking. Even if he refused to accept Lin Yuxu's affections, he should not subject himself to such torment. Each time Lin Yuxu witnessed this, it pained his heart deeply. Lin Yuxu realized that if he did not assert himself, Song Yuan would never accept the coat. Thus, he released the shopping cart, snatched the bag, and turned toward the direction of the trash bin. Song Yuan's heart raced as he rushed forward to clutch the shopping bag. "Do not throw it away. I want it. Is that not enough? Please do not discard it." Song Yuan, feeling distressed, remarked, "It cost 1,000 yuan. That is quite expensive. How long would you need to tutor to earn that amount?" Lin Yuxu halted and declared, "Put it on now." "I understand," Song Yuan nodded. Upon hearing this, the coldness in Lin Yuxu's eyes softened. He opened the shopping bag, retrieved the down jacket, and helped Song Yuan put on. Song Yuan obediently complied. Shortly after wearing it, warmth began to envelop his body. Being particularly fond of aesthetics, Song Yuan admired the beautiful and warm jacket, caressing it lovingly before quickly retracting his hand. The jacket was white, and he feared that his hands might soil it. He lifted his head to Lin Yuxu, revealing a satisfied smile. It truly is warm. Upon entering the supermarket, every time they passed a reflective glass surface, Song Yuan could not help but glance at his reflection, turning to check behind him. Lin Yuxu observed this with a bemused expression. Despite his evident admiration, Song Yuan still feigned reluctance. "Fool," Lin Yuxu whispered softly. Chapter 52. Have you finally come to terms with it? Is this how much you like it? Lin Yuxu found Song Yuan's behavior utterly endearing and could not resist ruffling his hair. Just as Song Yuan was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly recalled that he could no longer accept anything from Lin Yuxu nor express his affection openly. So he promptly shook his head instead. "That's fine," Lin Yuxu chuckled, choosing not to expose his ruse. After completing their shopping, they casually selected a restaurant to enjoy some chicken leg rice. Song Yuan was quite apprehensive about staining his clothes, even hesitating to sit on the chair, preparing to remove his down jacket and stow it back into the shopping bag. As Lin Yuxu poured them some tea, he noticed Song Yuan taking off his coat and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Are you feeling hot? Why are you taking off your jacket? This place is so greasy, and my down jacket is white. I'm afraid it will get dirty." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxu felt a twinge of regret for having chosen white for him. Had he known, he would have opted for a more stain-resistant black. "If it gets dirty, it gets dirty. We can always take it to the dry cleaners." "That won't do. It's quite expensive." Lin Yuxu nearly laughed at Song Yuan's newfound frugality. Was he learning this from him? "It's just a little money." After a brief pause, he fabricated a story. "I used to work part-time at a dry cleaner, and the owner gave me coupons as bonuses. I haven't used them yet, and it's a waste to let them sit around. So feel free to enjoy yourself. I can take it to be cleaned later." "Really?" Song Yuan asked, half convinced. "Why would I lie to you?" "All right, then next time we meet, bring the coupons." Lin Yuxu thought to himself, how had this kid suddenly become so astute? Do they even recognize you? He continued to tease. "What if they deny it and confiscate your coupons? Is that even possible?" Lin Yuxu maintained a straight face, of course. Any boss who considers coupons as wages can't be that reliable. Eventually, Song Yuan believed him and obediently put his jacket back on. "By the way, it's the weekend. Don't you have part-time work to attend to?" Song Yuan inquired about his tutoring job. Lin Yuxu had long since resigned from his tutoring position. He had no intention of disclosing his entrepreneurial endeavors to Song Yuan just yet, as he was still a novice and lacked complete confidence. If he were to fail, it would only lead to empty hopes. Thus, he decided to wait until there was some progress before sharing the news with Song Yuan. "My schedule was cleared for the morning, so I have nothing else planned for the afternoon." Hearing that Lin Yuxu was still engaged in work and not entirely lost, Song Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. When their food arrived, Song Yuan eagerly dove into the chicken leg. Observing this, Lin Yuxu offered him the chicken leg from his own plate. Song Yuan's eyes widened. "Why are you giving me your chicken leg? Now you'll only have vegetables left." "I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. I don't want to eat it," Lin Yuxu replied nonchalantly. "Then why did you order it?" Lin Yuxu ignored him and continued eating. Song Yuan muttered a soft remark about Lin Yuxu being strange, then happily accepted the chicken leg. After devouring both chicken legs, Song Yuan felt sufficiently full, having only taken a few bites of rice before laying down his chopsticks. "You are quite picky," Lin Yuxu commented. "You didn't even touch the vegetables. Hurry up and eat a couple more bites. They're a bit bitter," Song Yuan grimaced. With no further means to persuade him, Lin Yuxu relented and refrained from insisting. Instead, he took his chopsticks and removed all the vegetables from Song Yuan's plate. Song Yuan stared at him in astonishment. "Are you a puppy? How can you eat someone else's leftovers?" The phrase felt oddly familiar, causing both of their expressions to freeze momentarily. Lin Yuxu was the first to regain his composure, raising his chin slightly. "Indeed, a puppy learned from you. You're the real puppy," Song Yuan shot back, glaring at him. All right, I am your little puppy." The remark carried a hint of ambiguity, causing Song Yuan's ears to flush a deep crimson as he lowered his head, pretending he hadn't heard. After a moment, he tentatively inquired, "Do you still keep in touch with Brother Yuza?" Lin Yuxu paused his eating, lifting his gaze to meet Song Yuan's, his tone turning rather frosty. "Did he say anything to you?" he retorted, just as Song Yuan was about to mention how Su Yuza had been caring towards him. He suddenly recalled what Xiao Chan had said and quickly shook his head. "No, I rarely see him." Lin Yuxu snorted softly, seemingly not unwise. Song Yuan interpreted Lin Yuxu's words as both a critique and a warning. To clarify his relationship with Su Yuza, he resolutely stated, "Rest assured, I will make an effort to see him less." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxu appeared pleasantly surprised. "You finally see it clearly?" Song Yuan nodded. "I have always understood it quite well." Lin Yuxu's mood brightened, a distinct smile glimmering in his eyes. "Shall we go for dessert later? It's my treat." Initially concerned about Song Yuan's closeness to Su Yuza, he felt reassured by Song Yuan's words, allowing him to focus on his entrepreneurial pursuits, with plans to marry Song Yuan once he earned enough money. Late at night, Song Yuan lay in bed, fondly caressing his down jacket. After his rebirth, he finally possessed a somewhat expensive piece of clothing. He felt elated. However, that joy was short-lived as Su Yuza's face surfaced in his mind, stirring feelings of guilt within him. Fearing that the system might be monitoring him, he whispered to the air, "He forced me to accept it. Please don't punish me." Naturally, there was no response, but uttering those words alleviated some of the guilt in his heart. Before long, he drifted off to sleep, clutching the down jacket. A few days later, Su Yuza visited Lin Haoyu's villa again. He carried a bag and found Song Yuan dozing off on a small stool in the kitchen, his head bobbing gently. Unable to contain his laughter, Su Yuza chuckled at the sight. The sound roused Song Yuan, who blinked awake, his eyelashes fluttering. Upon recognizing Su Yuza before him, he hurriedly stood up and checked the corners of his mouth to see if there was any drool. "I wasn't slacking off." Song Yuan stammered, anxious to clarify. "I asked them, and they said they didn't need help at the moment, so I sat down to rest. I wasn't asleep. Just closing my eyes for a bit." "It's all right," Su Yuza replied with a smile. "You work very hard. It's perfectly fine to take a short nap when you can. It helps you regain energy for your tasks." Song Yuan still felt a bit uncomfortable and scratched his head awkwardly. "I'll be more careful next time." Su Yuza didn't pursue the topic further, handing the bag he carried to Song Yuan. "This is for you." Song Yuan instinctively took it. "What is this?" "It's a selection of moisturizing skincare products. I noticed your skin seemed a bit dry, so I bought these for you." Song Yuan gazed at him with surprise. "All of this is for me?" "Indeed." Su Yuza paused briefly, emphasizing, "It's not expensive. These are merely affordable skincare products." Elated, Song Yuan clutched the shopping bag, but suddenly recalled his recent promise to Lin Yuxu. His expression fell instantly, and reluctantly, he returned the items. "I cannot accept them, even if they are inexpensive." "It's not right." Despite Su Yuza's repeated attempts to persuade him, Song Yuan remained resolute, prompting Su Yuza to relent. As they exited the kitchen, Su Yuza called Lin Yuxu. "I offered them, but he refused." He had expected Lin Yuxu to be displeased, yet the voice on the other end was remarkably cheerful. I knew it. This fellow only wishes to accept gifts from me. Never mind, just return them to me at school." Su Yuza pondered, if that is the case, why make him go through the trouble? Moreover, he sensed a hint of boasting in Lin Yuxu's tone. What a nuisance. Chapter 53. A new task emerges. The bag of skincare products eventually found its way back to Song Yuan. He stared in astonishment at the array of bottles and jars within. "How do you have Brother Yuza's skincare products?" Lin Yuxu rubbed his nose, feeling a twinge of guilt. "That guy thinks little of such items and just gave them to me for free. But do you see me as someone who enjoys applying these sticky substances? So, take them for yourself. Brother Yuza sent these to you?" Song Yuan was taken aback. "Yes." Lin Yuxu cleared his throat, somewhat ambiguously adding, "Perhaps his friends didn't want them, so he thought of me." Listening to this, Song Yuan felt a swirl of complex emotions. Wasn't this friend actually him? Oh no. Could the protagonist become Su Yuza's backup? "You should keep them," Song Yuan said, gazing at Lin Yuxu with a sense of guilt. "He rarely gives you anything. Don't waste his thoughtfulness." He couldn't shake the feeling that he had unwittingly stepped into a battleground, becoming a target for both protagonists. Being too endearing truly felt like a curse. What kind of look is that? Lin Yuxu crossed his arms, deliberately refusing to accept the bag Song Yuanan offered. Where's the thoughtfulness in this? It's merely a bag of skincare products. If you want them, take them. If not, discard them. I certainly have no use for them. Had he known Song Yuanan would be so obstinate, he wouldn't have asked Su Yuza to deliver them. He had assumed that if they were from Su Yuza, Song Yuanan would accept them without hesitation, but to his surprise, he was still rebuffed. Yet perhaps it was for the best. Had he accepted them, he would have felt uneasy, constantly preoccupied with the matter. Are you truly not going to take them? Not at all. Lin Yuxu didn't even glance at the shopping bag. With a reluctant smile, Song Yuanan accepted it. It was just as well. He needed these items, as the cold winds had left his skin dry and cracked, causing discomfort during showers. He hadn't received his salary yet, making him hesitant to purchase skincare products. As they selected fruits from the list, Song Yuanan suddenly remarked, "You should be nicer to Brother Yuza." Lin Yuxu set down the apple, frowning. Why? Has he hinted at something to you? Huh? What could he possibly hint at? Song Yuanan blinked in confusion before adding, "I just think you should treat him better, otherwise things will become quite difficult for me in the future." What if it turned out that Su Yuza was not interested in Lin Yuxu? How could he possibly bring these two together? Lin Yuxu remained silent for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. All right, I understand. It is likely that Su Yuza is subtly hinting at Song Yuanan. Such cunning. When it came time to settle the bill, Lin Yuxu casually touched the merchandise beside the cash register and nonchalantly suggested, "By the way, have you considered changing jobs?" Changing jobs? It's almost New Year. I fear there aren't many opportunities available, Song Yuanan replied. I have a friend who runs a boutique and is looking for a cashier. The salary is 6,000. Really? Song Yuanan looked up abruptly. Does it include meals and accommodation? Lin Yuxu's expression shifted slightly. He thought to himself that with so few employees, how could they possibly provide housing? Meals are included, but not accommodation. After a pause, Lin Yuxu cautiously added, "If it doesn't work out, you could stay with me. It's very close, just a 10-minute walk." Upon hearing that accommodation was not included, Song Yuanan lost interest. "Forget it. I think this job is better. Sometimes during the day, I can sneak out for interviews at clubs." Yet he could not comprehend why no club was willing to hire him. But the nature of the work is entirely different. Being a cashier is so much easier. You don't have to go out purchasing and carrying things back like you do, Lin Yuxu countered. "Isn't it you who does the heavy lifting every time?" Lin Yuxu remarked. "It feels like lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Stop touching that merchandise. So many people are watching you. It's creepy." Embarrassed, Song Yuanan discreetly stepped back. Lin Yuxu glanced down and realized he had been fondling a box-shaped item, his cheeks flushing as he withdrew his hand. "I thought it was a cigarette," he defended awkwardly. "Do you expect me to believe that?" Song Yuanan retorted. Suddenly, memories from his past life came flooding back. Lin Yuxu often joked about how this item could lead to them having a baby. How could a man ever become pregnant? He dismissed Lin Yuxu's remarks as mere insults. However, it didn't matter much. After all, he was selling himself, and as long as the payment was adequate, Lin Yuxu could treat him however he wished. Song Yuanan had never complained about this arrangement, allowing Lin Yuxu to indulge in whatever whims he had concerning his body. Fortunately, Lin Yuxu was not unkind. After their encounters, he would hold him while they bathed, and Song Yuanan had never suffered any ailments as a result. "Hey, Lin Yuxu," Song Yuanan said, his expression unexpectedly serious, his tone earnest. "In the future, when you sleep with someone, you must use protection. Not everyone is as easygoing as I am, especially not Su Yuza, who had been raised in privilege since childhood." Lin Yuxu's cheeks flushed deeper, particularly as he noticed Song Yuanan still gazing intently at the row of products. "I understand. I promise you," he said, covering Song Yuanan's eyes with his hand. "And you, how long are you going to stare? Such a little lecher." Seeing Lin Yuxu jesting again, Song Yuanan felt a flicker of irritation. He swiftly pulled Lin Yuxu's hand away. "I am serious." Lin Yuxu was momentarily taken aback, his smile fading. "All right, yes, you. Having made an oddly peculiar promise, Lin Yuxu's heart swelled with joy. Song Yuan asking him for this assurance suggested that perhaps he was beginning to soften. A positive sign indeed. Tomorrow, he would be even more motivated to earn money. At long last, the day of salary disbursement arrived. Song Yuan gazed at the transfer notification on his phone, occasionally bursting into laughter. Hooray! In just a month, he would amass over 10,000 in savings. Indeed, the arrangement of free meals and accommodation suited him perfectly. Once he had saved enough money, he would purchase a set of expensive attire and loiter outside exclusive clubs in search of affluent men. The strong never bemoan their circumstances. If the club would not have him, then he would venture out on his own. As Song Yuan was about to put his phone away, a line of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. He froze for a couple of seconds, raised his hand to vigorously rub his eyes, and looked again. Task initiated. Administer drugs to both the protagonist and the love interest. The substances can be found in the first drawer of the green cabinet in Lin Yuxu's bedroom, with a deadline of 2 weeks. Chapter 54. No cheating allowed. Song Yuan stared blankly for a moment, and when he rubbed his eyes again and opened them, the text had vanished. How could the system assign him such a distasteful task? This method was remarkably unscrupulous. During his previous life, when he seduced Lin Yuxu, he never resorted to such tactics. Setting aside the fact that he lacked access to such substances, what if they both awoke and the other refused to comply, retaliating against him with their influence? The system should have known better, and it was supposed to be righteous. How could it employ such means to bring the protagonist and love interest together? Surely, he had not been so exhausted lately that he was imagining things. Yet, if it were true, the looming deadline meant that if he failed to complete the task, he would likely face punishment. After much internal conflict, Song Yuan resolved to sneak into Lin Yuxu's room. If he could indeed uncover the drugs in the drawer, it would confirm the task's authenticity, and he would have to fulfill it. Today, Lin Yuxu was attending classes at school, making it the perfect opportunity for an incursion. Armed with a broom, Song Yuan ascended the stairs. The servants he passed did not suspect him, and soon he found himself in Lin Yuxu's bedroom. Previously, when Lin Yuxu had entertained a woman at home, Song Yuan had tidied up this room and could easily locate the green cabinet. Fearing an unexpected visitor, he dared not linger, hastily opening the first drawer. Before pulling it open, he instinctively closed his eyes, praying that no such items resided within. However, should disappointment strike, upon reopening his eyes, he was greeted by the very substances mentioned by the system, quite a considerable amount, filling a small jar to the brim. Song Yuan furrowed his brow, perplexed as to how Lin Yuxu came to possess such items. Surely, they could not have appeared from thin air. Biting his lower lip, he unscrewed the lid and poured out 2 pills. Just as he was about to replace the lid, he hesitated, recalling Lin Yuxu's seemingly boundless energy. He feared that 2 pills would not suffice and was also concerned about losing them. Thus, he poured out approximately 6 pills and tucked them into his pocket. He dared not take too many, worried that dropping them might arouse suspicion or that Lin Yuxu might notice the jar was less full. Uneasy about his tendency to be forgetful, upon returning to his dormitory, he immediately wrapped the pills in a tissue and placed them inside a small bag in his luggage. He had never engaged in such nefarious deeds before, and in the frigid weather, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. The following day, coincidentally, was a day off for Song Yuan. Feeling guilty towards Lin Yuxu and Su Yuza, he decided to visit the mall to buy gifts as a form of atonement. Just as he received his salary, he found himself with a bit of financial freedom. He thought to himself that Su Yujie, being a scion of a wealthy family, would surely prefer expensive items, which he could not afford. After much contemplation, he gritted his teeth and purchased a tie costing 500 yuan. With his bank card lighter by that amount, he hesitated to spend too lavishly on Lin Yuxu. As he exited the mall, he stumbled upon a 10-yuan boutique and, almost instinctively, stepped inside. After all, Lin Yuxu had little appreciation for luxury items and dressed rather frugally, unworthy of an expensive tie. This boutique seemed far more fitting for him. Perhaps tomorrow he could be more generous during their shopping trip, treating Lin Yuxu to a sumptuous pig trotter meal, the most extravagant set available. Having convinced himself Song Yuhan felt justified in purchasing a 10 yuan phone charm, adorned with gaudy designs, stars, and shells. The more he gazed at it, the more pleased he became, primarily due to its affordability. On the day of their shopping expedition, as Song Yuhan hopped off the bus, he eagerly pulled a small cart towards Lin Yuxu, playfully winking at him. "Running so fast, you might fall and cry," Lin Yuxu remarked, reaching for the cart. "I've learned to endure the pain. I once he shed tears so easily," Song Yuhan retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction in his expression. Then he slipped his hand into his pocket, touching the phone charm. "I got paid." Lin Yuxu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh really? How much?" 5,000. Song Yuhan exclaimed joyfully. "Isn't that a lot?" Lin Yuxu scrutinized his face, suddenly feeling playful. "Indeed, that is quite a sum. Perhaps you can repay me a little now. Don't forget, you've been living at my place for quite some time and have borrowed quite a bit of money." Song Yuhan's smile faltered, and he took a cautious step back. "No, I'm still quite poor. We can discuss that later. Once a wealthy man supports me, I'll not only repay thousands, but even tens of thousands." Lin Yuxu chuckled softly. "You truly are money-minded, so stingy with me. Why receive my salary? You found every way to squeeze me dry." "Not at all," Song Yuhan replied, his eyes darting nervously. Feeling a bit embarrassed after Lin Yuxu's teasing, Song Yuhan hesitated to reveal what was in his pocket. Just as he wrestled with whether to present it, Lin Yuxu noticed his hand remained tucked away, his brow furrowing slightly. "What is wrong with your hand?" he asked coldly. "You haven't hurt yourself again, have you?" "No, I'm fine," Song Yuhan quickly responded, pulling his hand out to show Lin Yuxu. "See, there's nothing wrong." Yet, Lin Yuxu spotted faint brown scars on the back of his hand, which troubled him. Unable to resist, he grasped Song Yuhan's hand. "Why have you been hiding in your pocket?" he casually inquired. "You wouldn't happen to have something for me, would you?" Song Yuhan was taken aback, thinking how astute Lin Yuxu was, always able to guess his intentions. "I do have something for you." Lin Yuxu's eyes brightened with surprise as he focused intently on him. "What is it?" Under Lin Yuxu's expectant gaze, Song Yuhan pursed his lips and revealed the phone charm. "I specifically chose it from the boutique." He paused, then looked up at Lin Yuxu. "You must not scoff at its modest price. This charm could buy a box of meat rice." Lin Yuxu could not help but chuckle, questioning how such calculations could be made, and he certainly did not feel any disdain. He took the phone charm, lowering his gaze to examine it closely. Though it was a trinket befitting a child, Lin Yuxu found great delight in it, for this was the first gift that Song Yuan had ever bestowed upon him. Without hesitation, Lin Yuxu retrieved his phone and affixed the charm to it. "Isn't it lovely?" he inquired, shaking his phone slightly, causing the charm to emit a delightful chime. "How clever of you to choose such a gift. Every time I receive a call, it will remind me of you." Song Yuan's cheeks flushed as she protested. "I want you to think of me. Please refrain from such nonsense." Lin Yuxu, mistaking her embarrassment for shyness, allowed a broader smile to grace his lips. After their shopping excursion, Song Yuan led Lin Yuxu to indulge in a meal of pig's trotter rice. As was his custom, Lin Yuxu placed the tenderest and most delectable pieces of meat into Song Yuan's bowl, devouring the vegetable she had selected out. Gazing at the meat within her bowl, Song Yuan's mind wandered to the task assigned by the system. With a sense of trepidation, she asked Lin Yuxu, "If one day you discover that I have committed a terrible act, would you seek revenge?" Lin Yuxu looked up at her, inquiring, "What sort of act?" Avoiding his gaze, Song Yuan poked at the meat with her chopsticks, suggesting something as egregious as stealing all the money from your wallet. Given her keen regard for money, this was the only analogy she could muster. Lin Yuxu chuckled. "I thought it was something significant. Go ahead. I have no reason to retaliate against you." Song Yuan cautiously glanced at him. "You said it. No backtracking." In which case, she would have to be bold in her intentions. In Chapter 55, titled Aesthetic of Disdain, Song Yuan had awaited the arrival of Su Yuza at the villa for nearly a week, yet he had not come to seek out Lin Haoyu. As time passed, she found herself at a loss for a suitable method to ensure that both individuals would consume the medicine simultaneously. Therefore, she took the initiative to message Su Yuza. "Brother Yuza, could you come by Lin Ji's villa? I have something to give you." After sending the message, she received a reply the following afternoon. "All right, I will come by tomorrow." The next day, Song Yuan waited eagerly in the courtyard, holding a necktie beautifully wrapped in a gift box. Xiao Chun, sweeping the fallen leaves, noticed Song Yuan's expectant gaze fixated on the entrance, and could not help but smile knowingly. It was evident that an held affection for the young Master Su. However, after a moment, she sighed, pondering that such an affluent young man likely would not accompany Song Yuan far down this path, hoping she would not endure too much heartache. As Song Yuan grew increasingly impatient, just as she was about to send another message, she finally spotted the tardy Su Yuza. In this frigid weather, why were you waiting at the door? Su Yuza expressed his apologies, explaining that he had been delayed by traffic. No matter, I had only just stepped out. You mentioned having something for me. What is it? Song Yuan revealed the gift she had concealed behind her back, presenting it before Su Yuza. I received my salary and wanted to buy you a gift to express my gratitude for helping me secure a job. Su Yuza did not extend his hand to accept the offering, his expression one of mild reluctance. It was merely a small favor. Your salary is modest, and there is no need to go to such expense on my account. You have assisted me immensely, and I feel compelled to express my gratitude through a gift. Lest I feel remiss. Song Yuan pushed the item forward again, urging him to accept it, insisting that it was non-refundable. Su Yuza reluctantly accepted it, feeling the lightness of the package, uncertain of its contents. Brother Yuza, do open it and see if you like it, she encouraged. Nodding slightly, Su Yuza began to unwrap the package and lifted the lid of the box. Inside lay a vibrantly colored tie, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. Such poor taste. Do you like it? Song Yuan asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Surely, his judgment would not fail him. In his previous life, he had selected ties for Lin Yuxu, each one adored by him to the extent that he wished to wear them all to work. It looks quite nice, Su Yuza replied insincerely. It must be rather expensive. Not all. Song Yuan hurriedly waved her hand. It's only a few hundred. Regardless, thank you, Su Yuza remarked. I will wear it with care. Seeing Su Yuza's delight, Song Yuan felt a surge of happiness. Have you been busy lately? She inquired. It's been a while since you came to visit Brother Lin. Indeed, I have been somewhat occupied. My birthday banquet is in a few days, and I have been preoccupied with the arrangements. Seizing the opportunity, Song Yuan pressed on. Brother Yuza, may I attend? Su Yuza's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered how to decline her request. The guests at his birthday would be prominent figures, none of whom hailed from ordinary backgrounds. Allowing Song Yuan to attend might invite unfavorable rumors. I wish to bring my brother along, she added. Your brother? Su Yuza was taken aback. Are you referring to Lin Yuxu? Yes, she replied, her eyes pleading. Is that permissible? Well, if it is Lin Yuxu coming along, then that would be agreeable. Su Yuza responded gently. The venue is the hotel banquet hall, and invitations are required. I shall bring you one tomorrow. A hotel? Song Yuan exclaimed in surprise. I thought it would be at your villa. Some guests may overindulge and drink, making it difficult for them to return home, so we will arrange rooms for their rest. My goodness, this is an extraordinary opportunity, she exclaimed, quickly adding, are all the rooms booked? My brother cannot hold his liquor. I would like to reserve a room for him. Su Yuza sensed that Lin Yuxu was not one to shy away from drink, yet given Song Yuan's inquiry, he could certainly assist in making arrangements. I will handle the booking. As a guest, you should not bear the expense. Pausing for a moment, he inquired, would you require 2 beds? A large bed, one that accommodates 2, she specified. Su Yuza noticed a complexity in her gaze, but nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall provide you with a room key when the time comes. Thank you, Brother Yuza, she replied. You and Lin Yuxu may come directly. There is no need for additional gifts. Su Yuza smiled lightly. Consider this tie as your birthday gift to me. A hint of embarrassment crossed Song Yuan's face. Even if Su Yuza desired a gift, she had no means to procure one. Well, I shall take my leave now, she said. Are you not going to visit Brother Lin? Song Yuan asked in astonishment. He is at the villa today. I shall not go, Su Yuza replied. Raising his hand to ruffle her hair, I came to see you. Song Yuan felt her cheeks warm, clearing her throat softly, averting her gaze. He wouldn't misunderstand his intentions again, would he? This gift is merely a token of compensation for the troubles he will face in the coming days. I hope that after Lin Yuxu and Su Yuza take their relationship to a more intimate level, sparks will fly between them, be it love or marriage, so that he will no longer be caught in the middle, making it difficult for himself. See you tomorrow. Su Yuza waved at him. Drive safely. After Su Yuza had driven a short distance, he spotted a waste sorting station not far away and immediately stopped the car. Picking up the tie that had been resting on the passenger seat, preparing to toss it into the bin. This tie was far too cheap for him, and its design was quite unattractive. He simply could not wear it out in public, even if he stored it in the cloakroom. His friends would undoubtedly mock his poor taste upon seeing it. Stepping out of the car, Su Yuza approached the garbage bin. However, as he raised his hand, he hesitated, recalling the events of the previous day. Lin Yuxu had inquired about Song Yuan's work at the villa while boasting about a chain on his phone, claiming that it was a gift from Song Yuan, who had just received his salary. Su Yuza was puzzled by Lin Yuxu's intent to show off. Yet that condescending demeanor irked him greatly. Lowering his gaze to the tie in his hand, it became evident that Song Yuan had also purchased gifts for both of them, and it was clear that his was more expensive. Although the taste may have been lacking, the phone chain was hardly commendable either. It was ugly and cheap, and he would feel embarrassed to have it hanging from his phone. With a faint smile, Su Yuza turned around and returned to the car with the tie in hand. He intended to temper Lin Yuxu's arrogance. Chapter 56. You must not drink the following day. Song Yuan relayed this news to Lin Yuxu. I'm not going. Lin Yuxu replied without a moment's hesitation. Why should we join the celebration of a wealthy heiress' birthday? Let's just go and have a look. Song Yuan urged him. They kindly invited us. We cannot simply decline. I said I'm not going. Lin Yuxu reiterated, I have no money to buy him a gift. Song Yuan was somewhat speechless, bemused by the man's stinginess. Indeed, when one is impoverished, Lin Yuxu's charm seems to fade entirely. In comparison, he found himself preferring the more generous and gentle Lin Yuxu of his past life. We don't need to bring a gift. Brother Yuza has said that our presence alone will suffice. Then I won't go either. Lin Yuxu dismissed the topic, pulling his small cart forward. Hurry up. If we don't move quickly, we'll miss out on fresh produce, and you'll only end up rushing me again. Initially, Lin Yuxu thought this job was a mere formality, but Song Yuan took it increasingly seriously. Just days prior, they had missed out on discounted groceries, leaving Song Yuan nearly in tears. It was as if they were competing over who could procure the best ingredients. Why won't you go? This is such a wonderful opportunity, Song Yuan questioned, following closely behind Lin Yuxu, his face filled with confusion. Did Lin Yuxu feel a sense of inferiority due to their differing backgrounds, making him reluctant to attend such gatherings? You need to worry. Brother Yuza is a kind soul and won't mind our financial situation. Lin Yuxu halted, casting an annoyed glance in his direction. How do you know? Of course. I know. He has helped me immensely. I have never encountered anyone as compassionate as he. Song Yuan's words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Lin Yuxu clenched his fists, the bones cracking audibly. Indeed, he was the kindest of souls. Lin Yuxu, consumed by jealousy, began to speak with a sarcastic tone, lamenting. I've supported you for so long and provided you with ample living expenses, yet you remain utterly ungrateful. Song Yuan gazed back at him, a look of bewilderment gracing his features, unsure of what mischief Lin Yuxu was concocting this time. No matter how you persuade me, I refuse to go, Lin Yuxu declared, his voice rising defiantly. If I go, I might as well not bear the surname Lin. A few days later, at the birthday banquet, Lin Yuxu and Song Yuan arrived at the hotel entrance. Lin Yuxu's face was as dark as a pot's bottom, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, refusing to utter a single word to Song Yuan. As Song Yuan handed the invitation to the staff, he turned to Lin Yuxu, questioning, why do you always wear such a gloomy expression? I didn't force you to come. You chose to accompany me. Despite all of Song Yuan's attempts to dissuade Lin Yuxu from attending, he had resolved to set aside his task and attend alone. Opportunities to participate in such high society gatherings were rare. He intended to seize the moment to meet affluent gentlemen, thus freeing himself from the confines of working at a club. Either he would fulfill his mission, or he would seek his own happiness. He had to grasp at least one of them. Yet, upon hearing that he intended to go alone, Lin Yuxu suddenly expressed a desire to accompany him. Could I possibly not follow you? He retorted angrily. You have neither connections nor power to be in such a place, and besides. Lin Yuxu paused, clearing his throat in a futile attempt to mask his intentions. Then continued, what if someone abducts you? Song Yuanan replied, perhaps I would welcome such an abduction. Ideally, I would be swept away by a wealthy young master and find myself in a legitimate relationship, whether as a lover or otherwise. All he desired was financial support. For now, he would focus on completing his mission. Once Lin Yuxu and Su Yuza were engaged in their revelry within the hotel room, he would immediately seek out his own quarry to indulge in similar pursuits. Upon entering the banquet hall, they noticed that everyone around them was clad in exquisite suits, while he and Lin Yuxu were dressed in casual attire. Particularly, Lin Yuxu's shoes appeared slightly worn, with laces showing signs of fraying. Perhaps their conspicuous outfits drew the attention of passersby, who couldn't help but steal glances at them. Song Yuanan felt embarrassed, lowering his head, while Lin Yuxu strode confidently, seemingly indifferent to the scrutiny of others. Ah, indeed, quite the socialite, managing to gather such a crowd, Lin Yuxu began, but halted when he noticed Song Yuanan still staring at the ground, his hands helplessly clutching at the hem of his clothing. I told you not to come, yet you insisted. With a sigh, Lin Yuxu took the initiative to grasp Song Yuanan's hand, reassuring him, you need not worry about their mockery. I am dressed even more poorly than you. If anyone is to be ridiculed, it shall be me. That down jacket you wear costs 1,000. An ordinary family could never afford it. They will merely assume you forgot to wear a suit. Have no fear. Really? Song Yuanan finally lifted his head, looking at Lin Yuxu with uncertainty. Indeed, Lin Yuxu affirmed. Now, let us go and eat. Having come this far, we cannot leave with empty stomachs. A smile blossomed in Song Yuanan's eyes as he replied, all right. The banquet had yet to officially commence, with only a few appetizers adorning the table. Lin Yuxu surveyed the surroundings before selecting the most exquisite delicacy to offer to Song Yuanan. This one is delightful, he remarked. Song Yuanan nodded appreciatively as she accepted it. You enjoy this while I fetch you a drink, he added. With wide eyes, Song Yuanan quickly interjected, please don't leave me alone. Lin Yuxu hesitated for a moment, his heart softening until her next words pierced through. If you walk away, there's no one here poorer than me, and I'll be the one mocked. Lin Yuxu thought to himself, is that all I am to you? A mere contrast? How ungrateful. I shall return shortly, my little ancestor, he replied, his irritation dissipating. I'm not thirsty. Song Yuanan suddenly noticed a passing waiter balancing a tray laden with several glasses of champagne, her eyes brightening. We can have this. Lin Yuxu glanced in that direction, his brow furrowing. No, you cannot drink. Why not? Fenty. You could be 100 and still not drink. Neither was willing to concede until the arrival of Su Yuza shattered their impasse. You two have arrived. Su Yuza, clad in a white suit and holding a glass of champagne, exuded elegance and sophistication. I thought you hadn't made it yet. I was about to send a message. Upon seeing Su Yuza, Song Yuanan instantly transformed her demeanor, revealing a charming smile complete with a pair of faint dimples. Brother Yuza, happy birthday. Su Yuza's eyes crinkled with a gentle smile as he replied, thank you. As Lin Yuxu witnessed Song Yuanan's abrupt change in attitude, his expression hardened, igniting a surge of unidentifiable frustration. He scrutinized Su Yuza, letting out a derisive chuckle. I presumed individuals like you, born into affluence, would possess discerning tastes. His gaze settled on Su Yuza's tie, the smile on his face laced with provocation. That garish tie, I suggest you dispose of it promptly to avoid becoming a laughingstock. Song Yuanan reacted fiercely, stepping hard on Lin Yuxu's sneaker, grinding her foot into it. You are the one who looks ridiculous. Your entire family is. Chapter 57. Where is your good brother? Song Yuanan's step was far from gentle, causing Lin Yuxu to wince in pain, his face contorting as he gritted his teeth. I said nothing about you. Why are you angry on his behalf? After swallowing the champagne, Su Yuza spoke slowly. It was Shaoan who bought it for me. I find it quite appealing and fitting for my suit today. See? Song Yuanan lifted her chin defiantly. Brother Yuza thinks it looks good. Only you lack vision. Lack vision? Lin Yuxu was infuriated to the point of laughter. What possessed you to gift him a tie? Don't tell me it's a birthday present. You arrived with me and had no time to give it to him. Song Yuanan felt a twinge of guilt, glancing around furtively. Yet, Su Yuza exposed her secret. Shaoan received her salary, so she gifted me the tie as a token of gratitude. Su Yuza touched the tie at his chest with a smile. I really like it. Thank you. Shaoan Lin Yuxu's face turned an ashen hue, his breath coming in heavy gasps. You gifted him an exquisite tie while bestowing upon me a trivial keychain. Is this your notion of favoritism? Song Yuhan murmured in defiance, reminding him that he had promised not to concern himself with the cost. Is it truly comparable? Lin Yuxu fixed his gaze intently on Song Yuhan, gesturing towards Su Yuza's tie. You know which gift was given with genuine thought. You don't wear a suit, nor can you don a tie. Song Yuhan dared not meet Lin Yuxu's eyes, yet he continued to protest. Purchasing it for you would be a waste. Very well, Lin Yuxu repeated, his frustration evident as the veins on his forehead throbbed. Do not take offense at Xiao, and Su Yuza interjected, attempting to mediate. Had I foreseen your sensitivity, I would have refrained from wearing it in your presence. Brother Yuza, please disregard him. He relishes creating discord, Song Yuhan remarked. Lin Yuxu retorted, he is on the verge of driving me mad. Just days ago, he had boasted about the keychain in front of Su Yuza, likely mocking him internally. I no longer wish to engage with you. After uttering this to Song Yuhan, Lin Yuxu turned and departed. Hey, where are you going? Lin Yuxu did not glance back as he exited the banquet hall. I apologize for causing your quarrel, Su Yuza said apologetically. Had I known it would unfold this way, I would not have donned this tie. Since it was Xiao and sentiment, I thought to wear it on this special day. Upon hearing these words, Song Yuhan felt a deeper sense of guilt towards the protagonist. The protagonist had treated him with such kindness, while he had been concocting schemes to undermine him. I ought to be the one apologizing. Song Yuhan lowered his head, his voice tinged with remorse. Brother Yuza, please do not be so kind to me. I'm not deserving. How could Shaoan be undeserving? You are my dearest friend. Su Yuza picked up a cake from the table, offering it to Song Yuhan. These delicacies are delightful. Please indulge. If you like them, I can have a staff package some for you. Really? Su Yuza nodded. I shall attend to the guests now. Take your time with the food, and feel free to seek me out if needed. All right, go ahead. Once Su Yuza departed, Song Yuhan consumed the treat in his hand. He lifted his gaze and noticed an increasing number of guests, all impeccably dressed, which only heightened his discomfort. Song Yuhan retreated to a corner, striving to diminish his presence. Lin Yuxu was insufferable. He had promised to stay by his side, yet abandoned him here over a mere tie. He claimed to be indifferent to price. But upon seeing Su Yuza's tie, his demeanor shifted entirely, more materialistic than he. The more Song Yuhan pondered, the more aggrieved he felt. A sudden desire for revenge igniting within him as he scanned for a target. If Lin Yuxu had bullied him in this life, then he would ensure that the Lin Yuxu of his past bore the consequences. Oh, where's your dear brother? Lin Yuxu materialized before him, 2 drinks in hand. His tone laced with mockery. How could I leave you behind? The moment Song Yuhan beheld Lin Yuxu's face, a radiant smile emerged. You haven't left yet? Why would I? Lin Yuxu, still brimming with anger, emphasized each word heavily. I spent a considerable sum on the bus fare, so I must recoup my costs. It was merely 6 yuan. Lin Yuxu replied, is my time not worth something? Song Yuhan's eyes fell upon the drinks in Lin Yuxu's hands. Why do you have 2 cups? Is one for me? Indeed, I brought you a sample to test. Lin Yuxu pressed one of the glasses into Song Yuan's hand and remarked, it tastes unpleasant. I shall abstain. Song Yuan gazed at the glass in his hand, suddenly reminded of his task to administer the drug. Lin Yuxu, why do you refuse to drink? He inquired. I simply have no desire to indulge, came the reply. After all, he still needed to escort this fellow back, so consuming alcohol was out of the question. Setting the beverage aside, Song Yuan unexpectedly wrapped his arms around Lin Yuxu's, coaxing, do drink, surely you know how to appreciate a fine drink. You are rather unhelpful. Lin Yuxu lazily cast a glance at him. Your provocation holds no sway over me. If you abstain, the drug will surely raise Lin Yuxu's suspicions, Song Yuan insisted. I wish to see you imbibe. He further sweetened the deal. Should you drink, I shall procure you a tie just like mine. No, Lin Yuxu shook his head. I have no desire to possess something akin to his. Song Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering how to persuade him. Lin Yuxu studied Song Yuan's visage and stated, Promise me one thing, and I shall drink. Will it be arduous? Song Yuan's eyes narrowed in caution. Not at all, Lin Yuxu reassured, knowing precisely what mattered most to Song Yuan. I assure you, it will not involve your finances. With that, Song Yuan relaxed. Very well, I concede. Once the waiter brings the drinks, I shall request a glass from him. No need. I shall fetch it for you. Before Lin Yuxu could respond, Song Yuan dashed away. Song Yuan's eagerness seemed somewhat peculiar, yet Lin Yuxu dismissed it. Observing the dining table across from him, he noticed the main courses were being served. Considering Song Yuan had yet to have lunch and might be unwell due to hunger, he approached to offer him some food. As he made his way over, he recalled how Song Yuan had wiped his nose with a tissue earlier, which he had carelessly discarded into Lin Yuxu's pocket. Therefore, Lin Yuxu first resolved to clear the litter from his pocket. Surveying his surroundings, he spotted a trash bin. As he removed the crumpled tissue, he noticed a tie lying within the bin. Lin Yuxu's expression darkened, and he muttered a curse. Curse that brat. He seized a passing waiter, extracted 2 bills from his pocket, and pressed them into the waiter's hand. Please dispose of this tie for me. The farther the better. He feared that should Song Yuan see it, it would sadden him. Chapter 53. You truly have an insatiable appetite. After requesting 2 glasses of champagne from the waiter, Song Yuan stealthily retreated to a less crowded area, turning his back to the throng as he prepared to lace the champagne with the drug. He initially dropped in 2 pills, but soon felt uneasy, fearing Lin Yuxu's willpower might be too formidable. Thus, he added another tablet. Next, he proceeded to drug the second glass of champagne as well, but given that Su Yuza had treated him so kindly, he hesitated to betray him too severely and opted for only 1 pill. Satisfied, Song Yuan gazed intently at the 2 glasses before him, mentally reminding himself, the left is for Lin Yuxu, and the right for Su Yuza. He must not confuse them. With unwavering focus on the 2 glasses, wary of spilling, he ambled slowly until he finally arrived before Lin Yuxu. Lin Yuxu had piled a generous serving of food onto his plate, concerned that Song Yuan might lose his way, and thus returned to his original spot to wait. Why are you so slow? Lin Yuxu glanced at the 2 glasses of champagne in his hand, unable to suppress a frown. Why was he holding 2? Hadn't he been told not to drink? These are for Brother Yuza, he explained. Upon hearing Su Yuza's name, Lin Yuxu's temper flared. He placed a plate on a nearby table and seized the 2 glasses from Song Yuan's hands. They're all mine. Song Yuan was taken aback by his sudden action, staring blankly for a couple of seconds before attempting to snatch them back. No way. 1 for each of us. I've already arranged it. He has plenty of people serving him. Does he really need this drink? In a fit of anger, Lin Yuxu downed one of the glasses hastily. The liquid splashed, trickling down his chin and stopping at his collarbone. Song Yuan, initially pondering how to coax Lin Yuxu into drinking, was surprised by how smoothly he finished it. Wait a moment. Which glass did Lin Yuxu drink from? He glanced at his own hands and then at the empty glass in Lin Yuxu's possession. It seemed to be the one that had a bead of liquid in it. Irritated, Song Yuan shot Lin Yuxu a glare. Now he had to fetch another glass for him. What are you glaring at? Do you have any idea what I did for you? Lin Yuxu paused, then sighed with a hint of resignation. Forget it. You understand nothing. Only thinking that green tea is the best. Lin Yuxu found Song Yuan exceedingly foolish, believing Su Yuza to be an angel simply because he said he wouldn't tea drink. While Lin Yuxu had done so much yet remained unacknowledged. Do you feel anything? Song Yuan cautiously probed. Lin Yuxu cast a sideways glance at him. Yes. Song Yuan's face brightened. What feeling? I want to kill you. I knew it. Song Yuan exclaimed. Lin Yuxu needed at least 2 or 3 pills to feel the effects. Fortunately, he still had 2 more in his pocket. Lin Yuxu, give me back the drink, Song Yuan pleaded. Brother Yuza is the guest of honor. I need to toast him. Hearing Su Yuza's name again only intensified Lin Yuxu's frustration. In a fit of annoyance, he drank the other glass as well. Song Yuan's eyes widened in shock. You can't drink that. It's not yours. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxu drank even faster, and soon the glass was empty. Song Yuan stared at the two empty glasses in disbelief, muttering to himself, "This is really bad. This is equivalent to Lin Yuxu having taken 4 pills. I wonder if something will happen to him. I don't want to cause any trouble. Why can't I drink?" Lin Yuxu raised an eyebrow. "Everything that is yours is mine. You really are greedy," Song Yuan exclaimed, both exasperated and anxious. "Eating everything will only harm you, big brother. As long as it's yours, I don't mind." Song Yuan decided against speaking further with Lin Yuxu and turned to request another drink from a waiter to take to Su Yuza. As he turned, Lin Yuxu grabbed his arm. "Where are you going?" Lin Yuxu said, "I've brought you plenty of things. Hurry up and eat, or you'll feel uncomfortable later." "I'm not hungry right now." Lin Yuxu held on tightly, refusing to let him go. Song Yuan looked back at him, a trace of confusion appearing in his eyes. Could it be fake medicine? Why does Lin Yuxu appear to be completely unfazed while still exhibiting such strength? It seems improbable that the system would deceive him regarding such matters. Regardless of hunger, it would be prudent to first consume something to satiate his appetite, Lin Yuxu suggested. Song Yuan hesitated momentarily, but resolved to eat a little, all the while discreetly observing Lin Yuxu's reactions. Should the medicine prove ineffective, his errand for alcohol would be in vain. It was wiser to first assess Lin Yuxu's condition. As Song Yuan dined, his gaze remained fixed upon Lin Yuxu's countenance. Those beautiful eyes were glued to Lin Yuxu, causing his heart to race and compelling him to avert his gaze in embarrassment. "We are simply dining. Why must you stare at me incessantly?" He pondered, bemused by the rapidity of his heartbeat today. Could it be that he was growing fonder of this individual? Before long, Lin Yuxu began to perspire, his breath becoming slightly labored. What a wretched place this is. The heating is excessively strong. He removed his coat and loosened the 2 buttons at his collar. "Here it comes. Finally!" Song Yuan exclaimed excitedly, stammering slightly. I feel a bit parched. I will fetch a glass of water." However, just as Song Yuan set down his plate and attempted to rise, Lin Yuxu seized him by the waist, tightening his embrace. "I feel so warm. Do you not find this place exceedingly hot?" Lin Yuxu buried his face in the crook of Song Yuan's neck, his overly rosy lips brushing against the other's skin. "Did you wear perfume today? You smell delightful." "Perfume, my foot. I merely took a shower before leaving." Song Yuan recalled how in his past life, Lin Yuxu would often compliment his fragrance before they engaged in intimacy, leading him to wonder if this was a signal of sorts. Not daring to delay any longer, Song Yuan pressed his hands against Lin Yuxu's chest. "Please let me go. I am dying of thirst and need to get water." "Fear not, my dear. I shall feed you, and you shall not be thirsty." "Feed you, you deadbeat." Lin Yuxu had already commenced kissing Song Yuan's ear, eliciting a startled reaction from him, fearing that Lin Yuxu might succumb to his primal instincts and act inappropriately in public. "Lin Yuxu, are you feeling unwell?" Song Yuan inquired knowingly. "How about this? I shall escort you to the hotel room that Yuze arranged for us. You can rest there for a while." Lin Yuxu remained silent. Assuming his tacit agreement, Song Yuan exerted all his strength to lead Lin Yuxu out of the banquet hall. One could not fathom what he had consumed to grow so tall and robust. He was quite heavy. After more than 10 minutes, Song Yuan finally brought Lin Yuxu to the room. He unceremoniously tossed Lin Yuxu onto the bed, placing his hands on his hips and gazing with satisfaction at the disoriented Lin Yuxu. Half of the task was complete. Now, he merely needed to summon Su Yuza. It truly was not an easy endeavor. He hoped the system would reward him afterward, perhaps by arranging for a wealthy and handsome husband. "Lin Yuxu, you seem quite unwell," Song Yuan remarked, struggling to suppress a grin as he feigned concern. "I will go find Yuze. Perhaps he can assist you." Unable to stifle a chuckle, Song Yuan turned to dash towards the door. Just as his right hand grasped the doorknob, a powerful force yanked him backward. With a startled cry, he collided with Lin Yuxu's chest. Lin Yuxu gazed intensely at Song Yuan's face, his eyes revealing a terrifying possessiveness. He tightly embraced Song Yuan's shoulders, resembling a fierce leopard gradually enclosing its prey, poised for the next indulgence. "Where are you going, my dear?" After his rebirth, Lin Yuxu frequently bickered with Song Yuan, his handsome visage still carrying a youthful innocence. allowing Song Yuan to gradually differentiate him from his husband in a past life. Yet now, he perceived a familiar essence emanating from the other, unable to restrain himself from uttering, "Husband." Lin Yuxu tilted his head, a smile gracing his lips. "It's been a long time since I heard that. I didn't expect it to sound so sweet." Chapter 54. The police come to take him away in a brief moment. Song Yuan found himself on the bed, his trousers removed by Lin Yuxu. Lin Yuxu leaned down to kiss his collarbone, gradually descending further. As a tingling sensation washed over him, Song Yuan abruptly snapped to attention, kicking Lin Yuxu's shoulder with his foot. Lin Yuxu paused momentarily, then suddenly grasped his calf, planting kisses on his feet. Song Yuan's breath hitched, trembling as he asked, "Are you truly my husband?" Lin Yuxu affirmed with a soft sound, then continued to kiss him. Song Yuan's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. His voice choked as he murmured, "Husband, it really is you. It's so bitter here. Are you here to take me away?" He longed to return to a state of oblivion, free from the daily trepidation of the system's punishments and the burdens of enduring hardships, especially in the freezing winter while hauling heavy groceries home. In his previous life, Lin Yuxu had been quite deranged, yet he always ensured Song Yuan looked exquisite, providing him with a different designer outfit each day. The nurses who entered to change his dressings could not help but admire the beautiful clothes he wore. Even when he became a vegetable, Lin Yuxu maintained his habit of buying him jewelry, frequently changing the rings adorning his fingers. Here, there was nothing of the sort. The most expensive item was merely a 1,000 yuan down jacket. Noticing Song Yuan's tears, Lin Yuxu quickly leaned in, kissing the droplets from the corners of his eyes. Song Yuan wrapped his arms around Lin Yuxu's neck, acquiescing to his gestures. Moments later, they were entwined in a kiss, their lips and teeth tasting faintly of wine. It was only when Song Yuan began to struggle for breath that Lin Yuxu finally released him, redirecting his kisses elsewhere. Song Yuan's eyes shimmered with a light mist, his gaze gradually becoming dreamy as he let out a soft hum. "Lift your leg," Lin Yuxu rasped. "All right." Song Yuan obediently nodded. Just as they were about to proceed to the next step, Lin Yuxu suddenly recalled something and turned to leave. Alarmed, Song Yuan sat up immediately, anxiously asking, "Husband, where are you going?" Fearing Lin Yuxu was departing, he hurriedly got out of bed. "What are you doing getting up? The floor is so cold," Lin Yuxu remarked as he scooped him up. Song Yuan, fearing a fall, clutched Lin Yuxu's shoulders tightly. "I thought you were leaving," he said, pressing his face against Lin Yuxu's, portraying extreme unease. "I won't." Lin Yuxu gently laid him back on the bed. "I just need to grab something." "What are you getting?" Song Yuan glanced at what Lin Yuxu held, suddenly awakening from his reverie. This was not his husband. This was the protagonist's husband. In his past life, Lin Yuxu would never don such an item. Song Yuan began to fidget restlessly, kicking Lin Yuxu in the abdomen with his foot. "Let me go," Song Yuan exclaimed anxiously. "You're not my husband." "Darling, do not fuss," Lin Yuxu replied, restraining his ankle. "Look closely, I am Song Yuan. Do not mistake me for someone else." Lin Yuxu chuckled softly. "I know you're my darling." Observing Song Yuan attempting to flee once more, he pressed down upon him, biting his ear and whispering, "Darling, I feel unwell. Please help me." He himself was unsure of the sudden change within him. Perhaps he had been drugged, but he could not discern who was responsible. After consuming some food at the banquet, he might have inadvertently ingested something tainted. And in "I will be wealthy," Lin Yuxu clung to the last vestiges of his sanity, soothing him, "Even if I truly fail, I have other means. You will know in due time that I could never be unable to provide for you." "Who needs you to provide for me? You are destitute, barely scraping by, and utterly incapable of giving me the life I desire." Song Yuan bit down hard on Lin Yuxu's shoulder. Lin Yuxu let out a muffled groan, yet he had no intention of releasing him. Reluctantly, Song Yuan softened his stance. "Let me go. I will seek assistance elsewhere." Lin Yuxu's gaze darkened abruptly. "Who do you intend to find?" "Yuzhe, of course." Again, it was him. After being drugged, Lin Yuxu's consciousness had already begun to wane. The moment he believed Song Yuan was about to seek Su Yuza, the last thread of his reason snapped. "You claim I am not your husband, so you must think he is, correct?" "No, no." Lin Yuxu did not afford Song Yuan the opportunity to explain. seizing his lips fiercely and dominatingly. All Song Yuan could manage was a muffled whimper. That day dragged on interminably. Song Yuan fainted several times, only to be roused repeatedly by Lin Yuxu's relentless actions, leaving him utterly exhausted. How could he dare? He had administered so much of the drug to Lin Yuxu, who was brimming with strength. The thrill he felt in drugging him then was now met with equal suffering. Song Yuan cried until his eyes nearly swelled shut, his voice hoarse. I can't take it anymore. I will die. I truly cannot endure this. Lin Yuxu hesitated for a moment before ultimately softening, grasping his hand. By the time Lin Yuxu's intoxication wore off, it was already noon the following day. As Song Yuan wept, he blew warm air onto his hand. You wicked man. Song Yuan glared at Lin Yuxu. My hand is killing me. Lin Yuxu had long regained his senses, resembling a remorseful puppy standing before him, unable to meet his gaze. I am sorry. I cannot control myself. Ignoring him, Song Yuan continued to weep. Lin Yuxu suddenly had a thought. Gritting his teeth, I was drugged. Once I uncover who did this, I will ensure they pay dearly. Song Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately ceased his tears. Wait, perhaps it is merely a misunderstanding? A misunderstanding? Lin Yuxu scoffed. To carry such items in public is the mark of a villain. The authorities must be alerted. Song Yuan pondered. He would end up losing both his wife and his men, would he? Chapter 54. Who is the intended target? Are you truly going to report this? Song Yuan wore an anxious expression as he once again urged Lin Yuxu to reconsider. This was Yu Zhe's territory, and it was only right that he should call the police. I am the victim. If I do not report it, how will the police investigate? After assisting Song Yuan, Lin Yuxu felt a twinge of guilt, while simultaneously harboring resentment towards the individual who had drugged him. Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation. You need not concern yourself with anything. Just await my good news. Upon sensing Lin Yuxu's determination to intervene, Song Yuan's demeanor shifted to one of panic. No, it's unnecessary. I don't feel anything. There's no need for an explanation. Song Yuan's overly unusual behavior and visible emotions caught Lin Yuxu's attention. You're not angry? I am not angry. Song Yuan quickly replied. You were just crying, Lin Yuxu noted. You kept calling me a bad person. Crying in delight, Song Yuan retorted, fabricating a response. Insulting you is merely a form of amusement. Lin Yuxu recalled that during the birthday banquet, he had consumed the champagne that Song Yuan had offered. Trusting Song Yuan implicitly, he had never questioned his demeanor. However, observing Song Yuan's current behavior, it was highly probable that he was involved in the matter. The guilt that had filled Lin Yuxu's heart dissipated, replaced by a surge of anger. He refrained from questioning Song Yuan further and turned to retrieve their clothing. As he picked up Song Yuan's trousers, he deliberately checked the pockets. To his dismay, he discovered a crumpled piece of paper concealed within. Lin Yuxu's expression darkened as he extracted the paper and unfolded it. Song Yuan, who had been blowing on his hands, caught sight of Lin Yuxu's actions, and a flash of terror crossed his eyes as he rushed over. Do not take it out. He had been under Lin Yuxu's care for so long that his body lacked strength. He lost his footing and tumbled from the bed. Lin Yuxu reacted swiftly, supporting his waist to prevent his knees from hitting the floor. Before Song Yuan could regain his balance, he frantically reached for the paper Lin Yuxu held. However, given the significant height difference, he was unable to seize it, nearly in tears. Give it back, that is mine. Lin Yuxu raised his hand high, keeping it out of reach. His tone turned sharp. Song Yuan, tell me honestly, what is contained within? Song Yuan, racking his brain, finally concocted a plausible excuse. It's cold medicine. Yes, cold medicine. You saw yesterday that I sneezed several times when I went out. Is that so? Lin Yuxu scoffed at his continued attempts to evade the truth. Then show me how you take it. Of course, Song Yuan dared not consume it. That was the very substance that would expose him. Moreover, given Lin Yuxu's formidable willpower, consuming just 4 pills had driven him to madness. If he were to ingest it, he would surely lose consciousness. I have recovered from my cold, so I no longer need it. Fine, let us assume it is cold medicine. Lin Yuxu's frustration escalated as he observed Song Yuan's demeanor. Gritting his teeth, he declared, but I was indeed drugged. I shall report this to the police immediately. There are surveillance cameras everywhere, and I believe the truth will soon come to light. Indeed, as soon as his words fell, Song Yuan's complexion turned pale. His hand froze in midair as he forgot to seize the items from Lin Yuxu's grasp. The administration of such a drug could result in severe repercussions. Lin Yuxu, aware of Song Yuan's lack of education, deliberately sought to intimidate him. Perhaps, he mused, a decade and more of youthful exuberance would be squandered behind bars. At that moment, Song Yuan truly wept, tears cascading down his cheeks, his sobs infused with terror and injustice. "I did not intend to," he murmured, futilely attempting to wipe away his tears, which seemed relentless. He had no desire to engage in such actions. It was the system that compelled him. Moreover, he derived no benefit from this ordeal, his body aching all over. "Forget it. Just send me back to my past life," he thought, longing to remain in a vegetative state. Even if it meant existing as Lin Yuxu's specimen, he believed that Lin Yuxu, in his affection, would ensure that even as a specimen, he would be adorned beautifully. Upon witnessing his distress, Lin Yuxu's demeanor softened, drawing him into an embrace as they sat together on the bed. "Do not cry. Speak to me. I will not report you," he reassured, planting a gentle kiss on Song Yuan's cheek. "Tell me, why did you administer the drug?" Song Yuan found himself at a loss for words, only able to continue weeping. "You can detain me. It was I who did it." "I shall not detain you. Simply explain your reasoning," Lin Yuxu replied. Yet, Song Yuan remained silent. Lin Yuxu gently patted his back, pausing in contemplation before asking, "Were you intending to drug me? Or was it meant for Su Yuza?" The revelation struck Song Yuan with astonishment. Was Lin Yuxu truly that astute, piecing together much of the puzzle? Who were you targeting? Lin Yuxu, now regaining his composure, began to connect the dots. Song Yuan had indeed prepared a cup for Su Yuza. And after Su Yuza consumed his drink, Song Yuan had nearly caused a scene. Naturally, he suspected that Song Yuan had intended to drug both him and Su Yuza. However, that conclusion was simply too vile, and given that Song Yuan had no reason to act in such a manner, Lin Yuxu chose to disregard it. Song Yuan swallowed hard. Meeting Lin Yuxu's intense gaze, his heart fluttering as he instinctively lied, "It was for you." Lin Yuxu raised an eyebrow, his expression softening slightly. "Why?" Fearing that Lin Yuxu might discern the truth, Song Yuan buried his face in Lin Yuxu's chest. "I was curious about the effects. I want to try it with you," he said, pausing momentarily before adding, "Husband." Lin Yuxu recalled their entrance into the hotel room, where he had indeed heard Song Yuan repeatedly calling him husband with fervor. Initially, he had been quite proactive, only to begin resisting after fetching a box of items. It seemed that the drug was meant solely for him. Once again, Lin Yuxu reassured himself, a smile breaking across his face. "Thank goodness it was for me. Should you dare to drug Su Yuza and share a bed with him, the consequences would be far more severe than mere imprisonment." Song Yuan cautiously lifted his face, inquiring, "What else could happen?" Lin Yuxu playfully squeezed the nape of his neck, his smile widening. "I would ensure that you remain bound to me for life." Song Yuan exhaled in relief, realizing it was merely this. In his previous life, Lin Yuxu often spoke to him in such a manner, yet Song Yuan felt that he had emerged victorious. He was utterly destitute, while Lin Yuxu possessed wealth rivaling a nation. If one were to insist that they could not be without each other, it would seem that Lin Yuxu was at a disadvantage. Just as Song Yuan had begun to relax, Lin Yuxu's voice pierced the air once more. "But if you dare to drug both me and Su Yuza, betraying me in such a manner, I shall confine you, torment you daily, and compel you to weep in repentance." Startled, Song Yuan's body trembled violently. Goodness, if it provoked a madman. Chapter 55. Their transaction. Lin Yuxu chuckled heartily, pulling him closer. "What are you afraid of? Could it be that you truly harbor guilty secrets?" Song Yuan shook his head vigorously, fearing Lin Yuxu's relentless inquiries. He grasped Lin Yuxu's hand and, in a bid to appease him, planted a gentle kiss upon it. "Please don't ask. I was the one who drugged you." Lin Yuxu did not genuinely intend to frighten him. It was merely a conjecture. However, he remained concerned that Song Yuan might be deceived by others into committing such foolish acts. To this day, he could not decipher Su Yuza's intentions. So he resolved to remain vigilant. Where did the drug come from? Lin Yuxu pondered a more pressing issue, insisting, "You must answer clearly. Do not deceive me." Song Yuanan bit his lip and replied truthfully, "I took it from Brother Lin's room." "Which Brother Lin?" Lin Yuxu's expression hardened. "Why are there so many brothers around?" "Thankfully, it was husband, or he might go mad." "He's my boss," Song Yuanan hastily added, fearing Lin Yuxu might confront Lin Haoyu. "Please don't call the police. We are too poor to provoke people like them, especially since I stole from them." Finally grasping the situation, Lin Yuxu felt a mix of anger and helplessness. He pinched Song Yuanan's cheek with a bit more force than necessary, admonishing, "You must never experiment with such substances again. If a life is lost, it will be too late for regrets. I won't dare again." Seeing that Song Yuanan had taken his words to heart, Lin Yuxu ceased further inquiries on matter. Previously, Lin Yuxu had investigated Lin Haoyu's background and found his private life to be scandalously chaotic. Thus, it did not surprise him that Lin Haoyu possessed such drugs. "Do you wish to do it again?" Lin Yuxu teased. "You need not drug me. I can fully satisfy you." Song Yuanan quickly pushed against his chest, exclaiming, "No more. If this continues, I shall break." "Then may I take you to bathe?" Lin Yuxu asked, kissing the corner of his mouth. "Once we're done bathing, we shall go eat together. You must be starving. I can wash myself. You can hardly stand. How will you bathe?" Song Yuanan rolled his eyes, thinking, "Who caused this predicament? You reap what you sow. All right, I shall cease my teasing." Lin Yuxu's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he stated, "I will only wash you. Nothing more." After Lin Yuxu's repeated assurances, Song Yuanan finally consented. True to his word, Lin Yuxu merely cleaned him without any further advances. Song Yuanan exited first, while Lin Yuxu remained inside. He glanced back and whispered into the air, "System, did you see that? I truly tried my best. It was not my intention to end up in bed with him." With no response from the system, Song Yuhan felt a wave of anxiety, fearing that he would be blamed for this predicament. Unable to resist, he repeated the question. After an indeterminate period, a message suddenly appeared before him. "Plans have changed. Lin Yuxu has repeated his mistakes, and we must adopt a different approach. Continue to facilitate his relationship with the protagonist, even if it means merely becoming friends. As for you, follow the precedent of your past life. Engaging in intimacy or romance with him is permissible. The protagonist despises betrayal, so await my next directive." "How long must I wait?" Song Yuhan inquired urgently, but the system remained silent. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, and Lin Yuxu emerged. Noticing Song Yuhan standing at the threshold in the nude, his expression shifted slightly, and he promptly draped a towel over him. "Aren't you afraid of getting cold?" Lin Yuxu remarked, his tone tinged with exasperation. Song Yuhan lifted his gaze to Lin Yuxu's face, the system's orders echoing in his mind. Did this mean he was to pursue Lin Yuxu relentlessly, as in his previous life, exchanging his body for financial support? But Lin Yuxu was hardly affluent. Wouldn't that leave him at a significant loss? Yet, if he failed to comply, would the system impose penalties upon him? His intense scrutiny caused Lin Yuxu's ears to flush red as he cleared his throat. "What are you staring at?" Shaking his head, Song Yuhan wrapped his arms around Lin Yuxu's waist. "I'm so hungry." Lin Yuxu's eyes brightened. "All right, let's go dine." The vicinity of the hotel was dotted with rather expensive restaurants, and they walked quite a distance before discovering a more reasonably priced noodle shop. Inside, the fabric of his clothes clung uncomfortably to him, prompting Song Yuhan to tug at his sweater beneath his down jacket. "Bear with it for a moment. Once we finish eating, you can change into a clean outfit at my place," Lin Yuxu suggested. "The clothes you forgot are still there." Song Yuhan fell silent. It was not that he had forgotten. He intentionally refrained from taking too much from Lin Yuxu. However, now the system compelled him to provide for Lin Yuxu, which felt like a losing venture. Perhaps it was time to abandon such rigid distinctions. "All right," he finally conceded with a nod, suddenly recalling his work obligations, his expression shifting to one of panic as he hastily retrieved his phone. He had only taken a day off. He would be considered absent without leave. "Please don't deduct too much from my salary." "What's the matter?" Lin Yuxu inquired, curiosity etched on his face. "I didn't request a leave today." Song Yuhan replied quickly, locating the housekeeper's WeChat and sending a message to notify about his absence. It's all your fault for insisting on keeping me here for so long. I've lost a day's wages because of you. So you owe me? Lin Yuxu chuckled, a smile gracing his lips. All right, how much do you want? Song Yuhan paused in his typing, glancing at Lin Yuxu thoughtfully. After some deliberation, he ventured. 500? A moment later, he felt he had overstepped, realizing that Lin Yuxu was merely a struggling student. Perhaps 200 would be more fitting. Just as he grappled with whether to amend his request, Lin Yuxu picked up his phone and transferred 1,000. Song Yuhan stared incredulously at the transfer notification, astonished by Lin Yuxu's generosity. Lin Yuxu said, his tone earnest, what happened yesterday was indeed abrupt. I lost control, and I share the blame. But you can trust me. Give me some time, and I will ensure you live the life you desire. Song Yuhan nodded, perceiving it as mere grandiosity. Even if wealth were to come in the future, it would not be directed towards him. It was prudent to seize whatever he could in the present. He exerted himself so diligently last night. This is what he rightfully deserves. After comforting himself internally, Song Yuan accepted the money transferred by Lin Yuxu with a sense of justification. Following that day, their relationship grew significantly closer. However, while Lin Yuxu perceived it as a romance, Song Yuan regarded it as a transaction. Whenever Lin Yuxu made a profit from his investments, he would send Song Yuan a red envelope containing several hundred or even 1,000 yuan. Upon receiving the money, Song Yuan would clean himself up and take the bus to spend the night at Lin Yuxu's rental apartment. Gazing at the flickering lights before him, Song Yuan tightly wrapped his arm around Lin Yuxu's shoulder. His lips parted slightly, emitting a sticky sound. Song Yuan thought to himself that this task of intimacy suited him well. It was far simpler to execute. Afterward, Song Yuan, dragging his weary body, shakily got out of bed and slowly began to put on his clothes, one piece at a time. Lin Yuxu, helpless, stepped forward to snatch the clothes from his hands. You're exhausted. Why don't you just stay here? I can't. I still have to work, Song Yuan replied. Lin Yuxu was surprised that Song Yuan still cared about that miserable job. It seemed that Song Yuan had changed considerably since their first meeting. Back then, Lin Yuxu had thought of him as someone with lofty ambitions, but lacking in diligence, yet now he no longer felt that way. Song Yuan was more resilient than he had imagined. What had he endured before coming here? Who else was looking after him? Lin Yuxu dared not dwell on it, fearing jealousy would arise. Just quit, Lin Yuxu insisted, hiding the clothes behind him, refusing to let Song Yuan wear them. I've given you far more money during this time than what you earned from that job. Who would ever complain about having more money? Song Yuan retorted, unable to retrieve the clothes from Lin Yuxu's grasp. He turned instead to the wardrobe. Lin Yuxu, feeling defeated, embraced Song Yuan from behind. It's time to go home. He buried his face in Song Yuan's shoulder and added a few more marks of affection. The new year is approaching. I can't be the only one watching the fireworks from the window. Even empty nesters have it better than I do. Yet, moving would cost him dearly. If Lin Yuxu expected him to perform every night, the price would surely multiply. Lin Yuxu thought that Song Yuan still did not trust him enough. So he pressed Song Yuan's shoulders and turned him to face him. If you still doubt me, I can hand over all my bank cards to you for safekeeping. Lin Yuxu gazed earnestly into Song Yuan's eyes and continued, This is everything I have. I am willing to entrust it all to you. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan's face displayed a look of disapproval. Was this what they referred to as the initial signs? No wonder, years later, when Lin Yuxu generously bought him luxury cars and jewelry, he did so without batting an eye. It seemed that during his impoverished student days, he had been so lavish in his affections. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sooner or later, he would be swindled by this little duck. Yet, this little duck had a kind heart, maintaining some integrity in business, not intending to take everything. Well, I simply do not like entrusting my bank cards to others. Song Yuan remarked, I shall find a moment to inform Brother Yuza, and then I will resign. After all, he was the one who introduced me to this position. It would be remiss not to bid him farewell. Really? Lin Yuxu's spirit soared, and he could not resist planting a kiss on Song Yuan's cheek. How I adore you. Darling, I must get dressed. If I delay any longer, I shall miss the 6 o'clock bus. There was but one bus to the Villa district, and the wait was nearly an hour. Take a taxi, Lin Yuxu suggested. He picked up his wallet from the bedside table, withdrew 100, hesitated, then produced another 100 and pressed it into Song Yuan's hand. Is 200 sufficient for a cab? Lin Yuxu's generosity startled Song Yuan, clutching the 2 bills. He asked anxiously, Lin Yuxu, you haven't engaged in any illicit activities, have you? Why the sudden influx of cash? Lin Yuxu chuckled at his words, unable to contain his amusement. What nonsense! I still need to support you. How could I be involved in anything unlawful? Just accept my gift and buy whatever you desire. There's no need to worry about me. Slightly skeptical, Song Yuan accepted the money. After dressing, he approached the door and turned to see Lin Yuxu trailing closely behind him. He lifted his gaze and quickly pecked Lin Yuxu on the lips. In response to Lin Yuxu's astonished expression, Song Yuan's cheeks flushed as he murmured, "That was a good morning kiss." Perhaps feeling a tinge of embarrassment, he dashed away before Lin Yuxu could respond. The hallway echoed with Lin Yuxu's teasing voice, "Slow down. Don't trip." Reluctant to spend money on a taxi, Song Yuan stood at the bus stop, rubbing his frigid hands together. His gaze fell upon a yoga studio, and he paused momentarily. In his previous life, prior to obtaining their marriage certificate, he had enrolled in a yoga class to secure a long-term partner, practicing daily to ensure his body was as supple as possible, capable of satisfying Lin Yuxu's every whim. Now reborn, this body had not undergone any training and was stiff, far from the flexibility of his past life. Did he still need to enroll in classes? After 10 minutes of contemplation, Song Yuan picked up his phone and captured the number on the advertisement. His decision was not driven by Lin Yuxu, but rather for the sake of future sustenance. On his day off, Song Yuan visited a mall and purchased an expensive coat. Tired of wearing a puffy jacket daily, he yearned for a change in style. As he prepared to leave the men's clothing store, he noticed discounted sweaters, and Lin Yuxu's visage unexpectedly flashed through his mind. Perhaps I should buy one for Lin Yuxu as well, to spare him the embarrassment of wearing a pilled sweater when we were out together. Without hesitation, Song Yuan bought 5 sweaters, grimacing at the cost as he paid. Carrying several shopping bags, he settled in a bubble tea shop to rest. Upon checking his phone, he felt a pang of disappointment at the absence of any messages from Lin Yuxu. The previous night, he had hinted that it was Lin Yuxu's turn to take a break. He had anticipated an invitation to meet, yet not a single message had come through. Pouting slightly, he thought, it's not as if I receive payment every time. Since Lin Yuxu was not seeking him out, Song Yuan resolved to take the initiative. However, balancing all his purchases made it inconvenient to head to the villa. An hour later, Song Yuan arrived at the building where Lin Yuxu rented an apartment. Just as he was about to ascend, he heard the sounds of a scuffle emanating from a nearby alley. Intrigued by the commotion, a curiosity akin to that of any onlooker compelled him to investigate. Inside the alley, 6 individuals were engaged in a brawl. Specifically, 5 were attacking one. The outnumbered man soon found himself at a disadvantage, collapsing to the ground and shielding his head. Song Yuan recognized the beleaguered figure. Was it not Lin Yuxu himself? Without a second thought, he discarded everything in his hands and rushed forward, seizing one of Lin Yuxu's assailants. "Do not strike him," he implored. The man he grabbed shoved him away, retorting, "Who do you think you are? Scram and mind your own business." Though fear gripped Song Yuan's heart, he refused to let go, terrified they might beat Lin Yuxu to death. "Please, do not harm him," he cried, sinking to his knees in desperation. "I'm begging you. Great sirs, I will kneel. I will bow my head. Just spare him." Lin Yuxu, upon hearing Song Yuan's voice, was initially taken aback, then grit his teeth and commanded, "Song Yuan, get out of here. Do not involve yourself in my affairs." Yet, Song Yuan remained steadfast, clinging tightly to one man's leg. He recalled the sudden influx of money Lin Yuxu had acquired and wondered if it was to support him through a loan shark, thus leading these men to collect a debt. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. He hastily retrieved his wallet, producing a bank card. "All my money is here, nearly 20,000. Please take this first. How much does he owe you? I will find a way to repay it." The men exchanged glances. Amused. "He doesn't need your money. Come along quietly with us, and you won't have to endure this torment." "Absolutely not." Song Yuan interposed himself before Lin Yuxu. his arms trembling like a leaf in the wind. "If you seek his life, then you must kill me first." The expressions of the men were a mixture of incredulity and amusement. "Has this guy been watching too much television?" One of them, sporting yellow hair, remarked. "Let us just teach him a lesson, as Lin has instructed." "Do you really think Lin will let us off the hook if we seriously injure him?" "Damn." Earning this money is no easy feat. After a brief discussion, the 5 men turned to leave, but not before issuing a menacing warning to Lin Yuxu. "You cannot escape this. Think it over carefully." Chapter 57. Willingness. Once the men had retreated, Song Yuan knelt down to assist the bruised and battered Lin Yuxu. "What brings you here?" Lin Yuxu asked, leaning against Song Yuan for support as he rose. He sheepishly raked his fingers through his bangs, attempting to conceal his injuries. "Did I not tell you to leave? You foolish boy." Fortunately, the assailants had come for him. Had they dared to harm Song Yuan, he could hardly guarantee his own restraint. "How could I leave?" Song Yuan replied, tears still glistening on his cheeks, his hands trembling slightly. "You were almost beaten to death. How could I stand idly by?" Recalling the fierce countenances of those men, tears once again welled in his eyes. He remembered their threat to return and teach Lin Yuxu a lesson. "Lin Yuxu, have you gotten involved with loan sharks?" In an anxious tone, Song Yuan exclaimed, "How could you possibly touch such things? They could be fatal. Even when I was destitute, I never considered engaging with them. Do you truly believe I am indebted to them through usury?" Lin Yuxu was nearly at a loss between laughter and tears. "If not for loan sharks, why would they assault you?" Song Yuan, both furious and concerned, spoke with a quavering voice. "How much did you borrow? Perhaps I can assist you in settling it." It was entirely his fault. He should never have provoked Lin Yuxu with such words that wounded his pride. Now, Lin Yuxu had completely gone astray, entangled with usury. If the debt was not resolved promptly, Lin Yuxu's life would be irrevocably ruined. In his previous life, Song Yuan had a colleague who fell into the depths of gambling and online loans, ultimately unable to repay and driven to suicide. Never did Song Yuan expect Lin Yuxu would engage in such actions. Resolving to help Lin Yuxu, he would first seek a loan from Su Yuza. If Su Yuza refused, he would have no choice but to take on work nearby to earn money quickly. After all, whether one or many were selling, it made no difference to him. A mere fledgling. Seeing Lin Yuxu remain silent, Song Yuan's anxiety escalated to tears. "Please tell me, how much is it?" Lin Yuxu gazed at Song Yuan with a complex expression, recalling how Song Yuan had just moments ago offered his invaluable bank card, pleading and kneeling before a group for his sake. He had always presumed that Song Yuan prioritized money above all else, leaving no space for him in Song Yuan's heart. He had believed that without a monetary transfer to Song Yuan, he could never hold his affection. However, it was becoming clear that this was not the case. A warm rush surged through Lin Yuxu's heart, making him see only Song Yuan. He reached out, enveloping him in an embrace, holding him tightly around the waist. "Anin, I truly care for you." Lin Yuxu spoke softly. "For you, I am willing to make any compromise." Song Yuan, unable to comprehend his words, remained preoccupied with the earlier matter. "Why are you reluctant to reveal the amount? Is it that you owe a significant sum? If it were a colossal debt, you would be in deep trouble." "I do not owe any money." Lin Yuxu gently caressed his back, smiling as he said, "They're not loan sharks." "You don't owe money?" Song Yuan immediately ceased his tears, puzzled. "Then why did they attack you?" "They were sent by my father to coerce me into admitting my mistakes," Lin Yuxu explained. Upon learning that Lin Yuxu had made some money through investments, Lin Feiqing feared he might sever ties with the Lin family, and therefore dispatched individuals to compel him to return. Naturally, Lin Yuxu refused. Thus, a confrontation ensued, and he was soon outnumbered, transforming from a mutual scuffle to a one-sided beating. "Your father?" Song Yuan pushed away Lin Yuxu's embrace, astonished. "You actually have a father?" Lin Yuxu found his reaction endearingly charming and playfully flicked his finger against Song Yuan's prominent nose. "Of course, I have a father. I didn't just spring forth from a rock. I also have a mother, but she passed away long ago. You have a father now. Why does he not care for you and allows you to toil away?" Song Yuan settled down, casting a sympathetic gaze upon Lin Yuxu's face. "Have you been abandoned as well?" "No," Lin Yuxu replied, his smile fading slightly at the mention of Lin Feiqing. I left him on my own accord. Why? Lin Yuxu pressed his thin lips together, and after a moment, he took Song Yuan's hand. My family situation is quite complex. I will explain it to you later. Song Yuan nodded, still somewhat uneasy. It's truly not loan sharking, is it? You must be honest with me. These things accrue interest rapidly, and if not resolved promptly, they can become quite troublesome. It is not, Lin Yuxu said, producing his phone and offering it to Song Yuan. If you do not believe me, you may check my bank balance. There is money there. After scrutinizing Lin Yuxu's face and confirming he was not lying, Song Yuan sighed in relief. You nearly scare me to death, he said, patting his chest in a moment of fright. I thought you were in debt and unable to repay, which is why they were attacking you. Thankfully, it is not a matter of debt. Otherwise, you would truly have to cleanse yourself and venture into the nightlife to earn a living. I did not expect you to be so kind to me, Lin Yuxu said, kissing the corner of Song Yuan's mouth, his eyes glistening with emotion. You even took out your most important money to help me settle my debts. Song Yuan blushed at the compliment. That is not the case. He turned his face away, feigning toughness. I am not doing this for free. I expect interest in return. You shall work for me for the rest of your life. You need not lend me money. Lin Yuxu tightened his grip on his hand. I willingly choose to work for you for the rest of my life, earning money for you to spend. Chapter 58. Modest profits, high sales. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan felt a stir in his heart, but quickly regained his composure. Lin Yuxu could not truly commit to a lifetime of labor for him. Once the system issued the next task, he would be gone. Moreover, he believed Lin Yuxu was merely infatuated with his physical form. He lacked the cultivation and depth of Su Yuza, and his mind was somewhat simple. Over time, Lin Yuxu would surely find him dull, rather than genuinely affectionate for an extended duration. Lin Yuxu gazed dreamily at Song Yuan's face, awaiting his response. Song Yuan lowered his head, averting his gaze, and promptly changed the subject. You look quite unattractive, he remarked. Your face is swelling like a pig's head. Lin Yuxu exclaimed, What? Upon hearing Song Yuan's comment, Lin Yuxu brushed his bangs aside, assuring himself that it would heal soon. He was not particularly vain about his appearance and had not taken much care of himself. However, he sensed that Song Yuan was quite the esthetician, feeling a twinge of regret for not protecting his face more diligently just moments ago. Let's go back. Song Yuan suddenly remembered the shopping bag he had carelessly discarded on the ground and promptly pushed Lin Yuxu's arm aside, turning to dash toward the alley's entrance. Lin Yuxu stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. He initially thought something was amiss, but upon seeing Song Yuan inspecting the contents of the shopping bag with a concerned expression, he clutched his chest, nearly coughing up blood. Just moments ago, they had shared warmth, and now he was thrust back into reality. How infuriating! Fortunately, everything is intact, Song Yuan said, patting his chest in relief. If anything got ruined, I would be heartbroken. Am I not worthy of concern? Lin Yuxu approached and took the several bags from his hands, asking, Why did you buy so many sweaters? Song Yuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, fidgeted and replied, They are for you. Lin Yuxu was momentarily taken aback, and the displeasure on his face vanished instantly. So they were meant for him. No wonder Song Yuan appeared so anxious. Lin Yuxu held the shopping bags tightly against his chest, his smile somewhat silly, and the bruise on his cheekbone made him appear even more comical. It must have been tiring carrying these. Come here, let me massage your arms. I'm fine, Song Yuan said, feeling the burden of holding the bags, and decided to let Lin Yuxu take them all. He slipped his hands into his pockets for warmth and gazed at the injury on Lin Yuxu's face. By the way, didn't they say they would come looking for trouble again? What should we do? Should we call the police? The mention of the ruffians darkened Lin Yuxu's expression slightly. You don't need to worry. I will handle it. Song Yuan nodded and refrained from asking further. As long as it wasn't a matter of debt, he felt reassured. Upon returning to their rented apartment, Song Yuan held a boiled egg and gently rubbed it against the bruise on Lin Yuxu's face. Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? He inquired, noticing the severity of the injury. It's nothing. It will heal in a few days. Lin Yuxu replied with a smile, his eyes crinkling. Baby, you are so good to me. Song Yuan's ears turned red, and in a rather materialistic tone, he teased. If you're satisfied with me, then you should give me more money. All right, I will, Lin Yuxu responded readily. You didn't give me anything today, Song Yuan added. Lin Yuxu chuckled. Got it, little money grubber. Song Yuan perked up immediately, inquiring where it hurt and massaging him further. It doesn't hurt anymore. Lin Yuxu held Song Yuan's hand and asked, Are you going back later? No, I will stay with you tonight. Initially, Song Yuan had planned to leave after a short while, but upon hearing he could be compensated, he decided to stay overnight to properly attend to this benefactor. Lin Yuxu, unaware of Song Yuan's thoughts, happily wrapped his arms around Song Yuan's waist and leaned down to kiss his lips. Song Yuan obediently tilted his chin, allowing Lin Yuxu to take his fill. After parting, Lin Yuxu gently wiped the corner of Song Yuan's lips with his fingertip and softly asked, Have you told Suyuza? I was just about to, Song Yuan replied, his voice still slightly breathless. You should do it soon. Running around like this is tiring for you. Song Yuan agreed. Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something? Yes, I'm really hungry. Song Yuan thought this was a hint and, after speaking, got off the sofa, half kneeling, and reached to unbutton Lin Yuxu's trousers. Realizing what was happening, Lin Yuxu quickly pulled him back into his embrace. Baby, I know you love me, he said, feeling both pained and helpless. But you don't need to go this far. Lin Yuxu noticed that since their encounter at the hotel, Song Yuan seemed particularly enthusiastic in this regard. Sometimes, his eagerness left Lin Yuxu at a loss, fearing that he might not perform well and would be rejected by Song Yuan, while simultaneously feeling troubled by Song Yuan's apparent expertise. He couldn't fathom where Song Yuan had learned so much. The thought that someone had once monopolized Song Yuan filled Lin Yuxu with an uncontrollable jealousy, making him hesitant to dwell on it further. It matters not. As long as Song Yuan belongs to him in the future, that is sufficient. Are we not going to do this? Song Yuan inquired. Lin Yuxu playfully pinched Song Yuan's cheek, a mixture of laughter and exasperation in his voice. No. Today let us simply embrace and converse. Naturally, Song Yuan was inclined to heed the wishes of his benefactor, for he would not bear the brunt of any loss. Very well, what would you like to discuss? Lin Yuxu pondered for a moment, tightening his grip around Song Yuan's waist, jesting. If I were truly in debt to loan sharks, would you really help me settle it? Song Yuan responded with a slight but soon sensed something amiss, his expression betraying a hint of panic. You wouldn't genuinely be in debt, would you? I mean, if, Lin Yuxu continued, unable to resist teasing him further. But we both lack funds. How will we repay it? Are you planning to join me at the construction site to earn money for the debts? How foolish. Song Yuan replied, repaying debts through hard labor could never keep up with the interest. In such a scenario, I'd have to borrow from Brother Yuza. If that fails, I shall consider other options. Lin Yuxu chuckled, thinking that Song Yuan had quite the creative mind. You are quite clever, my dear. What solutions do you have? Flattered by the compliment, Song Yuan couldn't help but boast. I could sell my body in the streets. The clientele might be of lower quality, but I could achieve high-volume sales with thin margins. Instantly, Lin Yuxu's amusement vanished, his countenance darkening. Is this truly your plan? How can you so casually demean your own body? Lin Yuxu gritted his teeth. Furthermore, is high-volume sales truly the appropriate term here? Realizing his misstep, Song Yuan bit his lip, cautiously glancing up at Lin Yuxu. You're being rather fierce. It was evident that his intention had been to consider Lin Yuxu's well-being. Indeed, he harbored a strong aversion towards Lin Yuxu. I shan't speak to you any longer. I'm going to take a shower. As Song Yuan attempted to rise, Lin Yuxu held him firmly at the waist, preventing any movement. Wait. Lin Yuxu seemed to sense something, his expression darkening as he asked, How do you perceive our relationship? He had uncovered something troubling. It appeared that each time, it was he who provided the funds, which led Song Yuan to seek him out. Surely, the little rascal did not consider him a mere client, did he? Chapter 59. He is a cautionary tale. Song Yuan, do you view me as a client? Lin Yuxu questioned with difficulty. The moment the words left his lips, Song Yuan's gaze began to shift, avoiding direct contact with Lin Yuxu's eyes. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuxu's heart began to form a conclusion. Suppressing his rising fury, he grasped Song Yuan's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. Is it true? Lin Yuxu's eyes darkened. Initially, Song Yuanin felt indifferent and had intended to be forthright. However, the intensity of Lin Yuxu's stare startled him, causing him to retreat from the truth. It's somewhat true, Song Yuanin replied, adopting a noncommittal stance. What do you mean by somewhat? Lin Yuxu refused to let him evade the inquiry, his tone turning somewhat confrontational. Speak plainly. If you continue to lie, you will find yourself in dire straits. Song Yuanin swallowed hard, realizing that whether he lived or died, honesty may offer a glimmer of hope. Yes, he affirmed with a slight nod. Lin Yuxu's breath quickened, veins throbbing on his forehead. He repeatedly urged himself to remain calm. Then inquired, when did this begin? From a moment you provided me with my first sum of money. Song Yuan bit his lip, responding with a sense of grievance. Isn't this situation merely a transaction? Lin Yuxu remarked. Hearing it this way, it seems to be his fault. He recalled how Song Yuan had long desired to work at a club, approaching job searches with an attitude of wanting to reap without sowing. Likely, he had never been taught otherwise and had never experienced a normal romantic relationship, leading to a misunderstanding of their connection. Lin Yuxu did not believe that Song Yuan viewed their relationship solely as a transaction. If it were truly a transaction, he would not have pulled out his bank card to rescue him in that perilous situation. Lin Yuxu reassured himself once again, his expression softening somewhat. He earnestly conveyed to Song Yuan, I have feelings for you, thus I willingly provide you with money to spend. It is not merely to engage in intimacy that I offer you this financial support. Do you comprehend my intent? A colleague had once remarked that when men express such sentiments, they are merely spinning grand illusions. However, in his previous life, Lin Yuxu indeed took him to register their union. If the system were to dictate a repeat of history, it was likely he would once again lead him to the altar. Yet, Song Yuan could not marry Lin Yuxu, and he needed to await the system's next directive. Contemplating this, Song Yuan felt that a relationship of financial support would alleviate his burden, allowing him to focus solely on earning money without overly coveting what did not belong to him. Anin, do you understand? Lin Yuxu inquired again, fearing Lin Yuxu's reprimand. Song Yuan reluctantly replied, I understand. You're truly wonderful, Lin Yuxu said, kissing his cheek, then asked, so what is our relationship now? Lovers, Song Yuan answered, adhering to Lin Yuxu's insinuation. Though he repeatedly reminded himself it was merely a relationship of financial support. Lin Yuxu kissed him once more, exclaiming, you are so clever. Song Yuan felt a flush rise to his cheeks, sensing that Lin Yuxu treated him like a child. Concerned that Lin Yuxu might notice his embarrassment, he covered his face and feigned displeasure, saying, stop kissing me. If you continue, my face will be spoiled. Lin Yuxu smirked slightly, suddenly recalling something, and his expression turned serious as he gazed intently at Song Yuan. I do not own any loan sharks. After a brief pause, he continued, no, even if I did owe loan sharks, you should not feel obligated to assist me in such a manner. Take care of your own body. Do not allow just anyone to touch you. Even I, as long as you are unwilling, you have every right to refuse. Song Yuan listened with a mix of confusion and understanding, nodding his head. Lin Yuxu leaned down, embracing him more tightly. He was unaware of what Song Yuan had endured, but out of respect for his privacy, he had no intention of probing too deeply. Forget it. I shall not oppose Lin Feiqing any longer. Only by becoming powerful and influential could he adequately protect Song Yuan, providing him with a sense of security that would free him from the constant need to consider selling his body. Furthermore, he must also guide Song Yuan, reshaping his worldview. As he thought about guidance, Lin Yuxu suddenly recalled another matter. He held Song Yuan's hand, speaking gently. Do you wish to find your biological parents? Song Yuan's expression shifted slightly, and in less than a minute, he quickly shook his head. In his previous life, Lin Yuxu had posed a similar question. At that time, Song Yuan had felt a flicker of desire. Given his husband's wealth, he could likely locate his biological parents in less than half a month. However, later, Song Yuan ultimately declined. He had become a cautionary tale in the eyes of parents everywhere. Neglecting his studies, he sought shortcuts, compromising his dignity and body, which, if revealed, would certainly tarnish his reputation. In the upper echelons of society, few held him in esteem, and whispers of his past indiscretions circulated behind his back. Embarrassed, Song Yuan rejected Lin Yuxu's goodwill. Now, in this new life, he maintained the same conviction. It was best for them to remain untroubled by one another. "Are you truly not seeking?" Lin Yuxu inquired once more. "Not seeking," Song Yuan replied with a sidelong glance at Lin Yuxu. "You disdain my lack of parents, don't you?" "Of course not." Lin Yuxu, fearing to upset him, shifted the conversation. That evening, Song Yuan pressed Lin Yuxu, asking if he wished to engage in their usual activities. Still preoccupied with the events of the day, Lin Yuxu resolutely stated, "We shall not engage this month." Song Yuan's countenance paled. "What about the money?" Lin Yuxu felt a mix of anger and amusement. He was irked that Song Yuan viewed him as a mere client, yet he was reluctant to cause him distress. After much contemplation, he sent Song Yuan the customary red envelope. Elated, Song Yuan pecked Lin Yuxu's lips, saying, "Thank you, darling." Instantly, Lin Yuxu forgot the earlier discomfort and pulled him close, kissing him deeply until Song Yuan was dizzy. Then they fell asleep entwined. A week later, Song Yuan visited a university. With prior experience sneaking in, he felt emboldened and managed to slip past the watchful eyes of the security. Arriving at the entrance of Su Yu's college, he sent a message to him. Just as he finished typing, he heard Su Yu's voice. "Shaoan, what brings you here?" Immediately lifting his gaze, he saw Su Yuza in the distance and smiled as he ran over. "Yuza Ji, I came to find you." Su Yuza raised his hand to smooth Song Yuan's wind-tousled bangs. "What do you need?" Noticing Su Yu's tenderness, Song Yuan's heart sank with self-reproach. How could he betray such a good friend? Why the silence? Su Yuza prompted again. Regaining his composure, Song Yuan replied, "I plan to resign from my position with Lin Ji." The smile on Su Yu's face faded slightly. He had heard rumors that a high-ranking executive from the Lin Group had been parachuted in, reportedly the son of Lin Feiqing. Presumably, Song Yuan believed his future was secure, thus hastening his resignation. It seemed he was not as naive as Su Yuza had initially thought. Chapter 60. I have found my next opportunity. Song Yuan scrutinized Su Yu's expression, sensing an unusual chill. Cautiously, he inquired, "Is it unwise to resign at this time?" After all, this job had been introduced to him by Su Yuza. Lacking both qualifications and experience, merely obtaining the position was a commendable feat. If Su Yuza truly felt uncomfortable, he would persuade Lin Yuxu to accept him back. After all, while it was unfair to put Lin Yuxu in a difficult position, he could not bear to do the same to Su Yuza. As Su Yuza emerged from his thoughts and looked at Song Yuan again, his gaze regained its warmth. He gently ruffled Song Yuan's hair and smiled, saying, "No, if you wish to resign, then by all means, do so without concern." Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and returned the smile. "Thank you, brother Yuza. Once I settle my affairs in the next few days, I'll treat you to a grand feast." "No need for a lavish meal," Su Yuza replied, pausing momentarily, his gaze sharp as he probed. "But have you suddenly decided to resign because you found a new job?" As soon as this topic arose, Song Yuan's eyes began to flit about uncertainly. "Well, sort of," he admitted. Su Yuza raised an eyebrow slightly, wearing an expression that suggested he had anticipated this revelation. During the birthday banquet, it was Su Yuza who had arranged the hotel room for Song Yuan and Lin Yuxu. Early on, he had discreetly arranged for the cleaning staff to attend to that particular room, hoping to gather evidence that may prove useful in the future. According to the cleaning personnel, the room was in complete disarray, with the trash bin filled with numerous used items. More importantly, they had discovered medications within the refuse. Su Yuza, possessing acquaintances within the Public Security Bureau, recognized the nature of the substances at a glance. Initially, he suspected Lin Yuxu of engaging in unscrupulous behavior. But after reviewing the surveillance footage from the banquet hall, he was astonished to find that it was Song Yuan, whom he had always perceived as innocent and simple-minded. However, he realized that while Song Yuan may indeed be foolish, his actions under surveillance indicated a lack of intelligence. As for his innocence, that perception had clearly been misguided. Su Yuza could not comprehend why Lin Yuxu had chosen not to report the incident. Perhaps he deemed it more advantageous to let the matter slide? Internally scoffing, Su Yuza adopted a gentle tone. "That's wonderful. Congratulations on finding a satisfactory position." He placed particular emphasis on the word satisfactory. He noticed that Song Yuhan's head drooped even lower, the derision in his eyes growing more pronounced. I have matters to attend to, Su Yuza remarked, glancing at his watch. His demeanor turning somewhat indifferent. I shall not keep you any longer. All right, you go ahead, Song Yuhan replied. We can chat on WeChat. Su Yuza nodded and walked past him. Song Yuhan turned to gaze at Su Yuza's retreating figure. Feeling a chill in his demeanor, he could not discern whether Su Yuza was upset about his sudden resignation or displeased with his involvement with Lin Yuxu. With a pang of regret in his heart, Song Yuhan muttered an apology before diverting his gaze towards the school gate. He returned briefly to the villa, expressing his regret to the steward regarding his resignation. The steward exhibited a look of disappointment, but did not attempt to persuade him to stay, informing him that his salary for the month would be deposited into his bank account in a few days. Grateful, Song Yuhan thanked him and promptly went to his dormitory to pack his belongings. Hearing the news, Xiao Chen arrived at the dormitory to find him. Anin, why did you resign so suddenly? Xiao Chen inquired with a worried expression. Has someone here been bullying you? Not at all, Song Yuhan replied after a moment's contemplation, lowering his voice to confide in Xiao Chen. I found a new opportunity. Xiao Chen's expression shifted instantly from worry to joy. Really? Where will you be working? Song Yuhan scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. After a thoughtful pause, he answered in a conventional manner. I'll be working as a personal caretaker. How's the salary? It's decent, he replied, though in truth, it was quite generous. He had earned nearly 10,000 yuan from Lin Yuxu that month. He refrained from inquiring about how Lin Yuxu managed to acquire such wealth, fearing that it might seem intrusive. That's great. Xiao Chen gently patted Song Yuan on the shoulder, unable to suppress her joy for him. Do your best, and remember to save money each month. Also, take good care of yourself, and don't let anyone bully you. Although Song Yuan was a boy, he was exceptionally handsome, making him an easy target for ill-intentioned individuals. All right, I will remember, he replied. Suddenly, an idea struck Song Yuan, and he retrieved a small gift box from his luggage, placing it in Xiao Chen's hands. Is this for me? Xiao Chen exclaimed, taken aback. Yes, open it and see. Under his watchful gaze, Xiao Chen opened the box to reveal a platinum bracelet. I can't accept this, she quickly insisted, returning it. Anticipating her refusal, Song Yuan had already concealed his hands behind his back and cheerfully said, It's not expensive. Just accept it, sister. During the time my hand was burned, you were the one taking care of me. This small gift is well-deserved. Xiao Chen's eyes glistened with tears as she stepped forward to embrace Song Yuan. You must take good care of yourself out there. If anything happens, feel free to contact me. I will always be your sister, understand? I understand, he replied. Dragging his luggage, Song Yuan departed from the villa. Even with 20,000 in savings, he couldn't bear to take a taxi and opted for a several-hour bus ride back to Lin Yu's rental apartment. Just as he stepped off the bus, he contemplated whether to buy groceries and prepare a lavish meal to surprise Lin Yu. As he lifted his gaze, he unexpectedly spotted a Maybach parked across the street, from which Lin Yu emerged from the back seat. Song Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the scene, wondering if his ex-husband had found success and was on the verge of wealth. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed a dashing man in his 30s stepping out from the other side of the Maybach, adorned in luxury attire. The man approached Lin Yu, and they engaged in conversation, appearing quite intimate as the man adjusted Lin Yu's collar. Clutching the handle of his luggage tightly, Song Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to turn away, unwilling to witness more. What surprise indeed, he thought bitterly. He had no intention of cooking for Lin Yu. He had been a mere plaything for Lin Yu, who now seemed to be in a similar position with another wealthy gentleman. Frustrated, he lamented how Lin Yu could sink so low. Misery loves company. No wonder the system said, I led Lin Yu astray. Feeling aggrieved and guilty, Song Yuan lingered alone in a hamburger shop until night fell. His phone on the table buzzed incessantly until it finally ran out of battery, bringing him a moment of peace. Gazing out the window at the chaotic scenery, his thoughts were in disarray. It wasn't until the hamburger shop began to close that he finally rose from his seat, dragging his luggage to the entrance of Lin Yu's apartment building. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to go upstairs, he suddenly heard Lin Yu's anxious voice calling from behind. Song Yuan, why didn't you answer my calls? I was worried sick. Pausing, Song Yuan felt an inexplicable urge to flee, and he took off with his luggage. After just a few steps, Lin Yu caught hold of his belongings. Why are you running? You know you can never outrun me. Lin Yu's voice trailed off as he noticed Song Yuan was crying. Chapter 61. We are equals what's wrong? Lin Yuxu also sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly comforted him, asking why he suddenly started crying and if someone had bullied him. Song Yuan felt embarrassed, releasing his grip on the suitcase handle and turning away from Lin Yuxu. Wiping away his tears. It's none of your business. He wanted to scold him, but deemed it too humiliating and swallowed his words. Anin, don't cry. Tell me, who has been bullying you? Lin Yuxu patiently coaxed him. I will help you teach them a lesson. Song Yuan's voice quivered with emotion as he replied softly. I don't need you to teach anyone a lesson. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing Lin Yuxu to frown. He reached out to take Song Yuan's hand, only to find it already icy cold. It's too cold outside. Let's go inside and talk. Song Yuan attempted to pull away, but Lin Yuxu held on tightly, making it impossible to break free. Be good. Let's go in first, Lin Yuxu insisted. If you catch a cold, you'll feel awful. Song Yuan pouted, but obediently followed him back. As they ascended the stairs, Lin Yuxu worried that Song Yuan might run away again. So he carried the suitcase in one hand while holding Song Yuan's hand tightly with the other. Fortunately, his previous work at the construction site had conditioned him. This level of exertion was not taxing for him. He merely had to walk slowly to avoid tripping Song Yuan. Once inside, Lin Yuxu quickly shut the door and locked it. He pressed the suitcase against the door, positioning himself to block any chance of Song Yuan slipping away. What's wrong? Lin Yuxu asked, his expression perplexed. Did I do something to upset you? He sensed that Song Yuan's ire was directed at him. Although he was unsure of what he had done wrong, he felt it necessary to apologize first. Anin, I'm sorry. I apologize to you. Song Yuan bit his lip and then reached into his crossbody bag, retrieving a bank card. The password is your birthday. You transferred me quite a bit of money these days. Just take it all back. I haven't spent anything. It's all on the card. In his past life, Lin Yuxu had changed all his payment passwords to his birthday to help Song Yuan remember it. Song Yuan had quickly memorized it and continued the habit into this life. What's the matter? Lin Yuxu's expression darkened as he stared at the bank card in Song Yuan's hand. If I gave it to you, it belongs to you. Why return it? Song Yuan lowered his gaze. I can't take it. Lin Yuxu, believing he was about to be dumped, took a deep breath, striving to suppress his anger. If you don't clarify things, we'll just stay here and you won't leave this room. Seeing his fierce demeanor, Song Yuan's feelings of grievance erupted. I saw it. Song Yuan pointed at Lin Yuxu, his eyes filled with disappointment. How could you sell your body? You're not desperate. You have a bright future ahead. How can you trample on yourself like this? After venting his frustration, Song Yuan turned his face away, raising a hand to wipe his tears. So embarrassing. Why am I crying again? What did you see? Lin Yuxu paused, looking as though he had swallowed a fly, his expression difficult to describe. Are you saying you saw me get out of Maybach at 4 in the afternoon? Yes, Song Yuan affirmed, adding, and the sugar daddy was fixing your collar. Lin Yuxu replied, Anin, you've misunderstood. That was my father's mistress. Lin Yuxu furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. To be precise, it is the mistress who has disrupted my family. Song Yuan stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. My father favors men. To ensure the Lin family has an heir and to secure power among his brothers, he married my mother. Lin Yuxu gritted his teeth and continued. Once my grandparents passed away, he revealed his true self and found a young male lover, one who is a decade his junior. My mother, upon discovering this, fell into a deep melancholy and eventually succumbed to illness. I despised them, which is why I chose to leave home. Song Yuan listened in shock, rendered speechless. He had never imagined Lin Yuxu harbored such a complicated past. No wonder, in his previous life, Lin Yuxu had been reticent about his history and never mentioned his parents. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Song Yuan bit his lip, offering another apology. Lin Yuxu managed a slight smile. It is I who failed to clarify things. You're not to blame. The truth was, it was precisely due to his father's actions that Lin Yuxu had spent considerable time convincing himself before deciding to be with Song Yuan. Deep down, He always felt he was betraying his mother. Song Yuanan lowered his gaze, fiddling with the numbers on his bank card, his expression revealing his confusion. Suddenly, Lin Yuxu chuckled, appearing indifferent. You must not have looked closely. What? Song Yuanan lifted his head, locking eyes with Lin Yuxu. I brushed your hand away when you touched my collar just moments ago. Lin Yuxu ruffled Song Yuanan's hair, his expression a mix of exasperation and fondness. Anin, you must pay attention before jumping to conclusions next time. I called you dozens of times. I was nearly frightened to death. He had thought something dire had happened to Song Yuanan, prompting him to search frantically, nearly resorting to calling the police. I won't misunderstand you again. Song Yuanan proactively wrapped his arms around Lin Yuxu's waist, lifting his face with a soft tone. I am sorry, Lin Yuxu. Call me husband. Song Yuanan obediently complied. Husband. Lin Yuxu pressed a gentle kiss to Song Yuanan's cheek. Such a good baby. As they parted, Lin Yuxu glanced at the bank card in Song Yuanan's hand, playfully teasing him. Are you going to give me the money inside? Song Yuanan's eyelid twitched, hastily concealing it behind his back. No, it's mine. Lin Yuxu chuckled. So you do understand that such behavior is inappropriate. From now on, do not belittle yourself. Our relationship is one of equals. He sensed that while Song Yuanan's values were sound, his self-worth was alarmingly low, perpetually placing himself in a subordinate position. Perhaps it stemmed from his upbringing. Regardless, you cannot take it back. Song Yuanan quickly stashed the bank card back in his bag. As Lin Yuxu held the card, a more pressing thought struck him. By the way, how did you know my birthday? He recalled that since taking Song Yuanan in, he had never celebrated a birthday. Song Yuanan exclaimed, You mentioned it before? He spoke with wide eyes, fabricating a lie. You must have forgotten. Is that so? Lin Yuxu scratched his head. Perhaps I did mention it. Song Yuanan dared not respond, fearing he might slip up again. By the way, when is your birthday? Lin Yuxu asked softly, his eyes warm. March 1st. Song Yuhan remarked. This is the day the dean picked me up, so we'll count it from here. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxu embraced him with tenderness. All right, from now on, I shall accompany you through it all. Chapter 62. Wealth does not last beyond 3 generations upon moving back. Song Yuhan's return filled Lin Yuxu with excitement that surpassed his own. While Song Yuhan indulged in a bath, Lin Yuxu busied himself with tidying the house, even changing the bed linens. That night, as they lay in bed, Song Yuhan inhaled the delightful scent of laundry detergent wafting from the sheets, unable to resist burying his face in the pillow to savor it a few more times. Home truly was a comfort. During his time in the dormitory, despite keeping the sheets immaculately clean, the basement's stagnant air was permeated by a musty odor, rendering his linens devoid of fragrance in no time. Lin Yuxu lay on his side, propping his head with one arm, gazing at Song Yuhan with a playful smile. Noting Song Yuhan's repeated attempts to sneak a whiff of the pillow, he couldn't help but tease. Do you enjoy it that much? Song Yuhan's cheeks flushed, and he obediently settled down. Not all. I'm just checking if you've washed it properly. Lin Yuxu chose not to expose him, instead playfully pinching his cheek, enjoying the softness before leaning in for a gentle kiss. Promise you won't ignore my calls in the future, Lin Yuxu said, wrapping his arms around him, resting his chin atop Song Yuhan's head. You nearly give me a heart attack every time. Do you realize that? That's a bit exaggerated, Song Yuhan weakly protested. It can't continue like this, Lin Yuxu said, adopting a more serious tone to ensure Song Yuhan understood. If you vanish again, my patience will wear thin, and I shall have to teach you a lesson. Song Yuhan internally resolved not to go missing again. He anticipated that the next time would be when the system assigned a task, and it would not be he who disappeared, but rather Lin Yuxu's unilateral decision to distance himself. By the way, Song Yuhan suddenly recalled something significant, lifting his face with curiosity. Whose Maybach is that? My father's. Song Yuhan swallowed hard, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over him. So you are. His gaze revealed a hint of envy. A second-generation rich kid? Third generation. Lin Yuxu corrected him. We've been affluent since my grandfather's time. Song Yuhan realized that Lin Yuxu's newfound wealth could not simply be attributed to his own labor. It was clear that a solid foundation had been laid long before him, just as the television dramas he often watched depicted. Those who do not strive earnestly may return to inherit vast fortunes. How enviable. It was no wonder Lin Yuxu stood as a formidable figure in the elite circles of Beijing. His advantages extended far beyond mere physical prowess. Regrettably, such privileges would forever remain beyond his reach. Overcome with jealousy, Song Yuan could not resist a jab at Lin Yuxu. I've heard that wealth does not last beyond 3 generations. Lin Yuxu paused, then burst into laughter. It's all right. As long as our generation isn't poor, it's sufficient. Besides, I have no intention of having children. Song Yuan was taken aback. What about adoption? In his previous life, he had contemplated this matter, especially given Lin Yuxu's immense wealth. It would be a shame for no heir to inherit it. He feared to broach the subject of children, concerned that Lin Yuxu might grow weary of him being male and cast him out of the opulent residence. Now it matters not. The tricky question has been posed to the protagonist. Do you wish for a child? Lin Yuxu misinterpreted Song Yuan's intent. If you desire one, we could indeed adopt. But let us agree beforehand that we shall hire a nanny to care for it, and you must sleep beside me at night. Song Yuan rolled his eyes, wondering who expressed a desire to adopt a child. How childish, still feeling jealous at this age. Lin Yuxu smiled, placing his hand on Song Yuan's lower abdomen, gently rubbing it. If it were your child, I would not feel jealous. He could sleep with us. Song Yuan retorted, you promised not to touch me for a month. Lin Yuxu exclaimed, if I had known, I would have said a week. This is truly unbearable. Lin Yuxu rubbed Song Yuan's belly a few times, finding solace in the gesture, before ceasing any further action and embracing him to sleep. Both Lin Yuxu and Song Yuan enjoyed a particularly restful slumber, especially Song Yuan, who felt an unusual sense of security, even dreaming of events from his past life. When Lin Yuxu awoke to change his clothes, he heard Song Yuan mumbling in his sleep. Curiosity piqued. He leaned closer to Song Yuan's ear, attempting to discern his words. Darling, I want pigeon eggs. Lin Yuxu froze momentarily. Pigeon eggs? Is he hungry? Without delay, Lin Yuxu hurried downstairs to a breakfast shop, purchasing a small bag of pigeon eggs, which he placed on the dining table. He then proceeded to kiss the corner of Song Yuan's mouth before heading to work at Lin Corporation. After lying at home for a week, Song Yuan could no longer remain idle and decided to take a stroll outside. Upon reaching the street, he suddenly found himself unsure of where to go. Initially, he had considered inviting Su Yuza for a meal, but for some reason, Su Yuza's demeanor towards him had grown cold, and he had not responded much on WeChat. As time passed, Song Yuan feared he might be imposing, thus refraining from reaching out. Perhaps he had grown to dislike him. Song Yuan sighed. Indeed, in his past life, despite his wealth, he had few friends, all of whom looked down upon his origins. The only friend who had been somewhat kind was Chun Xiangnan, who continued to visit him even after he became a vegetative state. Stopping in his tracks, Song Yuan's expression shifted to one of realization. Indeed. If Lin Yuxu had always been wealthy, then the similarly affluent Chun Xiangnan would likely have become friends with him by now. When he had relentlessly pursued Lin Yuxu in the past, he had pondered whether to pursue Chun Xiangnan as well. After all, one should not put all their eggs in one basket. Chun Xiangnan had always behaved too much like a straight man, seemingly oblivious to his flirtations. Soon enough, they had become good buddies, often spending time together gaming. Each time Lin Yuxu came to Chen's home to fetch him, he would be mercilessly tormented in the evenings, questioning whether he harbored feelings for Chun Xiangnan. Initially, Song Yuan had indeed felt something, but he dared not admit it, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. After being reborn, he had yet to think of Chun Xiangnan. Had it not been for Lin Yuxu's sudden wealth, he would probably still have forgotten this individual. He could not directly ask Lin Yuxu for Chun Xiangnan's contact information. What if they had not become friends yet? After a moment's hesitation, Song Yuan resolved to wander near Lin Corporation. It's best to meet my friend another time. He's going to pick up Lin Yuxu after work and then take him to the mall for shopping. University has already begun its winter break, and Lin Yuxu has been working at the Lin Corporation during this period. Song Yuan is quite curious about his salary, and Lin Yuxu candidly holds up 5 fingers. He initially assumes it to be 5,000, but Lin Yuxu shakes his head and reveals a shocking figure, 500,000. With such wealth, Lin Yuxu certainly feels the urge to indulge himself, purchasing everything he desires lest he miss the opportunity in the future. Chapter 63. Can I reward him? As Lin Yuxu exited the Lin Corporation, he spotted his beloved Anin standing by the roadside, kicking small pebbles while gazing downwards. He hurried over, removed his scarf, and wrapped it around Song Yuan's neck twice. Song Yuan's face flushed from the cold, and he looked up, beaming at Lin Yuxu. You finally came out. How did you get here? I'm so bored at home. I wanted to come and pick you up. Lin Yuxu's expression softened. You could have just come inside. There's a reception lounge on the first floor where you could sit. Never mind. I'm afraid your colleagues might see. Song Yuan also feared that Lin Yuxu's father might discover that his son was dating someone like him. Lin Yuxu grasped both of Song Yuan's hands, exhaled warmth into his palms, and lamented, Why didn't you send me a message? I could have come out earlier. Having stood there for quite some time, Song Yuan's hands remained cold despite his attempts to warm them. Darling, I'm hungry, he said, burrowing into Lin Yuxu's embrace with an innocent look. Take me to eat, please. I want to go to a nice restaurant. Is that all right? Lin Yuxu ruffled his hair and replied, All right, I'll take you for Japanese cuisine. Yay! This would be his first meal since his rebirth, and he intended to savor it thoroughly. At the Japanese restaurant, Lin Yuxu watched as Song Yuan devoured his food hastily and sighed in exasperation, pouring him a cup of hot tea. Don't eat so quickly. Have you forgotten the pain of overeating? Song Yuan's expression stiffened as he finally slowed his pace. It's so cold outside. Try to stay indoors as much as possible. Lin Yuxu advised. If you really want to go out, make sure to take a taxi. Don't skimp on that. He sensed that Song Yuan was becoming increasingly frugal, perhaps influenced by him. Also, you can come right in, Lin Yuxu continued. Just tell the front desk on the first floor my name, and they will take you to the guest lounge. Song Yuan nodded slowly, though he had no intention of entering the Lin Corporation. Lin Yuxu noticed a grain of rice stuck at the corner of Song Yuan's mouth and couldn't help but reach out to wipe it away, chuckling, little kitten. Thinking there was more, Song Yuan stuck out his tongue to lick it, but Lin Yuxu's hand had not moved away, causing their fingers to touch. Lin Yuxu's eyes darkened. Damn, just a few days until next month. I must hold back. Lin Yuxu was determined not to let Song Yuan feel the imbalance in their relationship. He restrained his own desires and refrained from touching Song Yuan's body. Yet, this little creature seemed blissfully unaware of his allure, continuously testing Lin Yuxu's resolve. He felt as though he was on the brink of madness. Finish this. Lin Yuxu carefully picked up a piece of tempura and endeavored to forget the sensations lingering on his fingertips. Was there anything else to consider? Just as Song Yuan was about to speak, a familiar voice unexpectedly broke the silence. What a coincidence! You are all dining here as well. Su Yuza had appeared by their table, smiling warmly at Song Yuan. Long time no see. Xiao and Song Yuan paused momentarily. Then his face brightened with joy. Brother Yuza, are you here to eat as well? He hastily set down his chopsticks, standing to engage in conversation with Su Yuza. Lin Yuxu's brow furrowed. His gaze towards Su Yuza tinged with irritation. How vexing. Every time Su Yuza appeared, Song Yuan's attention seemed to drift entirely away from him. Who is truly the husband here? He resolved to make Song Yuan cry from affection upon their return. Of course, this fleeting thought was merely a whim. If Song Yuan were to truly cry, it would be Lin Yuxu who would anxiously comfort him. I initially intended to dine here, Su Yuza said with a wry smile. But I was stood up and was preparing to eat elsewhere alone. Lin Yuxu clicked his tongue, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Who would dare stand up, young Master Su? In the face of Lin Yuxu's blatant provocation, Su Yuza retained his smile, his gaze landing on Lin Yuxu. Isn't young Master Lin one of those individuals? He remarked. No matter how I invite you, you remain unyielding. Song Yuan glanced at Su Yuza, then at Lin Yuxu. He seemed to grasp the underlying tension and quickly gestured towards his seat, smiling at Su Yuza. Brother Yuza, if you don't mind, why not join us? You could take my seat. That would be rather inappropriate. Not at all, please, you sit first. Song Yuan raised his hand to summon a waiter, instructing him to clear the place he had just occupied. Lin Yuxu's smug expression vanished in an instant, replaced by displeasure. I never stated I would treat him. I'll cover this meal. Song Yuan signaled Lin Yuxu with a glance, urging him not to be so petty. Lin Yuxu huffed, turning his face away in annoyance. Then I shall graciously comply. Su Yuza sat down in Song Yuan'an's seat. Song Yuan'an moved a chair from the adjacent table, situating himself at the side of their table. The space was cramped, with Song Yuan'an nearly pressed against the table. Lin Yuxu observed this and furrowed his brow even deeper. He could not comprehend why Song Yuan'an was so kind to Su Yuza. Was he not aware of Su Yuza's duplicity? However, since Song Yuan'an had made such a request, he did not want to embarrass him and suppressed his growing frustration. Let us switch to a 4-person table, Lin Yuxu suggested, preparing to signal the waiter, but Song Yuan'an placed a hand on his arm. There's no need. We can manage in this tight space. With so many patrons, it won't be easy to change tables. Su Yuza, wearing an apologetic expression, said, perhaps next time. Thank you for the invitation, but I think I will leave now. Please don't go. Song Yuan'an, fearing Su Yuza might depart, hurriedly thrust the menu into Su Yuza's hands. Take a look and order whatever you'd like. No need to be polite. Thank you. Su Yuza lowered his head, perusing the menu. Lin Yuxu, seeing Song Yuan'an appear quite uncomfortable, prepared to rise and swap seats with him. Song Yuan seemed to anticipate his movements, giving Lin Yuxu's calf a light kick. Stop fidgeting, he said irritably. It gives me a headache just watching you. Lin Yuxu retorted, he's going to drive me mad. Su Yuza called over the waiter and ordered a couple more dishes. That will suffice, he remarked. I typically eat lightly in the evening. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan immediately lavished praise on Su Yuza. No wonder Brother Yuza has such a fine physique. Lin Yuxu gritted his teeth. Have you seen it? Don't speak carelessly. Song Yuan shot Lin Yuxu a glare before rising from his seat and picking up his phone. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. He turned to Lin Yuxu. Please treat my guest well and do not bully him. Lin Yuxu crossed his arms and smirked, clearly unwilling to engage. After leaving the table, Song Yuan discreetly approached the cashier and settled the bill for their table. He glanced back at Lin Yuxu, bit his lip, and exited the restaurant, heading to the bus stop. Seated on the bench at the bus station, Song Yuan rubbed his eyes, his fingertips brushing against warm droplets. System, did you see that? He did remarkably well. Could you perhaps reward him? Chapter 64. You really are quite foolish. As soon as Song Yuan boarded the bus, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. It was Lin Yuxu calling. Startled, he quickly hung up and sent a text instead. Sorry. I suddenly have a bit of stomachache, so I took a taxi home. I've already settled the bill, so please don't waste my money. Finish your meal before returning. After sending the message, Lin Yuxu's replies flooded in. The barrage of notifications left Song Yuan feeling disoriented. And since using his phone on the bus made him queasy, he switched it to silent and leaned back to rest his eyes. This brief moment of rest turned into a deep slumber, and he nearly missed his stop. He awoke to the sight of familiar buildings outside the window, hurriedly scrambling to the rear door and calling for the driver to stop. Unsatisfied and still hungry, Song Yuan decided to stop by a convenience store for instant noodles. Sitting by the window, he slurped his noodles while checking his bank notifications. The dinner had cost him over 1,000, and he felt a pang of regret. He resolved to find an opportunity to get that money back from Lin Yuxu. At that moment, money was his only steadfast companion. Losing even a dime would cause him distress. After finishing his noodles, he strolled leisurely toward home. As he neared the entrance, he spotted Lin Yuxu stepping out of taxi. Lin Yuxu closed the car door and, seemingly sensing something, turned back, their gazes locking. Song Yuan felt a rush of anxiety, akin to being caught in a misdeed, as his muscles tensed. He nervously tugged at his shirt's hem, then forced a relaxed smile and raised his hand to greet Lin Yuxu. What coincidence, he said, half seriously. I got home and had a bout of diarrhea, then felt hungry, so I grabbed a bite at the convenience store. Lin Yuxu glanced at him with a cold expression, uttering not a word as he turned and walked towards the stairwell. Song Yuan's smile faltered, awkwardly retracting his hand, falling silent as he trailed behind Lin Yuxu. It had been a while since he had encountered Lin Yuxu's indifferent demeanor. This indeed brings back memories of his rebirth, when he persistently implored Lin Yuxu to take him in, and Lin Yuxu reluctantly acquiesced, striding ahead with an indifferent expression. Song Yuan dared not utter a word, fearful of inciting further ire from Lin Yuxu. Upon reaching the threshold of the house, Lin Yuxu switched on the light and turned to look at Song Yuhan. "You never returned home," Lin Yuxu remarked. "Why did you suddenly leave the restaurant?" Standing tall and imposing at the entrance, Lin Yuxu left Song Yuhan with no opportunity to slip inside. Could it be that he intended to expel him? Song Yuhan anxiously regarded Lin Yuxu, genuinely feeling unwell. "Where does it hurt?" Lin Yuxu inquired. Song Yuhan pointed aimlessly here. Lin Yuxu's gaze fell upon his abdomen, his expression still frosty. "Feeling unwell, are we? Then let us go to the hospital for a checkup." "It's already fine," Song Yuhan hastily replied. "I just needed to use the restroom." "Was there no restroom at the Japanese restaurant? Did you have to rush back to use mine?" Song Yuhan found himself rendered speechless by Lin Yuxu's retort, lowering his head as he nervously fiddled with the buttons on his clothing. "Have you struck some sort of deal with Suyuza?" Song Yuhan was taken aback, quickly shaking his head. "No, what kind of deal could I have with Brother Yuza? Don't think too much into it." Lin Yuxu's gaze was penetrating, as if attempting to see through him. "In fact, I sense something amiss since your birthday banquet. It appears you have been deliberately trying to bring us together." Lin Yuxu narrowed his eyes and spoke each word deliberately. "Song Yuhan, tell me honestly, have you been bought off by him?" Lin Yuxu rarely addressed him by his full name, indicating he was struggling to contain his anger. "I haven't." Song Yuhan opened his mouth to respond, considering how to explain the system's arrangement, setting aside whether Lin Yuxu would believe him. There was the risk of punishment from the system if he were to divulge any secrets. "Were you?" After pondering, Song Yuhan retrieved his phone and pulled up the chat history with Suyuza. "If you don't believe me, you could check my phone." Lin Yuxu lowered his gaze, fixing it upon Song Yuhan's cracked phone screen. Despite their improved living conditions, Song Yuhan still could not bring himself to replace the phone, enduring with this broken device. Lin Yuxu felt an inexplicable pang in his heart and averted his gaze. "Forget it. I won't pursue today's incident, but do not attempt to connect me with him again." Lin Yuxu's tone was laced with anger. "I detest such matters." Having said that, Lin Yuxu stepped aside from the doorway, changed his shoes, and retreated to the bathroom for a shower. Song Yuhan lingered at the entrance for a while, and only when someone passed in the hallway did he regain his composure and step inside, changing his shoes. Bowing his head to arrange his shoes neatly, he noticed 2 droplets of water on the tips, tears that had fallen from his eyes. "Lin Yuxu despises this," Song Yuhan murmured softly. As night fell, Song Yuhan dared not inch closer to Lin Yuxu, merely covering a small portion of himself with the blanket, leaving most of his body exposed to the cool air. "Are you trying to catch a cold?" Lin Yuxu suddenly spoke up. Song Yuhan had no choice but to shift inward, ensuring his abdomen was covered by the blanket. Lin Yuxu sighed in exasperation, turning to envelop him in an embrace. "No more next time." Lin Yuxu gritted his teeth and declared, "I was nearly driven to madness today." Upon hearing this, Song Yuan hastily inquired, "Did you have a quarrel with Brother Yuza?" "Do not mention his name again," came the sharp retort. Song Yuan pressed her lips tightly together. "Why do you persist in trying to bring him and me together?" Lin Yuxu paused momentarily, a shadow of gloom passing through his eyes. "Do you no longer have affection for me?" Song Yuan shook her head, yet simultaneously nodded. Lin Yuxu's brow furrowed tightly, his voice laced with evident anger. "What does it mean to shake your head and nod at the same time?" With timid eyes, Song Yuan met Lin Yuxu's gaze. "I am not worthy of you. I lack parents, education, and wealth." She confessed, "I only know how to please men in bed. I am not your destined partner. In short, there is no future for us." The absence of a declaration of dislike from Song Yuan eased Lin Yuxu's mood slightly. At least, her words posed no significant issue for him. "Where's the lack of future? I am not so narrow-minded as to regard family background as paramount. Besides, having wealth is sufficient. If both parties are affluent, how could one possibly exhaust their resources?" Song Yuan remained silent. She understood that the greatest obstacle was that he was not the protagonist. Forcing a relationship would lead only to a dead end. She had not forgotten the system's 10-year deadline. Once that time expired, she likely would not survive. Noticing Song Yuan's silence, Lin Yuxu assumed she had absorbed his words and leaned in to kiss her forehead. "I truly do not know how to handle you." Lin Yuxu sighed in exasperation. "If it were someone else, they would have seized the opportunity, seeking any means to benefit from me. Yet here you are, persistently pushing me toward others. Lin Yuxu pinched Song Yuan's soft cheek. You are truly foolish. Clearly, you harbor deep feelings yet still push me toward someone else. How could I have such a foolish wife? Chapter 65. He would not become infatuated. Lin Yuxu kissed Song Yuan's lips until they swelled. And only when she tearfully promised to cease her meddling did he relent, holding her in his embrace as they drifted into slumber. The following day, Song Yuan prepared to meet Lin Yuxu after work at the Lin Corporation. Just as she stepped out of the corridor, she spotted Su Yu's figure. Brother Yuza. Song Yuan jogged over, offering him a smile. What brings you here? As Su Yuza began to speak, his gaze fell upon Song Yuan's slightly swollen lips. It seems you were quite upset last night. He had not anticipated Song Yuan's sudden departure from the Japanese restaurant. At that moment, he had been discussing recent investment projects with Lin Yuxu, hoping to persuade the Lin Corporation to join the investment, thus ensuring the stocks would rise. Yet, Lin Yuxu's thoughts appeared to be elsewhere, frequently glancing into the distance, as if searching for Song Yuan. It was then that Su Yuza realized she had been gone for quite some time and suggested they check the restroom for her. Lin Yuxu did not respond. Standing up and leaving the table, returning with a dark expression, Song Yuan had run off. Su Yuza could not comprehend the reasoning behind Song Yuan's actions. But upon seeing Lin Yuxu's displeasure, he wisely chose to remain silent and refrain from further discussing the project. The meal became quite torturous, and unable to endure Lin Yuxu's demeanor any longer, Su Yuza excused himself and departed first. Su Yuza harbored a sense of grievance towards Song Yuan, perplexed by the latter's motives behind such antics. Was it a deliberate attempt to embarrass him? Though he felt a surge of anger, he maintained a composed facade, his smile perfectly measured. You left quite suddenly yesterday. I was a bit worried about you, so I made a special trip to see you. Upon hearing his words, Song Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, almost unable to lift his gaze. I'm fine, he replied apologetically. I should have informed you beforehand. I'm truly sorry for last night. It's all right. It was I who intruded upon your table, disrupting your enjoyment. Su Yuza reassured him. Not at all. Song Yuan quickly shook his head, taking Su Yuza's hand in his. I genuinely hope you all can become friends. Su Yuza did not withdraw his hand, gazing down at their intertwined fingers. Why is that? He inquired. You must have noticed that Lin Yuxu does not harbor any affection for me, he added. With time, he will come to like you, Song Yuan asserted confidently. After all, you two are the main characters. This is merely a phase of adversity, and you will undoubtedly end up together. Su Yuza offered a faint smile. I have no intention of seeking his affection. As long as he can broaden his perspective and choose to collaborate with the Su family, I would be quite content. Collaborate on what? Song Yuan blinked innocently, his expression somewhat endearing. Do you require my assistance? Su Yuza regarded him thoughtfully before shaking his head after a moment's pause. No need. He doubted Song Yuan could comprehend, given his lack of formal education, and feared that he might not grasp his words. I see. Song Yuan's eyes reflected a hint of regret. He had initially hoped to mend the rift with the protagonist. Where are you off to? Su Yuza shifted the conversation. I was going to pick up Lin Yuxu from work, Song Yuan began, but reconsidered, feeling that flaunting their affection before the protagonist would be inappropriate. Actually, I have no plans and was thinking of wandering about. May I accompany you? Su Yuza suggested. I have time as well. Sure, Song Yuan agreed. Su Yuza clasped Song Yuan's hand in return, frowning slightly. Aren't you wearing too little? Your hands are so cold. Since winter arrived, my hands and feet tend to get chilly, Song Yuza acknowledged, then gently pulled Song Yuan's hand into his pocket. Does this warm you up? Song Yuan looked surprised, his ears reddening as he hastily attempted to withdraw his hand. Are you unwilling, Shaolin? Su Yuza sighed. I apologize if I overstepped. I thought we were friends. Song Yuan paused, ceasing his struggle. Would you like to see a movie? Su Yuza asked, looking down at him. A new mystery film has just been released and is receiving high praise. Having not visited a cinema since his rebirth, Song Yuan, now with company, found it hard to resist. Sure, though it was initially Su Yuza's intention to treat, he found himself conceding to Song Yuan's enthusiasm, promising to invite him next time. Song Yuhan even hurried off to buy a large bucket of popcorn and 2 bottles of cola, exuberantly running back to Su Yuza. Concerned he might trip, Su Yuza quickly helped him carry the refreshments. This is quite a lot. We may not finish it all. That's all right. It's all about the ambience. Even if we can't finish it, I can take some home, Song Yuhan said, sampling a piece of popcorn. It's so sweet. You should try some. Su Yuza gazed longingly at the popcorn, reluctant to reach for it, fearing that his fingers would become sticky. Before he could voice his thoughts of letting you have it, Song Yuanan forcefully fed him a kernel. Isn't this a bit lacking in subtlety? Su Yuza remarked, his mouth already full, making it impolite to spit it out. He swallowed it instead. How is it? Song Yunan arched his brows at him. Is it tasty? It's decent, Su Yuza replied in a measured tone, his gaze lingering on the fingertips that had delivered the popcorn to him, as if he had felt a connection. Song Yunan noticed Su Yuza's gaze and, misinterpreting it as a concern over hygiene, quickly reassured him, I washed my hands before coming out, and I even used a wet napkin when I bought the popcorn. They're clean. Su Yuza had not considered that aspect, yet his eyes were drawn to Song Yunan's lips. Do you often do this with Lin Yu? Su Yuza posed, his voice taking on an unusual tone. I mean feeding popcorn? No, I mean kissing and being intimate. Su Yuza, though attracted to boys, had yet to engage in such experiences, primarily out of fear of complications and a disdain for those of lesser circumstances, which had left him single until now. Suddenly, he recalled the hotel room he had booked for Song Yunan. The cleaning staff had mentioned that the trash bin was filled with such items. If Lin Yu was so enamored, Song Yunan must possess an alluring charm. He couldn't help but wonder what the seemingly innocent Song Yunan might be like in bed. Yu Siye. Song Yunan called out to him, reminding him that it was time to enter. They should queue up. Su Yuza pulled himself back from his wandering thoughts, frowning at his own wayward imagination. He was different from Lin Yu. He wouldn't become infatuated with a mindless plaything. In this regard, he felt he surpassed Lin Yu considerably. All right, let us go in. Song Yunan nodded, but suddenly halted, his gaze fixed in a particular direction. Oh my, isn't that my good buddy Chen Xiangnan from my past life? Chapter 66. Stealing a glance, Chen Xiangnan was surrounded by several young men, all of whom regarded him with deference, speaking with their heads slightly bowed. Song Yunan stared at Chen Xiangnan's face for a long moment, and he could assert with absolute certainty that this was indeed his close friend from a previous life. During that time, while pursuing Lin Yu, his standards had been elevated by Lin Yu's expectations. Only those who were tall, handsome, and wealthy could be considered for his affections. Unlike Lin Yu's naturally sharp and proud appearance, Chen Xiangnan exuded a gentle and refined charm. Unfortunately, no matter how Song Yunan tried to present himself, Chen Xiangnan never viewed him in that light. Over time, they became friends, and Song Yunan approached Chen's family without reservation. In hindsight, it was a fortuitous friendship. Even when he later fell into a vegetative state, Chen Xiangnan continued to visit him daily, bringing beautiful red roses. Shaoan, what are you looking at? Su Jusing Guayif. Following Song Yunan's gaze. Soon, his eyes narrowed as they settled on Chen Xiangnan. Isn't that the sole heir of the Chen family? Once, the Chen family was blessed with 2 sons. However, tragedy struck when the younger son succumbed to an illness at the tender age of 8, despite prolonged attempts at treatment. Consequently, Chen Xiangnan emerged as the sole heir, reportedly having assumed control of the family business. The Chen family, much like the Lin family, represented a realm that Su Yuza found somewhat inaccessible. His aspirations to mingle in their elite social circles were thwarted, as he had been unable to secure invitations to the lavish soirees hosted by the Chen family, let alone forge a friendship with Chen Xiangnan. He had heard from acquaintances that Chen Xiangnan shared a close bond with Lin Yuxu. Initially, he had intended to request Lin Yuxu to introduce him to Chen Xiangnan, as he harbored a keen interest in a newly awarded project by the Chen family and yearned to be involved. Unfortunately, his relationship with Lin Yuxu was rather ordinary, leaving no opportunity to broach the subject of Chen Xiangnan. To his surprise, he encountered Chen Xiangnan here. However, as Su Yuza glanced at Song Yuhan's profile, he noted how intently Song Yuhan was fixated on Chen Xiangnan, his expression radiating unrestrained delight. Were they acquaintances? Yet, How could someone of Song Yuhan's standing have access to Chun Xiangnan? It seemed improbable that Lin Yuxu would introduce them, given his possessive nature towards Song Yuhan. Xiao, do you know him? Seducing Guayer directly. Song Yuhan was jolted back to reality by Su Yu's voice and quickly shook his head, smiling. No, I don't. Seduce froned, sensing deception. You've been staring at him. I thought he was a friend of yours. It's just a familiar face, Song Yuhan replied. Having experienced life and its harsh realities for some time now, he was no longer prone to hastily assuming kinship as he once did. Shall we proceed? Seduce suggestive. Draping his arm over Song Yuhan's shoulder, signaling the impending start. All right, Song Yuhan agreed, taking a couple of steps before feeling compelled to glance back. In that fleeting moment, his gaze met that of Chun Xiangnan's. Chun Xiangnan raised an eyebrow and offered a subtle smile. Song Yuhan thought he must have misjudged the situation, blinking. He looked again, but Chun Xiangnan had turned to engage in conversation with someone else, leading him to believe it was merely a figment of his imagination. Perhaps he was seeing things. Withdrawing his gaze, Song Yuhan followed Su Yuza into the screening room. Yet, at the moment Song Yuhan turned away, Chun Xiangnan cast another glance in his direction, his eyes glimmering with amusement. Isn't this Lin Yuxu's young lover? Why is he attending a movie with another man? Previously, all the exclusive clubs in the capital had rejected Song Yuhan, a situation orchestrated by Lin Yuxu. Hence, he had seen Song Yuhan's photograph, recognizing him as strikingly beautiful and charming, fitting the type he admired, thus imprinting him in his memory. Chun Xiangnan had inquired about the circumstances of Lin Yuxu's acquaintance with Song Yuhan and felt a twinge of regret for not having been present to witness it firsthand. Had he accompanied Lin Yuxu, he might have effortlessly gained such a lovely and endearing partner. Of course, this fleeting thought dissipated quickly. Chun Xiangnan was a man of principles. One must not covet a friend's wife, as it could lead to complications, while one should not violate the sanctity of a friend's spouse. It was certainly permissible to revel in the spectacle. It appeared that Lin Yuxu was on the verge of being cuckolded, and Chun Xiangnan could not afford to miss this captivating drama. Let us select another film. I find this one rather intriguing, Chun Xiangnan remarked, gesturing towards a movie poster where an employee was checking tickets. This group of friends had persuaded him for quite some time to join them for a film, and naturally, whatever Chun Xiangnan suggested would be accepted. They promptly purchased new tickets and excitedly queued to enter. Once inside the theater, Chun Xiangnan immediately spotted Song Yunan. A subtle smile graced his lips as he noted her position and then settled in the center of the back row. Initially unaware of Song Yunan's exact seating, he chose the last row as it increased his chances of seeing her. After sitting down, he quickly retrieved his phone and captured a photograph directed towards her. Old Lin, stop working. Your little boyfriend is being unfaithful, he sent. Within less than a minute, Lin Yuxu returned with a video call. Chun Xiangnan chuckled softly and promptly ended the call, then leisurely began typing. Chun Xiangnan, the show is about to begin. I have no time for a video chat. Lin Yuxu. Chun Xiangnan. 3. Lin Yuxu. Lin Yuxu. Keep a close watch on them. Chun Xiangnan. Are you truly feeling jealous? Lin Yuxu. I'm not jealous. I merely fear for Ainan's well-being. That person is two-faced and not a good individual. After reading Lin Yuxu's messages, Chun Xiangnan lifted his gaze towards the individual seated beside Song Yunan. He turned to his friend, pointing at Su Yu's location, and inquired, Do you recognize that person? His friend squinted in concentration for a moment before responding, That's Su Yuza. Do you know the Su Group? They made quite a fortune through financial investments last year. Chun Xiangnan shook his head with a smile, admitting he had not heard of them. Compared to his own company, they were indeed insignificant, so it was understandable that he was unaware. His friend immediately began to flatter him. Chun Xiangnan offered a faint smile, choosing not to speak further. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon Song Yunan. However, as the movie was about to commence, the lights in the theater suddenly dimmed. Regretfully, he averted his gaze and lowered his head to message Lin Yuxu. The lights are off. I can see nothing. If they engage in any inappropriate behavior, I will be unable to assist you. A few minutes later, he received a message from Lin Yuxu, short yet replete with jealousy. Which cinema are you at? Send me your location now. Chun Xiangnan sent his coordinates, followed by a light chuckle. He claimed not to be jealous. Yet it was evident that Lin Yuxu had transformed into an aged vinegar, the acidity nearly spilling from the screen. Chapter 67. Come play at my place. Song Yunan was engrossed in the film, holding a bucket of popcorn, entirely forgetting to eat. Meanwhile, Su Yuza found it rather dull. Unable to fathom how it had garnered such ratings, he could predict the ending from the very beginning. After yawning several times, he leaned back in his chair, preparing to doze off. It was only after a pivotal plot point passed that Song Yunan remembered the popcorn, hastily eating a couple of pieces before glancing at Su Yuza, intending to ask if he wanted some. However, upon noticing that Su Yuza had already closed his eyes, she swallowed her words. He retracted the arm closest to Su Yujie, allowing him to comfortably rest it on the armrest of the chair. For as long as the latter half of the film played, Su Yujie remained in slumber. It was not until the lights in the screening room illuminated that he opened his eyes, straightened his posture, and remarked to Song Yuan, "The film was quite enjoyable." Song Yuan paused, nodding in agreement with Su Yujie's sentiment. "Indeed, it was splendid. Let's go." Once Su Yujie noticed that the individuals beside them had mostly departed, he too rose to his feet, proclaiming, "I shall treat you to dinner." Song Yuan responded affirmatively, picking up the unfinished popcorn and cola. Upon noticing this, Su Yujie slightly furrowed his brow. "You may leave it here. The cleaning staff will take care of it." In truth, Song Yuan had intended to consume the snacks on the way, but knowing Su Yujie's perspective, she deemed it a nuisance. Furthermore, she would be riding in Su Yujie's car, and any spillage would likely incur his displeasure. After much hesitation, she reluctantly clutched the popcorn and discarded it into the trash bin at the entrance of the screening room. Her expression one of regret. "Let me treat you, Yujie," Song Yuan stated. "I left abruptly last night and feel somewhat guilty. I wish to make amends." Upon hearing this, Su Yujie smiled, replying, "You treated us to the movie today. Let me take care of the meal. Earning money is no easy feat. You should save it." Hearing the words, "earning money," Song Yuan lowered her gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. "It's not that difficult for me." In her view, it was exceedingly effortless, requiring minimal effort on her part. After exiting the screening room, they remained unaware of Chun Xiangnan trailing behind them. "What excuse should I concoct to keep them here?" Chun Xiangnan inquired of a few friends. "Lin Yuxu is utterly useless, trapped in a last-minute meeting and unable to join us for the time being. Perhaps I should go and invite them for drinks?" one friend suggested. Chun Xiangnan hesitated momentarily. "So direct?" "Indeed, that is typically how we initiate conversations," Chun Xiangnan replied. He doesn't wish to flirt. However, he dismissed the idea of drinks, fearing that it might intoxicate a certain someone's sensitive heart, provoking Lin Yuxu's ire. After a brief silence, Chun Xiangnan waved to his companions, stating, "I shall not join you for drinks. I have other matters to attend to." Without waiting for their agreement, he strode forward. "Xiaonan!" Chun Xiangnan called out to Song Yuan's retreating figure. Upon hearing the familiar name, Song Yuan abruptly halted, her neck stiff as she turned to look back. The gentle smile on Chun Xiangnan's face nearly caused her heart to skip a beat. How could he call her Xiaonan, just as in her previous life? Could he be experiencing a rebirth as well? Su Yujie also heard Chun Xiangnan's voice and turned to look, his eyes revealing a hint of intrigue. Song Yuan parted her lips, the surge of excitement rendering her momentarily speechless. "Where are you headed, Xiaonan?" Chun Xiangnan inquired. "Lin Yuxu asked me to find you," he added. Chun Xiangnan had always been indifferent to his friend's welfare, stating things bluntly, since he would not be the one to explain later. "Lin Yuxu?" Song Yuan asked curiously. "How does he know I am here?" "I told him," Chun Xiangnan replied candidly. Song Yuan nearly failed to process this, realizing it was akin to him reporting her whereabouts. Thankfully, she had nothing to hide regarding Su Yujie. Song Yuan paused, recalling Su Yuza beside him, and immediately suppressed the words related to reincarnation. He lifted his gaze to meet Su Yuza's eyes, an expression of apology evident within. "Brother Yuza, I cannot join you for dinner today. May I arrange another meeting next time?" A fleeting hint of displeasure flickered in Su Yuza's eyes, yet he responded with a gentle smile. "No worries, we can always reschedule. Please attend to your matters." Afterward, he turned to Chun Xiangnan and nodded in acknowledgement. "Mr. Chun, It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Su Yuza. Unlike Lin Yuxu's imposing demeanor, Qin Xiangnan maintained a polite, albeit somewhat distant attitude. He offered a light handshake with Su Yuza, saying hello. You are here to see Shaoan, correct? Su Yuza released his hand and glanced at Song Yuhan. I shall not intrude any longer. I will take my leave now. All right, drive safely. We shall arrange another dinner soon, Su Yuza replied, responding with a complex gaze towards the two before departing. Once Su Yuza exited, Song Yuhan hurriedly leaned closer to Qin Xiangnan, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Why do you call me Shaoan? You aren't from that side too, are you? Lin Yuxu calls you an in, so I thought it best to add a Shao to avoid provoking his jealousy. He can be quite unforgiving, Qin Xiangnan explained earnestly. Song Yuhan immediately felt deflated. So it was not about reincarnation after all. What difference does adding Shao make? It only invites further misunderstandings, he retorted. Qin Xiangnan suddenly realized the humor of the situation and burst into laughter. Shaoan is truly adorable. It seems you're more astute than old Lin. He hasn't even noticed. Such praise hardly brings joy, Song Yuhan replied. After Qin Xiangnan's laughter subsided, he composed himself and inquired, by the way, you mentioned coming from that side. What do you mean? Since it was not about reincarnation, Song Yuhan knew he must conceal his true identity. It's nothing, he deflected. Shifting the topic. What brings you here? Did Lin Yuxu send you to follow me? Qin Xiangnan shook his head. Of course not, even if he had such thoughts. He cannot persuade me. If Lin Yuxu didn't send you to follow me, why did you feel the need to report on me? Song Yuhan's eyes held a hint of reproach, recalling the lingering soreness of his lips. He would have to endure another kiss that evening. Apologies, I won't do it again, Qin Xiangnan said, feigning sincerity. Let me explain things to Lin Yuxu as compensation. Forget the explanation, Song Yuhan paused, feeling an undeniable longing for Qin Xiangnan's 100-square-meter game room. He recalled that in his previous life, the game room had been renovated early on, indicating it was likely available now. He hinted, I suddenly feel a strong desire to play some games. Qin Xiangnan, comprehending his suggestion, chuckled, come play in my house. We have game consoles, arcade machines, and racing simulators. Arriving at the Qin family villa, Song Yuhan gazed upon the familiar decor and furnishings, evoking a sense of homecoming after a long absence. Qin Xiangnan removed his coat and handed it to the butler who greeted them at the door. Please do take off your coat. The heating in the room is quite sufficient, and wearing a down jacket will surely make you feel excessively warm. Song Yuan nodded in agreement, shedding his down jacket and handing it to the maid. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Both the maid and Qin Xiangnan paused momentarily. How did you know her surname is Lu? A sense of panic surged within Song Yuan. In his previous life, he frequently visited the Qin household, and Aunt Lu always greeted him. The recognition of her face slipped from his lips unconsciously. Song Yuan hesitated, scrambling for a vague excuse. You just mentioned it. I did, Qin Xiangnan replied, suspicion lacing his tone. Aunt Lu shook her head, indicating she had not heard anything. Indeed, you did, Song Yuan asserted, raising his voice slightly. Qin Xiangnan chose not to pursue the matter further, but a seed of doubt had been planted in his mind regarding Song Yuan. Would you care for something to drink? Qin Xiangnan inquired, observing Song Yuan's expression. Would you prefer it hot or cold? Hot, I suppose. How about some hot milk tea? That sounds good. Qin Xiangnan instructed the maid to prepare a warm beverage, and then led Song Yuan to the game room on the second floor. Although Song Yuan was aware of the game room's location, he had narrowly avoided revealing too much about himself moments earlier, and thus followed Qin Xiangnan closely, cautious of any further peculiar behavior. The game room's decor was reminiscent of his past life, yet the equipment bore a hint of nostalgia, resembling an arcade found in a shopping mall. You can play whatever you like, Qin Xiangnan said. After surveying the room, Song Yuan selected a racing simulation game. Qin Xiangnan explained the controls, and once Song Yuan was engaged in gameplay, he stepped to the window to call Lin Yuxu. As soon as the call connected, Lin Yuxu's anxious voice came through. What's the situation? Where are they now? The sounds of honking cars echoed from the other end, suggesting they were already en route. No need to rush, Qin Xiangnan replied, glancing at Song Yuan, who was immersed in the game. Yes, at my house. Your house. Lin Yuxu paused, bewildered. How did he suddenly end up there? Qin Xiangnan sighed. It's a long story. I brought him over. It's far better than letting him go with that person. Lin Yuxu found some logic in this. After years of friendship, he deemed Chen Xiangnan trustworthy. Just don't bully him, Lin Yuxu warned. I'll be there soon. No need to hurry over, Chen Xiangnan chuckled. He is having a great time. If you show up suddenly, he might lose interest in playing. Be careful not to scare him away. Just don't mistreat him. I'll come to pick him up at 8, Lin Yuxu instructed. He can be quite picky with food, so prepare a few extra drumsticks. After hanging up, Chen Xiangnan couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was the first time he had seen Lin Yuxu in such a flustered state after knowing him for so long. Yet, shortly thereafter, he pondered Lin Yuxu's family circumstances and let out a slight sigh. To achieve a successful outcome, there may be some challenges ahead. Song Yuan played several games until his back began to ache, only then realizing the sky outside had darkened. He suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Oh no, I'm in deep trouble. Lin Yuxu is going to scold me." Having not returned home at this late hour, nor sent a message to Lin Yuxu, he anticipated his friend's annoyance. "I've already informed Lin Yuxu that you are at my house." Chen Xiangnan continued to manipulate the game controller with a leisurely demeanor, stating, "He will arrive to pick you up at 8. There's still nearly an hour left." "When did you say that?" Song Yuhan inquired, his eyes wide with surprise. "While you were engrossed in a racing game, I called him." Song Yuhan, feeling somewhat shy, scratched his head, admitting he had been too absorbed to notice. As the screen displayed a successful completion, Chen Xiangnan set the controller aside. "Are you hungry? Shall we have dinner together?" "That would be rather inappropriate," Song Yuhan replied, remembering that they were not yet well acquainted. "It's perfectly fine. You are Lin Yuxu's boyfriend, which makes you a friend of mine as well. There is no need to be so formal with me." Upon hearing this, Song Yuhan's gaze dimmed. Noticing the change in his mood, Chen Xiangnan asked, "What's wrong?" Song Yuhan forced a smile. "I think I'll just step into the restroom for a moment." "All right, I will wait for you in the dining area," Chen Xiangnan said. In the restroom, Song Yuhan turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on his face. He looked into the mirror, adopting a serious expression, and spoke deliberately. "That is not yours. Do not be disheartened." After repeating this several times, he finally smiled and exited the restroom, following Lin Yuxu's instructions. Chen Xiangnan had the kitchen prepare cola chicken legs. Upon seeing them, Song Yuhan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly devoured 2 chicken legs without hesitation. Chen Xiangnan watched him with a smile, initially believing Song Yuhan's pickiness stemmed from a preference for gourmet delicacies. Yet, Song Yuhan only took chicken legs and ribs, largely ignoring everything else. "He is quite easy to please," Chen Xiangnan mused, wishing he could care for someone like him. "I'm quite curious about something." Chen Xiangnan set down his utensils and suddenly asked, "How did you end up with old Lin? He has such a dreadful temper. You must have endured quite a bit of hardship." "Indeed, he can be a bit difficult," Song Yuhan agreed, "but he treats me quite well. I had nowhere to go at the time, and he took me in." Chen Xiangnan chuckled softly, thinking he would have done the same. He pondered when he might have the chance to find someone like that himself. "How did you end up watching a movie with that person today?" Chen Xiangnan inquired further. "Are you friends?" Song Yuhan nodded. "I can introduce you to each other sometime, if you wish to match the protagonist and the supporting character. As the friend of the protagonist, you must also know the supporting character. We shook hands, so I suppose that counts as knowing each other." Chen Xiangnan's tone revealed a clear reluctance. "I don't particularly enjoy making friends based on mutual benefits." Song Yuhan blinked in surprise, about to defend Su Yuza, when footsteps suddenly approached from behind. "Old Lin, you're quite punctual," Chen Xiangnan remarked, glancing at his watch, which read exactly 8 o'clock. "Less chit-chat," Lin Yuxu retorted with a glare, then reached out to pinch the nape of Song Yuhan's neck, asking, "Have you eaten enough?" "We just started," Chen Xiangnan replied. Looking at the servant beside him, "Please fetch the utensils for young Master Lin." "Yes, sir." Lin Yuxu made no objection, sitting down next to Song Yuhan. He observed Song Yuhan, still holding an unfinished chicken leg, feeling both exasperated and amused. "You really believe he is my friend, just because I said so?" Lin Yuxu teased, pinching Song Yuhan's soft cheek. "What if he were a human trafficker? Hey, if you have something negative to say, can't you wait until we're outside?" Chen Xiangnan rolled his eyes, saying, "Where can you find a human trafficker as handsome as me?" Lin Yuxu completely ignored him, his gaze fixed on Song Yuan. Chun Xiangnan remarked, "All right, he is merely a gigantic light bulb." Chapter 69. I do not like women. After the two had their fill, it was time to return. Chun Xiangnan accompanied them to the door, where Lin Yuxu turned back to him. "Thank you for today." Chun Xiangnan nodded at Lin Yuxu and then looked at Song Yuan. "Feel free to come over any time you want to play games. Just have Lin Yuxu pass my WeChat to you. And let me know before you come, so I can pick you up." Lin Yuxu's expression immediately turned vigilant. "What are you planning?" Chun Xiangnan met his gaze and chuckled. "Seriously? You're even wary of me? You're behaving like an unreasonable, jealous husband. Xiao Anan won't be able to handle you." Song Yuan interjected. "Don't direct the fire at him." He promptly took Lin Yuxu's hand, speaking softly, "I'm tired. Let us head back." Chun Xiangnan's eyes betrayed a hint of envy. So obedient. Lin Yuxu quickly blocked Chun Xiangnan's gaze and held Song Yuan's hand in return. "All right, let's go home." Chun Xiangnan watched them leave, a resigned smile forming on his lips. It was no wonder Lin Yuxu was so infatuated. Were he in the same position, he would likely be equally possessive. Upon returning home, Lin Yuxu assisted Song Yuan in removing his coat and knelt down to help him change his shoes. Song Yuan looked down at Lin Yuxu, unease creeping into his voice. "Aren't you angry?" Lin Yuxu paused, meeting Song Yuan's gaze. "Why would I be angry? Have you done something to wrong me?" Song Yuan quickly shook his head no. "Then I'm not angry," Lin Yuxu replied, slipping slippers on his Song Yuan's feet. He then stood up and kissed Song Yuan's cheek. "But you must let me know, or I'll worry if I can't find you." "I understand. Go take a shower. After playing games for so long, you must be tired. Get some rest early." As Song Yuan retrieved his pajamas from the wardrobe, he suddenly remembered something and walked back to Lin Yuxu. "What's wrong?" Song Yuan hesitated. "I want Chun Xiangnan's WeChat. His game room is really fun." Lin Yuxu couldn't help but chuckle, pulling out his phone to share Chun Xiangnan's WeChat. Compared to the duplicitous Su Yuza, he trusted Chun Xiangnan more. Having Chun Xiangnan around would ease his worries about Su Yuza potentially doing something to Song Yuan at the company. "When you go, just let me know, and I'll pick you up from Chen's after work." Song Yuan joyfully pecked Lin Yuxu on the lips. "Thank you, darling." After Song Yuan turned to head to the bathroom, Lin Yuxu glanced at the calendar on his phone with a frown. "Just a few more days, I can endure." He cursed inwardly, vowing never to impose such time constraints on himself again, as it only brought him hardship. After adding Chun Xiangnan on WeChat, Song Yuan frequently visited Chen's house. He was relieved to find that Chun Xiangnan was much the same as in his previous life, treating him exceptionally well, never expressing any grievances regardless of how long he played games. One afternoon, feeling exhausted, Song Yuan sat on the lazy sofa, enjoying the snacks prepared by the servants. Chun Xiangnan was absorbed in his phone, seemingly engrossed in work, his brow furrowed in concentration. Once he had managed his tasks, he lifted his cup to sip water. Song Yuan had just finished a small cake, licking the cream off his fingers. He raised his gaze to Chun Xiangnan and curiously inquired, "Xiangnan, what type of girl do you like?" Chun Xiangnan choked on his water, coughing as he patted his chest. "When did I ever say I like girls?" he stammered, his cheeks flushing crimson. Song Yuan tilted his head in confusion. "Isn't that so?" "Of course not." Chun Xiangnan finally regained his composure, setting down his cup. "I don't like women." "You prefer men?" Song Yuan exclaimed, taken aback. "Indeed," Chun Xiangnan replied, casting a wistful glance at Song Yuan's face. "I like those who are handsome and possess a good character." Song Yuan's eyes widened in realization. Isn't that exactly describing Su Yuza? It suddenly made sense why Su Yuza had so persistently tried to sow discord between Chun Xiangnan and himself. Yet Chun remained unfazed. Oh dear, how awkward, he thought, feeling like a foolish jester. Was the system really assigning such a friend to the protagonist merely to contest for the protagonist's affection later, turning Chun Xiangnan into a mere pawn? That simply could not be. Chun Xiangnan had treated him so kindly. He could not bear to see him become a supporting character. Perhaps out of shared empathy, Song Yuan's gaze towards Chun Xiangnan softened with compassion and warmth. Just then, recalling Su Yuza, Song Yuan's phone on the table vibrated, revealing a message from him. He picked up his phone and opened the WeChat message. "Xiaoan, are you free today? I'd like to treat you to a meal." Su Yuza rarely initiated contact, so this unexpected message likely indicated he needed a favor. Song Yuanon promptly replied, "Yes, where shall we meet?" "At the restaurant near university. It's been ages since we last went." "All right, I'll be there in half an hour." Song Yuanon swiftly got to his feet, and Qin Xiangnan looked up at him. "Are you heading out?" he asked. "Yes," Song Yuanon replied, noticing the scarf Lin Yuxu had bought for him draped beside the lazy couch. He picked it up and wrapped it around his neck. "I had a wonderful time today. May I come see you again tomorrow?" "Certainly, just come over." "I'll be home." Song Yuanon scrutinized Qin Xiangnan's face and posed a profound question. "Don't you have to go to work?" He suddenly realized that, whether in this life or the past, Qin Xiangnan rarely visited the office. Qin Xiangnan smiled lightly. "Not at all. I only go to the office when crucial decisions must be made." "Wow, you're even more impressive than Lin Yuxu. He has to go to work every day. It looks so burdensome." Qin Xiangnan couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling Song Yuanon's hair. "Don't say such things to Lin Yuxu. He might get jealous." Song Yuanon did not believe Lin Yuxu would feel jealousy, as there was nothing between him and Qin Xiangnan. Qin would never be interested in someone as mundane as him. "I'll be off now. See you tomorrow." "All right, be careful on your way." Song Yuanon hurriedly made his way to the restaurant, scanning the surroundings until he spotted Su Yuza. "Yuza." Song Yuanon waved his arm in greeting. Su Yuza smiled softly and nodded at him. "Have you been waiting long?" Song Yuanon replied apologetically, "It's the weekend, and the traffic was a bit congested." "Did you drive here?" "No, I took the bus." Su Yuza froned slightly, logically. Song Yuanon should have made a considerable amount from Lin Yuxu, so why did he still insist on taking the bus? "Brother Yuza, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Su Yuza came back to his senses and nodded slightly. "Yes, I would like to get to know Qin Xiangnan." Chapter 70. Are you still brothers? As Song Yuanon reached for the lemonade on the table, Su Yuza's words froze his hand in midair, his expression one of surprise. "You want to meet Brother Xiangnan?" Su Yuza's expression shifted slightly, revealing a trace of barely noticeable disdain in his eyes. "Brother Xiangnan? Just a moment ago, you claimed not to know him, and now you're calling him brother." "Indeed, Su Yuza mantanda yentelismaid. There are some matters I need to discuss with him." "What matters?" Song Yuanon inquired further. Su Yuza gazed into Song Yuanon's face. "It's something work-related, and I'm not quite sure how to explain it to you." Song Yuanon nodded, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. After all, even if he tried to explain, he wouldn't fully comprehend it. "However, I've only just met him," Song Yuanon added, looking somewhat troubled. "I'm not certain if he would be willing." In truth, even without Su Yuza's prompting, Song Yuanon had previously mentioned Su Yuza to Qin Xiangnan, expressing a desire to introduce them. Yet, Qin Xiangnan seemed reluctant to make new friends, finding excuses to decline. Then, realizing that Qin Xiangnan might be a mere supporting character, Song Yuanon, who valued this friendship, did not wish him to end up like himself, and thus refrained from bringing up Su Yuza again. Naturally, Song Yuanon could not disclose to Su Yuza that Qin Xiangnan was uninterested in meeting him, fearing it would embarrass Su Yuza. "I'll ask him when the time comes," Song Yuanon said vaguely. "If I have any news, I will inform you." The smile on Su Yuza's lips faded slightly as he sensed Song Yuanon's reluctance. If an introduction were truly intended, he could easily message Qin Xiangnan right now, rather than saying he would ask later. Su Yuza's enthusiasm waned immediately. His lips pressed downwards, and his expression turned somewhat indifferent. Even though his mood had soured, he maintained his composure and dignity. He picked up the menu and handed it to Song Yuanon. "Shaoan, take a look at what you would like to eat." Song Yuanon quickly accepted the menu with both hands, browsing through it before selecting two of his favorite dishes. Su Yuza had little appetite and ordered only a salad. "How have you and Lin Yuxu been recently?" Su Yuza suddenly inquired. The mere mention of Lin Yuxu in front of Su Yuza made Song Yuanon feel uneasy, as if he had stolen something that belonged to the other, engulfed in shame. "It's going well," Song Yuanon replied cautiously, glancing at Su Yuza. "My brother has been quite caring towards me. Once I stabilize, I plan to move out on my own." "Do you still consider yourselves brothers?" Su Yuza playfully twirled his utensils, smiling as he said, "Shaoan, we are all adults. You need not conceal anything from me." Song Yuanon discerned the underlying meaning in Su Yuza's words, and her cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. As she stumbled through her speech, she realized their interaction was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Su Yuza, taken aback for a moment, gazed at her with a complex expression, remarking, "I assumed you intended to marry him in the future." Quickly, Song Yuanan shook her head, exclaiming, "No, I dare not even entertain such thoughts." Su Yuze, perplexed by her hasty denial, considered that even if there were such intentions, it would be entirely natural. Given Song Yuanan's background, marrying Lin Yuxu would undoubtedly elevate her social standing, a prospect not easily dismissed. Perhaps she feared that Lin Yuxu might perceive her as overly materialistic, prompting her to conceal her ambitions for the time being. "I can understand your position," Su Yu's mused, idly toying with his salad fork, though he knew that gaining entry into the Lin family would not be a simple endeavor. From what he had gathered, Lin Yuxu's father held exceedingly high standards for his future daughter-in-law. Song Yuanan was well aware of this reality. "I have never considered marrying into that family," she replied, her tone laced with conviction. Su Yuza, still skeptical, set down his fork and took her hand in his. "Shaolin, you must plan for your future. If financial support is available, do not hesitate to secure as much as you can. That way, even if Lin Yuxu marries someone else, you will not be left with nothing." Song Yuanan smiled in gratitude. "Thank you, Yuza-ge, I will remember your advice." Su Yuza gently squeezed her hand, the smoothness of her skin causing him to furrow his brow. No wonder Lin Yuxu was so infatuated with her. Her delicate hands were almost ethereal, invoking an irresistible urge to touch them. As he discreetly appraised her figure, he realized that although she came from humble beginnings, fate had bestowed upon her a striking appearance, allowing her to leverage her physical attributes for gain. Upon reflection, one could argue that fate is indeed impartial. After finishing their meal, Song Yuanan accompanied Su Yuza out of the restaurant. "Do you need a ride?" he inquired. She shook her head. "No, thank you. I am on my way to pick up Lin Yuxu from work." "Very well. I shall take my leave then," he replied. "Wait," she said, grasping the hem of his shirt. Su Yuza turned back, questioning, "What is it? Do you look down on me?" Su Yuza's expression faltered for a moment, but then he offered a gentle smile and ruffled her hair. "Not at all, Shaolin. You are merely striving to survive, and I can empathize with your situation. However, do take care of yourself." Tears welled in Song Yuanan's eyes as she embraced Su Yuza. "Thank you. If she could just wait a little longer, she would return Lin Yuxu to Su Yuza. She owed him that much, having avoided the matchmaker's fee." Upon arriving at the entrance of the Lin group, Song Yuanan spotted Lin Yuxu exiting the building, their eyes meeting in a moment of connection. "Lin Yuxu, I am here to pick you up," she called, waving her arm. Lin Yuxu's lips curled into a smile as he quickly approached her, enveloping her in his embrace. "You must be cold," he remarked, taking her frigid hands and placing them against his neck for warmth. "Why weren't you at the Chun residence playing games? I thought you would take longer to finish. I plan to pick you up at 8. Recently, Song Yuanan had frequently visited the Chun household, a habit Lin Yuxu had tacitly accepted, arriving promptly at 8 each evening to escort her home. "I suddenly found myself missing you," he confessed, his eyes softening. Song Yuantian buried his face in his chest, feeling bashful as he said, "So I came to find you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxu's spirits brightened. He wrapped his arms around Song Yuantian as they strolled towards the roadside. "And in a couple of days, I plan to buy a car. From now on, we won't need to take taxis anymore. How about I register the car in your name?" Song Yuantian halted in surprise, exclaiming, "You want to give me a car?" "Indeed," Lin Yuxu replied thoughtfully, "but have you ever obtained a driver's license?" "No." Song Yuantian shook his head. "I can't afford the lessons." "Not to worry, I'll enroll you." "You should learn," Lin Yuxu said, pinching Song Yuantian's cheek with an affectionate gaze. "Once you acquire your license, you'll be able to drive around and enjoy the breeze. It'll be quite cool." He encouraged him purposely, fearing that Song Yuantian might doubt his own abilities. This decision stemmed from Chun Xiangnan's recent conversations with Lin Yuxu, where he mentioned that Song Yuantian was particularly fond of racing simulation games and often expressed a desire for a car. Thus, Lin Yuxu resolved to purchase a vehicle specifically for Song Yuantian. "Really?" Song Yuantian exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together. "That would surely captivate many people." Lin Yuxu thought to himself, is it too late to retract my words? Chapter 71. No one wants me the following day. Song Yuantian took the money Lin Yuxu had given him to enroll at a driving school. In his previous life, he had also wished to learn how to drive. But Lin Yuxu's possessiveness was overwhelming. He feared that Song Yuantian might be taken advantage of at the driving school and was concerned about his safety while driving. So he had hired a driver to handle his transportation. Ironically, despite Lin Yuxu's diligent protection, Song Yuantian still encountered a car accident that left him as in a immobile vegetative state. Aware that the accident was orchestrated by the system, he harbored no trauma. He was particularly earnest. After the theory class concluded, he gathered a stack of books and studied in a cafe. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he would take a picture and send it to Lin Yuxu. Lin Yuxu was incredibly patient, meticulously explaining even the simplest of questions that Song Yuantian posed. Understanding that Song Yuantian had not received much formal education and lacked even basic knowledge, he refrained from being overly critical, lest it undermine his confidence. As Song Yuantian held his phone, snapping pictures of the book's contents, he suddenly heard Chun Xiaonan's voice. Xiaonan, what are you studying so diligently? Startled, Song Yuantian paused and looked up, revealing a smile. Xiaonan Ge, are you here for coffee too? Chun Xiaonan grinned, but did not respond. In reality, he had inquired with Lin Yuxu and flattered him extensively to discover the whereabouts of Song Yuantian's cafe. Yes, I came for coffee as well. Chun Xiaonan settled directly across from Song Yuantian, picking up one of the books on the table. Are you planning to take the driving test? Song Yuantian set down his phone, his expression shy as he replied, Yes, I'm just giving it a try. If I don't pass, that's okay. Xiaonan, you are so intelligent. You always come in first in racing games. You'll surely pass, Chun Xiaonan praised, causing Song Yuantian's heart to flutter. Once I obtain my license, how about I treat you to a meal? Sure, Chun Xiaonan joked, in anticipation of that meal. I will definitely offer prayers on the day of your exam to ensure your success. Song Yuantian has always been fond of friends like Chun Xiaonan, generously lavishing praise upon him. When the topic of friend arose, Song Yuantian suddenly recalled Su Yuza. He tidied up his books, making space for Chun Xiaonan to place his coffee. Xiaonan, would you like to meet Yuza? He asked, eager to befriend you. Yuza? Chun Xiaonan had long forgotten about Su Yuza. Taking a moment to recollect, you mean the one you went to the movies with before? Yes, Song Yuantian nodded. He's a genuinely nice person. When I had no money for meals, he often treated me. It would be beneficial for you to know him. Expanding your circle of friends is always advantageous. But do not fall for Su Yuza. The main characters are not meant for those like us. Chun Xiaonan observed the earnestness in Song Yuantian's eyes. All right, when I have a free moment, I will meet him. Song Yuantian's face brightened. Xiaonan, would you like some cake? It's on me. Chun Xiaonan shook his head and then asked, do you care for this Yuza? Not exactly care. Song Yuantian struggled to articulate. I just feel indebted to him. I wish to help him occasionally. But if I meet him, the debt you owe will shift to me, Chun Xiaonan remarked, his tone darkening slightly. What should we do then? Song Yuantian had not considered such implications and tentatively suggested, what if I treat you to a few more meals? What does that matter? Chun Xiaonan chuckled. You've dined plenty at the Chun residence. Upon noticing Song Yuantian's flustered expression, Chun Xiaonan ceased his teasing and adopted a serious demeanor. As long as you remember me as a friend, that is sufficient. In the future, no matter what challenges you face, I hope you will think of me first. All right. Knowing that Song Yuantian often studied at this cafe, Chun Xiaonan frequently visited him, even helping him with his studies. Over time, Song Yuantian found himself asking Lin Yuxu fewer questions on WeChat. This irked Lin Yuxu, who made Song Yuantian endure a rather torturous evening to alleviate his jealousy. After catching sight of several love bites on Song Yuantian's neck, Chun Xiaonan sighed, his tone tinged with envy. Lin Yuxu is fortunate. Even a brick can lead one to a spouse. When will I have such luck? Song Yuantian set down his book and replied earnestly, there are many like me in the establishment. Song Yuantian would rather Chun Xiaonan take care of a young partner than see him fall for Su Yuza, as he believed it would lead to an unfavorable outcome. The establishment? Chun Xiaonan was instantly intrigued. I heard from old Lin that you want to work at a club? Yes, but I'm too unattractive. No one would want me, Song Yuantian confessed. Chun Xiangnan hesitated, nearly discarding his loyalty to Lin Yuxu, on the verge of revealing everything. However, as he too was partly to blame, he refrained from speaking further, wanting to avoid any resentment from Song Yuantian. Why do you wish to work there? Quick money. Song Yuantian answered candidly. Chun Xiangnan was taken aback by his forthrightness, standing in stunned silence, uncertain how to respond. He had once heard Lin Yu recount that Song Yuanan was an orphan, leading a life filled with hardship. Fortunately, he encountered old Lin. Chun Xiangnan expressed his concerns about him returning, emphasizing the club is not a place worth visiting. Too many have fallen ill there, ruining their lives. Song Yuanan remained silent, fully aware of the consequences from his past life. By the way, why not ask that you say? Chun Xiangnan shifted the conversation. I happen to be free tonight. Let's invite him for dinner. Sounds good. Song Yuanan quickly messaged Su Yuza. Within half an hour, Su Yuza arrived at the cafe. He did not spare a glance at Song Yuanan, striding directly to Chun Xiangnan and extending his hand. Young Master Chun, I greatly appreciate your invitation to dine together. Chun Xiangnan glanced at his hand, but did not reciprocate, his tone cool as he replied, no need for such formality. We are peers, so let us keep it natural. Su Yuza awkwardly withdrew his hand and turned his gaze to Song Yuanan. Shaoan, what are you studying? I'm preparing to take my driving test. Su Yuza merely asked out of casual interest, quickly returning his focus to Chun Xiangnan. Young Master Chun, let me treat tonight. I know a place. Chun Xiangnan interrupted him. No need. I've already made a reservation. Standing, he picked up the book that Song Yuanan had left on the table. Shaoan, let us go. Chun Xiaonan's eyes were solely on Song Yuanan, his tone softening slightly. After studying for so long, you must be starving. I'll order you a big chicken leg. Chapter 72. You are fortunate that's not necessary. You two enjoy yourselves. Song Yuanan attempted to retrieve his book, but Chun Xiangnan, utilizing his height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, held the book out of reach. Shaoan, this is your gathering. Chun Xiangnan winked. If you don't go, I won't go either. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to join. Song Yuanan glanced at Su Yuza before addressing Chun Xiangnan. I thought it was agreed that you two would dine together. What is inappropriate about it? Chun Xiangnan turned to Su Yuza, his expression becoming slightly distant. Do you mind? Su Yuza forced a smile. Not at all. It was no wonder he could befriend Lin Yu. He was not the easiest person to get along with. It appeared that a collaboration would be difficult to discuss tonight. See, your brother Yuza has no objections, so let us go together. Chun Xiangnan draped his arm around Song Yuanan's shoulders and led him forward. Text old Lin to let him know. After you've eaten, have him come to pick you up. With the matter settled, Song Yuanan had no choice but to comply. All right. Su Yuza trailed behind them, observing their figures with a contemplative expression. He couldn't shake the feeling that Chun Xiangnan's demeanor towards Song Yuanan was peculiar, excessively kind, almost too much for mere friends. Su Yuza assumed the restaurant chosen by Chun Xiangnan would be a high-end establishment catering to the elite. However, when his car followed Chun Xiangnan's to a modest eatery, his brows furrowed slightly. Setting aside the question of the food quality, the place was exceedingly noisy. One would have to raise their voice just to converse. Hadn't Song Yuanan informed Chun Xiangnan that he had important business to discuss? After the car came to a halt, Su Yuza alighted and followed the two individuals. Are we dining here? Su Yuza's expression revealed a hint of reluctance. Indeed, Chun Xiangnan nodded and then turned to Song Yuan beside him. Anin, the chicken pot at this place is exceptionally delectable, fragrant, and pairs wonderfully with rice. Really? Song Yuan's eyes lit up, and he swallowed hard. Then I would like to have some. Of course, I shall order for you, Chun Xiangnan said, playfully tapping the bridge of his nose. At this moment, Su Yuza began to understand the situation. Chun Xiangnan had deliberately chosen this restaurant to cater to Song Yuan's tastes. Although it was framed as a connection for him, it felt more like he was merely a supporting character. Su Yuza pursed his lips and stepped forward. After placing the order for Song Yuan, Chun Xiangnan handed the menu to Su Yuza with a polite smile. Mr. Su, please have a look and see what you would like. Su Yuza shook his head, declining. No need, this is sufficient. Chun Xiangnan did not press further, handing the menu to the waiter before picking up the teapot to warm the utensils for Song Yuan. Su Yuza quietly observed Chun Xiangnan's actions, unable to fathom how the scion of the Chun family could exhibit such down-to-earth behavior. It was reminiscent of Lin Yuxu. When he first approached Lin Yuxu, he had often questioned whether Lin Yuxu was truly the heir of the Lin group. Suddenly, Song Yuan stood up, intending to fetch the utensils in front of Su Yuza. "Yuza go, let me help you wash these." Noticing Chun Xiangnan's gaze shift towards him, Su Yuza curved his lips into a slight smile. "There's no need. I can manage myself." He took a paper towel, dampened it with tea, and lightly wiped the chopsticks. The dishes did not align with his palate. He planned to eat only a small portion to avoid appearing impolite. As Su Yuza had anticipated, the restaurant was indeed quite noisy. He adjusted his chair to lean a bit closer to Chun Xiangnan. "Young Master Chun, I heard that your family recently won a new project. May I inquire whether you are considering collaborating with other enterprises?" Chun Xiangnan shot Su Yuza a glance. "Are you interested?" Su Yuza nodded eagerly. "Yes, our company had its sights set on this project as well, but..." He let out a resigned smile. "Now that the Chun group is involved, we naturally have no chance of competing." He added, "If collaboration were to happen, I would prioritize working with the Lin family." Chun Xiangnan's tone remained composed, carrying a hint of an authoritative demeanor. "After all, Lin Yuxu is a friend of mine. I trust him more than any other upstart companies." Su Yuza detected the subtle implication in Chun Xiangnan's words, a veiled mockery of the Su group's capabilities. He clenched his fists quietly, maintaining his smile. "I understand." At that moment, the dishes were served. Chun Xiangnan straightened up and moved the chicken pot towards Song Yuan. "Let's eat first," he said. "Business matters can wait." This statement from Chun Xiangnan stifled all of Su Yuza's preparations. He forced a not-so-pleasant smile. "All right." Chun Xiangnan persistently served food to Song Yuan, and soon, his bowl was overflowing with dishes. "Xiangnan go, you need not keep serving me," Song Yuan said with an exasperated expression. "You haven't eaten much yourself. Just focusing on feeding me. If I don't fatten you up a bit, Lin will no longer let me play with you, thinking I am bullying you." "Is it really that exaggerated?" Song Yuan lifted her gaze to Su Yuza, noticing that he had hardly touched his food. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a chicken leg on his plate. "Brother Yuza, this is delicious. You should try it." Su Yuza's mail fantly, oldait. As Song Yuan savored her chicken wings, she habitually grabbed them with her hands, leaving them greasy after the meal. "I need to wash my hands. Do you know where the restroom is?" Chun Xiangnan stood up as well. "Do you want me to accompany you?" "No need." Song Yuan waved her hand. "I'll just ask the waiter." After she left, Su Yuza's gaze turned inquisitive as he smiled and remarked, "You're quite kind to Shaolin. Does Lin Yuxu mind?" Chun Xiangnan did not respond, but instead looked down at the untouched chicken leg on Su Yuza's plate. "And loves chicken legs." "What?" Su Yuza furrowed his brow, confused by his statement. Chun Xiangnan had no intention of clarifying. He averted his gaze and took out his phone to message Lin Yuxu. Noticing Chun Xiangnan's disregard, Su Yuza could not help but bite his lip. "Do you dislike me?" He broke the silence once more. Chun Xiangnan paused his phone activity and turned to look at Su Yuza. "Dislike is not quite the right word," he replied. "I merely wish to transfer the favor that an owes you onto myself." Su Yuza was left baffled by this statement. "Moments latte." Chun Xiangnan retrieved a business card and placed it on the dining table. "In the future, if you wish to discuss collaboration, please contact my assistant and follow the proper channels." His expression was stern as he added, "I value capability above all else. Do not attempt to befriend me. My standards for friendship are quite high. I apologize." Su Yuza could no longer maintain his smile. His pride would not allow him to take the card from the table. He stood up, a half-smile on his face. "I shall not intrude any longer." With that, he left with a composed expression. Just then, Lin Yuxu entered the restaurant and brushed past him. Lin Yuxu halted, glancing back at him before hastily approaching Chun Xiangnan. "Why did you bring him along while dining with Su Yuza?" Lin Yuxu pulled out a chair and sat down. Chun Xiangnan shrugged. "It was Xiao-En's request for me to meet him." "And I requested this?" Lin Yuxu nodded in acknowledgement. A smile almost broke out on his lips. "Wonderful." Song Yuan has finally redirected her focus, not forcing that annoying fellow on me. He gave Chun Xiangnan a pat on the shoulder. "Brother, You're in for a treat. Chen Xiangnan looked puzzled. Soon, Song Yuan returned and was surprised to see Lin Yuxu's presence. Why are you back so soon? What's the rush? I've been waiting at the restaurant entrance for quite a while. Lin Yuxu stood up, swiftly grabbed Song Yuan's backpack, and casually slung it over his shoulder. Let us go. It's time to head home. Where's Brother Yuza? Song Yuan noticed someone was missing. He left, Chen Xiangnan replied. Song Yuan nodded and took Lin Yuxu's hand. Xiangnan, we're leaving now. Drive safely and message me when you get home. All right. Lin Yuxu pinched Song Yuan's face. His tone laced with jealousy. You have never been this tender with me. Well, he's my new friend, so it's different. Lin Yuxu feigned displeasure, remarking, You're the harshest on me. The two exchanged playful banter as they departed, while Chen Xiangnan gazed at their retreating figures until they vanished from sight. He let out a heavy sigh, a fleeting shadow of loneliness crossing his eyes. Chapter 73. The mission resumes. Song Yuan noticed that Su Yuza had once again become rather indifferent towards him. After returning from the restroom that day, he found that Su Yuza had left rather early. Concerned for his safety, he sent Su Yuza a message. Understanding that Su Yuza was a busy individual, likely inundated with messages from numerous people, he sent 2 more the following day. Yet, Su Yuza did not respond, although his social media updates continued as usual. Realization dawned upon Song Yuan. Perhaps his performance that night had fallen short, leading to Su Yuza's disappointment in him. In truth, he had overheard their conversation at the dinner table, but his lack of knowledge regarding business matters rendered him unable to interject. In this lifetime, he had only recently acquainted himself with Chen Xiangnan, and he could not impose upon Chen Xiangnan to collaborate with Su Yuza. Thus, he resorted to feigning ignorance. Sipping his tea, with Su Yuza ignoring him, Song Yuan refrained from further disturbing him and ceased sending messages. As the new year approached, the driving school instructors took their leave, and Song Yuan halted his studies, preparing to pick up Lin Yuxu from work at the Lin Group. The staff had already commenced their holiday, while Lin Yuxu, as the heir of the Lin family, remained on duty throughout the year. In a way, this was advantageous. With the employees on break, Song Yuan no longer had to endure the biting cold while waiting for Lin Yuxu. After a few visits, the security guard at the entrance had memorized Song Yuan's face and promptly opened the door to the VIP room for him. No need for that. I'll just stand in the lobby. You are Mr. Lin's friend. How can you stand out here? The guard insisted. Please, go inside. It's warmer in there. If you don't, Mr. Lin will blame me. Not wishing to put the guard in a difficult position, Song Yuan nodded and stepped inside. The VIP room was adorned with an array of imported snacks, and as Song Yuan's eyes gleamed with delight, he approached to select a few, grabbing 2 chocolates. He was about to stow them away when the sound of the door opening startled him, prompting him to quickly return the chocolates to their place. Behind him, a soft laugh resonated. Go ahead and take them. They were meant for guests. Turning around, Song Yuan's pupils dilated as he recognized the man emerging from a Maybach, the very individual responsible for shattering Lin Yuxu's parents' marriage. The thought filled him with trepidation, and he regarded the man with a wary gaze. Why do you look at me like that? Zhou Zishu observed Song Yuan's expression, then smiled. It seems Su has mentioned me to you. You must know about my affair with his father. How could you seduce a married man? Song Yuan felt a pang for Lin Yuxu, grieving the loss of his mother, and could not help but defend him. Your actions will surely bring about retribution. Seducing? Zhou Zishu smirked, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. And what makes you any better? You are with Asu. Are you not also coveting their family's wealth? Song Yuan was rendered speechless. In his previous life, he had indeed approached Lin Yuxu for monetary gain. Without even investigating whether Lin Yuxu was in a relationship, eagerly seeking a favorable destiny for himself. Had he not intervened, the protagonists would have already been together. Is it truly for money? Zhou Zishu narrowed his eyes, clearly finding the detective's information worth the considerable expense. A detective? Song Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. You investigated me? My stepson has found a new partner. Naturally, I had to conduct an inquiry. Song Yuan clenched his fists. You are unworthy of being his stepfather. You caused his mother's demise. How can you shamelessly remain in the Lin family? Zhou Zishu, confronted by Song Yuan's accusations, remained unfazed. I have every right to stay with the Lin family. I sacrificed my youth and my body. A look of disgust flickered in Zhou Zishu's eyes as he gritted his teeth. You have no idea how cruel that man was. I ended up in the hospital countless times to serve him, uninterested in their affairs and wishing to escape Zhou Zishu's presence. Song Yuan intended to leave for a nearby cafe to pass the time. Just as he maneuvered past Zhou Zishu, the latter called out to him. My father has cancer and has little time left. Song Yuan halted. Zhou Zishu fixed his gaze on the back of Song Yuan's head and continued. Shall we collaborate? Once successful, I will reward you handsomely, ensuring you never need to serve another man and live a life of comfort. Before Song Yuan could decline, a message from the system flashed before him. Task initiated. Collaborate with Zhou Zishu to betray Lin Yuxu. Song Yuan's pupils constricted as he stared in disbelief at the words before him. He had envisioned betrayal as merely juggling two relationships or absconding with Lin Yuxu's money, never anticipating such a cruel proposition that would compel him to ally with Lin Yuxu's adversary. This was far too ruthless toward Lin Yuxu. He simply could not bring himself to do it. Seeing Song Yuan's silence, Zhou Zishu assumed he was pondering the offer. I will give you a day to consider. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall await your response here, hoping for a satisfactory answer. Once Zhou Zishu departed, Song Yuan cursed the air. Have you lost your mind? I cannot do this. This is the person responsible for Lin Yuxu's mother's death. But do you have a choice? Obey, ou faz dire conséquence. Chapter 74. How much do you need? Lin Yuxu is the protagonist. Is it truly wise to harm him? Precisely because he is the protagonist. He will navigate this peril. You need not fret. But what if Lin Yuxu turns dark? Song Yuan recalled Lin Yuxu speaking to him by the hospital bed in his previous life and added, didn't you say to avoid triggering Lin Yuxu's dark side? He seems perfectly normal now. What if your actions push him over the edge? After Song Yuan finished speaking, the system remained unresponsive. System, are you listening? The protagonist will be swayed. You, a mere pawn, need not worry. Song Yuan realized that he had no choice but to accept the task. In less than half an hour, Lin Yuxu arrived at the VIP room to fetch him. Why haven't you replied to my messages? As Lin Yuxu approached Song Yuan, he noticed that Song's complexion was somewhat pale. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Song Yuan raised his gaze to meet Lin Yuxu's eyes, his lips parting slightly, but hesitating to speak. Is there something you wish to tell me? Lin Yuxu gently ruffled Song Yuan's hair, encouraging him to share. However, Song Yuan found himself unable to voice his thoughts and ultimately shook his head. No, I'm just hungry. Let us go home. Lin Yuxu clasped Song Yuan's hand, saying, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Should we dine out or enjoy a meal at home? Aren't you going back to your real home? Song Yuan paused, clarifying. I mean your true home. Lin Yuxu frowned, seemingly displeased by the implication, his expression darkening. I have but one home, and you are my only family. Therefore, I shall celebrate every holiday with you. Song Yuan fell silent. Lin Yuxu regarded him as family, yet he harbored intentions of betraying him. Had he known it would come to this, perhaps he would have preferred not to be reborn. When the designated day arrived, Song Yuan ultimately chose to keep the appointment. Firstly, he could not resist the system, and he had no desire to meet his demise. Secondly, he needed to ascertain Zhou Zishu's plans in order to formulate his next steps. Upon arriving at the Lin Group's VIP room, he found Zhou Zishu already waiting, exuding an air of confidence and arrogance as he regarded him. I'm glad to see you didn't refuse me, Zhou Zishu remarked, gesturing for Song Yuan to take a seat. Clenching his fists, Song Yuan settled directly opposite Zhou Zishu. I can understand your perspective. I once found myself in a similar situation, being kept by Lin Yuxu's father. Initially, I believed I had found love. Yet, after all these years, despite his wife's passing, he still refuses to grant me a title. Zhou Zishu's lips curled into a smirk, laced with mockery. Thus, rather than chasing after an illusory love, it is far wiser to seize the power at hand and ascend to greatness. I have no interest in your philosophies, Song Yuan replied bluntly. What is it that you want me to do? Are you agreeing to the collaboration I proposed? Song Yuan clenched the corners of his clothing, his knuckles turning white. After a prolonged silence, he nodded. Yes, A glint of triumph flickered in Zhou Zishu's eyes, and he discreetly paused the recording device hidden in his pocket. I need your assistance with two matters. First, Lin Yuxu is currently negotiating a partnership with a multinational corporation. I require you to steal the documents and provide them to me. I wish to ascertain his financial bottom line to disclose it to our competitor. The shareholders are keenly observing whether Lin Yuxu can successfully execute this deal, as it bears significance for his prospects of succeeding Lin Feiqing. But I'm not at the company. How can I steal the documents for you? Song Yuanan protested. Like his father, Lin Yuxu trusts no one, and it is improbable he would leave anything vulnerable at the office. Zhou Zishu chuckled softly. Lin Feiqing usually keeps documents in a safe. As for Lin Yuxu, from what I've gathered, he tends to bring files home, likely never considering you a threat. Upon hearing this, Song Yuanan bit his lip forcefully, soon tasting the metallic tang of blood. Zhou Sifu paused momentarily, retrieving a small vial of medication from his pocket. Administer one pill to him each day. Once this bottle is finished, you need not concern yourself further. Song Yuanan accepted the vial, unscrewing the cap to inhale its contents. What is this? You need not know. Zhou Sifu replied coldly. As Song Yuanan scrutinized Zhou Sifu's face, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed, Do you intend to kill Lin Yuxu? Zhou Sifu chuckled softly. If I desire to kill him, why would I require you to steal the documents? He continued, This is merely a substance that induces madness. He refuses to return home, and since I cannot take action myself, I must rely on you. Song Yuanan tightened his grip on the vial, rising with agitation. Are you not afraid I will report this? Report? Zhou Sifu laughed lightly. What evidence do you possess? Song Yuanan glanced around for surveillance cameras. But Zhou Sifu anticipated his motive and said with a smile, I had the cameras disabled long ago. Did you think I would be so foolish as to discuss this under surveillance? Zhou Sifu raised his gloved hand. Moreover, your fingerprints are all over this. Even if you report me, I will simply claim you threatened me for money, or else you would harm my innocent adopted son. Song Yuanan's breath hitched, and he hastily tossed the vial onto the sofa, fear evident in his eyes. And Lin Feiqing is not dead. I remain his lover. Zhou Sifu smirked coldly. Do you truly believe that if this reaches his ears, it is I, his longtime companion, or you, the one who seduced his son, who will face the dire consequences first? Lin Feiqing desires to hold his grandchild before he passes. He would never tolerate your association with his son. Lin Feiqing is a man capable of hiring someone to teach his own biological son a lesson. If he discovers your existence, I suspect you would vanish from this world without a trace. Zhou Sifu stood, retrieving the vial from the sofa and pressing it into Song Yuanan's hand. Therefore, you will be better off assisting me with these two tasks. Upon their completion, I shall grant you 50 million, allowing you to leave the capital and never return. With that, Zhou Sifu exited the VIP room, leaving Song Yuanan alone on the sofa, lost in contemplation. System, he has instructed me to drug Lin Yuxu. Could this also be part of the mission? No need for medication. After obtaining the documents, use the pretext of demanding money to deliver the drug to the protagonist. He will aid the protagonist in sending Zhou Sifu to prison. Afterward, you need not appear again. Live your life well. But after all I've done, will Lin Yuxu spare me? Do not worry. Just hide well. The protagonist will reform him, and he will soon forget you. Song Yuanan remained silent, staring vacantly at the vial. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and he sluggishly retrieved it, discovering a message from Su Yuza. Shaolin, shall we meet? Half an hour later, Song Yuanan arrived at the cafe appointed by Su Yuza. Brother Yuza, have you been waiting long? He asked apologetically. Su Yuza nodded slightly. Please take a seat. After acknowledging him, Song Yuanan pulled out a chair and sat down. Having just encountered Zhou Sifu, he had yet to shake off his anxious demeanor, thus failing to notice the cold detachment on Su Yuza's face. What would you like to drink? Song Yuanan glanced at the menu. A hot milk tea, please. All right. Su Yuza summoned the waiter and instructed 1 cup of hot milk tea and 1 iced Americano. After the waiter departed, Su Yuza cast a sharp gaze over Song Yuan's entire figure and remarked in a nonchalant tone, You seem to have a close relationship with Qin Xiangnan. How did you manage that? Song Yuan paused, taken aback, and replied honestly, perhaps it's because our personalities are quite compatible. Brother Xiangnan is very easygoing and pleasant to be around. Su Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, but he added, only towards you. Huh? Song Yuan appeared somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, Su Yu straightened up, retrieving a checkbook and a pen from his pocket. I would like to purchase your company for 2 nights. How much would that cost? Song Yuan was even more perplexed, blinking and gazing at Su Yuza with confusion. Purchase what? The expression on Su Yu's face was one that Song Yuan had never witnessed before, arrogant yet tinged with a hint of condescension. No, he had seen this expression. It was the same gaze with which the patrons at the club regarded them. Shao and feigning innocence is endearing, but must be done in moderation. Su Yuza picked up the pen and inscribed a figure on the check. Is 50,000 for 2 nights acceptable? I consulted Lin Yuxu, and the most expensive escorts cost no more than 10,000, often servicing multiple clients simultaneously. In light of our past friendship, I offer you 50,000 per night. He was curious about the allure of Song Yuan's body, which could captivate 2 young heirs of wealthy families. Simultaneously, the humiliation he faced with Chen Xiangnan still lingered, prompting thoughts of Song Yuan. The individuals cherished by these affluent heirs could be acquired with a mere sum of money, providing an unprecedented satisfaction to his competitive spirit. Su Yuza tore off the check and presented it to Song Yuan. Shall we proceed to the hotel shortly? Before we engage, please ensure you are clean. I have a slight obsession with cleanliness. Chapter 75. Who has wronged you? Song Yuan's eyes were already red. His head bowed as he fixated on the check. Someone was willing to purchase him. He should feel elated. Yet, for reasons unknown, his heart was heavy with sorrow. He had always believed that the protagonist revered him and regarded him as a friend, but it was merely his own delusion. It made sense. He had always relied on selling his body for a living. It was only natural for the protagonist to perceive him in such a manner, especially since he had once stolen someone's husband in his past life. Why did he have to feel despondent? Su Yuza, oblivious to Song Yuan's emotional turmoil, continued. You understand professional ethics, I presume? Without consent, one cannot kiss the client. Su Yuza stated, I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession, so Shaoan, I cannot kiss you. Brother Yuza. Song Yuan finally reacted, slowly lifting his head to meet Su Yuza's gaze. His eyes reddened as he asked, Is this truly how you perceive me? Seeing him cry, Su Yuza was momentarily stunned, the words he intended to say caught in his throat. I was genuinely delighted when I received your message today. You hadn't spoken to me for many days, and I was contemplating how to make amends. Song Yuan choked out. I thought you would be different. I truly regarded you as a good friend, but it now seems it was nothing more than my wishful thinking. He accepted the check from Su Yuza, glanced down at it, and forced a smile. 100,000 is indeed a substantial amount. Song Yuan said, Yuza, you have given too much. I am truly not worth so much. Upon seeing the tears welling in Song Yuan's eyes, Su Yuza's desire to win dissipated, leaving him feeling somewhat agitated. Shao, and the 100,000 is my voluntary payment. Please accept it. It is not a matter of worth. Su Yuza's tone softened. No longer so aggressive. As long as your service is satisfactory and it brings me joy, then it is worthwhile. Song Yuan shook his head, returning the check. What does this mean? Su Yuze fronith. I will no longer engage in transactions with my body. Song Yuan offered him a smile, though tears continued to stream down his face. I promised Lin Yuxu that during our time together, I would not take on clients. I am sorry. Su Yuza clenched his fists on the table, gritting his teeth. Do you look down on my money? Do you think I am inferior to Lin Yuxu and Qin Xiangnan? No, 100,000 is truly a significant amount. In the past, I would not have hesitated. Song Yuan moved the check closer to Su Yuza. Please refrain from such actions in the future. It could adversely affect your reputation and expose you to illness. Su Yuza's gaze flickered, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. When the hot milk tea was served, Song Yuan lacked the appetite to drink it. After a moment's thought, he took 20 yuan from his wallet and placed it beside the milk tea. I will do my utmost to persuade Xiangnan to collaborate with you, as a way to repay all the favors I owe you. Rising, Song Yuan's expression turned sorrowful. Yuza, I will repay everything I owe you. After walking for about 5 minutes, Su Yuza, as if awakening from a dream, left the dining table and rushed after him, only to find that Song Yuhan's figure had vanished. As Song Yuhan walked and wept, his phone vibrated incessantly in his pocket. Wiping his tears, he answered the call. Xiao Anan, today is New Year's Eve. Chen Xiangnan feigned a tone of grievance. I am so pitiful. My parents are abroad on business. May I come over to your home for a meal? Of course. Do you want to come over now? Song Yuhan's voice was laced with a distinct sob. Chen Xiangnan's tone instantly shifted to seriousness. Xiao Anan, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Song Yuhan cleared his throat. No, it's just a cold. Chen Xiangnan was unconvinced. You're outside, aren't you? I will come find you now. Send me your location. Just as Song Yuhan was about to refuse, Chen Xiangnan seemed to anticipate his reluctance and lowered his voice to threaten him. If you don't send your location, I will go tell Lin Yuxu that you are outside being bullied and crying. This threat proved effective, and Song Yuhan promptly sent his location while repeatedly emphasizing not to inform Lin Yuxu. In less than half an hour, Chen Xiangnan parked his car near the location Song Yuhan had provided. He stepped out, scanned the surroundings, and found Song Yuhan sitting on a bench outside a convenience store, dabbing at his tears with a tissue. Chen Xiangnan strode over, squatting down before Song Yuhan, and pulled out a handkerchief to assist him in wiping his tears. Your eyes are red from the tissue. It must hurt, Chen Xiangnan sighed. Who has bullied you? Chapter 76. Some friendships cannot be forced. Song Yuan did not anticipate Chen Xiangnan's swift arrival, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he turned his face away and rubbed his eyes. No one is bullying me. It's just sand that got into my eyes. Chen Xiangnan recognized Song Yuan's attempt to deflect attention, and a shadow of melancholy crossed his gaze. He gently grasped Song Yuan's hand and placed a handkerchief in his palm. Your hands are dirty. Use the handkerchief to wipe them. Chen Xiangnan took a seat beside Song Yuan, gazing straight ahead and avoiding looking at his face. In a soft voice, he said, If you wish to cry, let out. I want to tell old Lin. This will remain our little secret. Song Yuan clutched the dark handkerchief tightly, his voice thick with emotion as he replied, I'm not crying. Chen Xiangnan chuckled softly. All right, you aren't crying. If you want to get the sand out of your eyes, you will need to shed some tears. Otherwise, it won't come out. Not long after he spoke, Chen Xiangnan heard the sound of Song Yuan's sobs. He lifted his arm, yearning to embrace him, but halfway through, the visage of Lin Yuxu flashed in his mind, and he ultimately restrained his feelings, allowing his hand to rest obediently on his knee. Listening to Song Yuan's cries, Chen Xiangnan speculated on which scoundrel had tormented him. It likely wasn't Lin Yuxu. That fellow cherished Song Yuan like a treasure and would not dare to make him cry. Having known each other for quite some time, Chen Xiangnan realized that Song Yuan seemed to have few friends. If one had to be named, could it be Su Yuza? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, and a hint of anger flickered across his brow. Perhaps Su Yuza, incensed by a rejected collaboration, had sought to trouble Song Yuan. Chen Xiangnan could not fathom why someone would bully those weaker than themselves, seeking a sense of superiority at another's expense. Once Song Yuan had cried enough, he wiped his face one last time and prepared to return the handkerchief. However, upon glancing down at it, he noticed its crumpled state and his expression turned awkward. Xiangnan Ji, let me buy you a new one. His voice still carried traces of tears, and he spoke weakly. This one is dirty because of me. Chen Xiangnan looked at the handkerchief in his hand, his face revealing no hint of displeasure as he took it back without hesitation. No need, I can wash it. Song Yuan felt uneasy and reached out to snatch it back, but Chen Xiangnan was too swift, having already tucked it into his pocket. Remembering how unattractive he must have looked while crying, Song Yuan's ears flushed with embarrassment. Thank you for keeping me company today. I'll make you something delicious tonight. Are you cooking yourself, Xiao Anan? Chen Xiangnan's eyes lit up with joy. Then I must savor it properly, fearing that Chen Xiangnan might have too high expectations. Song Yuan quickly added, Actually, it's just ordinary hot pot. Then I want to eat it too. Song Yuan shyly smiled, suddenly recalling Su Yu's words. He turned to gaze at Chen Xiangnan's profile. Speaking of which, they had known each other since their past life. Due to Lin Yuxu, they gradually became friends. Yet, Song Yuan was unaware of Chen Xiangnan's true feelings towards him. Perhaps, like Su Yuza, it was merely a one-sided affection. In his past life, he had even attempted to seduce Chun Xiangnan, which might have left a negative impression of him. Upon this realization, Song Yuan'an's eyes reddened once more. Brother Xiangnan, you must be aware that I once considered working at a club, right? The sudden shift in topic caught Chun Xiangnan off guard for a moment, as he sensed this might be the root of Song Yuan'an's discontent. His smile faded slightly, and a serious expression crossed his face. Yes, I am aware. With his gaze cast downward, Song Yuan'an anxiously fidgeted with his fingers and softly inquired, would you look down upon me? To put another way, if you weren't friends with Lin Yu, would you have ever thought of purchasing a night with me? Upon hearing this, Chun Xiangnan immediately grasped the situation. Su Yuza had humiliated Song Yuan'an with money. Chun Xiangnan parted his lips to speak, but was interrupted by Song Yuan'an's voice once again. Brother Xiangnan, just answer me honestly. You needn't consider Lin Yu. I promise I won't tell him. Chun Xiangnan's hand, resting on his knee, involuntarily tightened, his brow furrowing as a subdued anger surged within him. Xiaonan, even if you had truly taken a job at a club, I would never regard you through a lens of disdain. I understand that you have endured great hardships and have resorted to various means to survive. On the contrary, I admire you. Had I been in your position, I might have faltered long ago. Surprised by his words, Song Yuan'an raised his gaze to meet Chun Xiangnan's eyes, which were filled with sincerity. You are my friend. If you are in need of money, I would seek a better way to assist you. If I were to desire you, I would pursue you openly. I would never resort to such a base transaction, for that would be utterly shameless. Unaware of the fervent affection burning in Chun Xiangnan's eyes, Song Yuan'an seemed to comprehend the essence of Chun Xiangnan's sentiments. He truly regarded him as a friend, devoid of any trace of contempt. His mood instantly brightened, a smile returning to his face. Brother Xiangnan, let's go grocery shopping. Song Yuan'an stood up and approached Chun Xiangnan, extending his hand. Please feel free to choose whatever ingredients you desire. I shall cover the expenses. Chun Xiangnan stared at his outstretched hand for a moment, and, after a pause, a smile broke across his face as he confidently grasped Song Yuan'an's hand. All right. Chun Xiangnan rose, wrapping his arm around Song Yuan'an's shoulders. You've dined at my home so many times. It's time for me to treat you properly. Song Yuan'an patted his chest, declaring no problem. Chun Xiangnan's words imparted a realization to Song Yuan'an. Some friendships cannot be forced, yet others, even if one has never sought companionship in a lifetime, will find you nonetheless. Reflecting on this, he recognized that he need not tread carefully in Chun Xiangnan's presence. He could speak freely without fearing missteps that might lead to silence from the other side. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, Song Yuan'an gazed at Chun Xiangnan, his eyes shimmering with gratitude. Indeed, Brother Xiangnan was his best friend, without exception. As Lin Yu entered the door, he was greeted by the sounds of laughter emanating from the kitchen. Brother Xiangnan, that's not how you cut potatoes. You've diced them all. Is that so? Ha ha. I thought smaller pieces would allow for better flavor. If they're too small, they'll vanish into the hot pot in no time. Lin Yuxu glanced towards the shoe cabinet and indeed discovered a pair of exquisite handcrafted leather shoes. After changing into his slippers, he approached the kitchen doorway, folding his arms while fixating on Chun Xiangnan's back. Feeling a chill on his back, Chun Xiangnan turned around to face him. Finally off work, huh, Lin? Why aren't you spending New Year's Eve at your own home? What brings you here? Chun Xiangnan's expression immediately soured. My parents are away, and it's too pitiful to spend the holiday alone. Lin Yuxu was not swayed by this excuse. But you have a servant keeping you company, don't you? How heartless, Chun Xiangnan retorted. He could clearly see that Lin Yuxu was the epitome of someone who valued romantic relationships over friendships. However, one could hardly blame him. If he had a boyfriend like Song Yuan'an, he would surely lock the door tight on New Year's Eve, refusing entry to anyone else. Just as Lin Yuxu was about to continue his complaints, Song Yuan'an, having dried his hands, rushed over and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Lin Yuxu, you're so slow. Song Yuan'an lifted his face, his eyes filled with a pleading look as he gazed at Lin Yuxu, who had clearly forgotten the significance of New Year's Eve, still working late. Instantly, Lin Yuxu ceased his banter with Chun Xiangnan, his attention solely devoted to Song Yuan'an. his strong arms securely wrapping around Song Yuan's waist. I'm sorry, I want to be going to the office for the next few days. I'll spend quality time with you. Song Yuan's expression brightened, and he excitedly pecked Lin Yuxu's chin. That's great, but you must not deceive me. Observing their interaction, Chun Xiangnan silently turned away and resumed slicing potatoes with a knife. Sigh. His heart felt a pang of bitterness. Chapter 77. The promise. After finishing the hot pot, Chun Xiangnan prepared to leave. Song Yuan accompanied him downstairs. Xiangnan ge, do come and visit often. Chun Xiangnan ruffled his hair, suddenly recalling something. He pulled out a red envelope he had prepared in advance and placed it in Song Yuan's hands. Xiao Anan. Happy New Year. Chun Xiangnan winked at him. I only prepared this for you, so don't let Lao Lin find out. Song Yuan held the envelope, feeling its thickness, unsure whether to accept it. But I didn't prepare anything for you. You're younger than me, so there's no need, Chun Xiangnan replied. Noticing Song Yuan's hesitation, he immediately adopted a serious expression, feigning displeasure. If you don't accept it, you're not treating me as a friend. Reluctantly, Song Yuan hid the envelope in his pocket, forcing a smile while looking at him obediently. Xiangnan ge, Happy New Year. Don't be sad over those who aren't worth it. Chun Xiangnan's gaze softened as he spoke gently. Regardless of whether you and Lao Lin can last, I will always be here for you, and I will always consider you. He paused, his tone tinged with a sigh of resignation. A friend. Song Yuan nodded, responding with a smile. Me too. Now go upstairs. Lao Lin will likely have complaints. All right, drive carefully. Song Yuan waved him off, turning to enter the hallway. Once he stepped inside, he heard Lin Yuxu's voice laced with jealousy. What took you so long? What on earth could you two have been discussing? Lin Yuxu, like a petulant husband, complained while clearing the dishes from the table. It wasn't long at all, Song Yuan replied, removing his coat and rolling up his sleeves to help with the cleanup. It was just 5 minutes at most. Even a minute feels drawn out, Lin Yuxu snapped. Lin Yuxu held Song Yuan's hand and said, Do not tidy up. Your hands will only get dirty again. Allow me to handle it. Surprised by his thoughtfulness, Song Yuan replied, Why are you being so considerate today? Lin Yuxu protested with a hint of dissatisfaction. Haven't I always been considerate? You ungrateful little thing. Can't remember your husband's kindness? Be careful, or I might keep you in bed all night. Quickly, Song Yuan kissed Lin Yuxu's cheek and said, No, can we offset it with this? This one kiss is hardly enough. Song Yuan immediately pouted, preparing for another attempt. Lin Yuxu turned his face and captured his lips, gently prying open his mouth and engaging in a dance of tongues. Song Yuan felt his cheeks flush and his heart race. After releasing him, Lin Yuxu, still wanting more, licked his lips and said, That was merely interest. We shall continue once I finish washing the dishes. Song Yuan protested, That cannot be. Isn't this usury? He was then faced with a choice between kissing him or something else. Oh, then let be kissing. Now, it was Lin Yuxu's turn to be speechless. He raised an eyebrow, his expression reflecting his displeasure. What? Is my technique lacking? Sensing Lin Yuxu's discontent, Song Yuan hastily flattered, No, it's wonderful. But it's New Year's now. I don't wish to be bettered in. Let us wait until after the holiday. Lin Yuxu found this reasoning acceptable and nodded. All right. In truth, he was merely pretending to be upset. He preferred this version of Song Yuan, one who could assert boundaries, demonstrating that he no longer viewed their relationship as unequal, but truly regarded him as a partner. Why don't you watch some television for a while? Once I finish washing the dishes, we can go out for a stroll and perhaps buy you some new clothes. What do you think? Sound great. Song Yuan leaned in and kissed Lin Yuxu's lips, thanking him. After Lin Yuxu took the dishes in, Song Yuan approached the sofa and noticed Lin Yuxu's briefcase. Such an important item, carelessly left here. Zhou Chishu was right. Lin Yuxu had shown him complete trust, without any reservations. Little did Lin Yuxu know, in order to avoid betrayal from colleagues, he had chosen to carry valuable documents with him. Vigilance against external threats ultimately fell short against the treachery from within the home. Song Yuan could envision the consequences. If Lin Yuxu discovered his involvement, he would undoubtedly be furious. Yet, he felt he had no choice. Either betray Lin Yuxu or face a dire fate. Song Yuan bit his lip, reaching for Lin Yuxu's briefcase and slowly unzipping it. Halfway through, he found himself unable to proceed, retracting his hand and turning on the television instead. Never mind, it was New Year's Eve. He did not wish to ruin Lin Yuxu's mood. Perhaps it would be better to act tomorrow. Day by day, Song Yuan postponed his decision until the Lantern Festival had come and gone, yet he still had not acted. Zhou Qishu, unable to remain idle, drove to the vicinity of Song Yuan's residence, risking being discovered to block his way. Just as Song Yuan was heading to Qin Xiangnan's house to play games, he was puzzled to see a luxury car in front of him, until the moment the car window descended and he caught sight of Zhou Qishu's face. His complexion turned ashen. Instinctively, he wished to turn and flee. Yet, Zhou Qishu would not let him escape, brandishing a voice recorder before him. I have recorded our conversation. Capturing all that may be detrimental to you. Are you certain you possess an opportunity to extricate yourself from this predicament? Song Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How can you be so unethical?" Zhou Qishu retorted coldly, "If I were ethical, I would not be the mistress of a married man." Casting a glance at him, Zhou Qishu's tone turned icy. "I shall grant you 3 final days to bring me the documents. Should you fail to do so, I will send the recordings to his father and son, and you will be finished." With that, Zhou Qishu drove away, leaving Song Yuan standing in a daze, oblivious to the honking horns behind him. After what felt like an eternity, someone tugged at his arm. Turning around, he was met by Qin Xiangnan's concerned face. "Xiaonan, why are you standing in the middle of the road, lost in thought?" Upon seeing the worry etched in Xiangnan's eyes, Song Yuan could no longer contain his emotions, his eyes glistening with tears. "Brother Xiangnan, you once said that if I encountered difficulties, I should think of you first. Is that promise still valid?" Chapter 78. Will you trust me? Of course, Qin Xiangnan replied, positioning himself protectively between Song Yuan and the oncoming traffic. "Xiaonan, this place is dangerous. Shall we find somewhere to talk?" Nodding absently, Song Yuan followed Qin Xiangnan into a car. His hands were chillingly cold, prompting Qin Xiangnan to stop at a bubble tea shop, where he procured a cup of hot milk tea for Song Yuan. "First, let us warm you up." Qin Xiangnan placed the drink into Song Yuan's hands, noticing his pallor, and increased the car's heater. After sipping the milk tea and regaining some warmth, Song Yuan finally recalled something. "How'd you know I was there? You mentioned you were coming to my house. I had just exited the Chun group and thought to pick you up on my way." Observing that Song Yuan's bangs had grown long, Qin Xiangnan gently brushed them back. "What transpired? Do you require my assistance?" Song Yuan bit the straw, then set the milk tea down, his gaze earnest as he looked at Qin Xiangnan. "I want to leave Lin Yuxu." Qin Xiangnan was taken aback. "Why? Did you two have an argument?" Shaking his head, Song Yuan responded, "I no longer wish to be with him, yet I cannot find a way to refuse him. I fear he may retaliate against me. Can you help me escape this place?" "I can help, but—" Qin Xiangnan sensed something amiss with Song Yuan. However, recognizing the futility of probing further under the circumstances, he continued, "If your sole intention is to leave Beijing, you needn't require my assistance. Purchasing a ticket would suffice. Unless there are additional requests." Song Yuan contemplated seriously, then lifted his gaze to meet Qin Xiangnan's. "In 3 days, I will provide you with a vial of medication. Once I have departed, you will deliver it to Lin Yuxu." The contents of the vial had once been intended for Su Yuza, yet for reasons unknown, he now felt a twinge of distrust towards Su Yuza. "What kind of medication?" Qin Xiangnan inquired. "You will know when the time comes." With the mention of medication and the plan to leave Beijing, Qin Xiangnan sensed an unsettling foreboding. He could not allow Song Yuan to make decisions on her own. Thus, wearing a stern expression, he deliberately spoke in a frigid tone. "If you do not clarify matters, not only will I refuse to assist you, but I will also inform old Lin about this." Song Yuan's complexion paled, and under Qin Xiangnan's severe gaze, she hesitantly recounted the events. As Qin Xiangnan listened, his expression grew increasingly solemn. "You wish to keep something of such magnitude from old Lin?" His eyes reflected incredulity. "Do you not trust that he can resolve it?" "I have faith in his ability to handle it," Song Yuan replied without hesitation. "Since you can trust him, let us confront this matter together. You need not fear his father. Should he indeed cause you trouble, You can take refuge at our Chen residence. Song Yuan bit her lip, finding the system's nature utterly absurd. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she might not have believed it. She did not wish to be perceived as insane. So she amended her statement. In any case, I cannot be with him. As for the specifics, please do not inquire further. Chen Xiangnan was momentarily rendered speechless. Song Yuan also felt somewhat unreasonable and picked up her milk tea, preparing to leave. Xiangnan, forget what I told you. I will find a way to handle this myself. She forced a smile, reassuring him, rest assured, I will not betray Lin Yuxu. Those words seemed to trigger a keyword, and immediately a message from the system appeared before Song Yuan. Please do not violate the rules. She bit her lip, ignoring the system's notification. Perhaps due to her silence, the system sent another message. Deliver the medicine to the protagonist and the documents to Zhou Zishu. Do not engage in any extraneous actions. How do you intend to resolve this? Chun Xiangnan, seeing Song Yuan about to leave, quickly grasped her arm. Ah, Xiaoan, what am I to do with you? A seemingly inexplicable phrase prompted Song Yuan to look up at Chun Xiangnan, confusion evident in her eyes. A brief retreat might be beneficial. The Chen family is currently not very stable. If Uncle Lin discovers your presence, it could indeed pose a threat. Chun Xiangnan's gaze fixed intently on Song Yuan. If you truly wish to keep this from old Lin, I can help you conceal it. However, he despises betrayal above all, so you must contemplate this carefully. Once the act is committed, there may be no turning back. I understand, Song Yuan replied, gravely nodding. She regarded her time spent with Lin Yuxu as a fleeting dream. Now that she had awakened, it was time to return to reality. Chun Xiangnan furrowed his brow, thoughtfully considering a strategy. Here's the plan. Follow Zhou Zishu's instructions. But we must alter the documents to mislead him and the competing company. As for the medicine, his eyes glinted with cold intensity. You will provide me with the medicine tomorrow. I suspect it is linked to Aunt Lin's death. Are you referring to Lin Yuxu's mother? Song Yuan inquired, astonished. Yes. In fact, Aunt Lin's mental state was rather unstable. At the time, we all believed it was due to Uncle Lin's infidelity, which had triggered her distress, Chen Xiangnan explained. Yet, Aunt Lin did not appear to be such a fragile person. Before marrying Uncle Lin, she was renowned as a formidable woman, standing out amongst the daughters of affluent families. Song Yuan felt her head spinning, yet she grasped Chun Xiangnan's implication. It seems that Zhou Zishu may indeed be the perpetrator behind the poisoning that led to the demise of Lin Yuxu's mother. If such a scenario were true, Chun Xiangnan gazed at Song Yuan's face, pondering that perhaps this was fate. It would be wise to temporarily leave the capital. He harbored suspicions that Aunt Lin's death involved Lin Feiqing as well, which would escalate matters gravely. Lin Yuxu, still in his nascent stages, would likely be incapable of safeguarding Song Yuan. By sheer happenstance, Chen Xiangnan had uncovered this situation, thereby saving Song Yuan's life. Xiao Anan, please follow my instructions. Chen Xiangnan paused, grasping Song Yuan's hand, his expression tense. Will you trust me? Song Yuan nodded resolutely. I believe in you. A smile graced Chen Xiangnan's face. With Song Yuan's affirmation, he would go to any lengths to protect her. After meeting with Chen Xiangnan, Song Yuan felt a sense of calm wash over her. Upon returning home, she gazed at the small abode she shared with Lin Yuxu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Song Yuan commenced tidying up and cataloging her belongings, intending to leave without a trace, just as she had arrived, so that Lin Yuxu would not be troubled by her presence in the future. Chapter 79. Can you forgive me? Upon returning, Lin Yuxu was immediately struck by the pristine, gleaming floor, which filled him with a sudden sense of panic. He quickly sought out Song Yuan, who was cleaning a mop in the bathroom. Sensing someone approaching, Song Yuan turned to glance at Lin Yuxu, offering a smile. You're back. Lin Yuxu stood at the doorway, scrutinizing her. Have you done something to betray me again? Song Yuan's heart skipped a beat, nearly causing her to drop the mop. Could it be that Chun Xiangnan had divulged everything to Lin Yuxu? That seemed implausible. Chun Xiangnan had promised her silence. Attempting to maintain her composure, Song Yuan resumed, cleaning the mop. What nonsense are you talking about? I haven't done anything wrong. Every time you suddenly become industrious, it's as if you're cleaning a crime scene. Lin Yuxu crossed his arms, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Song Yuan. Come on, who did you bring this time? It can't be Chun Xiangnan, can it? Song Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. It was merely Lin Yuxu's unfounded suspicions. I didn't bring anyone in, she asserted, hanging up the mop and placing her hands on her hips defiantly. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance. I simply noticed the house was a bit messy and decided to tidy up. Really? Lin Yuxu studied Song Yuan's face, finding no evidence of deceit. He scratched his head in confusion, questioning why he felt so uneasy. How strange. Song Yuan, feeling guilty under his scrutiny, averted her gaze, picking up a cloth to wipe the tiles, attempting to mask her disquiet. You should go prepare dinner, she said. I've done the chores. It's your turn to cook. Lin Yuxu chuckled, ruffling her hair. All right, I'll take care of it. As he departed, the tension in Song Yuan's muscles finally eased. Yet her eyes stung with unshed tears. In the mere 3 days remaining, she resolved to treat Lin Yuxu with greater kindness. Exiting the bathroom, she caught sight of the briefcase resting on the sofa. He glanced into the kitchen, where Lin Yuxu was fervently cooking, likely not emerging anytime soon. Song Yuan swallowed hard and approached the sofa, bending down to unzip his briefcase. His hand delved inside, and indeed, he felt a stack of papers, presumably the documents Zhou Cixu had mentioned. Just as he was about to retrieve them, Lin Yuxu's voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Anin, I bought fish. Would you prefer it steamed or braised? Startled, Song Yuan quickly withdrew his hand and turned around to see Lin Yuxu standing at the kitchen door. I want to check if your bag was dirty and if it needed cleaning, Song Yuan stammered. Lin Yuxu merely glanced at the briefcase before shifting his gaze to Song Yuan's face. It should be clean. I haven't used it for anything, he replied, not suspecting Song Yuan's intentions. Which type would you like? Steamed, please. Very well. Lin Yuxu nodded and promptly returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. Song Yuan slumped onto the sofa, feeling drained, and nervously patted his chest. Such a task was truly enough for one occasion. Once it was complete, he intended to distance himself far away, never again forced to betray Lin Yuxu. That evening, Song Yuan was unusually enthusiastic, sitting on Lin Yuxu's lap, striving to please him. Lin Yuxu's expression grew increasingly serious as he held Song Yuan's waist, compelling him to cease his movements. Song Yuan let out a soft sound, leaning forward to rest motionless against Lin Yuxu's chest. Lin Yuxu gently stroked his head and spoke in a low voice, Anin, what is troubling you? Are you hiding something from me? Song Yuan's expression shifted slightly. He bit his lip and gazed up at Lin Yuxu's handsome face. What do I possibly hide from you? He feigned displeasure, preparing to get off him. If you don't want to, just say so. Asking so many questions is quite disheartening. Lin Yuxu, believing he had genuinely upset Song Yuan, quickly embraced him. Anin, I'm sorry, I've been overly suspicious. He kissed Song Yuan's cheek and sighed. I truly feel so happy right now, yet I'm slightly afraid that this happiness might suddenly vanish. Song Yuan remained silent, his lips already drawn blood from his biting. Darling, I'm so glad to have met you. Alas, he was a villain, incapable of bringing happiness to Lin Yuxu. He hoped that, after his departure, Su Yuza would treat Lin Yuxu better, that the two would cease their antagonism and truly cherish one another. On the third day, Song Yuan arrived at the milk tea shop where Zhou Cixu had arranged to meet, clutching the counterfeit documents crafted with Chun Xiangnan's assistance. He sat inside, anxiously stirring his milk tea with a straw, his gaze constantly darting around. Xiao and Su Yuza suddenly appeared before him, looking at him with gentle eyes. What a coincidence! Are you here alone? Taken aback by Su Yuza's unexpected presence, Song Yuan instinctively tightened his grip on the documents resting on his lap. Su Yuza noticed his movement and glanced down at the papers. Brother Yuza, long time no see, Song Yuan said, blocking the documents with his arm and offering him a smile. Oh, and Happy New Year. Do you still wish to call me brother? Su Yuza's expression grew complicated. I thought after that incident, you would begin to dislike me. I do not harbor any animosity towards you. Your actions are quite understandable. Su Yuza fell silent for a moment before positioning himself directly across from him. May I sit here? I apologize, but I have an appointment. Song Yuan was rejecting him for the first time. Su Yuza stiffened momentarily, then straightened his posture. I have been too forward. I shall not intrude any further. Very well. Just as Su Yuza turned to leave, he recalled the events of that day and glanced back at Song Yuan. I truly made a mistake. In my haste to secure the collaboration, I encountered numerous setbacks and, regrettably, vented my frustrations upon you. Shaoan, can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Song Yuan parted his lips to respond, but was suddenly distracted by a familiar vehicle outside. Zhou Xishu waved at him from within, beckoning him to approach. He promptly gathered his documents and said to Su Yuza, I am sorry, but I have some matters to attend to. We shall speak later. Su Yuza felt an urge to pursue him, but restrained himself, feeling it inappropriate given his status. He watched as Song Yuan exited the milk tea shop and entered a luxury car. Su Yuza possessed keen eyesight, and even with the window partially rolled down, he could discern the occupants within. Such a familiar visage. Who could it be? Where's the item I requested? Zhou Xishu extended his hand towards Song Yuan, who dutifully handed over the documents. Zhou Xishu perused them, lowering his gaze to examine the contents. As Song Yuan observed his meticulous scrutiny, anxiety surged within him, rendering him breathless. Xiao Su has been exceedingly kind to you. How fortunate you are to have pilfered such a precious item. Zhou Xishu closed the documents, wearing a disdainful smile. One must never indulge a heartless individual like you. No amount of money can redeem such a character. Naturally, I'm no different. Zhou Xishu's eyes glinted with malice. Lin Feiqing is critically ill. I find immense delight in that. Chapter 80. Song Yuan no longer wants him. Song Yuan held no interest in the matters concerning Zhou Xishu and Lin Feiqing. His sole desire was to depart swiftly before Zhou Xishu discerned any discrepancies within the documents. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Xiangnan had somehow managed to procure these papers and had indeed passed them off successfully. He was certain these documents were fraudulent. The authentic ones remained in Chun Xiangnan's possession. Is this acceptable? Song Yuan feigned compliance, extending his hand toward Zhou Xishu. Where's the money? We agreed that upon my successful theft of the documents, you would compensate me. Zhou Xishu cast his eyes down at Song Yuan's open palm, a mocking smile flickering across his face. So eager for money. I previously thought you held Xiao Su in high regard, but it seems I was mistaken. Song Yuan furrowed his brow. Why all this superfluous talk? Will you pay or not? I shall pay you, Zhou Xishu replied, resting his hand upon the steering wheel, adopting a posture that suggested he was eager to dismiss him. However, you must wait until my objectives are fulfilled. I trust you will not attempt any deceit, for someone of your ilk cannot outmaneuver me. Song Yuan was acutely aware of this fact. Zhou Xishu believed he could bully him solely because he perceived him as lacking support. Simultaneously, the delay in payment was a deliberate tactic to ascertain the authenticity of the documents. Should he dare to lie, Zhou Xishu could effortlessly arrange for his elimination. Nevertheless, with Chun Xiangnan's assistance, he felt a measure of courage. He merely needed to adhere to Chun Xiangnan's instructions. Remember to transfer the funds once everything is in order. As Song Yuan turned to prepare to exit the vehicle, Zhou Xishu unexpectedly grasped his arm. You stole the documents and still dare to return home? Zhou Xishu narrowed his eyes, questioning whether the documents might pose an issue. A quickened heartbeat surged within Song Yuan as he mentally urged himself to remain composed. Have I lost my mind? He retorted with a cold sneer. I will definitely be staying at a hotel. It will take him some time to locate me, so please expedite the payment. I need to leave Beijing. Did you administer all the medication to him? Zhou Xishu inquired. Maintaining a stoic expression, Song Yuan lied. Yes, but you pressed me too urgently for the documents. I only managed half a bottle. Is that acceptable? Zhou Xishu nodded, considering it sufficient. Should the illness progress too rapidly, it might arouse suspicion. Clenching his fists, Song Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to strike Zhou Xishu. Is there anything else? He asked, glancing disdainfully at the hand resting on his arm. I do not wish to share the same space with you. Zhou Xishu chuckled softly and released his grip. Our collaboration has been quite pleasant. You are an astute individual, and I will not treat you unfairly, he remarked. Remember to answer my call tomorrow morning. Understood. Song Yuan replied curtly before hastily exiting the car. Once Zhou Xishu's vehicle had departed, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. He truly felt as though he might perish from fright. Song Yuan picked up his phone and dialed Chun Xiangnan. "Xiaonan, how are you? You haven't been bullied, have you?" Chun Xiangnan's anxious voice came through. "I was nearly worried sick, but couldn't call you, so I've been holding it in." "I'm fine," Song Yuan replied, forcing a smile. "I've managed to deceive them using the documents you provided." Relief washed over Chun Xiangnan. "Where are you headed now?" "Back home." "I no longer have a home," Song Yuan said, his gaze fixed on his shoes, his voice choked with emotion. "This morning, I hired 2 cleaners to help me clear out all my personal belongings. I can't return." Even the money given to him by Lin Yuxu was stored on a card left on the coffee table. He had previously informed Lin Yuxu that the password was his birthday, so he should be able to retrieve it. This was akin to compensation for betraying Lin Yuxu. He hoped Lin Yuxu would not pursue him for accountability and would soon forget him, allowing him to be with the protagonist. "Xiaonan, let me book you a hotel room. You can stay for a few days," Chun Xiangnan offered. As Song Yuan was about to decline, Chun Xiangnan anticipated his thoughts and spoke first. "You probably don't have much money right now, so please don't refuse me. After all, you accepted my help, so you might as well accept it fully and gradually repay me later." "All right," Song Yuan replied, his voice tinged with tears. "Thank you." It was not until the afternoon, as Lin Yuxu prepared for a meeting, that he discovered the documents missing from his briefcase. The only possible location for their loss was his rented apartment. Yet he did not rush back to retrieve them. He reasoned that Song Yuan, out of curiosity, must have taken them out and forgotten to return them. As was his routine, Lin Yuxu worked diligently until evening, then made his way home. Along the journey, he reminded himself to have a serious discussion with Song Yuan. The contents of his bag were of utmost importance. Curiosity was no excuse for taking them out. With a resigned smile, Lin Yuxu acknowledged his boundless affection for Song Yuan. Even if Song Yuan fails to remember his words and continues to rummage through his briefcase next time, he would not harbor any resentment towards her. After all, Song Yuan is known for her propensity to weep, requiring considerable coaxing to soothe. As Lin Yuxu reached his doorstep, he retrieved his keys to unlock the door. With a slight compression of his lips, he resolved that a lesson for Song Yuan was in order. However, upon opening the door, he was met with darkness within. Lin Yuxu furrowed his brow. Had she gone to the Chun residence to play games again? It seemed she was visiting Chun Xiangnan so often that her encounters with him were nearly rivaling those with her own boyfriend. A pang of jealousy surged within Lin Yuxu as he took out his phone, dialing Song Yuan while illuminating the room. The smile that had graced his lips vanished in an instant. He observed that a substantial portion of the belongings had disappeared, leaving only his possessions. Particularly alarming was their bed, with a freshly changed sheet and only one pillow remaining. At that moment, a cold female voice emanated from his phone. "The number you have dialed is not in service." Lin Yuxu clenched his phone, the warmth in his eyes swiftly replaced by anger. In a fit of rage, he hurled the device and strode towards the wardrobe. Upon inspection, he found it contained only his clothes. Not only the wardrobe, but the shoe cabinet was similarly devoid of her things. Even the kitchenware, once used by Song Yuan, had vanished. This was not the first time Song Yuan had left home, but she had always left behind some of her belongings. This time, she seemed intent on erasing all traces of herself. Were it not for the bank card on the coffee table, Lin Yuxu might have doubted her very existence. He could not fathom what he had done wrong to prompt Song Yuan's desire to leave once more. Just that morning, everything had seemed well. She had seen him to the door, playfully insisting on a kiss. Had she been plotting her departure then? Seated on the sofa, holding the bank card she had left behind, his eyes grew increasingly cold and somber. No matter how reluctant he was to accept it, he had to confront the reality before him. Song Yuan had departed with the documents, betraying him and choosing to sever ties. Chapter 81. No more hiding. Song Yuan had spent nearly a week at the hotel, too afraid to step outside, fearful of being recognized by Lin Yuxu or Zhou Zishu. Meals were solely reliant on takeout. During this time, Chun Xiangnan had visited him, but to avoid drawing attention from outsiders, his stay was brief, consisting of little more than a few exchanged words before he departed. Song Yuan remained oblivious to the current situation outside and had no knowledge of Lin Yuxu's well-being or if he had managed to escape danger. However, since Chen Xiangnan had not mentioned any issues regarding the Chen family, it was likely that everything was fine. He had faith in Lin Yuxu's ability to handle matters. For Lin Yuxu was destined to become a prominent figure in the capital, the very protagonist of this world, and could hardly be in peril. A week later, Chen Xiangnan returned, this time bearing injuries on his face. Concern etched across Song Yuantian's features. He inquired, "How did you get hurt? Did you get into a fight?" Chen Xiangnan touched the bruise on his cheekbone with a hint of regret, realizing he should have applied concealer to cover it. "Never mind the injury, Xiao Anin. It's time for you to leave." Chen Xiangnan pressed a train ticket into his hand. At present, traveling by train seems relatively safe, with a considerable flow of people, providing you an opportunity to hide. Many are currently searching for you. Zhou Qishu has suffered greatly because of you exposing the identity of a mole within the Lin group, and has earned the enmity of rival companies. He is likely seeking revenge. What about Lin Yuxu? Song Yuan quickly inquired about his condition. And what about the medicine I gave you? Chen Xiangnan pursed his lips and gently ruffled Song Yuan's hair, reassuring him, "Do not worry. He is unharmed." Song Yuan immediately felt a sense of relief. "Did he mention me in your presence?" Chen Xiangnan's gaze faltered, seemingly reluctant to continue this line of conversation. "Xiao Anin, I have arranged for a vehicle to take you to the train station at around 6 o'clock. I cannot linger here for long. Lin Yuxu has hired a private investigator to follow me, and I barely managed to shake him off to come here." "A private investigator?" Song Yuan's breath caught as realization dawned upon him. "He is still looking for me?" In truth, as soon as he spoke, Song Yuan recognized how foolish the question was. He had stealthily taken the documents and cleared out all items related to himself from his home, crossing Lin Yuxu's bottom line at every turn. It would be peculiar if Lin Yuxu did not seek him out. Perhaps he was already contemplating how to exact punishment upon him. "Yes, he's searching for you." Chen Xiangnan paused, his gaze fixed intently on Song Yuan's face. "Do you regret your decision? Perhaps it is too late to wish otherwise now." Song Yuan hastily interrupted. "I do not regret it." Chen Xiangnan looked deeply into Song Yuan's eyes, clearly perceiving the anguish within. It was evident how much he cared for Lin Yuxu. Why then, could he not clarify matters with him? With a sigh, he refrained from further urging Song Yuan. "Upon your arrival, there will be people I have arranged to look after you. It may not be as bustling as the capital, but it is safer." Chen Xiangnan's eyes brimmed with reluctance as he held Song Yuan's hand. "Take care of yourself there. I will visit you occasionally, so do not fear." "All right." Song Yuan nodded. Suddenly, Chen Xiangnan remembered something and pulled a new SIM card from his pocket. "This is a new SIM card for you to use. I have noted this number. I will call you tonight." Song Yuan accepted the SIM card, reflecting on how everything was about to start anew. "I must leave now." As Chen Xiangnan opened the hotel room door, Song Yuan embraced him from behind. "Xiangnan Ge, did Lin Yuxu harm you?" Chen Xiangnan, of noble standing, was seldom touched by others. The only person Song Yuan could think of was Lin Yuxu. "I am sorry for the trouble I have caused you." Chen Xiangnan glanced down at the hands on his abdomen, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. He suppressed his reluctance, gently pulling Song Yuan's arms away and turned to face him. A nonchalant smile appeared on his face as he winked at Song Yuan. "Do not forget, you owe me a great deal of favors. You cannot simply leave the capital and run away from your debts." Song Yuan quickly shook his head, his tone resolute as he replied, "I will not." Chen Xiangnan spoke this way deliberately, as he felt that Song Yuan could vanish at any moment. To keep him close, he could only use the notion of unrepayable favors as leverage. Shortly after Chen Xiangnan departed, Song Yuan began to pack his belongings in preparation for leaving the hotel. He opened the suitcase and discovered the down jacket crammed inside. While departing, he had discarded numerous items. Yet this particular jacket was one he could not bring himself to part with. Embracing the jacket, Song Yuan let his head droop slightly and wept silently. After packing his belongings, it was nearly 6 o'clock. He dragged his suitcase out of the hotel and spotted the vehicle arranged by Chen Xiangnan. The driver, having seen a photograph of Song Yuan beforehand, promptly approached him with a respectful bow. "Good day, Mr. Song. I am the driver assigned by Master Chen." Song Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Hello." The driver took his luggage and placed it in the trunk. As Song Yuan settled into the back seat and fastened his seatbelt, he turned a glance out the window, where he noticed a taxi parked at the hotel entrance. Soon after, a familiar figure emerged from the cab. Song Yuan's breath hitched, and he quickly bent down to hide. How had Lin Yuxu found him here? When the driver entered the front seat after loading the luggage, he noticed Song Yuan's peculiar demeanor. "Mr. Song, is everything all right?" Song Yuan waved his hand in urgency, exclaiming, "Drive away quickly." The driver understood and, without further ado, fastened his seatbelt and started the car. Once they had distanced themselves, Song Yuan dared to sit upright and look back. Lin Yuxu had already dashed into the hotel, likely having received a tip about his room. Song Yuan felt a profound sense of relief for having packed swiftly, evading Lin Yuxu's grasp. Yet, an emptiness gnawed at him, causing immense discomfort. He sniffled, keeping his eyes closed throughout the journey to prevent tears from spilling. "Mr. Song, we've arrived," the driver called back to him. Song Yuan opened his eyes, alighted from the car, and retrieved his luggage. Before entering the train station, he couldn't resist glancing back one last time. He knew he could never set foot in this city again. He hoped Lin Yuxu would fare well and forget about this heartless individual. Taking a deep breath, he trudged into the waiting area of the train station. There, he calculated the remaining funds he had on him. Having been a servant, he still possessed a considerable amount of wages that he had never touched. Although Chen Xiangnan had given him some money, Song Yuan wished to avoid accumulating too much debt, so he refrained from taking it. An hour later, the train he was to board was finally ready for ticketing, and he promptly joined the queue with his suitcase. While waiting, he scanned the surroundings and suddenly caught a glimpse of Lin Yuxu. His body went rigid, and he quickly turned back, attempting to conceal himself within the crowd to minimize his presence. At last, it was his turn. Song Yuan handed his ticket to the staff, and, as he entered, he couldn't help but look back. Lin Yuxu was still searching for him, and in his urgency, Song Yuan heard Lin Yuxu shout, "Song Yuan, stop hiding." Chapter 82. He only desired a stable life. Song Yuan paused momentarily, but ultimately chose to turn away and leave. This was the optimal moment to depart from Lin Yuxu. All his efforts had been aimed at inciting Lin Yuxu's disdain, allowing him to seamlessly pursue a future with the main character. If he were to remain, the system might impose even more malevolent tasks. Thus, parting ways seems to be the most prudent course for all involved. He can survive, and Lin Yuxu can associate with someone far more suitable. It is truly a win-win situation. After contemplating this, Song Yuan quickened his pace to prevent any second thoughts. Chen Xiangnan purchased him a business class ticket, providing a spacious and comfortable seat. The moment Song Yuan settled in, he succumbed to slumber, awakening only upon arrival at his destination. Exiting the train station, he was greeted by a designated individual who escorted him to a luxurious apartment rented by Chen Xiangnan. Once he had organized his belongings and reclined on the bed, he decided to call Chen Xiangnan. "Have you arrived?" Chen Xiangnan inquired promptly. "Yes," Song Yuan replied, turning on his side to caress the silk sheets, reflecting on Chen Xiangnan's kindness towards him. "That's good to hear." Chen Xiangnan, having learned that Lin Yuxu had located Song Yuan's hotel, had spent the entire night in a state of anxiety, fearing that Song Yuan might be apprehended. "Get some rest. You must be weary after such a long train journey." "All right," Song Yuan hesitated before saying, "I think I will look for my own place next month. This apartment seems rather extravagant for just one person." Chen Xiangnan disagreed with his sentiment, deliberately accentuating his words. "I have already paid a year's rent. It will be even more wasteful for you not to stay. Xiangwan, you need not worry about burdening me. When I visit, you can cook for me. Or perhaps you could accompany me during holidays. How does that sound?" The thought of contributing eased Song Yuan's mind, and he readily nodded. "Sure, when you come, I will prepare a splendid feast for you." "I look forward to it," Chen Xiangnan replied. After a brief conversation, they ended the call. Struggling to find sleep, Song Yuan rose from the bed, opened his suitcase, and retrieved his down jacket. Sitting on the floor, he gently stroked the fabric. He reminded himself to cease thoughts of Lin Yuxu. He must forget him within the year. Blinking back tears, 2 drops fell onto the jacket, leaving behind faint marks. Had he known, he would have never allowed himself to develop feelings for Lin Yuxu. Someone had once warned him against falling for clients in this line of work, but he had ignored the advice, leading him to his present regrets. 5 years later, in a themed cafe, Song Yuanan donned a pair of cat ear headbands and a maid's dress, revealing his fair, straight legs. He skillfully navigated the establishment with a coffee pot, refilling customers' cups. As guests departed, he never failed to offer a sweet smile and a soft-spoken, "We look forward to your next visit." During the noon shift break, Song Yuanan sat in the staff lounge, enjoying his lunch while streaming a show. His colleague, Li Xiaoyu, sat beside him, placing a bottle of milk next to his meal. "This is for you," Li Xiaoyu smiled. "You're too thin. You need to eat more." Having worked at the cafe for nearly a year, Song Yuanan had been under Li Xiaoyu's attentive care, who had even helped him with holiday scheduling to ensure he enjoyed his time. "No need for that." Song Yuan hurriedly pushed the milk back, saying, "You always send me food. The colleagues will think you are biased." Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh, giving his shoulder a gentle squeeze. "You are the only male staff member willing to don women's attire. Who would dare accuse me of favoritism?" Feeling a bit embarrassed by Li Xiaoyu's words, Song Yuan primarily considered the monetary reward. By relinquishing his right to choose his own outfits and donning various peculiar garments, he could earn an additional 2,000 yuan compared to his colleagues. Song Yuan felt he had benefited, and some of the clothes were quite beautiful. After all, wearing them wouldn't cost him anything. However, some of the skirts were too short, making him feel slightly uncomfortable as he constantly tugged at the hem. Thus, "This is what you deserve," Li Xiaoyu said, directly assisting him in unwrapping the straw and presenting it to Song Yuan's lips. "Drink up. A hearty meal will give you the energy to work this afternoon." Unable to resist Li Xiaoyu's enthusiasm, Song Yuan accepted the drink and took a sip before thanking him. "I will work hard." Li Xiaoyu nodded, playfully pinching his cheek before departing the break room. Song Yuan did not dwell on it and continued with his lunch. Another colleague, who shared the same lunch break, entered and sat beside him, eyeing the little dress he wore. "Xiaoan, with your looks, you could potentially earn money through live streaming." There was a hint of regret in the colleague's eyes. "You could make more than here, and without enduring." He paused, deciding it was better not to say more. It was evident to those with discerning eyes that Song Yuan was being harassed by their supervisor, yet the boy remained oblivious. Viewing Li Xiaoyu as a good person, such endurance suggested a troubled existence, one that feared any form of rebellion for the sake of avoiding trouble. "I can't live stream," Song Yuan replied helplessly, shaking his head. "I cannot show my face online." "Why not?" the colleague inquired curiously. "Your face is so attractive. You might even become a little internet celebrity." "My circumstances are too complicated. I cannot casually reveal myself." With a sigh, the colleague remarked, "Actually, finding a benefactor would be better than being here." Song Yuan's smile faded slightly as he poked at the egg in his lunchbox with his chopsticks. He could no longer consider selling his body for money. He would rather endure hardship than return to his former profession. Although he had lost contact with Lin Yuxu and the system had not reappeared, indicating that Lin Yuxu might be with Su Yuza, he still found it difficult to seek a benefactor, feeling a strong sense of guilt towards Lin Yuxu. Nonetheless, his current life was quite satisfactory. His salary from this job allowed him to earn 10,000 yuan. He had minimal expenses and aimed to save enough for a down payment on a house in this city. Planning to move out of the upscale apartment rented to him by Chen Xiangnan and live a stable life. Song Yuan maintained regular contact with Chen Xiangnan, who visited him every 2 to 3 months. They had established a tacit understanding to never discuss any news regarding Lin Yuxu. Chen Xiangnan has yet to find partner, while Song Yuanan has resigned himself to a life of solitude. The two have even made a pact to share a nursing home in their old age, providing each other with companionship and protection from the loneliness that comes with old age. Of course, Song Yuanan regards this notion as a mere jest. He is destined for a solitary existence, but with Chen Xiangnan's excellent qualities, it is certain he will eventually marry. As evening fell and the store closed, Song Yuanan changed his clothes in the restroom and retrieved his belongings from the locker, preparing to return to his upscale apartment. Most of his colleagues had already departed, leaving only Li Xiaoyu at the cash register, tallying the accounts. "Li Supervisor, I'm leaving now." Song Yuanan waved goodbye. Li Xiaoyu immediately looked up. "Xiaoan, don't go just yet. Let us grab a late-night snack. It's on me." Unwilling to owe too many favors to his colleagues, Song Yuanon quickly declined. Thank you. But I'm not hungry right now, so I'll pass. Li Xiaoyu frowned slightly, suddenly rising to stand before Song Yuanon, wrapping an arm around his waist. Xiao, haven't you noticed my feelings for you? He murmured softly, leaning closer to whisper in his ear. I fell for you at first sight during your interview. Startled, Song Yuanon pushed Li Xiaoyu away. I don't know, he stammered. I'm not looking to date right now. Li Xiaoyu was not surprised by Song Yuanon's rejection. He leaned in closer, nearly pressing his body against him. Xiao, and given your education level, do you really think you could secure a job here? He continued, placing his hand on Song Yuanon's waist and deliberately caressing it. You haven't pursued an education, and you lack basic knowledge. It will be challenging for you to find a decent job. But if you're with me, I can help you secure bonuses. Or I could support you. I'm local and have several properties that generate rental income. This job is merely a hobby for me. As Li Xiaoyu drew nearer, his hands began to wander, prompting Song Yuanon to step on his foot in anger. Seizing the moment of distraction, he fled the cafe as if escaping for his life. Only after he had put a considerable distance between them did he slow his pace, raising a hand to rub his eyes while walking, tears streaming down his face. All he desired was a stable life, yet it seemed so elusive. Upon reaching the entrance of his upscale apartment, Song Yuanon bent down to rummage through his backpack for his access card. Suddenly, he heard Chen Xiangnan's voice from behind. Xiao Anon, surprise. Startled from his thoughts, Song Yuanon trembled at the unexpected sound, turning to see Chen Xiangnan, who had been smiling, but whose expression darkened upon noticing the tears on Song Yuanon's face. What happened? Seeing Chen Xiangnan's concerned expression eased some of Song Yuanon's fear. He quickly turned to wipe his tears away, insisting, it's nothing. Chen Xiangnan, however, was unconvinced. He stepped closer, taking Song Yuanon's hand. If it's nothing, then why are you crying? His brow furrowed, and his tone grew serious. Xiao Anan, don't be afraid. Tell me honestly, has someone bullied you? Song Yuanon shook his head. No, I just got some sand in my eyes. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiangnan became increasingly convinced that Song Yuanon had been mistreated. The last time Song Yuanon faced bullying from Su Yuza, similar words were uttered. Xiao Anan, he began, but sensing that Song Yuanon was apprehensive about further inquiries, he swiftly shifted the topic. Brother Xiangnan, what brings you here so suddenly? I thought you would be gone for quite a while after your departure last month. Observing Song Yuanon's reluctance to continue the previous discussion, Chen Xiangnan chose not to press for answers, knowing he would be around for the next few days and would eventually uncover the truth. What is the matter? Do you find my frequent visits unwelcome? Chen Xiangnan teased, a playful smile gracing his lips. Song Yuanon's eyes widened in protest. Of course not. Don't make assumptions about me. With a gentle ruffle of his hair, Chen Xiangnan took the backpack from Song Yuanon's hand and retrieved the access card from within. Let us head inside, he suggested. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Do you have instant noodles at home? Yes, but they lack nutrition, replied Song Yuanon, grasping his arm. Why don't we go out to eat? Well, food outside isn't necessarily nutritious either, and I actually prefer the noodles you prepare, Chen Xiangnan countered. Left with no alternative, Song Yuanon linked his arm with Chen Xiangnan's, and they entered the apartment to take the elevator. Once inside, concerned that Chen Xiangnan might go hungry, Song Yuanon hurried to the kitchen to prepare the noodles. Did you skip dinner? He called out while igniting the stove. How about I add a couple of eggs? Sure, Chen Xiangnan responded. 10 minutes later, Song Yuanon emerged with a pot of noodles. Noticing that Song Yuanon only brought one bowl, Chen Xiangnan asked, Aren't you having any? I'm not that hungry, Song Yuanon replied. I'll go tidy up the second bedroom. You can head straight to bed after your shower. The upscale, two-bedroom apartment Chen Xiangnan rented was perfect for his frequent visits, where he typically slept in the second bedroom. Over time, it had become cluttered with Chen Xiangnan's belongings, with a wardrobe overflowing with his clothes. Occasionally, Chen Xiangnan would deceive himself into believing that this was their little home together, albeit one with an expiration date. Finishing his noodles quickly, Chen Xiangnan proceeded to wash the dishes in the kitchen. Just as he was rinsing, Song Yuanon emerged from the second bedroom and, upon hearing the sound of running water, hurried into the kitchen. Oh dear, you're a guest. How can I let you wash the dishes? Feigning displeasure, Chen Xiangnan shot him a mock glare. If you continue to treat me so courteously, I might reconsider our friendship. Genuinely alarmed at the thought of Chun Xiangnan severing ties, Song Yuanan, who had no friends or family, felt that Chun Xiangnan was his only companion. I want to be polite anymore. You can wash, he relented. Only then did Chun Xiangnan smile. You should go take a shower first. I'll wash the dishes and then join you. All right, Song Yuanan agreed, promptly gathering his clothes and heading to the bathroom. Once Chun Xiangnan completed his chores, he wandered into the living room to inspect the refrigerator. Noticing its lack of provisions, he frowned slightly. I must make a trip to the supermarket tomorrow to stock up. The following day, Song Yuanan wrestled with his thoughts for quite some time, ultimately deciding he needed the job. Gritting his teeth, he made his way to the cafe. Upon entering, he spotted Li Xiaoyu stationed at the entrance, casting a hostile gaze in his direction. You're half an hour late. Your wages for this morning will be deducted, she announced. As her words settled, a few colleagues exchanged glances. Li Xiaoyu, what has suddenly come over you? Aren't you usually quite attentive to Song Yuan? Moreover, being half an hour late shouldn't warrant such a severe penalty. Song Yuan, however, bore no grievances. He was indeed tardy, and a deduction was justified. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, casting an apologetic glance at Li Xiaoyu. I am truly sorry. I will ensure it does not happen again. Please, deduct as you see fit. It is indeed my fault. Yet, Song Yuan's contrition did not elicit a favorable response from Li Xiaoyu. This is the outfit for today. Song Yuan nodded, accepting the garment from Li Xiaoyu's hands, and instinctively held it up against himself. Soon after, his expression soured. Lifting his gaze, he hesitantly remarked, "It's a bit too revealing. Might I request a different one? Change. If you cannot wear it, perhaps you should reconsider your position," Li Xiaoyu retorted. Chapter 84. Yesterday's tears. The colleagues regarded Li Xiaoyu's demeanor as excessive. What sort of attire was this, barely concealing the body? The skirt was exceedingly short, and the top exposed both the navel and lower back. Director Li, perhaps you could consider another outfit? One colleague whispered. It truly is quite revealing. Should a customer capture an image and disseminate it online, it could tarnish the cafe's reputation. Li Xiaoyu shot a menacing glare at the colleague. Are you the supervisor here? Or am I? The colleague swallowed hard, refraining from further comment. You, a grown man, would not be affected even if you were entirely unclothed. Li Xiaoyu lifted his chin, a smirk of triumph dancing in his eyes. He had perused Song Yuan's profile. An orphan without education or connections, he posed no threat to him. Eventually, when the pressure became unbearable, he would inevitably seek refuge in Li Xiaoyu's embrace. Will you wear it or not? Li Xiaoyu's tone grew impatient. If you refuse, you might as well leave. You signed a contract, and should you decline, the 2,000 yuan bonus will be forfeited. Tears welled in Song Yuan's eyes as he bit his lip, slowly nodding. I will change into it now. Li Xiaoyu, taken aback by such acquiescence, let out a cold laugh before retreating to the cash register. Yuan, are you all right? The colleague who had previously defended him accompanied Song Yuan to the changing room. He is being utterly unreasonable. You could easily file a complaint with the boss, asserting that he is abusing his authority to harass you. Song Yuan shook his head. Having known the boss for some time, it was better to let it be. The colleague was surprised by Song Yuan's meek nature, realizing why Li Xiaoyu felt emboldened to harass him so openly. Well, just treat it as part of your job. It seems he can only make things difficult for you regarding your attire. The colleague sighed, lamenting how individuals with a modicum of power often oppress those weaker than themselves. Song Yuan managed a strained smile. Please, go ahead with your work. I am fine, and there's no need to stay with me. Thank you. Once assured of Song Yuan's well-being, the colleague returned to his duties. However, Song Yuan lingered in the changing room for quite some time, delaying his exit. Growing impatient, Li Xiaoyu approached and rapped on the door. How long do you intend to dawdle in there? Li Xiaoyu shouted. If you do not come out soon, I shall simply enter myself. Before long, the door to the changing room swung open. Li Xiaoyu, initially wearing a sullen expression, found his eyes gleaming upon the arrival of a certain individual, swallowing hard. Song Yuan was clad in an exceedingly short skirt and a top that barely concealed her bosom. Her cheeks flushed crimson, as if blood might drip from them, her gaze lowered, and her eyelashes trembling uncontrollably. One hand tugged at her skirt while the other shielded her chest. It suits you perfectly, Li Xiaoyu remarked, a smirk curling at his lips, pleased with his discerning eye that recognized her suitability for such attire. He had already envisioned how he would adorn Song Yuan once she consented to be with him. I have work to do. Just a moment, Li Xiaoyu interjected, grasping Song Yuan's arm and obstructing her path. I didn't intend to torment you. After all, you left me in quite an embarrassing predicament last night. If you agree to be with me, I promise to treat you with kindness and refrain from being harsh. Song Yuan had no inclination to acquiesce, forcefully yanking her arm away. Directorly, I must step out to work. Must you truly refuse my invitation? Li Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes. What could possibly be undesirable about being with me? With your qualities, can you truly find anyone better? I'm sorry, but I genuinely do not wish to be in a relationship. After reclaiming her arm, Song Yuan hurriedly exited. Her appearance was indeed conspicuous. Not only colleagues, but even patrons at the cafe couldn't resist stealing glances at her. Grabbing a menu, she prepared to take orders from customers. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyu thrust a stack of flyers into her hands. Today, you are responsible for distributing these flyers at the entrance, enticing patrons inside. Aware that Li Xiaoyu was deliberately humiliating her, she clenched her fists, then helplessly relaxed them. All right. With the flyers in hand, she stepped outside the cafe, distributing them to passing customers one by one. At least outside, she could momentarily escape Li Xiaoyu's harassment. Yet, the revealing outfit attracted scrutinizing gazes from those who passed by. Song Yuan endeavored to disregard their stares, maintaining a standard smile while sweetly announcing the cafe's promotions. Suddenly, a black sedan pulled up nearby. As she turned her gaze, her eyes met Qin Xiangnan's within the vehicle. Her heart nearly stopped, and her cheeks immediately burned with embarrassment. Without a second thought, she clutched the flyers and dashed back towards the cafe. Just as she was about to slip into the staff room, Li Xiaoyu tugged at her skirt. Where do you think you're going if you're not working properly? Li Xiaoyu's grip was forceful, nearly causing a wardrobe malfunction. She let out a startled cry, quickly shielding her skirt. Don't pull. Li Xiaoyu chuckled coldly, releasing his hold. Wearing a skirt. Do you really believe you are a woman? Song Yuan ignored his taunts, eager to hide away. However, Li Xiaoyu blocked her path, refusing to budge. If you don't return to handing out flyers, I shall deduct your wages. I feel a bit unwell and need to use the restroom. You're not permitted to go. Li Xiaoyu deliberately made things difficult for her. How long have you been at work? And you already need to use the restroom. Do you think this is your home? The two stood in a stalemate for a moment when suddenly, a suit jacket landed on Song Yuan's shoulders. She paused, looking up to see Qin Xiangnan's face, tinged with irritation. Xiangnan, I, Song Yuan, find myself at a loss for words to explain the state of my attire, my anxiety nearly bringing me to tears. Please return for now. I shall clarify everything to you this evening. Xiaonan, would you kindly safeguard this watch for me? It is a limited edition and rather expensive. Qin Xiangnan pressed the removed watch into Song Yuan's hand and proceeded to roll up his sleeves. Confounded, Song Yuan held onto the watch until, in the next moment, he witnessed Qin Xiangnan's fist collide with Li Xiaoyu's face. The store erupted into chaos, with Li Xiaoyu falling to the ground, bloodied and motionless. Song Yuan's mind went blank, his mouth slightly agape. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself accompanying Qin Xiangnan to the police station. The chairs at the police station had barely warmed when Qin Xiangnan's lawyer arrived, exchanged a few brief words with the officers, and they were soon free to leave. Once outside, Song Yuan remained unusually silent, his fingers nervously fidgeting. Qin Xiangnan, while driving, glanced at Song Yuan and remarked with a light-hearted tone, "Had I known it would be resolved so easily, I should have just broken his legs." Song Yuan raised his gaze to Qin Xiangnan, remorseful. "I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you. Why didn't you tell me about such occurrences?" Qin Xiangnan's eyes brimmed with concern for him. "If I hadn't impulsively come to see you at work, I would have remained oblivious to how you were being bullied." Song Yuan's nose flushed with emotion as he choked out, "It was just a dress. It's not really bullying. Is this truly what one would consider clothing?" Qin Xiangnan spat through clenched teeth. "No, this cannot simply be overlooked. I must seek justice for you. This is not proper attire. It must have been scavenged from some disreputable establishment by that wretched beast. Xiangnan, do you think I am utterly useless?" Song Yuan murmured, his head bowed. I always claim I can take care of myself. Yet in the end, I achieve nothing. Chun Xiangnan sighed, pulling over to the side of the road as he grasped Song Yuan's hand. If you feel hurt, let your tears flow. I shall not mock you. Those who strive to live deserve compassion, not derision. Song Yuan shook his head. I won't cry anymore. I've wept enough yesterday. Chun Xiangnan gazed at his profile, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. After a moment, he asked, Aren't you curious about old Lin's current situation? Chapter 85. Boyfriend Song Yuan abruptly lifted his head, meeting Chun Xiangnan's gaze, his eyes brimming with longing. Yet, suddenly recalling something, he forced himself to shake his head. I don't want to. His voice fell into a melancholic tone. I have been away for 5 years. I no longer have any ties to him. Chun Xiangnan understood the inner turmoil of Song Yuan. Even if the past 5 years had remained unspoken, he knew that Song Yuan had likely yearned for Lin Yuxu countless times. This was also the reason he had yet to reveal his feelings to Song Yuan. He recognized that Song Yuan could not let go of Lin Yuxu, and he did not wish to add to his burdens. After a brief hesitation, Chun Xiangnan chose to disregard Song Yuan's wishes for the first time, recounting all that had transpired over the past 5 years. My father passed away from cancer 4 years ago. I, along with Zhou Chizu, conspired to drive Aunt Lin to madness. Lin Yuxu found witnesses to testify against us, as well as the doctor who prescribed the medications, and the case was reopened. However, his father did not survive until the trial, and Zhou Zishu was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Chun Xiangnan paused, a flicker of pity crossing his gaze. Initially, Lin Yuxu endured a particularly dreadful time. Due to his family's circumstances, the stock market plummeted and bankruptcy loomed near. Lin Yuxu spent each day in the office, nearly wearing out his stomach, just to stabilize the company. Yet, despite his efforts, most shareholders opposed his ascension to CEO. However, in recent years, dissenting voices had diminished, for he had become a significant figure in the capital, and few dared to confront him. Song Yuan listened in disbelief to Chun Xiangnan's words. It was reminiscent of his previous life. When he first encountered Lin Yuxu, the latter was also a prominent figure in the capital. Now he had surpassed me in stature, and he seldom contacted me. To collaborate with the Lin Group, I would still need to make an appointment through his secretary. Chun Xiangnan curled his lips slightly, sighing, but after enduring so much, his character could not possibly remain unchanged. His father conspired with a mistress to murder his mother. His beloved vanished without a trace. His only friend betrayed him. With such a series of events, anyone would lose their sanity. Is he doing well? Song Yuan tugged at Chun Xiangnan's sleeve. Anxiety etched across his face. How is his stomach? Has he gone for a checkup? Observing Song Yuan's concern for Lin Yuxu, Chun Xiangnan felt a pang of bitterness. I'm not certain. He doesn't contact me much anymore, so I can't ask if he has visited a hospital. Chun Xiangnan continued. I have an acquaintance, a junior at the Lin Group, who mentioned that Lin Yuxu hardly returns home and spends all his time at the office, not even going back for the new year. Not going back, Song Yuan exclaimed. Is he still alone? Indeed. What is there to return when family no longer exists? Song Yuan was further perplexed. It had been 5 years since he left, yet Lin Yuxu had not gotten together with Su Yuza. Could it be that they were already involved but simply did not exhibit it at work? With only a few years remaining until their 10-year agreement, if the protagonists had not yet united, the system would surely unleash chaos upon him. It was impossible for everything to remain so tranquil. His father has passed, and Zhou Zishu is in prison. You need not worry about anyone tearing you apart. Chun Xiangnan lowered his gaze, observing the hand that clutched his sleeve tightly, and spoke with difficulty. As long as you are willing, you can return to find him anytime. I believe he still harbors feelings for you. Never mind. As long as he is well, Song Yuan replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, feigning a sense of acceptance. I do not wish to return. My current life is quite satisfactory. Are you truly willing to let him go? Chun Xiangnan held his breath. A look of tension etched on his face as he gazed at him. Yes, it has already passed. Chun Xiangnan exhaled, the furrow in his brow easing. Staying here is fine. Chun Xiangnan's voice softened. Once the branch office opens here next year, I can accompany you every day. With me picking you up and dropping you off, I'll ensure no one dares to bully you. Perhaps he could also arrange a position for Song Yuan within the company, sparing him the indignities of the outside world. He only hoped that Song Yuan would not continually reject him and might occasionally lean on him for support. Chun Xiangnan was even contemplating that by next year. He must muster the courage to confess his feelings to Song Yuan. Having dedicated so many years to Lin Yuxu, it was high time he considered his own desires. Song Yuan, fearing he might be dismissed by his boss, was taken aback when he returned to the cafe the following day, only to be surrounded by colleagues who eagerly inquired, "Who was that handsome man yesterday? Surely he must be your boyfriend?" Startled, Song Yuan hurriedly waved his hands. "No, he is merely a close friend of mine." "Ah, a childhood friend, how intriguing. By the way, how is Supervisor Li doing? Has the boss visited here?" Song Yuan skillfully redirected the conversation. "After my trip to the police station yesterday, did the boss mention anything?" Upon hearing this, the colleague who had defended Song Yuan the previous day wore a joyful expression. "Supervisor, Li has been let go." The boss stated that the position of supervisor is temporarily unnecessary, and we should simply focus on our work. Song Yuan blinked in disbelief. "Really? I thought I was the one being fired. What have you done wrong?" "It was him who was making things difficult for you." "Do I still need to wear those clothes?" "That we are uncertain about," the colleague replied. "You might need to call the boss." Without hesitation, Song Yuan stepped outside to make a call, and the boss answered promptly. "Shaoan, how are you? Are you all right?" "Thank you for your concern, boss. I'm Fine." Song Yuan replied. "By the way, what should I wear today?" "Just wear your uniform like everyone else. As for the 2,000 yuan monthly stipend, I will continue to send it to you as a form of compensation." "That's unnecessary," Song Yuan responded, taken aback. "I wasn't prepared for it. Just accept it." The boss insisted, his tone slightly conciliatory. "Shaoan, please convey my apologies to your boyfriend. I misjudged the situation. In the future, I won't indulge any employee." "Boyfriend? What boyfriend?" Song Yuan scratched his head in confusion, wondering if the boss had mistakenly assumed Chun Xiangnan was his partner. On the other end of the line, the boss continued, "Please clarify to your boyfriend that such situations will not arise again." The boss seldom visited the cafe, and even if a misunderstanding had occurred, it did not matter. Not wanting to waste anyone's time, Song Yuan refrained from correcting the misconception that Chun Xiangnan was not his boyfriend. Upon returning to his post, he donned the same attire as his colleagues, feeling considerably more at ease. He realized that his eagerness to earn money had precipitated unnecessary troubles. Determined not to seek special treatment at work, he planned to forego the 2,000 yuan bonus when payday arrived. That evening, as promised, Chun Xiangnan arrived to pick him up after work. His luxurious car was parked outside the cafe, attracting considerable attention, particularly from his colleagues, who couldn't help but tease Song Yuan. "Your boyfriend is indeed strikingly handsome. His exquisite looks are simply star-worthy. He's driving a Rolls-Royce. It's evident he is not short on cash. What a catch he is. This is leagues above Supervisor Li. One wonders what audacity he possesses to pursue our Shaoan. Why didn't you allow him to pick you up for work earlier? That way, Supervisor Li would have known when to retreat and would not have troubled you at work." Song Yuan felt his head spinning, unable to clarify the situation no matter how he tried. The more he explained, the more his colleagues perceived his humility, their smiles growing increasingly ambiguous. Previously, Chun Xiangnan had also mentioned come and pick him up after work, but Song Yuan, dressed in rather inappropriate attire each day, feared that Chun Xiangnan might look down on him. Thus, he resolutely declined Chun Xiangnan's offers to visit him at the cafe. Unexpectedly, Chun Xiangnan did not disdain him at all. Instead, he had resolved numerous issues for him, deepening Song Yuan's appreciation for this friendship. As his colleagues continued to discuss Chun Xiangnan, the topic became increasingly overwhelming for Song Yuan. Blushing, he informed them, "I need to change my clothes." With that, he hurried to the changing room, exchanged his work attire, and grabbed his backpack. Upon exiting, he discovered that Chun Xiangnan had already arrived, holding cake from a popular store to share with a few colleagues. "Shall we go?" Chun Xiangnan took his backpack, adding, "I'm hungry. Accompany me for a late-night snack." Song Yuan nodded. His colleagues happily indulged in the cake, waving goodbye to him. "Shaoan, see you tomorrow," They chimed in unison. Once in the car, Song Yuhan belatedly turned to Chun Xiangnan, pondering the long queue and high prices at the cake shop, which must have cost around 300 to 400. Why did you suddenly buy this cake for my colleagues? Chun Xiangnan fastened his seatbelt and replied with a smile. I hope they could take better care of you, so that no one else bullies you. Hearing this, Song Yuhan became more convinced that the boyfriend the boss had mentioned was indeed Chun Xiangnan. He picked up his phone, saying, I'll transfer the money to you. I can't keep letting you spend on me. Chun Xiangnan's expression darkened slightly. Why do you always have to be so polite? How long have we known each other? We shouldn't be this formal. There's no need for formality. I'm living in your house for free, paying nothing in rent, only covering the utilities. I often stay over. You've kept the place so clean that it offsets the rent, Chun Xiangnan replied, his tone a touch aggrieved. You're just too formal with me. You don't see me as a friend. Song Yuhan was taken aback. How did a simple money transfer result in such a grievance? After contemplating, he devised the best solution. How about I treat you to late-night snacks tonight? Song Yuhan smiled. That doesn't seem too formal, does it? Treating is a way to enhance our friendship. Chun Xiangnan felt much more at ease. That seemed about right. They arrived at a barbecue restaurant. While selecting dishes, Song Yuhan recalled the boss's phone call. He glanced at Chun Xiangnan's profile and said, The boss asked me to tell you that there won't be any similar situations in the future, so please don't pursue it. He paused, his gaze filled with gratitude. Thank you for helping me so much. If it weren't for you, Supervisor Lee would definitely return to work, and I wouldn't know how to manage my job at the cafe. Chun Xiangnan paused in his actions, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. Lin Yuxu had actually found Song Yuhan. Had he perhaps already arrived in this city? Maybe he was nearby, observing them. Song Yuhan noticed that Chun Xiangnan was holding onto the beef skewers without taking a bite, and his curiosity got the better of him. Xiangnan, what's the matter? Chun Xiangnan snapped back to reality and shook his head, then placed a few more skewers into the basket. As the vendor grilled the skewers, Chun Xiangnan fixated his gaze on Song Yuhan's face. If Lin Yuxu found him here, would he still have the chance to be with Song Yuhan like this? He had thought that after waiting a year, he could build a small family with Song Yuhan in this city. Little did he know that there was a deadline that would shatter his dreams. A glimmer of reluctance flickered in Chun Xiangnan's eyes, and he suddenly spoke. Shaoan, have you ever considered moving to another city? Song Yuhan, who had been playing a casual game on his phone, looked up at Chun Xiangnan's question. No. Why do you ask? I'm worried you might grow tired of this place, Chun Xiangnan replied. It might be good to switch cities. I plan to open a branch office and am currently scouting suitable locations. Why don't you come with me? How would you feel about working as my receptionist? Song Yuhan had never entertained such an idea. But I don't have the qualifications to be a receptionist, he said. He had considered working in an office before, but his resume was always rejected at the HR stage, and all his applications vanished into the void. The job he currently had took him a long time to secure, and the pay was decent. He couldn't afford to leave it casually. It doesn't matter. It's my company, and I set the hiring standards, Chun Xiangnan reassured him. Song Yuhan hesitated. Chun Xiangnan studied his expression and couldn't help but clench his fist, then continued, Don't you want a stable job? One that would allow you to improve yourself in the future? Working in my company means weekends off, only 7 hours a day, and a decent salary. This way, you would have your evenings and weekends free to develop yourself. Song Yuhan found his reasoning compelling. He had looked into adult education, which typically required time to study. His current job demanded long hours with only one day off, leaving him exhausted and without the energy to enhance his skills. Previously, Song Yuhan had only thought about marrying into wealth or being supported by a rich man, chasing after fleeting pleasures. However, meeting Lin Yuxu after his rebirth had gradually shifted his perspective. He now longed for a grounded life. All right, Song Yuhan smiled at him. But I must insist that you treat me like an ordinary employee. No special favors. Hearing this, Chun Xiangnan felt a sense of relief. How does leaving next week sound? Song Yuhan was taken aback. So soon? Yes, I need to find an office, and you can accompany me. I'll factor in your salary. After a moment's contemplation, Song Yuhan nodded. Okay, I'll inform my boss about my resignation this week. The next day, as Song Yuhan worked, he reflected on his conversation with Chun Xiangnan from the previous night. Fortunately, He and T made many friends here, so leaving Wu and T be too difficult. If he joined Shan Xiangnan's branch office, he could finally attain stability, free from the anxiety of offending someone and losing his job. Song Yuhan curved his lips, his eyes brimming with aspiration for the future. A new wave of customers arrived at the cafe, creating a bustling atmosphere. Xiao, Table 21 needs a refill of iced Americano. Initially assisting in the kitchen, upon hearing his colleague's voice, Song Yuhan swiftly carried a pot of coffee to Table 21. With a customary smile gracing his face, he began, "Dear guest, His voice abruptly halted as he beheld the individual seated in the chair. His complexion instantly drained of color. The coffee pot slipped from his grasp and shattered, splattering coffee all over his trousers. How could it be you? Chapter 87. I longed to have him. Lin Yuxu instinctively leaned down to touch Song Yuhan's trousers, discovering they were cool to the touch, which prompted a sigh of relief from him. Straightening up, he gazed at Song Yuhan with a half-smile. It's been a long time. After 5 years of evasion, I presumed you had forgotten me. Upon hearing that familiar yet distant voice, Song Yuhan's eyes welled with tears. He yearned for Lin Yuxu's voice, having dreamt of their conversations repeatedly. In those dreams, they still resided in that dilapidated rental, with Lin Yuxu working at a construction site while he managed everything at home. When Lin Yuxu returned from work, he would greet him at the door, offering a warm embrace to the weary man. They would share meals, kiss, and retire to bed together. Sometimes, upon waking, Song Yuhan would find himself lost in thought, wishing Lin Yuxu were an ordinary person, as long as he wasn't the protagonist. Even if they spent their entire lives in that initial cramped rental, he would be content. Unfortunately, reality did not align with his desires. Lin Yuxu was not an ordinary person and could not be with someone like him, a mere supporting character. I'm sorry, Song Yuhan said, his voice trembling. Lin Yuxu chuckled with a hint of urgency, tilting his head. Sorry for what? For betraying me? For leaving without a word? Or, his gaze turned icy as he clenched his teeth, perhaps for the fact that you have someone else? Song Yuhan parted his lips, his throat feeling constricted, unable to utter a sound. A colleague noticed the commotion and hurried over. Shaolin, are you all right? The colleague offered a towel to help clean his trousers, relieved that the coffee was not scalding. Otherwise, he would have suffered burns. I'm fine. Song Yuhan managed to force a smile. You should go change into a new pair of pants, the colleague suggested. There are new uniforms inside. There should be one that fits you. Desiring to escape, Song Yuhan turned without hesitation and left. Fortunately, Lin Yuxu did not pursue him, allowing him to retreat safely to the changing room, collapsing against the door in exhaustion. How did he find this place? Did Chen Xiangnan tell Lin Yuxu? Song Yuhan furrowed his brow and shook his head. It couldn't be. Chen Xiangnan had promised him he wouldn't disclose any information about him to Lin Yuxu. Perhaps it was an accidental encounter. To his surprise, after 5 years, Lin Yuxu still remembered him. It seemed he still harbored resentment for the betrayal and would not easily let him off the hook. Nonetheless, if Lin Yuxu sought revenge, he would accept it. Determined to calm his racing heart, Song Yuhan changed his clothes and exited the changing room. He dared not venture outside, opting instead to assist in the kitchen. Occasionally, there were moments when they were short-staffed, compelling him to step out and fetch coffee. Each time he ventured outside, he could not help but steal glances at Table 21. Upon seeing Lin Yuxu still seated there, he would nervously avert his gaze, unwilling to look any longer, striving to disregard Lin Yuxu's presence and continue with his work. Unfortunately, he could not evade the situation for long, as the closing hour soon approached. As Song Yuan was changing into his work attire, he overheard a colleague gossiping. That customer hasn't left yet. Should we tell him we're closing? I've already mentioned it. It's rather strange. He simply refuses to depart, and even offered 1,000 yuan for us to leave him be. A rich, handsome guy. Should we perhaps ask him for his WeChat? Never mind. He looks rather grim and a bit intimidating. Indeed, in comparison, I still think Shaolin's boyfriend is the most handsome. Suddenly, the topic shifted to Song Yuan, causing his lashes to flutter in apprehension at the thought of Lin Yuxu overhearing. Xiangnan is not my boyfriend. Please refrain from making such remarks. It's inappropriate. This was the first time Song Yuan had spoken sternly to them, leaving his colleagues exchanging glances and softly apologizing. Fortunately, it was not his turn to clean that day, and he quickly gathered his personal belongings, preparing to flee the cafe. He dared not glance towards table 21 and hurriedly made his way to the exit. Upon exiting the cafe, he collided with Chun Xiangnan, who had come to pick him up after work. Concerned he might fall, Chun Xiangnan swiftly wrapped his arm around Song Yuanan's waist, his eyes filled with worry. Xiao Anan, why are you running so fast? Is someone chasing you? Song Yuanan had no time to explain, gripping Chun Xiangnan's hand tightly. We must hurry. Breathless and urgent, he exclaimed, where's your car? Let's go back. Chun Xiangnan furrowed his brow, seemingly realizing something, and clasped Song Yuanan's hand in a reverse grip, leading him to his vehicle. However, before they could enter, Lin Yuxu had already approached from behind, pressing a hand against the passenger door. Xiangnan, you really are something. Lin Yuxu's tone was dark. I entrusted you with taking care of Song Yuanan, yet you went ahead and whisked him away. You dared to covet even a friend's wife. How utterly despicable. Chun Xiangnan's complexion turned ashen, and his free hand involuntarily clenched into a fist. Song Yuanan, hearing Lin Yuxu's words, hurriedly stepped in to explain. It's not Xiangnan's fault. I beg him to take me away. He positioned himself between the two men, casting a pleading look at Lin Yuxu. If you seek revenge, direct it solely at me and spare everyone else. Lin Yuxu remained silent, his gaze fixated on their tightly intertwined hands. Noticing this, Song Yuanan instinctively attempted to free himself from Chun Xiangnan's grasp. Yet, as he moved, Chun Xiangnan tightened his hold. Yes, I have fallen for Xiao Anan. Chen Xiangnan met Lin Yuxu Schrimster. I deliberately led him away from you, because I desire him. Chapter 88. Do you truly have feelings for him? Song Yuanan gazed at Chun Xiangnan in shock. Before he could utter a word, Lin Yuxu's fist had already struck Chun Xiangnan's face. Caught off guard, Chun Xiangnan was hit squarely, staggering backward. He feared falling. Thus he released Song Yuan's hand. Almost immediately, he received a punch from Lin Yuxu, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth, which made him furrow his brow in pain. Song Yuan finally snapped back to reality from Chun Xiangnan's confession and hurriedly grasped Lin Yuxu's arm. Please do not hit him. Song Yuan's voice trembled with emotion. Terrified that Lin Yuxu would strike Chun Xiangnan again. Clinging to Lin Yuxu's arm like a sloth, he exclaimed, I begged him for help. If you must strike someone, let be me. Lin Yuxu paused momentarily, clenched his fist, and ultimately relaxed his arm to avoid harming Song Yuan. Old Lin, even if you were to beat me to death, I shall not retaliate, Chun Xiangnan asserted, locking eyes with Lin Yuxu with a resolute demeanor. I genuinely regret my actions towards you. Hence, I will not fight back. However, 5 years have passed, and you are no longer my Xiaonan's boyfriend. Once you finish this bout, I will owe you nothing. How dare you speak? Lin Yuxu's temples throbbed with fury as he glared at Chun Xiangnan. Very well. I might as well end your life today. Do not. Song Yuan rushed forward, positioning himself between the two, raising his arms to shield Chun Xiangnan and watching Lin Yuxu with vigilant eyes. Lin Yuxu felt a pang of pain from his gaze and gritted his teeth, his voice laced with a barely perceptible sorrow. It has been 5 years. You have evaded me for 5 long years. Upon our meeting, you do not utter a word to me, but only seek to protect him. Have you truly developed feelings for him? A slight tremor coursed through Song Yuan's body, his expression betraying his uncertainty. Just as he was about to shake his head, Chun Xiangnan grasped Song Yuan's hand from behind, looking down gently as he spoke. Please wait for me in the car. I need to have a word with old Lin. You need not worry about me. I will be fine, and we will return home shortly. The weight of the phrase return home was emphasized, seemingly intended for Lin Yuxu's ears. Song Yuan gazed anxiously at the two men, his heart caught in a web of indecision. However, remaining there would only complicate matters further. Lin Yuxu and Chun Xiangnan had been close friends in their past lives. If they could communicate, their grievances should dissolve. With newfound clarity, Song Yuan's gaze settled on Lin Yuxu's face. Brother Xiangnan only helped me out of necessity. I have no ties with him. After uttering this, Song Yuan moved to open the passenger door. Suddenly, Lin Yuxu shouted at him, Do not get in the car. Song Yuan hesitated for a moment, but after a brief pause, he opened the door and climbed inside. He shut the door and turned to observe the situation between the two men. The soundproofing was effective, and he could not discern their conversation. He noticed Lin Yuxu attempting to open the car door while Chen Xiangnan held onto his arm, both men locked in a tense standoff. Finally, in a fit of anger, Lin Yuxu kicked the car door and stormed away. Immediately, Song Yuan sat up straight, rolled down the window, and peered out. Watching Lin Yuxu's retreating figure made his eyes redden, and a wave of discomfort surged in his chest, overwhelming him with the urge to cry. Chen Xiangnan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, then approached the driver's seat, inhaling deeply before donning a gentle smile as he entered the car. Before he could speak, Song Yuan hurriedly asked, "How is Lin Yuxu? Did he say anything?" Chen Xiangnan observed the tension in Lin Yuxu. Concealed within his eyes was a fragmentary solitude. He chose silence, indicating that he would not trouble you for the time being. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan promptly corrected him. "It's not trouble," he whispered. "He has every right to be angry with me and to retaliate. Primarily, he fears that Lin Yuxu might implicate Chen Xiangnan." Initially, Chen Xiangnan disapproved of his actions and even urged him to clarify matters with Lin Yuxu. He had pleaded with Chen Xiangnan, who reluctantly assisted him, given the multitude of favors Chen Xiangnan had bestowed upon him. How could he stand idly by while Lin Yuxu attacked Chen Xiangnan? "Xiao Anin, we shouldn't wait until next week," Chen Xiangnan stated to Song Yuan. "Let us depart in the next couple of days." Song Yuan's heart tightened. "But we haven't packed anything, and I haven't even informed my boss about my resignation. We will simply take some clothes. As for the rest, I will arrange for my assistant to come and pack everything for us," Chen Xiangnan replied. "Regarding your resignation, I will handle that with your boss. There is no need for you to worry." Song Yuan pressed his lips together, a hint of hesitation in his expression. Chen Xiangnan gazed at him quietly before taking his hand. "Let us leave this place and embark on a fresh beginning." He paused, suppressing the bittersweet feelings within, and forced a strained smile. "If you are reluctant to part with old Lin, I can assist you in explaining things to him, allowing you both to reconcile, and I shall take my leave." Song Yuan remained silent. He fixated on Chen Xiangnan's hand, wrestling with his emotions for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Brother Xiangnan, were you truly sincere in what you just said?" Their long acquaintance had forged an unspoken understanding. Chen Xiangnan recognized that Song Yuan was inquiring about his feelings for him. He parted his lips, his handsome visage reflecting anxiety as he pondered how to articulate his sentiments. He had envisioned confessing to Song Yuan in a romantic setting. But Lin Yuxu's sudden appearance instilled a sense of urgency, prompting him to confess his concealed affections outright. "Xiao Anin, was I intentionally provoking Lin Yuxu? You feared he would blame me, thus redirecting his ire towards you, correct?" Song Yuan smiled at him, though his eyes betrayed an undeniable turmoil. "Please refrain from such statements in the future. If Lin Yuxu misinterprets them, he might genuinely sever ties with you. Brother Xiangnan, you have done too much for me. I scarcely know how to repay you." Chen Xiangnan's heart felt as if it were pricked by 1,000 needles, a sharp pain enveloping him. He released Song Yuan's hand and laughed softly. "Indeed, nothing escapes your notice, Xiao Anin." He ruffled Song Yuan's hair, adding, "Yes, it was merely to provoke old Lin. How foolish of him not to realize, while you were the first to notice." Song Yuan exhaled in relief, a smile emerging on his face. "Let us avoid such situations in the future. Just now, Lin Yuxu nearly struck you." Chen Xiangnan nodded. "So, will you still accompany me?" "Of course," Song Yuan affirmed. "We shall leave tomorrow." The following day, the two of them busied themselves packing in the apartment. Chen Xiangnan returned for the balcony, phone in hand. "I called your boss. He has approved your resignation, and your salary will be deposited into your account next month. Does that work for you?" Song Yuan nodded. "That works. Thank you." Chen Xiangnan assisted him in securing the suitcase, then surveyed the surroundings. "Is there anything else that needs tidying up?" "No, there isn't." Song Yuan tapped his forehead, a look of regret crossing his face. "All right, I forgot to buy motion sickness medication. It takes a long time to get to the airport from here, and I'll feel quite unwell without it." "It's all right. We can purchase it on the way." "How troublesome. We'll need to find a place to park." Song Yuan immediately grabbed his phone for the coffee table. "There's a pharmacy downstairs. I'll go buy it right now." Chen Xiangnan grasped Song Yuan's arm. "Let me go. You stay here and check if there is anything else we need to take." "All right. I'll wait for you to return." Chun Xiangnan responded affirmatively and quickly departed the apartment. A minute after he left, Song Yuanan promptly pulled the suitcase and headed for the door. Once outside, he glanced back at the apartment, murmuring an apology before departing without a backward glance, to avoid being discovered by Chun Xiangnan upon his return. Song Yuanan intentionally took a secluded path. Shortly thereafter, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon seeing Chun Xiangnan's name on the caller ID, he resolutely powered off his phone. After walking for over 10 minutes, he finally reached the roadside. He intently watched the passing vehicles, ready to hail a taxi. Song Yuanan, you truly have not changed at all. You still love to run away from home. Song Yuanan's breath caught in his throat, and he stiffly turned his neck to see the indifferent expression of Lin Yuxu. Lin Yuxu smiled at him, yet his eyes glimmered with coldness. Is this the moment to betray Chun Xiangnan?